Chapter 3.x. How Pantagruel representeth unto Panurge the difficulty of giving advice in the matter of marriage. And to that purpose mentioneth somewhat of the Homeric and Virgilian lotteries. Your counsel, quoth Panurge, under your correction and favour, seemeth unto me not unlike to the song of Gammer Yebine. It is full of sarcasms, mockeries, bitter taunts, nipping bobs, derisive quips, biting jerks, and contradictory iterations, the one part destroying the other. I know not, quoth Pantagruel, which of all my answers to lay hold on. For your proposals are so full of ifs and buts, that I can ground nothing on them, nor pitch upon any solid and positive determination satisfactory to what is demanded by them. Are not you assured within yourself of what you have a mind to? The chief and main point of the whole matter lieth there. All the rest is merely casual, and totally dependeth upon the fatal disposition of the heavens. We see some so happy in the fortune of this nuptial encounter, that their family shineth as it were with the radiant effulgency of an idea, model, or representation of the joys of paradise. And perceive others, again, to be so unluckily matched in the conjugal yoke, that those very basest of devils which tempt the hermits that inhabit the deserts of Thebes and Montserrat are not more miserable than they. It is therefore expedient, seeing you are resolved for once to take a trial of the state of marriage, that, with shut eyes, bowing your head, and kissing the ground, you put the business to a venture, and give it a fair hazard. In recommending the success of the residue to the disposure of Almighty God. It lieth not in my power to give you any other manner of assurance, or otherwise to certify you of what shall ensue on this your undertaking. Nevertheless, if it please you, this you may do. Bring hither Virgil's poems, that after having opened the book, and with our fingers severed the leaves thereof 3 several times, we may, according to the number agreed upon betwixt ourselves, explore the future hap of your intended marriage. For frequently by a Homeric lottery have many hit upon their destinies. As is testified in the person of Socrates, who, whilst he was in prison, hearing the recitation of this verse of Homer, said of Achilles in the 9th of the Iliads. Emedi ko tritato thion irreverent ikoimen. We, the 3rd day, to fertile Phthia came. Thereby foresaw that on the 3rd subsequent day he was to die. Of the truth whereof he assured Aeschines, as Plato, in Criton, Cicero, in Primo, the Divination, Diogenes Laertius, and others, have to the full recorded in their works. The like is also witnessed by Opilius Macrinus, to whom, being desirous to know if he should be the Roman emperor, befell, by chance of lot, this sentence in the 8th of the Iliads. O Geron, mala deesi neoi tyrosi machetai. Zeda bin lalutai. Kalpon desi geras opasiai. Dotard, new warriors urge thee to be gone. Thy life decays, and old age weighs thee down. In fact, he, being then somewhat ancient, had hardly enjoyed the sovereignty of the empire for the space of 14 months, when by Heliogabalus, then both young and strong, he was dispossessed thereof, thrust out of all, and killed. Brutus doth also bear witness of another experiment of this nature, who willing, through this exploratory way by lot, to learn what the event and issue should be of the Pharsalian battle wherein he perished, he casually encountered on this verse. Said of Patroclus in the 16th of the Iliads. Ala me moyer olo, kai letus ectanen uios. Fate, and Latona's son have shot me dead. And accordingly Apollo was the field word in the dreadful day of that fight. Diverse notable things of old have likewise been foretold and known by casting of Virgilian lots. Yea, in matters of no less importance than the obtaining of the Roman Empire, as it happened to Alexander Severus, trying his fortune at the said kind of lottery, did hit upon this verse written in the 6th of the Aeneads. Tu regere imperio populos, Romain, memento. Know, Roman, that thy business is to reign. He, within very few years thereafter, was effectually and in good earnest created and installed Roman emperor. A semblable story thereto is related of Adrian, who, being hugely perplexed within himself out of a longing humor to know in what account he was with the Emperor Trajan, and how large the measure of that affection was which he did bear unto him, had recourse, after the manner above specified, to the Maronian lottery, which by haphazard tendered him these lines out of the sixth of the Aeneads. Quas procul autumn, ramus insignis olivi. Sacra ferens. Nasco crines incanac menta. Regis Romani. But who is he, conspicuous from afar? With olive boughs, that doth his offerings bear. By the white hair and beard I know him plain. The Roman king. Shortly thereafter was he adopted by Trajan, and succeeded to him in the empire. Moreover, to the lot of the praiseworthy Emperor Claudius befell this line of Virgil, written in the sixth of his Aeneads. Tertia dum latio regnantem viderit estes. Whilst the third summer saw him reign, a king. In Latium. And in effect he did not reign above 2 years. To the said Claudian also, inquiring concerning his brother Quintilius, whom he proposed as a colleague with himself in the empire, happened the response following in the sixth of the Aeneads. Ostendent terris hunc tantum fata. Whom fate let us see. And would no longer suffer him to be. And it so fell out, for he was killed on the 17th day after he had attained unto the management of the imperial charge. The very same lot, also, with the like misluck, did betide the Emperor Gordian the younger. To Claudius Albinus, being very solicitous to understand somewhat of his future adventures, did occur this saying, which is written in the sixth of the Aeneads. Hic rem Romanam magno turbant tumultu. Sistet ices, and the Romans, boiling with tumultuous rage. This warrior shall the dangerous storm assuage. With victories he the Carthaginian mauls. And with strong hand shall crush the rebel Gauls. Likewise, when the Emperor D. Claudius, Aurelian's predecessor, did with great eagerness research after the fate to come of his posterity, his hap was to alight on this verse in the first of the Aeneads. Hic ego nec metas rerum, nec tempora pono. No bounds are to be set, no limits here. Which was fulfilled by the goodly genealogical row of his race. When Mr. Peter Amy did in like manner explore and make trial if he should escape the ambush of the hobgoblins who lay in wait all to bemaul him, he fell upon this verse in the third of the Aeneads. Hugh. Fugue crudels terris, fugue litis averum. Oh, flee the bloody land, the wicked shore. Which counsel he obeying, safe and sound forthwith avoided all these ambuscades. Were it not to shun prolixity, I could enumerate 1,000 such like adventures, which, conform to the dictate and verdict of the verse, have by that manner of lot-casting encounter befallen to the curious researchers of them. Do not you nevertheless imagine, lest you should be deluded, that I would upon this kind of fortune-flinging proof infer an uncontrollable and not to be gainsaid infallibility of truth. Chapter 3.11 How Pantagruel showeth the trial of one's fortune by the throwing of dice to be unlawful. It would be sooner done, quoth Panurge, and more expeditely, if we should try the matter at the chance of 3 fair dice. Quoth Pantagruel, that sort of lottery is deceitful, abusive, illicitous, and exceedingly scandalous. Never trust in it. The accursed book of the recreation of dice was a great while ago excogitated in Achaia, near Bour, by that ancient enemy of mankind, the infernal calumniator, who, before the statue or massive image of the Boreac Hercules, did of old. And doth in several places of the world as yet, make many simple souls to err and fall into his snares. You know how my father Gargantua hath forbidden it over all his kingdoms and dominions. How he hath caused burn the moulds and draughts thereof, and altogether suppressed, abolished, driven forth, and cast it out of the land, as a most dangerous plague and infection to any well-polished state or commonwealth. What I have told you of dice, I say the same of the play at cockall. It is a lottery of the like guile and deceitfulness. And therefore do not for convincing of me allege in opposition to this my opinion, or bring in the example of the fortunate cast of Tiberius, within the fountain of Aponus, at the oracle of Geryon. These are the baited hooks by which the devil attracts and draweth unto him the foolish souls of silly people into eternal perdition. Nevertheless, to satisfy your humor in some measure, I am content you throw 3 dice upon this table, that, according to the number of the blots which shall happen to be cast up. We may hit upon a verse of that page which in the setting open of the book you shall have pitched upon. Have you any dice in your pocket? A whole bagful, answered Panurge. That is provision against the devil, as is expounded by Merlin Coccius, lib 2. De Patria Diabolorum. The devil would be sure to take me napping, and very much at unawares, if he should find me without dice. With this, the 3 dice being taken out, produced, and thrown, they fell so pat upon the lower points that the cast was 5, 6, and 5. These are, quoth Panurge, 16 in all. Let us take the 16th line of the page. The number pleaseth me very well, I hope we shall have a prosperous and happy chance. May I be thrown amidst all the devils of hell, even as a great bull casteth thwart at a set of 9 pins, or cannonball shot among a battalion of foot, in case so many times I do not bolt my future wife the first night of our marriage. Of that, forsooth, I make no doubt at all, quoth Pantagruel. You needed not to have rapped forth such a horrid imprecation, the sooner to procure credit for the performance of so small a business, seeing possibly the first bout will be amiss, and that you know is usually at tennis called 15. At the next justling turn you may readily amend that fault, and so complete your reckoning of 16. Is it so, quoth Panurge, that you understand the matter? And must my words be thus interpreted? Nay, believe me, never yet was any solecism committed by that valiant champion who often hath for me in Bellydale stood sentry at the hypogastrian cranny. Did you ever hitherto find me in the confraternity of the faulty? Never, I trow. Never, nor ever shall, for ever and a day. I do the feat like a goodly friar or father confessor, without default. And therein am I willing to be judged by the players. He had no sooner spoke these words than the works of Virgil were brought in. But before the book was laid open, Panurge said to Pantagruel, My heart, like the furch of a hart in a rut, doth beat within my breast. Be pleased to feel and grope my pulse a little on this artery of my left arm. At its frequent rise and fall you would say that they swinge and belabor me after the manner of a probationer, posed and put to a peremptory trial in the examination of his sufficiency for the discharge of the learned duty of a graduate in some eminent degree in the college of the Sorbonnists. But would you not hold it expedient, before we proceed any further, that we should invocate Hercules and the Tenetian goddesses who in the chamber of lots are said to rule, sit in judgment, and bear a presidential sway? Neither him nor them, answered Pantagruel, only open up the leaves of the book with your fingers, and set your nails a-work. Chapter 3.12. How Pantagruel doth explore by the Virgilian lottery what fortune Panurge shall have in his marriage. Then at the opening of the book in the 16th row of the lines of the disclosed page did Panurge encounter upon this following verse. Nec Deus hunc mensa, dea nec dignata cubuli est. The god him from his table banished. Nor would the goddess have him in her bed. This response, quoth Pantagruel, mocketh not very much for your benefit or advantage. For it plainly signifies and denoteth that your wife shall be a strumpet, and yourself by consequence a cuckold. The goddess, whom you shall not find propitious nor favorable unto you, is Minerva, a most redoubtable and dreadful virgin, a powerful and fulminating goddess, an enemy to cuckolds and effeminate youngsters, to cuckoldmakers and adulterers. The god is Jupiter, a terrible and thunderstriking god from heaven. And withal it is to be remarked, that, conform to the doctrine of the ancient Etrurians, the Manubes, for so did they call the darting hurls or slinging casts of the Vulcanian thunderbolts, did only appertain to her and to Jupiter her father capital. This was verified in the conflagration of the ships of Ajax Oileus, nor doth this fulminating power belong to any other of the Olympic gods. Men, therefore, stand not in such fear of them. Moreover, I will tell you, and you may take it as extracted out of the profoundest mysteries of mythology, that, when the giants had enterprised the waging of a war against the power of the celestial orbs, the gods at first did laugh at those attempts, and scorned such despicable enemies, who were, in their conceit, not strong enough to cope in feats of warfare with their pages. But when they saw by the gigantine labour the high hill Pelion set on lofty Ossa, and that the Mount Olympus was made shake to be erected on the top of both, then was it that Jupiter held a parliament, or general convention, wherein it was unanimously resolved upon and condescended to by all the gods, that they should worthily and valiantly stand to their defence. And because they had often seen battles lost by the cumbersome lets and disturbing encumbrances of women confusedly huddled in amongst armies, it was at that time decreed and enacted that they should expel and drive out of heaven into Egypt and the confines of Nile that whole crew of goddesses, disguised in the shapes of weasels, polecats, bats, shrew mice, ferrets, foolmarks, and other such like odd transformations. Only Minerva was reserved to participate with Jupiter in the horrific fulminating power, as being the goddess both of war and learning, of arts and arms, of counsel and dispatch, a goddess armed from her birth, a goddess dreaded in heaven, in the air, by sea and land. By the belly of Saint Buff, quoth Panurge, should I be Vulcan, whom the poet blazons? Nay, I am neither a cripple, coiner of false money, nor smith, as he was. My wife possibly will be as comely and handsome as ever was his Venus, but not a whore like her, nor I a cuckold like him. The crook-legged slovenly slave made himself to be declared a cuckold by a definite sentence and judgment, in the open view of all the gods. For this cause ought you to interpret the aforementioned verse quite contrary to what you have said. This lot importeth that my wife will be honest, virtuous, chaste, loyal, and faithful, not armed, surly, wayward, cross, giddy, humorous, heady, harebrained, or extracted out of the brains, as was the goddess Pallas. Nor shall this fair jolly Jupiter be my co-rival. He shall never dip his bread in my broth, though we should sit together at one table. Consider his exploits and gallant actions. He was the manifest ruffian, wencher, whoremonger, and most infamous cuckold-maker that ever breathed. He did always lecher it like a boar, and no wonder, for he was fostered by a sow in the Isle of Candia, if Agathocles the Babylonian be not a liar, and more ramishly lascivious than a buck. Whence it is that he is said by others to have been suckled and fed with the milk of the Amalthean goat. By the virtue of Acheron, he just led, buled, and lastoriated in one day the third part of the world, beasts and people, floods and mountains. That was Europa. For this grand subagitatory achievement the Ammonians cause draw, delineate, and paint him in the figure and shape of a ram ramming, and horned ram. But I know well enough how to shield and preserve myself from that horned champion. He will not, trust me, have to deal in my person with a sottish, dunsical Amphitryon, nor with a silly witless Argus, for all his 100 spectacles, nor yet with the cowardly Maecoc Acrisius, the simple goosecap Lycus of Thebes, the doting blockhead Agenor, the phlegmatic pea-goose Aesop, rough-footed Lycaon, the luskish misshapen Caridas of Tuscany, nor with the large-backed and strong-reined Atlas. Let him alter, change, transform, and metamorphose himself into 100 various shapes and figures, into a swan, a bull, a satyr, a shower of gold, or into a cuckoo, as he did when he unmaidened his sister Juno. Into an eagle, ram, or dove, as when he was enamored of the virgin Thaia, who then dwelt in the Aegean territory, into fire, a serpent, yea, even into a flea. Into Epicurean and democratical atoms, or, more magistranostralistically, into those sly intentions of the mind, which in the schools are called second notions, I'll catch him in the nick, and take him napping. And would you know what I would do unto him? Even that which to his father Colum Saturn did, Seneca foretold it of me, and Lactantius hath confirmed it, what the goddess Rhea did to Athos. I would make him 2 stone lighter, rid him of his Cyprian symbols, and cut so close and neatly by the breach, that there shall not remain thereof so much as one, so cleanly would I shave him, and disable him for ever from being pope. For testiculos non habet. Hold there, said Pantagruel, ho, soft and fair, my lad. Enough of that, cast up, turn over the leaves, and try your fortune for the second time. Then did he fall upon this ensuing verse. Membra quadet, gelidus coit formidine sanguis. His joints and members quake, he becomes pale. And sudden fear doth his cold blood congeal. This importeth, quoth Pantagruel, that she will soundly bang your back and belly. Clean and quite contrary, answered Panurge. It is of me that he prognosticates, in saying that I will beat her like a tiger if she vex me. Sir Martin Wagstaff will perform that office, and in default of a cudgel, the devil gulp him, if I should not eat her up quick, as Candal the Lydian king did his wife, whom he ravened and devoured. You are very stout, says Pantagruel, and courageous. Hercules himself durst hardly adventure to scuffle with you in this your raging fury. Nor is it strange, for the Jan is worth 2, and 2 in fight against Hercules are too strong. Am I a Jan? Quoth Panurge. No, no, answered Pantagruel. My mind was only running upon the lurch and trick-track. Thereafter did he hit, at the third opening of the book, upon this verse. Foeminio prieti iti spoliorum artabat amore. After the spoil and pillage, as in fire. He burnt with a strong feminine desire. This portendeth, quoth Pantagruel, that she will steal your goods, and rob you. Hence this, according to these 3 drawn lots, will be your future destiny. I clearly see it, you will be a cuckold, you will be beaten, and you will be robbed. Nay, it is quite otherwise, quoth Panurge. For it is certain that this verse presageth that she will love me with a perfect liking. Nor did the satir-writing poet lie in proof hereof, when he affirmed that a woman, burning with extreme affection, takes sometimes pleasure to steal from her sweetheart. And what, I pray you? A glove, a point, or some such trifling toy of no importance, to make him keep a gentle kind of stirring in the research and quest thereof. In like manner, these small scolding debates and petty brabbling contentions, which frequently we see spring up and for a certain space boil very hot betwixt a couple of high-spirited lovers, are nothing else but recreative diversions for their refreshment, spurs to and incentives of a more fervent amity than ever. As, for example, we do sometimes see cutlers with hammers maul their finest whetstones, therewith to sharpen their iron tools the better. And therefore do I think that these 3 lots make much for my advantage. Which, if not, I from their sentence totally appeal. There is no appellation, quoth Pantagruel, from the decrees of fate or destiny, of lot or chance, as is recorded by our ancient lawyers, witness Baldus, lib ultimate cap de leg. The reason hereof is, fortune doth not acknowledge a superior, to whom an appeal may be made from her or any of her substitutes. And in this case the pupil cannot be restored to his right in full, as openly by the said author is alleged in L. 8 Preter, Paragraph. Ultimate ff de minor. Chapter 3.13. How Pantagruel adviseth Panurge to try the future good or bad luck of his marriage by dreams. Now, seeing we cannot agree together in the manner of expounding or interpreting the sense of the Virgilian lots, let us bend our course another way, and try a new sort of divination. Of what kind? Asked Panurge. Of a good ancient and authentic fashion, answered Pantagruel, it is by dreams. For in dreaming, such circumstances and conditions being thereto adhibited, as are clearly enough described by Hippocrates, in lib. Peri ton enupnion, by Plato, Plotin, Iamblichus, Synesius, Aristotle, Xenophon, Galen, Plutarch, Artemidorus, Daldianus, Herophilus, Q, Calaber, Theocritus, Pliny, Athenaeus, and others, the soul doth oftentimes foresee what is to come. How true this is, you may conceive by a very vulgar and familiar example. As when you see that at such a time as suckling babes, well nourished, fed, and fostered with good milk, sleep soundly and profoundly, the nurses in the interim get leave to sport themselves, and are licentiate to recreate their fancies at what range to them shall seem most fitting and expedient, their presence, sedulity, and attendance on the cradle being, during all that space, held unnecessary. Even just so, when our body is at rest, that the concoction is everywhere accomplished, and that, till it awake, it lacks for nothing, our soul delighteth to disport itself and is well pleased in that frolic to take a review of its native country, which is the heavens, where it receiveth a most notable participation of its first beginning with an imbuement from its divine source, and in contemplation of that infinite and intellectual sphere, whereof the centre is everywhere, and the circumference in no place of the universal world, to wit, God, according to the doctrine of Hermes Trismegistus, to whom no new thing happeneth, whom nothing that is past escapeth, and unto whom all things are alike present. Remarketh not only what is preterite and gone in the inferior course and agitation of sublunary matters, but withal taketh notice what is to come. Then bringing a relation of those future events unto the body of the outward senses and exterior organs, it is divulged abroad unto the hearing of others. Whereupon the owner of that soul deserveth to be termed a vaticinator, or prophet. Nevertheless, the truth is, that the soul is seldom able to report those things in such sincerity as it hath seen them, by reason of the imperfection and frailty of the corporeal senses, which obstruct the effectuating of that office. Even as the moon doth not communicate unto this earth of ours that light which she receiveth from the sun with so much splendor, heat, vigor, purity, and liveliness as it was given her. Hence it is requisite for the better reading, explaining, and unfolding of these somniatory vaticinations and predictions of that nature, that a dexterous, learned, skilful, wise, industrious, expert, rational, and peremptory expounder or interpreter be pitched upon, such a one as by the Greeks is called oneirocrite or oneiropolist. For this cause Heraclitus was wont to say that nothing is by dreams revealed to us, that nothing is by dreams concealed from us, and that only we thereby have a mystical signification and secret evidence of things to come. Either for our own prosperous or unlucky fortune, or for the favorable or disastrous success of another. The sacred scriptures testify no less, and profane histories assure us of it, in both which are exposed to our view 1,000 several kinds of strange adventures, which have befallen Pat according to the nature of the dream. And that as well to the party dreamer as to others. The Atlantic people, and those that inhabit the land of Thasos, one of the Cyclades, are of this grand commodity deprived, for in their countries none yet ever dreamed. Of this sort, were Cleon of Daulia, Thrasymedes, and in our days the learned Frenchman Villanovanus, neither of all which knew what dreaming was. Fail not therefore tomorrow, when the jolly and fair Aurora with her rosy fingers draweth aside the curtains of the night to drive away the sable shades of darkness, to bend your spirits wholly to the task of sleeping sound. And thereto apply yourself. In the meanwhile you must denude your mind of every human passion or affection, such as are love and hatred, fear and hope, for as of old the great vaticinator, most famous and renowned prophet Proteus, was not able in his disguise or transformation into fire, water, a tiger, a dragon, and other such like uncouth shapes and visors, to presage anything that was to come till he was restored to his own first natural and kindly form. Just so doth man. For, at his reception of the art of divination and faculty of prognosticating future things, that part in him which is the most divine, to wit, the nous, or mens, must be calm, peaceable, untroubled, quiet, still, hushed, and not embusied or distracted with foreign, soul-disturbing perturbations. I am content, quoth Panurge. But, I pray you, sir, must I this evening, ere I go to bed, eat much or little? I do not ask this without cause. For if I sup not well, large, round, and amply, my sleeping is not worth a forked turnip. All the night long I then but doze and rave, and in my slumbering fits talk idle nonsense, my thoughts being in a dull brown study, and as deep in their dumps as is my belly hollow. Not to sup, answered Pantagruel, were best for you, considering the state of your complexion and healthy constitution of your body. A certain very ancient prophet, named Amphiaraus, wished such as had a mind by dreams to be imbued with any oracle, for 24 hours to taste no victuals, and to abstain from wine 3 days together. Yet shall not you be put to such a sharp, hard, rigorous, and extreme sparing diet. I am truly right apt to believe that a man whose stomach is replete with various cheer, and in a manner surfeited with drinking, is hardly able to conceive aright of spiritual things. Yet am not I of the opinion of those who, after long and pertinacious fastings, think by such means to enter more profoundly into the speculation of celestial mysteries. You may very well remember how my father Gargantua, whom here for honour's sake I name, hath often told us that the writings of abstinent, abstemious, and long-fasting hermits were every whit as saltless, dry, jejune, And insipid as were their bodies when they did compose them. It is a most difficult thing for the spirits to be in a good plight, serene and lively, when there is nothing in the body but a kind of voidness and inanity. Seeing the philosophers with the physicians jointly affirm that the spirits which are styled animal spring from, and have their constant practice in and through the arterial blood, refined and purified to the life within the admirable net which, wonderfully framed, lieth under the ventricles and tunnels of the brain. He gave us also the example of the philosopher who, when he thought most seriously to have withdrawn himself unto a solitary privacy, far from the rustling clutterments of the tumultuous and confused world, the better to improve his theory, to contrive, comment, and ratiocinate, was, notwithstanding his uttermost endeavours to free himself from all untoward noises, surrounded and environed about so with the barking of curs, bawling of mastiffs, bleating of sheep, prating of parrots, tattling of jackdaws, grunting of swine, gurning of boars, yelping of foxes, mewing of cats, cheeping of mice, squeaking of weasels, croaking of frogs, crowing of cocks, cackling of hens, calling of partridges, chanting of swans, chattering of jays, peeping of chickens, singing of larks, creaking of geese, chirping of swallows, clucking of moorfowls, cucking of cuckoos, bumbling of bees, ramage of hawks, chirming of linnets, croaking of ravens, screeching of owls, wicking of pigs, gushing of hogs, curring of pigeons, grumbling of cushat doves, howling of panthers, kirkling of quails, chirping of sparrows, crackling of crows, nuzzing of camels, weening of whelps, buzzing of dromedaries, mumbling of rabbits, cricking of ferrets, humming of wasps, miling of tigers, bruzzing of bears, sousing of kitlings, clamoring of scarfs, whimpering of foolmarts, booing of buffaloes, warbling of nightingales, quavering of mavises, drintling of turkeys, coniating of storks, frantling of peacocks, clattering of magpies, murmuring of stock doves, crowding of cormorants, sigling of locusts, charming of beagles, gooring of puppies, snarling of mesons, rantling of rats, garrioting of apes, snuttering of monkeys, pialing of pelicans, quacking of ducks, yelling of wolves, roaring of lions, neighing of horses, crying of elephants, hissing of serpents, and wailing of turtles. That he was much more troubled than if he had been in the middle of the crowd at the fair of Fontenay or Niort. Just so is it with those who are tormented with the grievous pangs of hunger. The stomach begins to gnaw, and bark, as it were, the eyes to look dim, and the veins, by greedily sucking some refection to themselves from the proper substance of all the members of a fleshy consistence, violently pull down and draw back that vagrant, roaming spirit, careless and neglecting of his nurse and natural host, which is the body. As when a hawk upon the fist, willing to take her flight by a soaring aloft in the open spacious air, is on a sudden drawn back by a leash tied to her feet. To this purpose also did he allege unto us the authority of Homer, the father of all philosophy, who said that the Grecians did not put an end to their mournful mood for the death of Patroclus, the most intimate friend of Achilles, till hunger in a rage declared herself, and their bellies protested to furnish no more tears unto their grief. For from bodies emptied and macerated by long fasting there could not be such supply of moisture and brackish drops as might be proper on that occasion. Mediocrity at all times is commendable, nor in this case are you to abandon it. You may take a little supper, but thereat must you not eat of a hare, nor of any other flesh. You are likewise to abstain from beans, from the preek, by some called the polyp, as also from coleworts, cabbage, and all other such like windy victuals, which may endanger the troubling of your brains and the dimming or casting a kind of mist over your animal spirits. For, as a looking-glass cannot exhibit the semblance or representation of the object set before it, and exposed to have its image to the life expressed, if that the polished sleekness thereof be darkened by gross breathings, dampish vapors, and foggy, thick, infectious exhalations, even so the fancy cannot well receive the impression of the likeness of those things which divination doth afford by dreams. If any way the body be annoyed or troubled with the fumish steam of meat which it had taken in a while before, because betwixt these two there still hath been a mutual sympathy and fellow-feeling of an indissolubly knit affection. You shall eat good Eusebian and bergamot pears, one apple of the short-shank pippin kind, a parcel of the little plums of Tours, and some few cherries of the growth of my orchard. Nor shall you need to fear that thereupon will ensue doubtful dreams, fallacious, uncertain, and not to be trusted to, as by some peripatetic philosophers hath been related. For that, say they, men do more copiously in the season of harvest feed on fruitages than at any other time. The same is mystically taught us by the ancient prophets and poets, who allege that all vain and deceitful dreams lie hid and in covert under the leaves which are spread on the ground, by reason that the leaves fall from the trees in the autumnal quarter. For the natural fervour which, abounding in ripe, fresh, recent fruits, cometh by the quickness of its ebullition to be with ease evaporated into the animal parts of the dreaming person, the experiment is obvious in most, is a pretty while before it be expired, dissolved, and evanished. As for your drink, you are to have it of the fair, pure water of my fountain. The condition, quoth Panurge, is very hard. Nevertheless, cost what price it will, or whatsoever come of it, I heartily condescend thereto. Protesting that I shall tomorrow break my fast betimes after my somniatory exercitations. Furthermore, I recommend myself to Homer's 2 gates, to Morpheus, to Isolin, to Phantasis, and unto Phobter. If they in this my great need succor me and grant me that assistance which is fitting, I will in honor of them all erect a jolly, genteel altar, composed of the softest down. If I were now in Laconia, in the temple of Juno, betwixt Odal and Thalamis, she suddenly would disentangle my perplexity, resolve me of my doubts, and cheer me up with fair and jovial dreams in a deep sleep. Then did he say thus unto Pantagruel, Sir, were it not expedient for my purpose to put a branch or 2 of curious laurel betwixt the quilt and bolster of my bed, under the pillow on which my head must lean? There is no need at all of that, quoth Pantagruel. For, besides that it is a thing very superstitious, the cheat thereof hath been at large discovered unto us in the writings of Serapion, Ascalonites, Antiphon, Philochorus, Artemon, and Fulgentius Planciades. I could say as much to you of the left shoulder of a crocodile, as also of a chameleon, without prejudice be it spoken to the credit which is due to the opinion of old Democritus. And likewise of the stone of the Bactrians, called Eumetrides, and of the Ammonian horn. For so by the Ethiopians is termed a certain precious stone, colored like gold, and in the fashion, shape, form, and proportion of a ram's horn. As the horn of Jupiter Ammon is reported to have been, they over and above assuredly affirming that the dreams of those who carry it about them are no less veritable and infallible than the truth of the divine oracles. Nor is this much unlike to what Homer and Virgil wrote of these 2 gates of sleep, to which you have been pleased to recommend the management of what you have in hand. The one is of ivory, which letteth in confused, doubtful, and uncertain dreams. For through ivory, how small and slender soever it be, we can see nothing, the density, opacity, and close compactedness of its material parts hindering the penetration of the visual rays and the reception of the specieses of such things as are visible. The other is of horn, at which an entry is made to sure and certain dreams, even as through horn, by reason of the diaphanous splendor and bright transparency thereof, the species of all objects of the sight distinctly pass. And so without confusion appear, that they are clearly seen. Your meaning is, and you would thereby infer, quoth Friar John, that the dreams of all horned cuckolds, of which number Panurge, by the help of God and his future wife, is without controversy to be one, are always true and infallible. Chapter 3.14. Panurge's dream, with the interpretation thereof. At 7 o'clock of the next following morning Panurge did not fail to present himself before Pantagruel, in whose chamber were at that time Epistemon, Friar John of the Funnels, Ponocrates, Eudaemon, Carpelin, and others, to whom, at the entry of Panurge, Pantagruel said, Lo! Here cometh our dreamer. That word, quoth Epistemon, in ancient times cost very much, and was dearly sold to the children of Jacob. Then said Panurge, I have been plunged into my dump so deeply, as if I had been lodged with Gaffer Nodicap. Dreamed indeed I have, and that right lustily. But I could take along with me no more thereof that I did goodly understand save only that I in my vision had a pretty, fair, young, gallant, handsome woman, who no less lovingly and kindly treated and entertained me, hugged, cherished, cockered, dandled, and made much of me, as if I had been another neat dilly-darling minion, like Adonis. Never was man more glad than I was then, my joy at that time was incomparable. She flattered me, tickled me, stroked me, groped me, frizzled me, curled me, kissed me, embraced me, laid her hands about my neck, and now and then made jestingly pretty little horns above my forehead. I told her in the like disport, as I did play the fool with her, that she should rather place and fix them in a little below mine eyes, that I might see the better what I should stick it with them. For, being so situated, Momus then would find no fault therewith, as he did once with the position of the horns of bulls. The wanton, toying girl, notwithstanding any remonstrance of mine to the contrary, did always drive and thrust them further in. Yet thereby, which to me seemed wonderful, she did not do me any hurt at all. A little after, though I know not how, I thought I was transformed into a tabor, and she into a chough. My sleeping there being interrupted, I awaked in a start, angry, displeased, perplexed, chafing, and very wroth. There have you a large platterful of dreams, make thereupon good cheer, and, if you please, spare not to interpret them according to the understanding which you may have in them. Come, Carpelin, let us to breakfast. To my sense and meaning, quoth Pantagruel, if I have skill or knowledge in the art of divination by dreams, your wife will not really, and to the outward appearance of the world, plant or set horns, and stick them fast in your forehead, after a visible manner, as satyrs used to wear and carry them. But she will be so far from preserving herself loyal in the discharge and observance of a conjugal duty, that, on the contrary, she will violate her plighted faith, break her marriage oath, infringe all matrimonial ties, prostitute her body to the dalliance of other men, and so make you a cuckold. This point is clearly and manifestly explained and expounded by Artemidorus just as I have related it. Nor will there be any metamorphosis or transmutation made of you into a drum or tabor, but you will surely be as soundly beaten as ever was tabor at a merry wedding. Nor yet will she be changed into a chough, but will steal from you, chiefly in the night, as is the nature of that thievish bird. Hereby may you perceive your dreams to be in every jot conform and agreeable to the Virgilian lots. A cuckold you will be, beaten and robbed. Then cried out Father John with a loud voice, he tells the truth, upon my conscience, thou wilt be a cuckold, an honest one, I warrant thee. Oh, the brave horns that will be borne by thee! Ha, ha, ha! Our good Master de Cornubus! God save thee, and shield thee! Wilt thou be pleased to preach but 2 words of a sermon to us, and I will go through the parish church to gather up alms for the poor. You are, quoth Panurge, very far mistaken in your interpretation, for the matter is quite contrary to your sense thereof. My dream presageth that I shall by marriage be stored with plenty of all manner of goods, the hornifying of me showing that I will possess a cornucopia, that Amalthean horn which is called the horn of abundance. Whereof the fruition did still portend the wealth of the enjoyer. You possibly will say that they are rather like to be satyrs' horns, for you of these did make some mention. Amen, amen, fiat, fiater, ad different I am papi. Thus shall I have my touch her home still ready. My staff of love, sempiternally in a good case, will, satyr-like, be never toiled out, a thing which all men wish for, and send up their prayers to that purpose, but such a thing as nevertheless is granted but to a few. Hence doth it follow by a consequence as clear as the sunbeams that I will never be in the danger of being made a cuckold, for the defect hereof is causa sine qua non, yea, the sole cause, as many think, of making husbands cuckolds. What makes poor scoundrel rogues to beg, I pray you? Is it not because they have not enough at home wherewith to fill their bellies and their pokes? What is it makes the wolves to leave the woods? Is it not the want of flesh meat? What mocketh women whores? You understand me well enough. And herein may I very well submit my opinion to the judgment of learned lawyers, presidents, counselors, advocates, procurers, attorneys, and other glossers and commentators on the venerable rubric, De Frigidis et Maleficiatis. You are, in truth, sir, as it seems to me, excuse my boldness if I have transgressed, in a most palpable and absurd error to attribute my horns to cuckoldry. Diana wears them on her head after the manner of a crescent. Is she a cuckold for that? How the devil can she be cuckolded who never yet was married? Speak somewhat more correctly, I beseech you, lest she, being offended, furnish you with a pair of horns sharpened by the pattern of those which she made for Actaeon. The goodly Bacchus also carries horns, Pan, Jupiter Ammon, with a great many others. Are they all cuckolds? If Jove be a cuckold, Juno is a whore. This follows by the figure metalepsis, as to call a child, in the presence of his father and mother, a bastard, or whore's son, is tacitly and underboard no less than if he had said openly the father is a cuckold and his wife a punk. Let our discourse come nearer to the purpose. The horns that my wife did make me are horns of abundance, planted and grafted in my head for the increase and shooting up of all good things. This will I affirm for truth, upon my word, and pawn my faith and credit both upon it. As for the rest, I will be no less joyful, frolic, glad, cheerful, merry, jolly, and gamesome, than a well-bended tabor in the hands of a good drummer at a nuptial feast, still making a noise, still rolling, still buzzing and cracking. Believe me, sir, in that consisteth none of my least good fortunes. And my wife will be jocund, feat, compt, neat, quaint, dainty, trim, tricked up, brisk, smirk, and smug, even as a pretty little Cornish chuff. Who will not believe this, let hell or the gallows be the burden of his Christmas carol. I remark, quoth Pantagruel, the last point or particle which you did speak of, and, having seriously conferred it with the first, find that at the beginning you were delighted with the sweetness of your dream. But in the end and final closure of it you startlingly awaked, and on a sudden were forthwith vexed in choler and annoyed. Yea, quoth Panurge, the reason of that was because I had fasted too long. Flatter not yourself, quoth Pantagruel. All will go to ruin. Know for a certain truth, that every sleep that in death with a starting, and leaves the person irksome, grieved, and fretting, doth either signify a present evil, or otherwise presageth and portendeth a future imminent mishap. To signify an evil, that is to say, to show some sickness hardly curable, a kind of pestilentious or malignant boil, botch, or sore, lying and lurking hid, occult and latent within the very centre of the body. Which many times doth by the means of sleep, whose nature is to reinforce and strengthen the faculty in virtue of concoction, being according to the theorems of physic to declare itself, and moves toward the outward superficies. At this sad stirring is the sleeper's rest and ease disturbed and broken, whereof the first feeling and stinging smart admonisheth that he must patiently endure great pain and trouble, and thereunto provide some remedy. As when we say proverbially, to incense hornets, to move a stinking puddle, and to awake a sleeping lion, instead of these more usual expressions, and of a more familiar and plain meaning, to provoke angry persons. To make a thing the worse by meddling with it, and to irritate a testy choleric man when he is at quiet. On the other part, to presage or foretell an evil, especially in what concerneth the exploits of the soul in matter of somnial divinations, is as much to say as that it giveth us to understand that some dismal fortune or mischance is destinated and prepared for us, which shortly will not fail to come to pass. A clear and evident example hereof is to be found in the dream and dreadful awaking of Hecuba, as likewise in that of Eurydice, the wife of Orpheus, neither of which was, no, sooner finished, saith Ennius. But that incontinently thereafter they awaked in a start, and were affrighted horribly. Thereupon these accidents ensued, Hecuba had her husband Priamus, together with her children, slain before her eyes, and saw then the destruction of her country, and Eurydice died speedily thereafter in a most miserable manner. Aeneas, dreaming that he spoke to Hector a little after his decease, did on a sudden in a great start awake, and was afraid. Now hereupon did follow this event, Troy that same night was spoiled, sacked, and burnt. At another time the same Aeneas dreaming that he saw his familiar geniuses and Penates, in a ghastly fright and astonishment awaked, of which terror and amazement the issue was, that the very next day subsequent, by a most horrible tempest on the sea, he was like to have perished and been cast away. Moreover, Turnus being prompted, instigated, and stirred up by the fantastic vision of an infernal fury to enter into a bloody war against Aeneas, awaked in a start much troubled and disquieted in spirit. In sequel whereof, after many notable and famous routs, defeats, and discomfitures in open field, he came at last to be killed in a single combat by the said Aeneas. 1,000 other instances I could afford, if it were needful, of this matter. Whilst I relate these stories of Aeneas, remark the saying of Fabius Pictor, who faithfully averred that nothing had at any time befallen unto, was done, or enterprised by him, whereof he prelibly had not notice, and beforehand foreseen it to the full, by sure predictions altogether founded on the oracles of somnial divination. To this there is no want of pregnant reasons, no more than of examples. For if repose and rest in sleeping be a special gift and favour of the gods, as is maintained by the philosophers, and by the poet attested in these lines, then sleep, that heavenly gift, came to refresh of human labourers the wearied flesh. Such a gift or benefit can never finish or terminate in wrath and indignation without portending some unlucky fate and most disastrous fortune to ensue. Otherwise it were a molestation, and not an ease, a scourge, and not a gift. At least, not, proceeding from the gods above, but from the infernal devils our enemies, according to the common vulgar saying. Suppose the lord, father, or master of a family, sitting at a very sumptuous dinner, furnished with all manner of good cheer, and having at his entry to the table his appetite sharp set upon his victuals, whereof there was great plenty, should be seen rise in a start, and on a sudden fling out of his chair, abandoning his meat, fright, appalled, and in a horrid terror, who should not know the cause hereof would wonder, and be astonished exceedingly. But what? He heard his male servants cry, "Fire, fire, fire, fire." His serving maids and women yell, "Stop thief, stop thief." And all his children shout as loud as ever they could, "Murder, oh murder, murder." Then was it not high time for him to leave his banqueting, for application of a remedy in haste, and to give speedy order for succouring of his distressed household? Truly I remember that the Kabbalists and Masoretes, interpreters of the sacred scriptures, in treating how with verity one might judge of evangelical apparitions, because oftentimes the angel of Satan is disguised and transfigured into an angel of light, said that the difference of these two mainly did consist in this: the favourable and comforting angel useth in his appearing unto man at first to terrify and hugely affright him, but in the end he bringeth consolation. Leaveth the person who hath seen him joyful, well pleased, fully content, and satisfied. On the other side, the angel of perdition, that wicked, devilish, and malignant spirit, at his appearance unto any person in the beginning cheereth up the heart of his beholder, but at last forsakes him, and leaves him troubled, angry, and perplexed. Chapter 3.15. Panurge's excuse and exposition of the monastic mystery concerning powdered beef. The Lord save those who see, and do not hear. Quoth Panurge, I see you well enough, but know not what it is that you have said. The hunger-starved belly wanteth ears. For lack of victuals, before God, I roar, bray, yell, and fume as in a furious madness. I have performed too hard a task today, an extraordinary work indeed. He shall be craftier, and do far greater wonders than ever did Mr. Mush, who shall be able any more this year to bring me on the stage of preparation for a dreaming verdict. Fie! Not to sup at all, that is the devil. Pox take that fashion. Come, Friar John, let us go break our fast. For, if I hit on such a round refection in the morning as will serve thoroughly to fill the mill-hopper and hog's hide of my stomach, and furnish it with meat and drink sufficient, then at a pinch, as in the case of some extreme necessity which presseth, I could make a shift that day to forbear dining. But not to sup. A plague wrought that base custom, which is an error offensive to nature. That lady made the day for exercise, to travel, work, wait on and labour in each his negotiation and employment. And that we may with the more fervency and ardour prosecute our business, she sets before us a clear burning candle, to wit, the sun's resplendency. And at night, when she begins to take the light from us, she thereby tacitly implies no less than if she would have spoken thus unto us: My lads and lasses, all of you are good and honest folks, you have wrought well today. Toiled and turmoiled enough, the night approacheth, therefore cast off these moiling cares of yours, desist from all your swinking painful labors, and set your minds how to refresh your bodies in the renewing of their vigor with good bread, choice wine, and store of wholesome meats. Then may you take some sport and recreation, and after that lie down and rest yourselves, that you may strongly, nimbly, lustily, and with the more alacrity tomorrow attend on your affairs as formerly. Falconers, in like manner, when they have fed their hawks, will not suffer them to fly on a full gorge, but let them on a perch abide a little, that they may rouse, bait, tower, and soar the better. That good Pope who was the first institutor of fasting understood this well enough, for he ordained that our fast should reach but to the hour of noon. All the remainder of that day was at our disposure, freely to eat and feed at any time thereof. In ancient times there were but few that dined, as you would say, some churchmen, monks and canons, for they have little other occupation. Each day is a festival unto them, who diligently heed the claustral proverb, de missa ad mensam. They do not use to linger and defer their sitting down and placing of themselves at table, only so long as they have a mind in waiting for the coming of the abbot, so they fell to without ceremony, terms, or conditions. And everybody supped, unless it were some vain, conceited, dreaming dotard. Hence was a supper called coena, which showeth that it is common to all sorts of people. Thou knowest it well, Friar John. Come, let us go, my dear friend, in the name of all the devils of the infernal regions, let us go. The gnawings of my stomach in this rage of hunger are so tearing, that they make it bark like a mastiff. Let us throw some bread and beef into his throat to pacify him, as once the Sibyl did to Cerberus. Thou likest best monastical brews, the prime, the flower of the pot. I am for the solid, principal verb that comes after, the good brown loaf, always accompanied with a round slice of the 9-lecture powdered laborer. I know thy meaning, answered Friar John, this metaphor is extracted out of the claustral kettle. The laborer is the ox that hath wrought and done the labor, after the fashion of 9 lectures, that is to say, most exquisitely well and thoroughly boiled. These holy religious fathers, by a certain cabalistic institution of the ancients, not written, but carefully by tradition conveyed from hand to hand, rising betimes to go to morning prayers, were wont to flourish that their matutinal devotion with some certain notable preambles before their entry into the church, viz. They dunged in the dungeries, pissed in the pissaries, spit in the spitteries, melodiously coughed in the cuffereries, and doted in their dotaries, that to the divine service they might not bring anything that was unclean or foul. These things thus done, they very zealously made their repair to the holy chapel, for so was in their canting language termed the convent kitchen, where they with no small earnestness had care that the beef pot should be put on the crook for the breakfast of the religious brothers of our Lord and Saviour. And the fire they would kindle under the pot themselves. Now, the matins consisting of 9 lessons, it was so incumbent on them, that must have risen the rather for the more expedite dispatching of them all. The sooner that they rose, the sharper was their appetite and the barkings of their stomachs, and the gnawings increased in the like proportion. And consequently made these godly men thrice more a-hungered and athirst than when their matins were hemmed over only with 3 lessons. The more betimes they rose, by the said cabal, the sooner was the beef pot put on, the longer that the beef was on the fire, the better it was boiled, the more it boiled, it was the tenderer. The tenderer that it was, the less it troubled the teeth, delighted more the palate, less charged the stomach, and nourished our good religious men the more substantially. Which is the only end and prime intention of the first founders, as appears by this, that they eat not to live, but live to eat, and in this world have nothing but their life. Let us go, Panurge. Now have I understood thee, quoth Panurge, my plush-cod friar, my caballine and claustral Bacbuc. I freely quit the costs, interest, and charges, seeing you have so egregiously commented upon the most especial chapter of the culinary and monastic cabal. Come along, my carpelin, and you, Friar John, my leather dresser. Good morrow to you all, my good lords, I have dreamed too much to have so little. Let us go. Panurge had no sooner done speaking than Epistemon with a loud voice said these words, It is a very ordinary and common thing amongst men to conceive, foresee, know, and presage the misfortune, bad luck, or disaster of another. But to have the understanding, providence, knowledge, and prediction of a man's own mishap is very scarce and rare to be found anywhere. This is exceeding judiciously and prudently deciphered by Aesop in his Apologues, who there affirmeth that every man in the world carrieth about his neck a wallet, in the forebag whereof were contained the faults and mischances of others always exposed to his view and knowledge. And in the other script thereof, which hangs behind, are kept the bearer's proper transgressions and inauspicious adventures, at no time seen by him, nor thought upon, unless he be a person that hath a favourable aspect from the heavens. Chapter 3.16. How Pantagruel adviseth Panurge to consult with the Sibyl of Panzoust. A little while thereafter Pantagruel sent for Panurge and said unto him, The affection which I bear you being now inveterate and settled in my mind by a long continuance of time, prompteth me to the serious consideration of your welfare and profit. In order whereto, remark what I have thought thereon. It hath been told me that at Panzoust, near Crowley, dwelleth a very famous Sibyl, who is endowed with the skill of foretelling all things to come. Take Epistemon in your company, repair towards her, and hear what she will say unto you. She is possibly, quoth Epistemon, some Canidia, Sagana, or Pythonissa, either whereof with us is vulgarly called a witch, I being the more easily induced to give credit to the truth of this character of her. That the place of her abode is vilely stained with the abominable repute of abounding more with sorcerers and witches than ever did the plains of Thessaly. I should not, to my thinking, go thither willingly, for that it seems to me a thing unwarrantable, and altogether forbidden in the law of Moses. We are not Jews, quoth Pantagruel, nor is it a matter judiciously confessed by her, nor authentically proved by others that she is a witch. Let us for the present suspend our judgment, and defer till after your return from thence the sifting and garbling of those niceties. Do we know but that she may be an 11th Sibyl or a second Cassandra? But although she were neither, and she did not merit the name or title of any of these renowned prophetesses, what hazard, in the name of God? Do you run by offering to talk and confer with her of the instant perplexity and perturbation of your thoughts? Seeing especially, and which is most of all, she is, in the estimation of those that are acquainted with her, held to know more, and to be of a deeper reach of understanding than is either customary to the country wherein she liveth or to the sex whereof she is. What hindrance, hurt, or harm doth the laudable desire of knowledge bring to any man, were it from a sot, a pot, a fool, a stool, a winter mitten, a truckle for a pulley, the lid of a goldsmith's crucible, an oil bottle, or old slipper? You may remember to have read, or heard at least, that Alexander the Great, immediately after his having obtained a glorious victory over the king Darius in Arbela, refused, in the presence of the splendid and illustrious courtiers that were about him, to give audience to a poor certain despicable-like fellow, who through the solicitations and mediation of some of his royal attendants was admitted humbly to beg that grace and favour of him. But sore did he repent, although in vain, 1,010,000 times thereafter, the surly state which he then took upon him to the denial of so just a suit, the grant whereof would have been worth unto him the value of a brace of potent cities. He was indeed victorious in Persia, but withal so far distant from Macedonia, his hereditary kingdom, that the joy of the one did not expel the extreme grief which through occasion of the other he had inwardly conceived. For, not being able with all his power to find or invent a convenient mean and expedient how to get or come by the certainty of any news from thence, both by reason of the huge remoteness of the places from one to another, as also because of the impetitive interposition of many great rivers, the interjacent obstacle of divers wild deserts, and obstructive interjection of sundry almost inaccessible mountains. Whilst he was in this sad quandary and solicitous pensiveness, which, you may suppose, could not be of a small vexation to him, considering that it was a matter of no great difficulty to run over his whole native soil, possess his country, seize on his kingdom, install a new king in the throne, and plant thereon foreign colonies, long before he could come to have any advertisement of it, for obviating the jeopardy of so dreadful inconveniency, and putting a fit remedy thereto. A certain Sidonian merchant of a low stature but high fancy, very poor in show, and to the outward appearance of little or no account, having presented himself before him, went about to affirm and declare that he had excogitated and hit upon a ready mean and way by the which those of his territories at home should come to the certain notice of his Indian victories, and himself be perfectly informed of the state and condition of Egypt and Macedonia within less than 5 days. Whereupon the said Alexander, plunged into a sullen animadvertency of mind, through his rash opinion of the improbability of performing a so strange and impossible-like undertaking, dismissed the merchant without giving ear to what he had to say, and vilified him. What could it have cost him to hearken unto what the honest man had invented and contrived for his good? What detriment, annoyance, damage, or loss could he have undergone to listen to the discovery of that secret which the good fellow would have most willingly revealed unto him? Nature, I am persuaded, did not without a cause frame our ears open, putting thereto no gate at all, nor shutting them up with any manner of enclosures, as she hath done unto the tongue, the eyes, and other such outjetting parts of the body. The cause, as I imagine, is to the end that every day and every night, and that continually, we may be ready to hear, and by a perpetual hearing apt to learn. For, of all the senses, it is the fittest for the reception of the knowledge of arts, sciences, and disciplines, and it may be that man was an angel, that is to say, a messenger sent from God, as Raphael was to Tobit. Too suddenly did he contemn, despise, and misregard him, but too long thereafter, by an untimely and too late repentance, did he do penance for it. You say very well, answered Epistemon, yet shall you never for all that induce me to believe that it can tend any way to the advantage or commodity of a man to take advice and counsel of a woman, namely, of such a woman, and the woman of such a country. Truly I have found, quoth Panurge, a great deal of good in the counsel of women, chiefly in that of the old wives amongst them, for every time I consult with them I readily get a stool or two extraordinary, to the great solace of my Bacbuc passage. They are as sleuth-hounds in the infallibility of their scent, and in their sayings no less sententious than the rubrics of the law. Therefore in my conceit it is not an improper kind of speech to call them sage or wise women. In confirmation of which opinion of mine, the customary style of my language alloweth them the denomination of presage women. The epithet of sage is due unto them because they are surpassing dexterous in the knowledge of most things. And I give them the title of presage, for that they divinely foresee and certainly foretell future contingencies and events of things to come. Sometimes I call them not monettes, but monettes, from their wholesome monitions. Whether it be so, ask Pythagoras, Socrates, Empedocles, and our master Ortuanus. I furthermore praise and commend above the skies the ancient memorable institution of the pristine Germans, who ordained the responses and documents of old women to be highly extolled, most cordially reverenced, and prized at a rate in nothing inferior to the weight, test, and standard of the sanctuary. And as they were respectfully prudent in receiving of these sound advices, so by honoring and following them did they prove no less fortunate in the happy success of all their endeavors. Witness the old wife Oronea, and the good mother Veld, in the days of Vespasian. You need not any way doubt but that feminine old age is always fructifying in qualities sublime, I would have said Sibylline. Let us go, by the help, let us go, by the virtue of God, let us go. Farewell, Friar John, I recommend the care of my codpiece to you. Well, quoth Epistemon, I will follow you, with this protestation nevertheless, that if I happen to get a sure information, or otherwise find that she doth use any kind of charm or enchantment in her responses, it may not be imputed to me for a blame to leave you at the gate of her house, without accompanying you any further in. Chapter 3.17. How Panurge spoke to the Sibyl of Panzoust. Their voyage was 3 days' journeying. On the third whereof was shown unto them the house of the vaticinatress standing on the nap or top of a hill, under a large and spacious walnut tree. Without great difficulty they entered into that straw-thatched cottage, scurvily built, naughtily movable, and all besmoked. It matters not, quoth Epistemon. Heraclitus, the grand scotist and tenebrous darksome philosopher, was nothing astonished at his introit into such a coarse and paltry habitation. For he did usually show forth unto his sectators and disciples that the gods made as cheerfully their residence in these mean homely mansions as in sumptuous magnific palaces, replenished with all manner of delight, pomp, and pleasure. I withal do really believe that the dwelling place of the so famous and renowned Hecate was just such another petty cell as this is, when she made a feast therein to the valiant Theseus. And that of no other better structure was the cot or cabin of Hieros, or Enopion, wherein Jupiter, Neptune, and Mercury were not ashamed, all three together, to harbour and sojourn a whole night, and there to take a full and hearty repast. For the payment of the shot they thankfully pissed Orion. They finding the ancient woman at a corner of her own chimney, Epistemon said, "She is indeed a true Sibyl, and the lively portrait of one represented by the grey Kamennoi of Homer." The old hag was in a pitiful bad plight and condition in matter of the outward state and complexion of her body, the ragged and tattered equipage of her person in the point of accoutrement, and beggarly poor provision of fare for her diet and entertainment. For she was ill apparelled, worse nourished, toothless, blear-eyed, crook-shouldered, snotty, her nose still dropping, and herself still drooping, faint, and pithless. Whilst in this woefully wretched case she was making ready for her dinner porridge of wrinkled green coleworts, with a bit skin of yellow bacon, mixed with a twice before cooked sort of waterish, unsavoury broth, extracted out of bare and hollow bones. Epistemon said, "By the cross of a groat, we are to blame, nor shall we get from her any response at all, for we have not brought along with us the branch of gold." "I have," quoth Panurge, "provided pretty well for that, for here I have it within my bag, in the substance of a gold ring, accompanied with some fair pieces of small money." No sooner were these words spoken, when Panurge coming up towards her, after the ceremonial performance of a profound and humble salutation, presented her with 6 neats' tongues dried in the smoke, a great butterpot full of fresh cheese, a barracchio furnished with good beverage, and a ram's cod stored with single pence, newly coined. At last he, with a low courtesy, put on her medical finger a pretty handsome golden ring, whereinto was right artificially enchased a precious toadstone of Bos. This done, in few words and very succinctly, did he set open and expose unto her the motive reason of his coming, most civilly and courteously entreating her that she might be pleased to vouchsafe to give him an ample and plenary intelligence concerning the future good luck of his intended marriage. The old trot for a while remained silent, pensive, and grinning like a dog. Then, after she had set her withered breech upon the bottom of a bushel, she took into her hands 3 old spindles, which when she had turned and whirled betwixt her fingers very diversely and after several fashions, she pried more narrowly into, by the trial of their points, the sharpest whereof she retained in her hand, and threw the other 2 under a stone trough. After this she took a pair of yarn windles, which she 9 times unintermittedly veered and frisked about. Then at the 9th revolution return, without touching them any more, maturely perpending the manner of their motion, she very demurely waited on their repose and cessation from any further stirring. In sequel whereof she pulled off one of her wooden pattens, put her apron over her head, as a priest uses to do his amice when he is going to sing mass, and with a kind of antique, gaudy, party-coloured string knitted under her neck. Being thus covered and muffled, she whiffed off a lusty good draught out of the barracchio, took 3 several pence forth of the ramcod fob, put them into so many walnut shells, which she set down upon the bottom of a feather pot, and then, after she had given them 3 whisks of a broom besom athwart the chimney, casting into the fire half a bavin of long heather, together with a branch of dry laurel, she observed with a very hush and coy silence in what form they did burn, and saw that, although they were in a flame, they made no kind of noise or crackling din. Hereupon she gave a most hideous and horribly dreadful shout, muttering betwixt her teeth some few barbarous words of a strange termination. This so terrified Panurge that he forthwith said to Epistemon, "The devil mince me into a gallimaufry if I do not tremble for fear. I do not think but that I am now enchanted, for she uttereth not her voice in the terms of any Christian language. Oh look, I pray you, how she seemeth unto me to be by 3 full spans higher than she was when she began to hood herself with her apron." What meaneth this restless wagging of her slouchy chaps? What can be the signification of the uneven shrugging of her hulchy shoulders? To what end doth she quaver with her lips, like a monkey in the dismembering of a lobster? My ears through horror glow, ah! How they tingle! I think I hear the shrieking of Proserpina, the devils are breaking loose to be all here. Oh, the foul, ugly, and deformed beasts! Let us run away. By the hook of God, I am like to die for fear. I do not love the devils. They vex me, and are unpleasant fellows. Now let us fly, and betake us to our heels. Farewell, Gammer, thanks and gramercy for your goods. I will not marry, no, believe me, I will not. I fairly quit my interest therein, and totally abandon and renounce it from this time forward, even as much as at present. With this, as he endeavored to make an escape out of the room, the old crone did anticipate his flight and make him stop. The way how she prevented him was this: whilst in her hand she held the spindle, she flung out to a backyard close by her lodge, where, after she had peeled off the barks of an old sycamore several times, she very summarily, upon 8 leaves which dropped from thence, wrote with the spindle point some curt and briefly couched verses, which she threw into the air, then said unto them, Search after them if you will. Find them if you can, the fatal destinies of your marriage are written in them. No sooner had she done thus speaking than she did withdraw herself unto her lurking hole, where on the upper seat of the porch she tucked up her gown, her coats, and smock, as high as her armpits, and gave them a full inspection of the Nicandro. Which being perceived by Panurge, he said to Epistemon, God's bodikins, I see the Sibyl's hole. She suddenly then bolted the gate behind her, and was never since seen any more. They jointly ran in haste after the fallen and dispersed leaves, and gathered them at last, though not without great labor and toil, for the wind had scattered them amongst the thorn bushes of the valley. When they had ranged them each after other in their due places, they found out their sentence, as it is metrified in this octostic. Thy fame upheld. Properly, as corrected by Ozell. Thy fame will be shelled. By her, I trow. Even so, so. And she with child. Of thee, no. Thy good end. Suck she shall. And flay thee, friend. But not all. Chapter 3.18. How Pantagruel and Panurge did diversely expound the verses of the Sibyl of Panzoust. The leaves being thus collected and orderly disposed, Epistemon and Panurge returned to Pantagruel's court, partly well pleased and other part discontented. Glad for their being come back, and vexed for the trouble they had sustained by the way, which they found to be craggy, rugged, stony, rough, and ill-adjusted. They made an ample and full relation of their voyage unto Pantagruel, as likewise of the estate and condition of the Sibyl. Then, having presented to him the leaves of the sycamore, they show him the short and twaddle verses that were written in them. Pantagruel, having read and considered the whole sum and substance of the matter, fetched from his heart a deep and heavy sigh, then said to Panurge, You are now, forsooth, in a good taking, and have brought your hogs to a fine market. The prophecy of the Sibyl doth explain and lay out before us the same very predictions which have been denoted, foretold, and presaged to us by the decree of the Virgilian lots and the verdict of your own proper dreams, to wit, that you shall be very much disgraced, shamed, and discredited by your wife. For that she will make you a cuckold in prostituting herself to others, being big with child by another than you, will steal from you a great deal of your goods, and will beat you, scratch and bruise you. Even to plucking the skin in a part from off you, will leave the print of her blows in some member of your body. You understand as much, answered Panurge, in the veritable interpretation and expounding of recent prophecies as a sow in the matter of spicery. Be not offended, sir, I beseech you, that I speak thus boldly. For I find myself a little in choler, and that not without cause, seeing it is the contrary that is true. Take heed, and give attentive ear unto my words. The old wife said that, as the bean is not seen till first it be unhusked, and that its swad or hull be shelled and peeled from off it. So is it that my virtue and transcendent worth will never come by the mouth of fame to be blazed abroad proportionable to the height, extent, and measure of the excellency thereof. Until prelably I get a wife and make the full half of a married couple. How many times have I heard you say that the function of a magistrate, or office of dignity, discovereth the merits, parts, and endowments of the person so advanced and promoted, and what is in him. That is to say, we are then best able to judge aright of the deservings of a man when he is called to the management of affairs. For when before he lived in a private condition, we could have no more certain knowledge of him than of a bean within his husk. And thus stands the first article explained. Otherwise, could you imagine that the good fame, repute, and estimation of an honest man should depend upon the tail of a whore? Now to the meaning of the second article. My wife will be with child, here lies the prime felicity of marriage, but not of me. Copsity, that I do believe indeed. It will be of a pretty little infant. Oh, how heartily I shall love it. I do already dote upon it. For it will be my dainty fetal darling, my genteel dilly minion. From thenceforth no vexation, care, or grief shall take such deep impression in my heart, how hugely great or vehement soever it otherwise appear, but that it shall evanish forthwith at the sight of that my future babe. And at the hearing of the chat and prating of its childish gibberish. And blessed be the old wife. By my truly, I have a mind to settle some good revenue or pension upon her out of the readiest increase of the lands of my Salmagondanois. Not an inconstant and uncertain rent seek, like that of witless, giddy-headed bachelors, but sure and fixed, of the nature of the well-paid incomes of regenting doctors. If this interpretation doth not please you, think you my wife will bear me in her flanks, conceive with me, and be of me delivered, as women use in childbed to bring forth their young ones. So as that it may be said, Panurge is a second Bacchus, he hath been twice born. He is reborn, as was Hippolytus, as was Proteus, one time of Thetis, and secondly, of the mother of the philosopher Apollonius, as were the two Pallassae, near the flood Samethos in Sicily. His wife was big of child with him. In him is renewed and begun again the palintasy of the Megarians and the palingenesy of Democritus. Fie upon such errors. To hear stuff of that nature rends mine ears. The words of the third article are, she will suck me at my best end. Why not? That pleaseth me right well. You know the thing, I need not tell you that it is my intercrural pudding with one end. I swear and promise that, in what I can, I will preserve it sappy, full of juice, and as well victualled for her use as may be. She shall not suck me, I believe, in vain, nor be destitute of her allowance, there shall her justum both in peck and lippy be furnished to the full eternally. You expound this passage allegorically, and interpret it to theft and larceny. I love the exposition, and the allegory pleaseth me, but not according to the sense whereto you stretch it. It may be that the sincerity of the affection which you bear me moveth you to harbor in your breast those refractory thoughts concerning me, with a suspicion of my adversity to come. We have this saying from the learned, that a marvellously fearful thing is love, and that true love is never without fear. But, sir, according to my judgment, you do understand both of and by yourself that here stealth signifieth nothing else, no more than in 1,000 other places of Greek and Latin, old and modern writings, but the sweet fruits of amorous dalliance. Which Venus liketh best when reaped in secret, and culled by fervent lovers filchingly. Why so, I prithee tell? Because, when the feat of the loose coat skirmish happeneth to be done underhand and privily, between two well-disposed, athwart the steps of a pair of stairs lurkingly, and in covert behind a suit of hangings. Or close hid and trussed upon an unbound faggot, it is more pleasing to the Cyprian goddess, and to me also, I speak this without prejudice to any better or more sound opinion, than to perform that coal-busting art after the Cynic manner. In the view of the clear sunshine, or in a rich tent, under a precious stately canopy, within a glorious and sublime pavilion, or yet on a soft couch betwixt rich curtains of cloth of gold, without affrightment, at long intermediate respites. Enjoying of pleasures and delights a belly full, at all great ease, with a huge fly-flap fan of crimson satin and a bunch of feathers of some East Indian ostrich serving to give chase unto the flies all round about. Whilst, in the interim, the female picks her teeth with a stiff straw picked even then from out of the bottom of the bed she lies on. If you be not content with this my exposition, are you of the mind that my wife will suck and sup me up as people use to gulp and swallow oysters out of the shell? Or as the Cilician women, according to the testimony of Dioscorides, were wont to do the grain of alkermes? Assuredly that is an error. Who seizeth on it, doth neither gulch up nor swill down, but takes away what hath been packed up, catcheth, snatcheth, and plies the play of haypass, repass. The fourth article doth imply that my wife will flay me, but not all. Oh, the fine word! You interpret this to beating strokes and blows. Speak wisely. Will you eat a pudding? Sir, I beseech you to raise up your spirits above the low-sized pitch of earthly thoughts unto that height of sublime contemplation which reacheth to the apprehension of the mysteries and wonders of Dame Nature. And here be pleased to condemn yourself, by a renouncing of those errors which you have committed very grossly and somewhat perversely in expounding the prophetic sayings of the Holy Sibyl. Yet put the case, albeit I yield not to it, that, by the instigation of the devil, my wife should go about to wrong me, make me a cuckold downwards to the very breach, disgrace me otherwise, steal my goods from me, yea, and lay violently her hands upon me. She nevertheless should fail of her attempts and not attain to the proposed end of her unreasonable undertakings. The reason which induceth me hereto is grounded totally on this last point, which is extracted from the profoundest privacies of a monastic pantheology, as good Friar Arthur Wagtail told me once upon a Monday morning. As we were, if I have not forgot, eating a bushel of trotter pies. And I remember well it rained hard. God give him the good morrow. The women at the beginning of the world, or a little after, conspired to flay the men quick, because they found the spirit of mankind inclined to domineer it, and bear rule over them upon the face of the whole earth. And, in pursuit of this their resolution, promised, confirmed, swore, and covenanted amongst them all, by the pure faith they owe to the nocturnal Sanct Rogero. But oh the vain enterprises of women! Oh the great fragility of that sex feminine! They did begin to flay the man, or peel him, as says Catullus, at that member which of all the body they loved best, to wit, the nervous and cavernous cane, and that above 5,000 years ago. Yet have they not of that small part alone flayed any more till this hour but the head. In mere despite whereof the Jews snip off that parcel of the skin in circumcision, choosing far rather to be called clipyards, rascals, than to be flayed by women, as are other nations. My wife, according to this female covenant, will flay it to me, if it be not so already. I heartily grant my consent thereto, but will not give her leave to flay it all. Nay, truly will I not, my noble king. Yea but, quoth Epistemon, you say nothing of her most dreadful cries and exclamations when she and we both saw the laurel bough burn without yielding any noise or crackling. You know it is a very dismal omen, an inauspicious sign, unlucky indis, and token formidable, bad, disastrous, and most unhappy, as is certified by Propertius, Tibullus, the quick philosopher Porphyrius, Eustathius on the Iliads of Homer, and by many others. Verily, verily, quoth Panurge, brave are the allegations which you bring me, and testimonies of two-footed calves. These men were fools, as they were poets, and dotards, as they were philosophers, full of folly, as they were of philosophy. Chapter 3.19. How Pantagruel praiseth the counsel of dumb men. Pantagruel, when this discourse was ended, held for a pretty while his peace, seeming to be exceeding sad and pensive, then said to Panurge, the malignant spirit misleads, beguileth, and seduceth you. I have read that in times past the surest and most veritable oracles were not those which either were delivered in writing or uttered by word of mouth in speaking. For many times, in their interpretation, right witty, learned, and ingenious men have been deceived through amphibologies, equivokes, and obscurity of words, no less than by the brevity of their sentences. For which cause Apollo, the god of vaticination, was surnamed Loxias. Those which were represented then by signs and outward gestures were accounted the truest and the most infallible. Such was the opinion of Heraclitus. And Jupiter did himself in this manner give forth in Ammon frequently predictions. Nor was he single in this practice, for Apollo did the like amongst the Assyrians. His prophesying thus unto those people moved them to paint him with a large long beard, and clothes beseeming an old settled person of a most posed, staid, and grave behavior. Not naked, young, and beardless, as he was portrayed most usually amongst the Grecians. Let us make trial of this kind of fatidicency, and go you take advice of some dumb person without any speaking. I am content, quoth Panurge. But, says Pantagruel, it were requisite that the dumb you consult with be such as have been deaf from the hour of their nativity, and consequently dumb, for none can be so lively, natural, and kindly dumb as he who never heard. How is it, quoth Panurge, that you conceive this matter? If you apprehend it so, that never any spoke who had not before heard the speech of others, I will from that antecedent bring you to infer very logically a most absurd and paradoxical conclusion. But let it pass, I will not insist on it. You do not then believe what Herodotus wrote of two children, who, at the special command and appointment of Psammetichus, king of Egypt, having been kept in a petty country cottage, where they were nourished and entertained in a perpetual silence, did at last, after a certain long space of time, pronounce this word bec, which in the Phrygian language signifieth bread. Nothing less, quoth Pantagruel, do I believe than that it is a mere abusing of our understandings to give credit to the words of those who say that there is any such thing as a natural language. All speeches have had their primary origin from the arbitrary institutions, accords, and agreements of nations in their respective condescendments to what should be noted and betokened by them. An articulate voice, according to the dialecticians, hath naturally no signification at all, for that the sense and meaning thereof did totally depend upon the good will and pleasure of the first deviser and imposer of it. I do not tell you this without a cause, for Bartholus, lib 5. The verb oblig very seriously reporteth that even in his time there was in Eugubia one named Sir Nello de Gabrielis, who, although he by a sad mischance became altogether deaf, understood nevertheless everyone that talked in the Italian dialect howsoever he expressed himself. And that only by looking on his external gestures, and casting an attentive eye upon the diverse motions of his lips and chaps. I have read, I remember also, in a very literate and eloquent author, that Tiridates, king of Armenia, in the days of Nero, made a voyage to Rome, where he was received with great honor and solemnity, and with all manner of pomp and magnificence. Yea, to the end there might be a sempiternal amity and correspondence preserved betwixt him and the Roman Senate, there was no remarkable thing in the whole city which was not shown unto him. At his departure the emperor bestowed upon him many ample donatives of an inestimable value. And besides, the more entirely to testify his affection towards him, heartily entreated him to be pleased to make choice of any whatsoever thing in Rome was most agreeable to his fancy. With a promise juramentally confirmed that he should not be refused of his demand. Thereupon, after a suitable return of thanks for a so gracious offer, he required a certain Jack Pudding whom he had seen to act his part most egregiously upon the stage, and whose meaning, albeit he knew not what it was he had spoken, he understood perfectly enough by the signs and gesticulations which he had made. And for this suit of his, in that he asked nothing else, he gave this reason, that in the several wide and spacious dominions which were reduced under the sway and authority of his sovereign government, there were sundry countries and nations much differing from one another in language, with whom, whether he was to speak unto them or give any answer to their requests, he was always necessitated to make use of divers sorts of truchmen and interpreters. Now with this man alone, sufficient for supplying all their places, will that great inconveniency hereafter be totally removed. Seeing he is such a fine gesticulator, and in the practice of chirology an artist so complete, expert, and dexterous, that with his very fingers he doth speak. Howsoever, you are to pitch upon such a dumb one as is deaf by nature and from his birth, to the end that his gestures and signs may be the more vively and truly prophetic, and not counterfeit by the intermixture of some adulterate luster and affectation. Yet whether this dumb person shall be of the male or female sex is in your option, lieth at your discretion, and altogether dependeth on your own election. I would more willingly, quoth Panurge, consult with and be advised by a dumb woman, were it not that I am afraid of two things. The first is, that the greater part of women, whatever be that they see, do always represent unto their fancies, think, and imagine, that it hath some relation to the sugared entering of the goodly Ithaphalos, and graphing in the cleft of the overturned tree the quickset imp of the pin of copulation. Whatever signs, shows, or gestures we shall make, or whatever our behavior, carriage, or demeanor shall happen to be in their view and presence, they will interpret the whole in reference to the act of androgenation and the covetizing exercise. By which means we shall be abusively disappointed of our designs, in regard that she will take all our signs for nothing else but tokens and representations of our desire to entice her unto the lists of a Cyprian combat or Katzincani skirmish. Do you remember what happened at Rome 260 years after the foundation thereof? A young Roman gentleman encountering by chance, at the foot of Mount Celion, with a beautiful Latin lady named Verona, who from her very cradle upwards had always been both deaf and dumb, very civilly asked her. Not without a chironomatic Italianizing of his demand, with various gesticulations of his fingers and other gesticulations as yet customary amongst the speakers of that country. What senators in her descent from the top of the hill she had met with going up thither. For you are to conceive that he, knowing no more of her deafness than dumbness, was ignorant of both. She in the meantime, who neither heard nor understood so much as one word of what he had said, straight imagined, by all that she could apprehend in the lovely gesture of his manual signs, that what he then required of her was what herself had a great mind to, even that which a young man doth naturally desire of a woman. Then was it that by signs, which in all occurrences of venereal love are incomparably more attractive, valid, and efficacious than words, she beckoned to him to come along with her to her house. Which when he had done, she drew him aside to a privy room, and then made a most lively alluring sign unto him to show that the game did please her. Whereupon, without any more advertisement, or so much as the uttering of one word on either side, they fell to and bringardized it lustily. The other cause of my being averse from consulting with dumb women is, that to our signs they would make no answer at all, but suddenly fall backwards in a divarication posture, to intimate thereby unto us the reality of their consent to the supposed motion of our tacit demands. Or if they should chance to make any countersigns responsory to our propositions, they would prove so foolish, impertinent, and ridiculous, that by them ourselves should easily judge their thoughts to have no excursion beyond the Duffling Academy. You know very well how at Brignoles, when the religious nun, Sister Fatbum, was made big with child by the young Stiffly Standard, her pregnancy came to be known, and she cited by the abbess, and, in a full convention of the convent, accused of incest. Her excuse was that she did not consent thereto, but that it was done by the violence and impetuous force of the friar Stiffly Standard. Hereto the abbess very austerely replying, Thou naughty wicked girl, why didst thou not cry, A rape, a rape? Then should all of us have run to thy succor. Her answer was that the rape was committed in the dortour, where she durst not cry because it was a place of sempiternal silence. But, quoth the abbess, thou roguish wench, why didst not thou then make some sign to those that were in the next chamber beside thee? To this she answered that with her buttocks she made a sign unto them as vigorously as she could, yet never one of them did so much as offer to come to her help and assistance. But, quoth the abbess, thou scurvy baggage, why didst thou not tell it me immediately after the perpetration of the fact, that so we might orderly, regularly, and canonically have accused him? I would have done so, had the case been mine, for the clearer manifestation of mine innocency. I truly, madam, would have done the like with all my heart and soul, quoth Sister Fatbum, but that fearing I should remain in sin, and in the hazard of eternal damnation, if prevented by a sudden death, I did confess myself to the Father Friar before he went out of the room, who, for my penance, enjoined me not to tell it, or reveal the matter unto any. It were a most enormous and horrid offence, detestable before God and the angels, to reveal a confession. Such an abominable wickedness would have possibly brought down fire from heaven, wherewith to have burnt the whole nunnery, and send us all headlong to the bottomless pit, to bear company with Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. You will not, quoth Pantagruel, with all your jesting, make me laugh. I know that all the monks, friars, and nuns had rather violate and infringe the highest of the commandments of God than break the least of their provincial statutes. Take you therefore Goat's Nose, a man very fit for your present purpose, for he is, and hath been, both dumb and deaf from the very remotest infancy of his childhood. Chapter 3.xx. How Goat's Nose by signs mocketh answer to Panurge. Goat's Nose being sent for, came the day thereafter to Pantagruel's court, at his arrival to which Panurge gave him a fat calf, the half of a hog, 2 puncheons of wine, 1 load of corn, and 30 francs of small money. Then, having brought him before Pantagruel, in presence of the gentleman of the bedchamber he made this sign unto him. He yawned a long time, and in yawning made without his mouth with the thumb of his right hand the figure of the Greek letter tau by frequent reiterations. Afterwards he lifted up his eyes to heavenwards, then turned them in his head like a she-goat in the painful fit of an absolute birth, in doing whereof he did cough and sigh exceeding heavily. This done, after that he had made demonstration of the one of his codpiece, he from under his shirt took his placket racket in a full grip, making it therewithal clack very melodiously betwixt his thighs. Then, no sooner had he with his body stooped a little forwards, and bowed his left knee, but that immediately thereupon holding both his arms on his breast, in a loose faint-like posture, the one over the other, he paused a while. Goat's Nose looked wistly upon him, and having heedfully enough viewed him all over, he lifted up into the air his left hand, the whole fingers whereof he retained fistwise close together, except the thumb and the forefinger, whose nails he softly joined and coupled to one another. I understand, quoth Pantagruel, what he meaneth by that sign. It denotes marriage, and withal the number 30, according to the profession of the Pythagoreans. You will be married. Thanks to you, quoth Panurge, in turning himself towards Goat's Nose, my little sewer, pretty master's mate, dainty bailey, curious sergeant marshal, and jolly catchpole leader. Then did he lift higher up than before his said left hand, stretching out all the 5 fingers thereof, and severing them as wide from one another as he possibly could get done. Here, says Pantagruel, doth he more amply and fully insinuate unto us, by the token which he showeth forth of the canary number, that you shall be married. Yea, that you shall not only be affianced, betrothed, wedded, and married, but that you shall furthermore cohabit and live jollily and merrily with your wife. For Pythagoras called 5 the nuptial number, which, together with marriage, signifieth the consummation of matrimony, because it is composed of a ternary, the first of the odd, and binary, the first of the even numbers. As of a male and female knit and united together. In very deed it was the fashion of old in the city of Rome at marriage festivals to light 5 wax tapers. Nor was it permitted to kindle any more at the magnific nuptials of the most potent and wealthy, nor yet any fewer at the penurious weddings of the poorest and most abject of the world. Moreover, in times past, the heathen or paynims implored the assistance of 5 deities, or of one helpful, at least, in 5 several good offices to those that were to be married. Of this sort were the nuptial Jove, Juno, president of the feast, the fair Venus, Pytho, the goddess of eloquence and persuasion, and Diana, whose aid and succor was required to the labor of childbearing. Then shouted Panurge, O the gentle Goat's Nose, I will give him a farm near Senais, and a windmill hard by Mirabilis. Hereupon the dumb fellow sneezeth with an impetuous vehemency and huge concussion of the spirits of the whole body, withdrawing himself in so doing with a jerking turn towards the left hand. By the body of a fox new slain, quoth Pantagruel, what is that? This mocketh nothing for your advantage, for he betokeneth thereby that your marriage will be inauspicious and unfortunate. This sneezing, according to the doctrine of Terpsion, is the Socratic demon. If done towards the right side, it imports and portendeth that boldly and with all assurance one may go whither he will and do what he listeth, according to what deliberation he shall be pleased to have thereupon taken. His entries in the beginning, progress in his proceedings, and success in the events and issues will be all lucky, good, and happy. The quite contrary thereto is thereby implied and presaged if it be done towards the left. You, quoth Panurge, do take always the matter at the worst, and continually, like another Davus, casteth in new disturbances and obstructions. Nor ever yet did I know this old paltry Terpsion worthy of citation but in points only of cosenage and imposture. Nevertheless, quoth Pantagruel, Cicero hath written I know not what to the same purpose in his second book of divination. Panurge then, turning himself towards Goat's nose, made this sign unto him. He inverted his eyelids upwards, wrenched his jaws from the right to the left side, and drew forth his tongue half out of his mouth. This done, he posited his left hand wholly open, the mid-finger wholly excepted, which was perpendicularly placed upon the palm thereof, and set it just in the room where his codpiece had been. Then did he keep his right hand altogether shut up in a fist, save only the thumb, which he straight turned backwards directly under the right armpit. And settled it afterwards on that most eminent part of the buttocks which the Arabs call the al-khatim. Suddenly thereafter he made this interchange, he held his right hand after the manner of the left, and posited it on the place wherein his codpiece sometime was, and retaining his left hand in the form and fashion of the right. He placed it upon his al-khatim. This altering of hands did he reiterate 9 several times, at the last whereof he reseated his eyelids into their own first natural position. Then doing the like also with his jaws and tongue, he did cast a squinting look upon Goat's nose, dittering and shivering his chaps, as apes used to do nowadays, and rabbits, whilst, almost starved with hunger, they are eating oats in the sheaf. Then was it that Goat's nose, lifting up into the air his right hand wholly open and displayed, put the thumb thereof, even close unto its first articulation, between the 2/3 joints of the middle and ring fingers. Pressing about the said thumb thereof very hard with them both, and, whilst the remanent joints were contracted and shrunk in towards the wrist, he stretched forth with as much straightness as he could the fore and little fingers. That hand thus framed and disposed of he laid and posited upon Panurge's navel, moving withal continually the aforesaid thumb, and bearing up, supporting, or underpropping that hand upon the above specified fore and little fingers, as upon 2 legs. Thereafter did he make in this posture his hand by little and little, and by degrees and pauses, successively to mount from athwart the belly to the stomach, from whence he made it to ascend to the breast, even upwards to Panurge's neck. Still gaining ground, till, having reached his chin, he had put within the concave of his mouth his aforementioned thumb. Then fiercely brandishing the whole hand, which he made to rub and grate against his nose, he heaved it further up, and made the fashion as if with the thumb thereof he would have put out his eyes. With this Panurge grew a little angry, and went about to withdraw and rid himself from this ruggedly untoward dumb devil. But Goat's nose in the meantime, prosecuting the intended purpose of his prognosticatory response, touched very rudely, with the above-mentioned shaking thumb, now his eyes, then his forehead, and after that the borders and corners of his cap. At last Panurge cried out, saying, Before God, Master Fool, if you do not let me alone, or that you will presume to vex me any more, you shall receive from the best hand I have a mask wherewith to cover your rascally scoundrel face. You paltry shitten varlet. Then said Friar John, He is deaf, and doth not understand what thou sayest unto him. Bulabalak, make sign to him of a hail of fisticuffs upon the muzzle. What the devil, quoth Panurge, means this busy restless fellow? What is it that this polypragmatic Ardelian to all the fiends of hell doth aim at? He hath almost thrust out mine eyes, as if he had been to poach them in a skillet with butter and eggs. By God, de Jurandi, I will feast you with flirts and raps on the snout, interlarded with a double row of bobs and finger fillipings. Then did he leave him in giving him by way of salvo a volley of farts for his farewell. Goat's nose, perceiving Panurge thus to slip away from him, got before him, and, by mere strength enforcing him to stand, made this sign unto him. He let fall his right arm toward his knee on the same side as low as he could, and, raising all the fingers of that hand into a close fist, passed his dexter thumb betwixt the foremost and mid fingers thereto belonging. Then scrubbing and swinging a little with his left hand alongst and upon the uppermost in the very bow of the elbow of the said dexter arm, the whole cubit thereof, by leisure, fair and softly, at these thumpatory warnings, did raise and elevate itself even to the elbow, and above it. On a sudden did he then let it fall down as low as before, and after that, at certain intervals and such spaces of time, raising and abasing it, he made a show thereof to Panurge. This so incensed Panurge that he forthwith lifted his hand to have stricken him the dumb roister and given him a sound wurret on the ear. But that the respect and reverence which he carried to the presence of Pantagruel restrained his choler and kept his fury within bounds and limits. Then said Pantagruel, if the bare signs now vex and trouble you, how much more grievously will you be perplexed and disquieted with the real things which by them are represented and signified. All truths agree and are consonant with one another. This dumb fellow prophesieth and foretelleth that you will be married, cuckolded, beaten, and robbed. As for the marriage, quoth Panurge, I yield thereto, and acknowledge the verity of that point of his prediction. As for the rest, I utterly abjure and deny it, and believe, sir, I beseech you, if it may please you so to do, that in the matter of wives and horses never any man was predestinated to a better fortune than I. Chapter 3.xxi. How Panurge consulteth with an old French poet, named Ramonagrobes. I never thought, said Pantagruel, to have encountered with any man so headstrong in his apprehensions, or in his opinions so wilful, as I have found you to be and see you are. Nevertheless, the better to clear and extricate your doubts, let us try all courses, and leave no stone unturned nor wind unsailed by. Take good heed to what I am to say unto you. The swans, which are fowls consecrated to Apollo, never chant but in the hour of their approaching death, especially in the Meander flood, which is a river that runneth along some of the territories of Phrygia. This I say, because Aelianus and Alexander Myndius write that they had seen several swans in other places die, but never heard any of them sing or chant before their death. However, it passeth for current that the imminent death of a swan is presaged by his foregoing song, and that no swan dieth until prelibly he have sung. After the same manner, poets, who are under the protection of Apollo, when they are drawing near their latter end do ordinarily become prophets, and by the inspiration of that god sing sweetly in vaticinating things which are to come. It hath been likewise told me frequently, that old decrepit men upon the brinks of Charon's banks do usher their decease with a disclosure all at ease, to those that are desirous of such informations. Of the determinate and assured truth of future accidents and contingencies. I remember also that Aristophanes, in a certain comedy of his, calleth the old folk sibyls, eth o geron zibulia. For as when, being upon a pier by the shore, we see afar off mariners, seafaring men, and other travellers alongst the curled waves of azure Thetis within their ships, we then consider them in silence only. And seldom proceed any further than to wish them a happy and prosperous arrival. But when they do approach near to the haven, and come to wet their keels within their harbour, then both with words and gestures we salute them, and heartily congratulate their access safe to the port wherein we are ourselves. Just so the angels, heroes, and good demons, according to the doctrine of the Platonics, when they see mortals drawing near unto the harbour of the grave, as the most sure and calmest port of any, full of repose, ease, rest, tranquillity. Free from the troubles and solicitudes of this tumultuous and tempestuous world. Then is it that they with alacrity hail and salute them, cherish and comfort them, and, speaking to them lovingly, begin even then to bless them with illuminations, and to communicate unto them the abstrusest mysteries of divination. I will not offer here to confound your memory by quoting antique examples of Isaac, of Jacob, of Patroclus towards Hector, of Hector towards Achilles, of Polymnestor towards Agamemnon, of Hecuba, of the Rhodian renowned by Posidonius. Of Calenus the Indian towards Alexander the Great, of Oroda towards Mezentius, and of many others. It shall suffice for the present that I commemorate unto you the learned and valiant knight and cavalier William of Bellay, late Lord of Langy, who died on the hill of Tarara, the 10th of January, in the climacteric year of his age. And of our supputation 1543, according to the Roman account. The last 3 or 4 hours of his life he did employ in the serious utterance of a very pithy discourse, whilst with a clear judgment and spirit void of all trouble he did foretell several important things, whereof a great deal is come to pass. And the rest we wait for. Howbeit, his prophecies did at that time seem unto us somewhat strange, absurd, and unlikely, because there did not then appear any sign of efficacy enough to engage our faith to the belief of what he did prognosticate. We have here, near to the town of Villamere, a man that is both old and a poet, to wit, Ramanagrobes, who to his second wife espoused my Lady Broadsoe, on whom he begot the fair Basoche. It hath been told me he is dying, and so near unto his latter end that he is almost upon the very last moment, point, and article thereof. Repair thither as fast as you can, and be ready to give an attentive ear to what he shall chant unto you. It may be that you shall obtain from him what you desire, and that Apollo will be pleased by his means to clear your scruples. I am content, quoth Panurge. Let us go thither, Epistemon, and that both instantly and in all haste, lest otherwise his death prevent our coming. Wilt thou come along with us, Friar John? Yes, that I will, quoth Friar John, right heartily to do thee a courtesy, my Billy Ballocks, for I love thee with the best of my milt and liver. Thereupon, incontinently, without any further lingering, to the way they all three went, and quickly thereafter, for they made good speed, arriving at the poetical habitation, they found the jolly old man. Albeit in the agony of his departure from this world, looking cheerfully, with an open countenance, splendid aspect, and behaviour full of alacrity. After that Panurge had very civilly saluted him, he in a free gift did present him with a gold ring, which he even then put upon the medical finger of his left hand, in the collet or bezel whereof was enchased an oriental sapphire. Very fair and large. Then, in imitation of Socrates, did he make an oblation unto him of a fair white cock, which was no sooner set upon the tester of his bed, than that, with a high raised head and crest, lustily shaking his feather coat, he crowed stentoriphonically loud. This done, Panurge very courteously required of him that he would vouchsafe to favour him with the grant and report of his sense and judgment touching the future destiny of his intended marriage. For answer hereto, when the honest old man had forthwith commanded pen, paper, and ink to be brought unto him, and that he was at the same call conveniently served with all the three, he wrote these following verses. Take, or not take her. Off. Or on. Handy-dandy is your lot. When her name you write, you blot. 'Tis undone, when all is done. Ended ere it was begun. Hardly gallop, if you trot. Set not forward when you run. Nor be single, though alone. Take, or not take her. Before you eat, begin to fast. For what shall be was never past. Say, unsay, gainsay, save your breath. Then wish at once her life and death. Take, or not take her. These lines he gave out of his own hands unto them, saying unto them, Go, my lads, in peace. The great God of the highest heavens be your guardian and preserver. And do not offer any more to trouble or disquiet me with this or any other business whatsoever. I have this same very day, which is the last both of May and of me, with a greal deal of labour, toil, and difficulty, chased out of my house a rabble of filthy, unclean, and plaguily pestilentious rake hells, black beasts, dusk, dun, white, ash-coloured, speckled, and a foul vermin of other hues, whose obtrusive importunity would not permit me to die at my own ease. For by fraudulent and deceitful pricklings, ravenous, harpy-like graspings, waspish stingings, and such like unwelcome approaches, forged in the shop of I know not what kind of insatiabilities, they went about to withdraw and call me out of those sweet thoughts wherein I was already beginning to repose myself and acquiesce in the contemplation and vision, yea, almost in the very touch and taste of the happiness and felicity which the good God hath prepared for his faithful saints and elect in the other life and state of immortality. Turn out of their courses and eschew them, step forth of their ways and do not resemble them. Meanwhile, let me be no more troubled by you, but leave me now in silence, I beseech you. Chapter 3:XXI. How Panurge patrocinates and defendeth the order of the begging friars. Panurge, at his issuing forth of Ramanagrobes' chamber, said, as if he had been horribly affrighted, by the virtue of God, I believe that he is an heretic. The devil take me, if I do not. He doth so villainously rail at the mendicant friars and Jacobins, who are the two hemispheres of the Christian world, by whose gyronomonic circumbilvaginations, as by two solivigus filopendulums, all the autonomatic metagrobolism of the Romish Church, when tottering and emblustricated with the gibble-gabble gibberish of this odious error and heresy, is homocentrically poised. But what harm, in the devil's name, have these poor devils the Capuchins and Minims done unto him? Are not these beggarly devils sufficiently wretched already? Who can imagine that these poor snakes, the very extracts of ichthyophagy, are not thoroughly enough besmoked and besmeared with misery, distress, and calamity? Dost thou think, Friar John, by thy faith, that he is in the state of salvation? He goeth, before God, as surely damned to 30,000 basketsful of devils as a pruning bill to the lopping of a vine branch. To revile with opprobrious speeches the good and courageous props and pillars of the Church, is that to be called a poetical fury? I cannot rest satisfied with him, he sinneth grossly, and blasphemeth against the true religion. I am very much offended at his scandalizing words and contumelious obloquy. I do not care a straw, quoth Friar John, for what he hath said. For although everybody should twit and jerk them, it were but a just retaliation, seeing all persons are served by them with the like sauce, therefore do I pretend no interest therein. Let us see, nevertheless, what he hath written. Panurge very attentively read the paper which the old man had penned, then said to his two fellow travellers, the poor drinker doteth. Howsoever, I excuse him, for that I believe he is now drawing near to the end and final closure of his life. Let us go make his epitaph. By the answer which he hath given us, I am not, I protest, one jot wiser than I was. Hearken here, Epistman, my little bully, dost not thou hold him to be very resolute in his responsory verdicts? He is a witty, quick, and subtle sophister. I will lay an even wager that he is a miscreant apostate. By the belly of a stalled ox, how careful he is not to be mistaken in his words. He answered but by disjunctives, therefore can it not be true which he saith, for the verity of such like propositions is inherent only in one of its two members. Oh, the cozening prattler that he is! I wonder if Santiago of Brescia be one of these cogging shirks. Such was of old, quoth Epistman, the custom of the grand vaticinator and prophet Tiresias, who used always, by way of a preface, to say openly and plainly at the beginning of his divinations and predictions that what he was to tell would either come to pass or not. And such is truly the style of all prudently presaging prognosticators. He was nevertheless, quoth Panurge, so unfortunately misadventurous in the lot of his own destiny, that Juno thrust out both his eyes. Yes, answered Epistman, and that merely out of a spite and spleen for having pronounced his award more veritable than she, upon the question which was merrily proposed by Jupiter. But, quoth Panurge, what archdevil is it that hath possessed this master Ramanagrobes, that so unreasonably, and without any occasion, he should have so snappishly and bitterly inveighed against these poor honest fathers, Jacobins, minors, and minims? It vexeth me grievously, I assure you, nor am I able to conceal my indignation. He hath transgressed most enormously, his soul goeth infallibly to 30,000 panniersful of devils. I understand you not, quoth Epistman, and it disliketh me very much that you should so absurdly and perversely interpret that of the friar mendicants which by the harmless poet was spoken of black beasts, dun, and other sorts of other colored animals. He is not in my opinion guilty of such a sophistical and fantastic allegory as by that phrase of his to have meant the begging brothers. He in downright terms speaketh absolutely and properly of fleas, punies, hand-worms, flies, gnats, and other such like scurvy vermin, whereof some are black, some dun, some ash-colored, some tawny, and some brown and dusky, all noisome, molesting, tyrannous, cumbersome, and unpleasant creatures, not only to sick and diseased folks, but to those also who are of a sound, vigorous, and healthful temperament in constitution. It is not unlikely that he may have the ascarids, and the lumbrics, and worms within the entrails of his body. Possibly doth he suffer, as it is frequent and usual amongst the Egyptians, together with all those who inhabit the Erythraean confines, and dwell along the shores and coasts of the Red Sea. Some sour prickings and smart stingings in his arms and legs of those little speckled dragons which the Arabians call medin. You are to blame for offering to expound his words otherwise, and wrong the ingenuous poet, and outrageously abuse and miscall the said frauders, by an imputation of baseness undeservedly laid to their charge. We still should, in such like discourses of fertiloquent soothsayers, interpret all things to the best. Will you teach me, quoth Panurge, how to discern flies among milk, or show your father the way how to beget children? He is, by the virtue of God, an errant heretic, a resolute, formal heretic, I say, a rooted, combustible heretic, one as fit to burn as the little wooden clock at Rochelle. His soul goeth to 30,000 carts full of devils. Would you know whither? Cock's body, my friend, straight under Proserpina's close stool, to the very middle of the selfsame infernal pan within which she, by an excrementitious evacuation, voideth the fecal stuff of her stinking clysters. And that just upon the left side of the great cauldron of 3 fathom height, hard by the claws and talons of Lucifer, in the very darkest of the passage which leadeth towards the black chamber of Demogorgon. O the villain! Chapter 3.xi. How Panurge mocketh the motion of a return to Ramanagrobes. Let us return, quoth Panurge, not ceasing, to the uttermost of our abilities, to ply him with wholesome admonitions for the furtherance of his salvation. Let us go back, for God's sake, let us go, in the name of God. It will be a very meritorious work, and of great charity in us to deal so in the matter, and provide so well for him that, albeit he come to lose both body and life, he may at least escape the risk and danger of the eternal damnation of his soul. We will by our holy persuasions bring him to a sense and feeling of his escapes, induce him to acknowledge his faults, move him to a cordial repentance of his errors, and stir up in him such a sincere contrition of heart for his offences, as will prompt him with all earnestness to cry mercy, and to beg pardon at the hands of the good fathers, as well of the absent as of such as are present. Whereupon we will take instrument formally and authentically extended, to the end he be not, after his decease, declared an heretic, and condemned, as were the hobgoblins of the provost's wife of Orleans, to the undergoing of such punishments, pains, and tortures as are due to and inflicted on those that inhabit the horrid cells of the infernal regions. And withal incline, instigate, and persuade him to bequeath and leave in legacy, by way of an amends and satisfaction for the outrage and injury done to those good religious fathers throughout all the convents, cloisters, and monasteries of this province, many bribes, a great deal of mass singing, store of obits, and that sempiternally, on the anniversary day of his decease, every one of them all be furnished with a quintuple allowance. And that the great Barracchio replenished with the best liquor trudge apace along the tables, as well of the young duckling Monquitos, lay brothers, and lowermost degree of the abbey lubbards, as of the learned priests and reverend clerks. The very meanest of the novices and missions unto the order being equally admitted to the benefit of those funerary and obsequial festivals with the aged rectors and professed fathers. This is the surest ordinary means whereby from God he may obtain forgiveness. Ho, ho, I am quite mistaken, I digress from the purpose, and fly out of my discourse, as if my spirits were a wool gathering. The devil take me, if I go thither. Virtue God! The chamber is already full of devils. Oh, what a swinging, thwacking noise is now amongst them! Oh, the terrible coil that they keep! Hearken, do you not hear the rustling, thumping bustle of their strokes and blows, as they scuffle with one another, like true devils indeed, who shall gulp up the Ramanagrobes soul, and be the first bringer of it, whilst it is hot? To Monsieur Lucifer. Beware, and get you hence. For my part, I will not go thither. The devil roast me if I go. Who knows but that these hungry mad devils may in the haste of their rage and fury of their impatience take a ca for a quo, and instead of Ramanagrobes snatch up poor Panurge frank and free. Though formerly, when I was deep in debt, they always failed. Get you hence. I will not go thither. Before God, the very bare apprehension thereof is like to kill me. To be in a place where there are greedy, famished, and hunger-starved devils. Amongst factious devils, amidst trading and trafficking devils, oh the Lord preserve me. Get you hence. I dare pawn my credit on it, that no Jacobin, Cordelier, Carmelite, Capuchin, Theotin, or Minim will bestow any personal presence at his interment. The wiser they, because he hath ordained nothing for them in his latter will and testament. The devil take me, if I go thither. If he be damned, to his own loss and hindrance be it. What the deuce moved him to be so snappish and depravedly bent against the good fathers of the true religion? Why did he cast them off, reject them, and drive them quite out of his chamber, even in that very nick of time when he stood in greatest need of the aid, suffrage, and assistance of their devout prayers and holy admonitions? Why did not he by testament leave them, at least, some jolly lumps and cantles of substantial meat, a parcel of cheek-puffing victuals, and a little belly timber and provision for the guts of these poor folks, who have nothing but their life in this world? Let him go thither who will, the devil take me if I go, for, if I should, the devil would not fail to snatch me up. Cancro. Ho, the pox. Get you hence, Friar John. Art thou content that 30,000 wainload of devils should get away with thee at this same very instant? If thou be, at my request do these 3 things. First, give me thy purse. For besides that thy money is marked with crosses, and the cross is an enemy to charms, the same may befall to thee which not long ago happened to John Dodin, collector of the excise of Coudray, at the ford of Vide. When the soldiers broke the planks. This moneyed fellow, meeting at the very brink of the bank of the ford with Friar Adam Crankcod, a Franciscan observantin of Mirbeau, promised him a new frock. Provided that in the transporting of him over the water he would bear him upon his neck and shoulders, after the manner of carrying dead goats. For he was a lusty, strong-limbed, sturdy rogue. The condition being agreed upon, Friar Crankcod trusseth himself up to his very ballocks, and layeth upon his back, like a fair little Saint Christopher, the load of the said supplicant Dodin, and so carried him gaily and with a good will. As Aeneas bore his father Anchises through the conflagration of Troy, singing in the meanwhile a pretty Ave Maristella. When they were in the very deepest place of all the ford, a little above the master wheel of the watermill, he asked if he had any coin about him. Yes, quoth Dodin, a whole bagful. And that he needed not to mistrust his ability in the performance of the promise which he had made unto him concerning a new frock. How? Quoth Friar Crankcod, thou knowest well enough that by the express rules, canons, and injunctions of our order we are forbidden to carry on us any kind of money. Thou art truly unhappy, for having made me in this point to commit a heinous trespass. Why didst thou not leave thy purse with the miller? Without fail thou shalt presently receive thy reward for it. And if ever hereafter I may but lay hold upon thee within the limits of our chancel at Mirbeau, thou shalt have the miserere even to the victuals. With this, suddenly discharging himself of his burden, he throws me down your Dodin headlong. Take example by this Dodin, my dear friend Friar John, to the end that the devils may the better carry thee away at thine own ease. Give me thy purse. Carry no manner of cross upon thee. Therein lieth an evident and manifestly apparent danger. For if you have any silver coined with a cross upon it, they will cast thee down headlong upon some rocks, as the eagles used to do with the tortoises for the breaking of their shells. As the bald pate of the poet Aeschylus can sufficiently bear witness. Such a fall would hurt thee very sore, my sweet bully, and I would be sorry for it. Or otherwise they will let thee fall and tumble down into the high swollen waves of some capacious sea, I know not where. But, I warrant thee, far enough hence, as Icarus fell, which from thy name would afterwards get the denomination of the Funnelian Sea. Secondly, be out of debt. For the devils carry a great liking to those that are out of debt. I have sore felt the experience thereof in mine own particular, for now the lecherous varlets are always wooing me, courting me, and making much of me, which they never did when I was all to pieces. The soul of one in debt is insipid, dry, and heretical altogether. Thirdly, with the cowl and domino de grobis, return to Ramanagrobes. And in case, being thus qualified, 30,000 boats full of devils forthwith come not to carry thee quite away, I shall be content to be at the charge of paying for the pint and faggot. Now, if for the more security thou wouldst some associate to bear thee company, let not me be the comrade thou searchest for, think not to get a fellow traveller of me, nay, do not. I advise thee for the best. Get you hence, I will not go thither. The devil take me if I go. Notwithstanding all the fright that you are in, quoth Friar John, would not care so much as might possibly be expected I should, if I once had but my sword in my hand. Thou hast verily hit the nail on the head, quoth Panurge, and speakest like a learned doctor, subtle and well skilled in the art of devilry. At the time when I was a student in the University of Toulouse, Tillet, that same reverend father in the devil, Picaresque, rector of the diabological faculty, was wont to tell us that the devils did naturally fear the bright glancing of swords as much as the splendor and light of the sun. In confirmation of the verity whereof he related this story, that Hercules, at his descent into hell to all the devils of those regions, did not by half so much terrify them with his club and lion's skin as afterwards Aeneas did with his clear shining armor upon him, and his sword in his hand well furbished and unrusted, by the aid, counsel, and assistance of the Sibylla Cumana. That was perhaps the reason why the senior John Giacomo di Travolcio, whilst he was dying at Chartres, called for his cutlass, and died with a drawn sword in his hand, laying about him alongst and athwart around the bed and everywhere within his reach, like a stout, doughty, valorous and knight-like cavalier. By which resolute manner of fence he scared away and put to flight all the devils that were then lying in wait for his soul at the passage of his death. When the Massorets and Kabbalists are asked why it is that none of all the devils do at any time enter into the terrestrial paradise, their answer hath been, is, and will be still, that there is a cherubin standing at the gate thereof with a flame-like glistering sword in his hand. Although, to speak in the true diabological sense or phrase of Toledo, I must needs confess and acknowledge that veritably the devils cannot be killed or die by the stroke of a sword, I do nevertheless avow and maintain, according to the doctrine of the said diabology, that they may suffer a solution of continuity, as if with thy shield thou shouldst cut athwart the flame of a burning fire, or the gross opacous exhalations of a thick and obscure smoke, and cry out like very devils at their sense and feeling of this dissolution, which in real deed I must aver and affirm is devilishly painful, smarting, and dolorous. When thou sayest the impetuous shock of two armies, and vehement violence of the push in their horrid encounter with one another, dost thou think, Balacasso, that so horrible a noise as is heard there proceedeth from the voice and shouts of men? The dashing and jolting of harness, the clattering and clashing of armies, the hacking and slashing of battle-axes, the justling and crashing of pikes, the bustling and breaking of lances, the clamour and shrieks of the wounded, the sound and din of drums, the clangour and shrillness of trumpets, the neighing and rushing in of horses, with the fearful claps and thundering of all sorts of guns, from the double cannon to the pocket pistol inclusively. I cannot goodly deny but that in these various things which I have rehearsed there may be somewhat occasionative of the huge yell and tintamarre of the two engaged bodies. But the most fearful and tumultuous coil and stir, the terriblest and most boisterous garboil and hurry, the chiefest rustling black suntas of all, and most principal hurly-burly springeth from the grievously clangorous howling and lowing of devils, who pell-mell, in a hand-overhead confusion, waiting for the poor souls of the maimed and hurt soldiery, receive unawares some strokes with swords, and so by those means suffer a solution of and division in the continuity of their aerial and invisible substances. As if some lackey, snatching at the lard slices stuck in a piece of roast meat on the spit, should get from Mr. Greasy Fist a good rap on the knuckles with a cudgel. They cry out and shout like devils, even as Mars did when he was hurt by Diomedes at the siege of Troy, who, as Homer testifieth of him, did then raise his voice more horrifically loud and sonoriferously high than 10,000 men together would have been able to do. What mocketh all this for our present purpose? I have been speaking here of well-furbished armor and bright shining swords. But so is it not, Friar John, with thy weapon. For by a long discontinuance of work, cessation from labor, desisting from making it officiate, and putting it into that practice wherein it had been formerly accustomed, and, in a word, for want of occupation, it is, upon my faith, become more rusty than the keyhole of an old powdering tub. Therefore it is expedient that you do one of these two things, either furbish your weapon bravely, and as it ought to be, or otherwise have a care that, in the rusty case it is in, you do not presume to return to the house of Ramanagrobes. For my part, I vow I will not go thither. The devil take me if I go. Chapter 3.ziv. How Panurge consulteth with Epistemon. Having left the town of Villamere, as they were upon their return towards Pantagruel, Panurge, in addressing his discourse to Epistemon, spoke thus: My most ancient friend and gossip, thou sayest the perplexity of my thoughts, and knowest many remedies for the removal thereof. Art thou not able to help and succor me? Epistemon, thereupon taking the speech in hand, represented unto Panurge how the open voice and common fame of the whole country did run upon no other discourse but the derision and mockery of his new disguise. Wherefore his counsel unto him was that he would in the first place be pleased to make use of a little hellebore for the purging of his brain of that peccant humour which, through that extravagant and fantastic mummery of his, had furnished the people with a too just occasion of flouting and gibing, jeering and scoffing him, and that next he would resume his ordinary fashion of accoutrement, and go apparelled as he was wont to do. I am, quoth Panurge, my dear gossip Epistemon, of a mind and resolution to marry, but am afraid of being a cuckold and to be unfortunate in my wedlock. For this cause have I made a vow to youngest Francis, who at plessis les tours is much reverenced of all women, earnestly cried unto by them, and with great devotion, for he was the first founder of the confraternity of good men, whom they naturally covet, affect, and long for, to wear spectacles in my cap, and to carry no codpiece in my breeches, until the present inquietude and perturbation of my spirits be fully settled. Truly, quoth Epistemon, that is a pretty jolly vow of 13 to a dozen. It is a shame to you, and I wonder much at it, that you do not return unto yourself, and recall your senses from this their wild swerving and straying abroad to that rest and stillness which becomes a virtuous man. This whimsical conceit of yours brings me to the remembrance of a solemn promise made by the shag-haired Argives, who, having in their controversy against the Lacedaemonians for the territory of Thyrea, lost the battle which they hoped should have decided it for their advantage, vowed to carry never any hair on their heads till prelably they had recovered the loss of both their honour and lands. As likewise to the memory of the vow of a pleasant Spaniard called Michael Doris, who vowed to carry in his hat a piece of the shin of his leg till he should be revenged of him who had struck it off. Yet do not I know which of these two deserveth most to wear a green and yellow hood with a hare's ears tied to it, either the aforesaid vainglorious champion, or that Gargantua, who having forgot the art and manner of writing histories set down by the Samosatian philosopher, mocketh a most tediously long narrative and relation thereof. For, at the first reading of such a profuse discourse, one would think it had been broached for the introducing of a story of great importance and moment concerning the waging of some formidable war, or the notable change and mutation of potent states and kingdoms. But, in conclusion, the world laugheth at the capricious champion, at the Englishmen who had affronted him, as also at their scribbler Gargantua, more drivelling at the mouth than a mustard pot. The jest and scorn thereof is not unlike to that of the mountain of Horace, which by the poet was made to cry out and lament most enormously as a woman in the pangs and labour of childbirth. At which deplorable and exorbitant cries and lamentations the whole neighbourhood being assembled in expectation to see some marvellous monstrous production, could at last perceive no other but the paltry, ridiculous mouse. Your mousing, quoth Panurge, will not make me leave my musing why folks should be so frumpishly disposed, seeing I am certainly persuaded that some flout who merit to be flouted at, yet, as my vow imports, so will I do. It is now a long time since, by Jupiter Philos, a mistake of the translators. We did swear faith and amity to one another. Give me your advice, Billy, and tell me your opinion freely, should I marry or no? Truly, quoth Epistemon, the case is hazardous, and the danger so eminently apparent that I find myself too weak and insufficient to give you a punctual and peremptory resolution therein. And if ever it was true that judgment is difficult in matters of the medicinal art, what was said by Hippocrates of Lango, it is certainly so in this case. True it is that in my brain there are some rolling fancies, by means whereof somewhat may be pitched upon of a seeming efficacy to the disentangling your mind of those dubious apprehensions wherewith it is perplexed. But they do not thoroughly satisfy me. Some of the Platonic sect affirm that whosoever is able to see his proper genius may know his own destiny. I understand not their doctrine, nor do I think that you adhere to them. There is a palpable abuse. I have seen the experience of it in a very curious gentleman of the country of Estingor. This is one of the points. There is yet another not much better. If there were any authority now in the oracles of Jupiter Ammon, of Apollo in Libadia, Delphos, Delos, Syra, Patera, Tigris, Praeneste, Lycia, Colophon, or in the Castalian fountain, near Antiochia in Syria, between the Branchidians, of Bacchus in Dodona, of Mercury in Fairs, near Patras, of Apis in Egypt, of Serapis in Canope, of Faunus in Menalia, and Albunia near Tivoli, of Tiresias in Orchomenus, of Mopsus in Cilicia, of Orpheus in Lesbos, and of Trophonius in Leucadia. I would in that case advise you, and possibly not, to go thither for their judgment concerning the design and enterprise you have in hand. But you know that they are all of them become as dumb as so many fishes since the advent of that Saviour King whose coming to this world hath made all oracles and prophecies to cease. As the approach of the sun's radiant beams expelleth goblins, bugbears, hobthrushes, bromes, screech-owlmates, night-walking spirits, and tenebrians. These now are gone. But although they were as yet in continuance and in the same power, rule, and request that formerly they were, yet would not I counsel you to be too credulous in putting any trust in their responses. Too many folks have been deceived thereby. It stands furthermore upon record how Agrippina did charge the fair Lollia with the crime of having interrogated the oracle of Apollo Clarius, to understand if she should be at any time married to the Emperor Claudius. For which cause she was first banished, and thereafter put to a shameful and ignominious death. But, saith Panurge, let us do better. The Ogygian Islands are not far distant from the haven of St. Malo. Let us, after that we shall have spoken to our king, make a voyage thither. In one of these 4 isles, to wit, that which hath its primest aspect towards the sun setting, it is reported, and I have read in good antique and authentic authors, that there reside many soothsayers, fortune-tellers, vaticinators, prophets, and diviners of things to come. That Saturn inhabiteth that place, bound with fair chains of gold and within the concavity of a golden rock, being nourished with divine ambrosia and nectar, which are daily in great store and abundance transmitted to him from the heavens. By I do not well know what kind of fowls, it may be that they are the same ravens which in the deserts are said to have fed St. Paul, the first hermit. He very clearly foretelleth unto everyone who is desirous to be certified of the condition of his lot what his destiny will be, and what future chance the fates have ordained for him. For the Parsi, or weird sisters, do not twist, spin, or draw out a thread, nor yet doth Jupiter perpend, project, or deliberate anything which the good old celestial Father knoweth not to the full, even whilst he is asleep. This will be a very summary abbreviation of our labor, if we but hearken unto him a little upon the serious debate and canvassing of this my perplexity. That is, answered Epistemon, a gullery too evident, a plain abuse and fib too fabulous. I will not go, not I will not go. Chapter 3.xxv. How Panurge consulteth with her Trippa. Nevertheless, quoth Epistemon, continuing his discourse, I will tell you what you may do, if you believe me, before we return to our king. Hard by here, in the brown wheat, Bouchart, island, dwelleth her Trippa. You know how by the arts of astrology, geomancy, chiromancy, metapomancy, and others of a like stuff and nature, he foretelleth all things to come. Let us talk a little, and confer with him about your business. Of that, answered Panurge, I know nothing. But of this much concerning him I am assured, that one day, and that not long since, whilst he was prating to the great king of celestial, sublime, and transcendent things, the lackeys and footboys of the court. Upon the upper steps of stairs between 2 doors, jumbled, one after another, as often as they listed, his wife, who is passable fair, and a pretty snug hussy. Thus he who seemed very clearly to see all heavenly and terrestrial things without spectacles, who discoursed boldly of adventures past, with great confidence opened up present cases and accidents, and stoutly professed the presaging of all future events and contingencies, was not able, with all the skill and cunning that he had, to perceive the bumbasting of his wife, whom he reputed to be very chaste, and hath not till this hour got notice of anything to the contrary. Yet let us go to him, seeing you will have it so, for surely we can never learn too much. They on the very next ensuing day came to her Trippa's lodging. Panurge, by way of donative, presented him with a long gown lined all through with wolf-skins, with a short sword mounted with a gilded hilt and covered with a velvet scabbard, and with 50 good single angels. Then in a familiar and friendly way did he ask of him his opinion touching the affair. At the very first her Trippa, looking on him very wistly in the face, said unto him, Thou hast the metaposcopian physiognomy of a cuckold, I say, of a notorious and infamous cuckold. With this, casting an eye upon Panurge's right hand in all the parts thereof, he said, This rugged draught which I see here, just under the mount of Jove, was never yet but in the hand of a cuckold. Afterwards, he with a white lead pen swiftly and hastily drew a certain number of diverse kinds of points, which by rules of geomancy he coupled and joined together. Then said, Truth itself is not truer than that it is certain thou wilt be a cuckold a little after thy marriage. That being done, he asked of Panurge the horoscope of his nativity, which was no sooner by Panurge tendered unto him, than that, erecting a figure, he very promptly and speedily formed and fashioned a complete fabric of the houses of heaven in all their parts, whereof when he had considered the situation and the aspects in their triplicities, he fetched a deep sigh, and said, I have clearly enough already discovered unto you the fate of your cuckoldry, which is unavoidable, you cannot escape it. And here have I got of new a further assurance thereof, so that I may now heartily pronounce and affirm, without any scruple or hesitation at all, that thou wilt be a cuckold. That furthermore, thou wilt be beaten by thine own wife, and that she will purloin, filch and steal of thy goods from thee. For I find the seventh house, in all its aspects, of a malignant influence, and every one of the planets threatening thee with disgrace, according as they stand seated towards one another, in relation to the horned signs of Aries, Taurus, and Capricorn. In the fourth house I find Jupiter in a decadence, as also in a tetragonal aspect to Saturn, associated with Mercury. Thou wilt be soundly peppered, my good, honest fellow, I warrant thee. I will be, answered Panurge. A plague rot thee, thou old fool and doting sot, how graceless and unpleasant thou art. When all cuckolds shall be at a general rendezvous, thou shouldst be their standard-bearer. But whence comes this siren worm betwixt these two fingers? This Panurge said, putting the forefinger of his left hand betwixt the fore and mid finger of the right, which he thrust out towards her Trippa, holding them open after the manner of two horns, and shutting into his fist his thumb with the other fingers. Then, in turning to Epistemon, he said, Lo here the true Olus of Martial, who addicted and devoted himself wholly to the observing the miseries, crosses, and calamities of others, whilst his own wife, in the interim, did keep an open bawdy house. This varlet is poorer than ever was Iris, and yet he is proud, vaunting, arrogant, self-conceited, overweening, and more insupportable than 17 devils. In one word, tocalazon, which term of old was applied to the like beggarly strutting coxcombs. Come, let us leave this mad pash bedlam, this harebrained fop, and give him leave to rave and dose his bellyful with his private and intimately acquainted devils, who, if they were not the very worst of all infernal fiends, would never have deigned to serve such a knavish barking cur as this is. He hath not learnt the first precept of philosophy, which is, Know thyself, for whilst he braggeth and boasteth that he can discern the least mote in the eye of another, he is not able to see the huge block that puts out the sight of both his eyes. This is such another polypragmon as is by Plutarch described. He is of the nature of the Lamian witches, who in foreign places, in the houses of strangers, in public, and amongst the common people, had a sharper and more piercing inspection into their affairs than any lynx. But at home in their own proper dwelling mansions were blinder than moldwarps, and saw nothing at all. For their custom was, at their return from abroad, when they were by themselves in private, to take their eyes out of their head, from whence they were as easily removable as a pair of spectacles from their nose, and to lay them up into a wooden slipper which for that purpose did hang behind the door of their lodging. Panurge had no sooner done speaking, when her Trippa took into his hand a tamarisk branch. In this, quoth Epistemon, he doth very well, right, and like an artist, for Nicander calleth it the divinatory tree. Have you a mind, quoth her Trippa, to have the truth of the matter yet more fully and amply disclosed unto you by pyromancy, by aeromancy, whereof Aristophanes in his clouds mocketh great estimation, by hydromancy, by lecanomancy? Of old in prime request amongst the Assyrians, and thoroughly tried by Hermolaus Barbarus. Come hither, and I will show thee in this platterful of fair fountain water thy future wife lecturing and circumperizing it with two swaggering ruffians, one after another. Yea, but have a special care, quoth Panurge, when thou comest to put thy nose within mine arse, that thou forget not to pull off thy spectacles. Her Trippa, going on in his discourse, said, by catoptromancy, likewise held in such account by the Emperor Didius Julianus, that by means thereof he ever and anon foresaw all that which at any time did happen or befall unto him. Thou shalt not need to put on thy spectacles, for in a mirror thou wilt see her as clearly and manifestly nebrundiated and billibodring it, as if I should show it in the fountain of the temple of Minerva near Patras. By casinomancy, most religiously observed of old amidst the ceremonies of the ancient Romans. Let us have a sieve and shears, and thou shalt see devils. By alphitomancy, cried up by Theocritus in his Pharmasutria. By alentomancy, mixing the flour of wheat with oatmeal. By astragalomancy, whereof I have the plots and models all at hand ready for the purpose. By tyromancy, whereof we make some proof in a great Briamont cheese which I here keep by me. By gyromancy, if thou shouldst turn round circles, thou mightest assure thyself from me that they would fall always on the wrong side. By sternomancy, which mocketh nothing for thy advantage, for thou hast an ill-proportioned stomach. By libanomancy, for the which we shall need but a little frankincense. By gastromancy, which kind of ventral fetiloquency was for a long time together used in Ferrara by Lady Giacoma Rodogena, the Ingastromithian prophetess. By cephalomancy, often practiced amongst the High Germans in their boiling of an ass's head upon burning coals. By ceromancy, where, by the means of wax dissolved into water, thou shalt see the figure, portrait, and lively representation of thy future wife, and of her fredilatory belly-thumping blades. By capnomancy. O the galantiest and most excellent of all secrets! By axionomancy, we want only a hatchet and a jetstone to be laid together upon a quick fire of hot embers. Oh how bravely Homer was versed in the practice hereof towards Penelope's suitors. By onomancy, for that we have oil and wax. By tephromancy. Thou wilt see the ashes thus aloft dispersed exhibiting thy wife in a fine posture. By botanomancy, for the nonce I have some few leaves in reserve. By sycomancy. O divine art in fig tree leaves. By ichthyomancy, in ancient times so celebrated, and put in use by Tiresias and Polydamas, with the like certainty of event as was tried of old at the Dina ditch within that grove consecrated to Apollo which is in the territory of the Lycians. By quiromancy, let us have a great many hogs, and thou shalt have the bladder of one of them. By cheromancy, as the bean is found in the cake at the Epiphany Vigil. By anthropomancy, practiced by the Roman Emperor Heliogabalus. It is somewhat irksome, but thou wilt endure it well enough, seeing thou art destinated to be a cuckold. By a Sibylline stichomancy. By onomatomancy. How do they call thee? Chauturd, quoth Panurge. Or yet by electriomancy. If I should here with a compass draw around, and in looking upon thee, and considering thy lot, divide the circumference thereof into 24 equal parts, then form a several letter of the alphabet upon every one of them. And, lastly, posit a barleycorn or two upon each of these so disposed letters, I durst promise upon my faith and honesty that, if a young virgin cock be permitted to range alongst and athwart them, he should only eat the grains which are set and placed upon these letters, a. cuckoldthousLtbe, and that as fatidically as, under the Emperor Valens, most perplexedly desirous to know the name of him who should be his successor to the empire, the cock vaticinating and electriomantic ate up the pickles that were posited on the letters THO. D, or, for the more certainty, will you have a trial of your fortune by the art of aruspicini, by augury, or by extispicini? By tertispicini, quoth Panurge. Or yet by the mystery of necromancy? I will, if you please, suddenly set up again and revive someone lately deceased, as Apollonius of Tyane did to Achilles, and the Pythoness in the presence of Saul. Which body, so raised up and requickened, will tell us the sum of all you shall require of him, no more nor less than, at the invocation of Erectho. A certain defunct person foretold to Pompey the whole progress and issue of the fatal battle fought in the Pharsalian fields. Or, if you be afraid of the dead, as commonly all cuckolds are, I will make use of the faculty of sciomancy. Go, get thee gone, quoth Panurge, thou frantic ass, to the devil, and be buggered, filthy bardacchio that thou art, by some Albanian, for a steeple-crowned hat. Why the devil didst not thou counsel me as well to hold an emerald or the stone of a hyena under my tongue, or to furnish and provide myself with tongues of whoops, and hearts of green frogs, or to eat of the liver and milt of some dragon? To the end that by those means I might, at the chanting and chirping of swans and other fowls, understand the substance of my future lot and destiny, as did of old the Arabians in the country of Mesopotamia. 15 brace of devils seize upon the body and soul of this horned renegado, miscreant cuckold, the enchanter, witch, and sorcerer of Antichrist to all the devils of hell. Let us return towards our king. I am sure he will not be well pleased with us if he once come to get notice that we have been in the kennel of this muffled devil. I repent my being come hither. I would willingly dispense with 100 nobles and 14 yeomans, on condition that he who not long since did blow in the bottom of my breeches should instantly with his squirting spittle illuminate his mustaches. O Lord God now! How the villain hath besmoked me with vexation and anger, with charms and witchcraft, and with a terrible coil and stir of infernal and Tartarian devils. The devil take him. Say Amen, and let us go drink. I shall not have any appetite for my victuals, how good cheer soever I make, these 2 days to come, hardly these 4. Chapter 3.xxvi. How Panurge consulteth with Friar John of the Funnels. Panurge was indeed very much troubled in mind and disquieted at the words of her Trippa, and therefore, as he passed by the little village of Hymes, after he had made his address to Friar John, in pecking at, rubbing, and scratching his own left ear, he said unto him, Keep me a little jovial and merry, my dear and sweet bully, for I find my brains altogether metagrabilized and confounded, and my spirits in a most dunsical puzzle at the bitter talk of this devilish, hellish, damned fool. Hearken, my dainty cod. Mellow sea, varnished sea, resolute sea. Lead-colored sea, renowned sea, cabbage-like sea. Knurled sea, matted sea, courteous sea. Suborned sea, genitive sea, fertile sea. Desired sea, gigantal sea, whizzing sea. Stuffed sea, oval sea, neat sea. Speckled sea. Claustral sea, common sea. Finely metalled sea, virile sea, brisk sea. Arabian-like sea, staid sea, quick sea. Trussed-up grey, massive sea, bear-like sea. Hound-like sea, manual sea, partitional sea. Mounted sea, absolute sea, patronymic sea. Sleeked sea. Well-set sea, cockney sea. Diapered sea, gemmal sea, oromercuriated sea. Spotted sea, Turkish sea, robust sea. Master sea, burning sea, appetizing sea. Seated sea, thwacking sea, succorable sea. Lusty sea, urgent sea, redoubtable sea. Jupied sea, handsome sea, affable sea. Milked sea, prompt sea, memorable sea. Cal fated C, fortunate C, palpable C. Raised C, boxwood C, barbable C. Odd C, Latin C, tragical C. Steeled C, unbridled C, transpontine C. Stale C, hooked C, digestive C. Orange tawny C, researched C, active C. Embroidered C, encompassed C, vital C. Glazed C, strouting out C, magistral C. Interlarded C, jolly C, monocle C. Burger-like C, lively C, subtle C. Impowdered C, gerundive C, hammering C. Ebonized C, franked C, clashing C. Brasiliated C, polished C, tingling C. Organized C. Powdered beef C, usual C. Passable C, positive C, exquisite C. Trunkified C, spared C, trim C. Furious C, bold C, succulent C. Packed C, lascivious C, factious C. Hooded C, gluttonous C, clammy C. Fat C, bolting C. New vamped C. High-prized C. Snorting C, improved C. Requisite C, pilfering C, mauling C. Lacod C, shaking C, sounding C. Hand-filling C, bobbing C, battled C. Insuperable C, chiveted C, burly C. Agreeable C, fumbling C, seditious C. Formidable C, topsy-turvying C, Wardian C. Profitable C, raging C, protective C. Notable C, piled up C, twinkling C. Musculous C, filled up C, able C. Subsidiary C, manly C, algoristical C. Satiric C, idle C, odoriferous C. Repercussive C, membrous C, pranked C. Convulsive C, strong C. Jocund C. Restorative C, twin C, routing C. Masculinating C, belaboring C, purloining C. Incarnative C, gentle C, frolic C. Sigillative C, stirring C, wagging C. Sallying C, confident C, ruffling C. Plump C, nimble C, jumbling C. Thundering C. Roundhead C, rumbling C. Lecturing C, figging C, thumping C. Fulminating C, helpful C, bumping C. Sparkling C, spruce C, cringeling C. Ramming C, plucking C, berumpling C. Lusty C, ramage C, jogging C. Household C, fine C, knobbing C. Pretty C. Fierce C, choosing C. Astrolabian C, brawny C, tumbling C. Algebraical C, comped C, fambling C. Venused C, repaired C, overturning C. Aromatizing C, soft C, shooting C. Tricksy C, wild C, culeting C. Pyar C, renewed C, jagged C. Gallard C. Quaint C, pinked C. Broaching C, starting C, arsiversing C. Addle C, fleshy C, polished C. Syndicated C, auxiliary C, slashed C. Hamed C, stuffed C, clashing C. Leisurely C. Well-fed C, wagging C. Cut C, flourished C, script-like C. Smooth C. Fallow C, encremastered C. Depending C, sudden C, bouncing C. Independent C, graspful C, leveling C. Lingering C, swillpow C, flyflap C. Rapping C, crushing C, perini tegmenal C. Reverend C, creaking C, squat couching C. Nodding C, dilting C. Short hum C. Disseminating C, ready C. The hypogastrian C. Affecting C, vigorous C, witness-bearing C. Affected C, skulking C, testigerous C. Grappled C, superlative C, instrumental C. My hark-abusing cod and buttock-stirring Bacbuc, Friar John, my friend, I do carry a singular respect unto thee, and honour thee with all my heart. Thy counsel I hold for a choice and delicate morsel, therefore have I reserved it for the last bit. Give me thy advice freely, I beseech thee, should I marry or no? Friar John very merrily, and with a sprightly cheerfulness, made this answer to him, Marry, in the devil's name. Why not? What the devil else shouldst thou do but marry? Take thee a wife, and furbish her harness to some tune. Swinge her skin coat as if thou wert beating on stockfish. And let the repercussion of thy clapper from her resounding metal make a noise as if a double peal of chiming bells were hung at the cremasters of thy ballocks. As I say marry, so do I understand that thou shouldst fall to work as speedily as may be. Yea, my meaning is that thou oughtest to be so quick and forward therein, as on this same very day, before sunset, to cause proclaim thy banns of matrimony, and make provision of bedsteads. By the blood of a hog's pudding, till when wouldst thou delay the acting of a husband's part? Dost thou not know, and is it not daily told unto thee, that the end of the world approacheth? We are nearer it by 3 poles and half a fathom than we were 2 days ago. The Antichrist is already born, at least it is so reported by many. The truth is, that hitherto the effects of his wrath have not reached further than to the scratching of his nurse and governesses. His nails are not sharp enough as yet, nor have his claws attained to their full growth, he is little. Crescat. Nosca vivimus, multiplissimer. It is written so, and it is holy stuff, I warrant you, the truth whereof is like to last as long as a sack of corn may be had for a penny, and a puncheon of pure wine for 3d. Wouldst thou be content to be found with thy genitories full in the day of judgment? Dum venerit judicari. Thou hast, quoth Panurge, a right, clear, and neat spirit, Friar John, my metropolitan cod. Thou speakst in very deed pertinently and to purpose. That belike was the reason which moved Leander of Abydos in Asia, whilst he was swimming through the Hellesponic Sea to make a visit to his sweetheart hero of Cestus in Europe, to pray unto Neptune and all the other marine gods, thus. Now, whilst I go, have pity on me. And at my back returning drown me. He was loath, it seems, to die with his cods overgorged. He was to be commended. Therefore do I promise, that from henceforth no malefactor shall by justice be executed within my jurisdiction of Salmagondanois, who shall not, for a day or 2 at least before, be permitted to culbut and foraminate on a crotalwise. That there remain not in all his vessels to write a Greek Y. Such a precious thing should not be foolishly cast away. He will perhaps therewith beget a male, and so depart the more contentedly out of this life, that he shall have left behind him one for one. Chapter 3.xxvi. How Friar John merrily and sportingly counselleth Panurge. By Saint Rigomet, quoth Friar John, I do advise thee to nothing, my dear friend Panurge, which I would not do myself were I in thy place. Only have a special care, and take good heed thou solder well together the joints of the double-backed and two-bellied beast, and fortify thy nerves so strongly, that there be no discontinuance in the knocks of the Venerian thwacking. Else thou art lost, poor soul. For if there pass long intervals betwixt the priapizing feats, and that thou make an intermission of too large a time, that will befall thee which betides the nurses if they desist from giving suck to children, they lose their milk. And if continually thou do not hold thy aspersory tool in exercise, and keep thy mental going, thy lacticinian nectar will be gone, and it will serve thee only as a pipe to piss out at. And thy cods for a wallet of lesser value than a beggar's scrip. This is a certain truth I tell thee, friend, and doubt not of it. For myself have seen the sad experiment thereof in many, who cannot now do what they would, because before they did not what they might have done, ex desuetude imittantur privilegia. Non-usage oftentimes destroys one's right, say the learned doctors of the law. Therefore, my Billy, entertain as well as possibly thou canst that hypogastrian lower sort of troglodytic people, that their chief pleasure may be placed in the case of sempiternal laboring. Give order that henceforth they live not, like idle gentlemen, idly upon their rents and revenues, but that they may work for their livelihood by breaking ground within the Paphian trenches. Nay truly, answered Panurge, Friar John, my left Bacbuc, I will believe thee, for thou dealest plain with me, and fallest downright square upon the business, without going about the bush with frivolous circumstances and unnecessary reservations. Thou with the splendor of a piercing wit hast dissipated all the lowering clouds of anxious apprehensions and suspicions which did intimidate and terrify me. Therefore the heavens be pleased to grant to thee at all she conflicts a stiff-standing fortune. Well then, as thou hast said, so will I do. I will, in good faith, marry, in that point there shall be no failing, I promise thee, and shall have always by me pretty girls clothed with the name of my wife's waiting maids, that, lying under thy wings, thou mayest be night protector of their sisterhood. Let this serve for the first part of the sermon. Hearken, quoth Friar John, to the oracle of the bells of Varens. What say they? I hear and understand them, quoth Panurge. Their sound is, by my thirst, more uprightly fatidical than that of Jove's great kettles in Dodona. Hearken. Take thee a wife, and marry, marry, marry. For if thou marry, thou shalt find good therein, herein a wife thou shalt find good, so marry, marry. I will assure thee that I shall be married, all the elements invite and prompt me to it. Let this word be to thee a brazen wall, by diffidence not to be broken through. As for the second part of this our doctrine, thou seemest in some measure to mistrust the readiness of my paternity in the practicing of my placket racket within the Aphrodisian tennis court at all times fitting. As if the stiff god of gardens were not favourable to me. I pray thee, favour me so much as to believe that I still have him at a beck, attending always my commandments, docile, obedient, vigorous, and active in all things and everywhere, and never stubborn or refractory to my will or pleasure. I need no more but to let go the reins, and slacken the leash, which is the belly point, and when the game is shown unto him, say, Hey, Jack, to thy booty. He will not fail even then to flesh himself upon his prey, and tuzzle it to some purpose. Hereby you may perceive, although my future wife were as unsatiable and gluttonous in her voluptuousness and the delights of venery as ever was the Empress Messalina, or yet the Marchioness, of Oincester, in England. And I desire thee to give credit to it, that I lack not for what is requisite to overlay the stomach of her lust, but have wherewith aboundingly to please her. I am not ignorant that Solomon said, who indeed of that matter speaketh clerk-like and learnedly, as also how Aristotle after him declared for a truth that, for the greater part, the lechery of a woman is ravenous and unsatisfiable. Nevertheless, let such as are my friends who read those passages receive from me for a most real verity, that I for such a Jill have a fit Jack. And that, if women's things cannot be satiated, I have an instrument indefatigable, an implement as copious in the giving as can in craving be their vade mecums. Do not here produce ancient examples of the paragons of Pallardus, and offer to match with my testiculatory ability the Priapian prowess of the fabulous fornicators, Hercules, Proculus Caesar, and Mahomet. Who in his Alcoran doth vaunt that in his cods he had the vigour of 80 bully ruffians. But let no zealous Christian trust the rogue, the filthy ribald rascal is a liar. Nor shalt thou need to urge authorities, or bring forth the instance of the Indian prince of whom Theophrastus, Plinius, and Athenaeus testify, that with the help of a certain herb he was able, and had given frequent experiments thereof, to toss his sinewy piece of generation in the act of carnal concupiscence above 80 times in the space of 24 hours. Of that I believe nothing, the number is supposititious, and too prodigally foisted in. Give no faith unto it, I beseech thee, but prithee trust me in this, and thy credulity therein shall not be wronged, for it is true, and probatum est. That my pioneer of nature, the sacred Ithyphalian champion, is of all stiff intruding blades the primest. Come hither, my Bacbuc, and hearken. Didst thou ever see the monk of Castor's cowl? When in any house it was laid down, whether openly in the view of all or covertly out of the sight of any, such was the ineffable virtue thereof for excitating and stirring up the people of both sexes unto lechery. That the whole inhabitants and indwellers, not only of that, but likewise of all the circumjacent places thereto, within 3 leagues around it, did suddenly enter into rut, both beasts and folks, men and women, even to the dogs and hogs, rats and cats. I swear to thee that many times heretofore I have perceived and found in my codpiece a certain kind of energy or efficacious virtue much more irregular and of a greater anomaly than what I have related. I will not speak to thee either of house or cottage, nor of church or market, but only tell thee, that once at the representation of the Passion, which was acted at St. Maxence, I had no sooner entered within the pit of the theatre, but that forthwith, by the virtue and occult property of it, on a sudden all that were there, both players and spectators, did fall into such an exorbitant temptation of lust, that there was not angel, man, devil, nor devilish upon the place who would not then have bricolaged it with all their heart and soul. The prompter forsook his copy, he who played Michael's part came down to rights, the devils issued out of hell and carried along with them most of the pretty little girls that were there, yea, Lucifer got out of his fetters. In a word, seeing the huge disorder, I disparked myself forth of that enclosed place, in imitation of Cato the censor, who perceiving, by reason of his presence, the Floralian festivals out of order, withdrew himself. Chapter 3:18 How Friar John comforteth Panurge in the doubtful matter of cuckoldry. I understand thee well enough, said Friar John, but time makes all things plain. The most durable marble or porphyry is subject to old age and decay. Though for the present thou possibly be not weary of the exercise, yet is it like I will hear thee confess a few years hence that thy cods hang dangling downwards for want of a better truss. I see thee waxing a little hoar-headed already. Thy beard, by the distinction of grey, white, tawny, and black, hath to my thinking the resemblance of a map of the terrestrial globe or geographical chart. Look attentively upon and take inspection of what I shall show unto thee. Behold there Asia. Here are Tigris and Euphrates. Lo there Afric. Here is the mountain of the moon, yonder thou mayst perceive the fenny march of Nilus. On this side lieth Europe. Dost thou not see the abbey of Theleme? This little tuft, which is altogether white, is the Hyperborean hills. By the thirst of my thrapple, friend, when snow is on the mountains, I say the head and the chin, there is not then any considerable heat to be expected in the valleys and low countries of the codpiece. By the kibes of thy heels, quoth Panurge, thou dost not understand the topics. When snow is on the tops of the hills, lightning, thunder, tempest, whirlwinds, storms, hurricanes, and all the devils of hell rage in the valleys. Wouldst thou see the experience thereof, go to the territory of the Switzers and earnestly perpend with thyself there the situation of the lake of Wunderberlich, about 4 leagues distant from Bern, on the Sion side of the land. Thou twittest me with my grey hairs, yet considerest not how I am of the nature of leeks, which with a white head carry a green, fresh, straight, and vigorous tail. The truth is, nevertheless, why should I deny it, that I now and then discern in myself some indicative signs of old age. Tell this, I prithee, to nobody, but let it be kept very close and secret betwixt us two. For I find the wine much sweeter now, more savoury to my taste, and unto my palate of a better relish than formerly I was wont to do. And withal, besides mine accustomed manner, I have a more dreadful apprehension than I ever heretofore have had of lighting on bad wine. Note and observe that this doth argue and portend I know not what of the west and occident of my time, and signifieth that the south and meridian of mine age is past. But what then, my gentle companion? That doth but betoken that I will hereafter drink so much the more. That is not, the devil hail it, the thing that I fear, nor is it there where my shoe pinches. The thing that I doubt most, and have greatest reason to dread and suspect is, that through some long absence of our King Pantagruel, to whom I must needs bear company should he go to all the devils of Barathrum, my future wife shall make me a cuckold. This is, in truth, the long and short on't. For I am by all those whom I have spoke to menaced and threatened with a horned fortune, and all of them affirm it is the lot to which from heaven I am predestinated. Everyone, answered Friar John, that would be a cuckold is not one. If it be thy fate to be hereafter of the number of that horned cattle, then may I conclude with an ergo, thy wife will be beautiful, and ergo, thou wilt be kindly used by her. Likewise with this ergo, thou shalt be blessed with the fruition of many friends and well-willers. And finally with this other ergo, thou shalt be saved and have a place in paradise. These are monachal topics and maxims of the cloister. Thou mayst take more liberty to sin. Thou shalt be more at ease than ever. There will be nevertheless left for thee, nothing diminished, but thy goods shall increase notably. And if so be it was preordinated for thee, wouldst thou be so impious as not to acquiesce in thy destiny? Speak, thou jaded cod. Faded sea, louding sea, appellant sea. Mouldy sea, discouraged sea, swagging sea. Musty sea, surfeited sea, withered sea. Paltry sea. Peevish sea, broken-reined sea. Senseless sea, translated sea, defective sea. Foundered sea, forlorn sea, crestfallen sea. Distempered sea, unsavourous sea, felled sea. Bewrayed sea, worm-eaten sea, fleeted sea. Inveigled sea, overtoiled sea, cloyed sea. Dangling sea, miserable sea. Squeezed sea. Stupid sea, steeped sea, resty sea. Seedless sea, kneaded with cold, pounded sea. Soaked sea, water sea, loose sea. Coldish sea, hacked sea, fruitless sea. Pickled sea, flaggy sea, riven sea. Churned sea, scrubby sea, pursy sea. Filliped sea, drained sea, fusty sea. Singlified sea, hailed sea, jadish sea. Begrimed sea, lolling sea, fistulous sea. Wrinkled sea, drenched sea, languishing sea. Fainted sea, burst sea, maleficiated sea. Extenuated sea, stirred up sea, hectic sea. Grim sea, mitred sea, worn out sea. Wasted sea. Peddlingly furnished ill-favoured sea. Inflamed sea, sea, duncified sea. Unhinged sea, rusty sea, macerated sea. Scurfy sea, exhausted sea, paralytic sea. Straddling sea, perplexed sea, degraded sea. Putrefied sea, unheld sea, benumbed sea. Maimed sea, fizzled sea, bat-like sea. Overlectured sea, leprous sea, fart-shotten sea. Drugly sea, bruised sea, sunburnt sea. Mitified sea, spadonic sea, pacified sea. Goat-ridden sea, body sea, blunted sea. Weakened sea, mealy sea, rankling tasted sea. Ass-ridden sea, wrangling sea, rooted out sea. Puff-pasted sea. Gangrened sea, costive sea. Saint-anthonified sea, crust-risen sea, hailed on sea. Untriped sea, ragged sea, cuffed sea. Blasted sea, quelled sea, buffeted sea. Cut off sea, braggadocio sea, worrited sea. Beveraged sea, beggarly sea, robbed sea. Scarified sea, trepanned sea, neglected sea. Dashed sea, bedusked sea, lame sea. Slashed sea, emasculated sea, confused sea. Enfeebled sea, corked sea, unsavourous sea. Whore-hunting sea, transparent sea, overthrown sea. Deteriorated sea, vile sea, bolt sea. Chill sea, antedated sea, trod under sea. Scrupulous sea, chopped sea. Desolate sea. Crazed sea, pinked sea, declining sea. Tasteless sea, cup-glassified sea, stinking sea. Sorrowful sea, harsh sea, crooked sea. Murdered sea, beaten sea, brabbling sea. Madison-like sea, barred sea, rotten sea. Besotted sea, abandoned sea, anxious sea. Customerless sea. Confounded sea, clout sea. Minced sea, loutish sea, tired sea. Exulcerated sea, borne down sea, proud sea. Patched sea, sparred sea, fractured sea. Stupefied sea, abashed sea, melancholy sea. Annihilated sea, unseasonable sea, coxcombly sea. Spent sea, oppressed sea, based sea. Foiled sea. Grated sea, bleaked sea. Anguished sea, falling away sea, detested sea. Disfigured sea, small-cut sea, diaphanous sea. Disabled sea, disordered sea, unworthy sea. Forceless sea, latticed sea, checked sea. Censured sea, ruined sea, mangled sea. Cut sea, exasperated sea, turned over sea. Rifled sea, rejected sea, harried sea. Undone sea, belammed sea, flawed sea. Corrected sea, fabricitant sea, froward sea. Slit sea, perused sea, ugly sea. Skittish sea, emasculated sea, drawn sea. Spongy sea, roughly handled sea, riven sea. Botched sea, examined sea, distasteful sea. Dejected sea, cracked sea, hanging sea. Jagged sea, wayward sea, broken sea. Pining sea, haggled sea, limber sea. Deformed sea, gleaning sea, effeminate sea. Mischieved sea, ill-favored sea, kindled sea. Cobbled sea, pulled sea, evacuated sea. Embased sea, drooping sea, grieved sea. Ransacked sea, faint sea, carking sea. Despised sea, parched sea, disorderly sea. Mangy sea, paltry sea, empty sea. Abased sea, cankered sea, disquieted sea. Supine sea, void sea, besisted sea. Mended sea, vexed sea, confounded sea. Dismayed sea, bestunk sea, hooked sea. Diverous sea. Winnowed sea, unlucky sea. Wearied sea, decayed sea, sterile sea. Sad sea, disastrous sea, beshitten sea. Crossed sea, unhandsome sea, appeased sea. Vainglorious sea, stummed sea, caitiff sea. Poor sea, barren sea, woeful sea. Brown sea, wretched sea, unseemly sea. Shrunken sea, feeble sea. Heavy sea. Abhorred sea, cast down sea, weak sea. Troubled sea, stopped sea, prostrated sea. Scornful sea, kept under sea, uncomely sea. Dishonest sea, stubborn sea, naughty sea. Reproved sea, ground sea, laid flat sea. Cocketed sea, wretchless sea, suffocated sea. Filthy sea. Weather-beaten sea, held down sea. Shred sea, flayed sea, barked sea. Chawned sea, bald sea, hairless sea. Short-winded sea, tossed sea, flamping sea. Branchless sea, flapping sea, hooded sea. Chapped sea, cleft sea, wormy sea. Failing sea, meager sea, besisted sea. In his anxiety to swell his catalogue as much as possible, Sir Thomas Urquhart has set down this word twice. Deficient sea, dumpified sea, faulty sea. Lean sea, suppressed sea, bemealed sea. Consumed sea, hagged sea, mortified sea. Used sea, jopped sea, scurvy sea. Puzzled sea, havocked sea, bescabbed sea. Allayed sea, astonished sea, torn sea. Spoiled sea, dulled sea, subdued sea. Clagged sea, slow sea, sneaking sea. Palsy-stricken sea, plucked up sea, bare sea. Amazed sea, constipated sea, swart sea. Bedunced sea, blown sea, smutched sea. Extirpated sea, blockified sea, raised up sea. Banged sea, pommeled sea, chopped sea. Stripped sea. Altobemolled sea, flirted sea. Hoary sea, fallen away sea, blamed sea. Blotted sea, stale sea, wrensy sea. Sunken sea, corrupted sea, frowning sea. Ghastly sea, beflowered sea. Limping sea. Unpointed sea, amodied sea, revelled sea. Beblistered sea, blackish sea, rammish sea. Wizened sea, underlaid sea, gaunt sea. Beggar-plated sea, loathing sea, beskimmered sea. Doof sea, ill-filled sea, scraggy sea. Clardy sea, bobbed sea, lank sea. Lumpish sea, mated sea. Swashering sea. Abject sea, tawny sea, moiling sea. Side sea, wheeled sea, swinking sea. Choked up sea, besmeared sea, harried sea. Backward sea, hollow sea, tugged sea. Prolix sea, pantless sea, toad sea. Spotted sea, guizened sea, misused sea. Crumpled sea, demissed sea, atomitical sea. Frumpled sea, refractory sea. Balacazzo to the devil, my dear friend Panurge, seeing it is so decreed by the gods, wouldst thou invert the course of the planets, and make them retrograde? Wouldst thou disorder all the celestial spheres, blame the intelligences, blunt the spindles, joint the werves, slander the spinning quills, reproach the bobbins, revile the clue-bottoms, and finally revel and untwist all the threads of both the warp and the waft of the weird sister Parsi? What a pox to thy bones dost thou mean, stony cod? Thou wouldst, if thou couldst, a great deal worse than the giants of old intended to have done. Come hither, Billicollion. Whether wouldst thou be jealous without cause, or be a cuckold and know nothing of it? Neither the one nor the other, quoth Panurge, would I choose to be. But if I get an inkling of the matter, I will provide well enough, or there shall not be one stick of wood within 500 leagues about me whereof to make a cudgel. In good faith, Friar John, I speak now seriously unto thee, I think it will be my best not to marry. Hearken to what the bells do tell me, now that we are nearer to them. Do not marry, marry not, not. Marry, marry not. If thou marry, thou wilt miscarry, carry, thou lt repent it, resent it, sent it. If thou marry, thou a cuckold, a cuckoo cuckold thou shalt be. By the worthy wrath of God, I begin to be angry. This Campanilian oracle fretteth me to the guts, a March hare was never in such a chafe as I am. Oh, how I am vexed! You monks and friars of the cowl-pated and hood-pulled fraternity, have you no remedy nor salve against this malady of graffing horns and heads? Hath nature so abandoned humankind, and of her help left us so destitute, that married men cannot know how to sail through the seas of this mortal life and be safe from the whirlpools, quicksands, rocks, and banks that lie alongst the coast of Cornwall? I will, said Friar John, show thee a way and teach thee an expedient by means whereof thy wife shall never make thee a cuckold without thy knowledge and thine own consent. Do me the favour, I pray thee, quoth Panurge, my pretty, soft, downy cod. Now tell it, Billy, tell it, I beseech thee. Take, quoth Friar John, Hans Carvel's ring upon thy finger, who was the king of Melinda's chief jeweller. Besides that this Hans Carvel had the reputation of being very skilful and expert in the lapidary's profession, he was a studious, learned, and ingenious man, a scientific person, full of knowledge, a great philosopher, of a sound judgment, of a prime wit, good sense, clear-spirited, an honest creature, courteous, charitable, a giver of alms, and of a jovial humour, a boon companion, and a merry blade, if ever there was any in the world. He was somewhat gorbelied, had a little shake in his head, and was in effect unwieldy of his body. In his old age he took to wife the bailiff of Concordat's daughter, young, fair, jolly, gallant, spruce, frisk, brisk, neat, feat, smirk, smug, compt, quaint, gay, fine, tricksy, trim, decent, proper, graceful, handsome, beautiful, comely, and kind, a little too much, to her neighbours and acquaintance. Hereupon it fell out, after the expiring of a scantling of weeks, that Master Carvel became as jealous as a tiger, and entered into a very profound suspicion that his new-married Gixie did keep a buttock stirring with others. To prevent which inconveniency he did tell her many tragical stories of the total ruin of several kingdoms by adultery, did read unto her the legend of chaste wives. Then made some lectures to her in the praise of the choice virtue of pudicity, and did present her with a book in commendation of conjugal fidelity, wherein the wickedness of all licentious women was odiously detested. And withal he gave her a chain enriched with pure oriental sapphires. Notwithstanding all this, he found her always more and more inclined to the reception of her neighbour Cope's mates, that day by day his jealousy increased. In sequel whereof, one night as he was lying by her, whilst in his sleep the rambling fancies of the lecherous deportments of his wife did take up the cellules of his brain, he dreamt that he encountered with the devil, to whom he had discovered to the full the buzzing of his head and suspicion that his wife did tread her shoe awry. The devil, he thought, in this perplexity did for his comfort give him a ring, and therewithal did kindly put it on his middle finger, saying, Hans Carvel, I give thee this ring, whilst thou carriest it upon that finger. Thy wife shall never carnally be known by any other than thyself without thy special knowledge and consent. Gramercy, quoth Hans Carvel, my lord devil, I renounce Mahomet if ever it shall come off my finger. The devil vanished, as is his custom. And then Hans Carvel, full of joy awaking, found that his middle finger was as far as it could reach within the what do I call it of his wife. I did forget to tell thee how his wife, as soon as she had felt the finger there, said, in recoiling her buttocks, off, yes, nay, tut, pish, tush, Lord, that is not the thing which should be put up in that place. With this Hans Carvel thought that some pilfering fellow was about to take the ring from him. Is not this an infallible and sovereign antidote? Therefore, if thou wilt believe me, in imitation of this example never fail to have continually the ring of thy wife's commodity upon thy finger. When that was said, their discourse and their way ended. Chapter 3.6 How Pantagruel convocated together a theologian, physician, lawyer, and philosopher, for extricating Panurge out of the perplexity wherein he was. No sooner were they come into the royal palace, but they to the full made report unto Pantagruel of the success of their expedition, and showed him the response of Ramonagrobes. When Pantagruel had read it over and over again, the oftener he perused it being the better pleased therewith, he said, in addressing his speech to Panurge, I have not as yet seen any answer framed to your demand which affordeth me more contentment. For in this his succinct copy of verses, he summarily and briefly, yet fully enough expresseth how he would have us to understand that everyone in the project and enterprise of marriage ought to be his own carver, sole arbitrator of his proper thoughts, and from himself alone take counsel in the main and peremptory closure of what his determination should be, in either his assent to or dissent from it. Such always hath been my opinion to you, and when at first you spoke thereof to me I truly told you this same very thing, but tacitly you scorned my advice, and would not harbor it within your mind. I know for certain, and therefore may I with the greater confidence utter my conception of it, that philaudy, or self-love, is that which blinds your judgment and deceiveth you. Let us do otherwise, and that is this, whatever we are, or have, consisteth in three things, the soul, the body, and the goods. Now, for the preservation of these three, there are three sorts of learned men ordained, each respectively to have care of that one which is recommended to his charge. Theologues are appointed for the soul, physicians for the welfare of the body, and lawyers for the safety of our goods. Hence it is that it is my resolution to have on Sunday next with me at dinner a divine, a physician, and a lawyer, that with those three assembled thus together we may in every point and particle confer at large of your perplexity. By St. Pico, answered Panurge, we never shall do any good that way, I see it already. And you see yourself how the world is vilely abused, as when with a foxtail one claps another's breech to cajole him. We give our souls to keep to the theologues, who for the greater part are heretics. Our bodies we commit to the physicians, who never themselves take any physic. And then we entrust our goods to the lawyers, who never go to law against one another. You speak like a courtier, quoth Pantagruel. But the first point of your assertion is to be denied. For we daily see how good theologues make it their chief business, their whole and sole employment, by their deeds, their words, and writings, to extirpate errors and heresies out of the hearts of men. And in their stead profoundly plant the true and lively faith. The second point you spoke of I commend. For, whereas the professors of the art of medicine give so good order to the prophylactic, or conservative part of their faculty, in what concerneth their proper healths, that they stand in no need of making use of the other branch, which is the curative or therapeutic, by medicaments. As for the third, I grant it to be true, for learned advocates and counselors at law are so much taken up with the affairs of others in their consultations, pleadings, and such like patrocinations of those who are their clients, that they have no leisure to attend any controversies of their own. Therefore, on the next ensuing Sunday, let the divine be our godly father Hippothéty, the physician our honest master Rondibulus, and our legist our friend Bridlegoose. Nor will it be, to my thinking, amiss, that we enter into the Pythagoric field, and choose for an assistant to the three aforenamed doctors our ancient faithful acquaintance, the philosopher Truilligan. Especially seeing a perfect philosopher, such as is Truilligan, is able positively to resolve all whatsoever doubts you can propose. Carpelin, have you a care to have them here all four on Sunday next at dinner, without fail? I believe, quoth Epistemon, that throughout the whole country, in all the corners thereof, you could not have pitched upon such other four. Which I speak not so much in regard of the most excellent qualifications and accomplishments wherewith all of them are endowed for the respective discharge and management of each his own vocation and calling, wherein without all doubt or controversy they are the paragons of the land. And surpass all others, as for that Rondibulus is married now, who before was not, Hippothoe was not before, nor is yet, Bridal Goose was married once, but is not now, and Truillagan is married now, who wedded was to another wife before. Sir, if it may stand with your good liking, I will ease Carpalin of some parcel of his labour, and invite Bridal Goose myself, with whom I of a long time have had a very intimate familiarity. And unto whom I am to speak on the behalf of a pretty hopeful youth who now studieth at Toulouse, under the most learned virtuous Dr. Boissonnet. Do what you deem most expedient, quoth Pantagruel, and tell me if my recommendation can in anything be steadable for the promoval of the good of that youth, or otherwise serve for bettering of the dignity and office of the worthy Boissonnet, whom I do so love and respect for one of the ablest and most sufficient in his way that anywhere are extant. Sir, I will use therein my best endeavours, and heartily bestir myself about it. Chapter 3:XXX. How the Theologue, Hippothoe, giveth counsel to Panurge in the matter and business of his nuptial enterprise. The dinner on the subsequent Sunday was no sooner made ready than that the aforenamed invited guests gave thereto their appearance, all of them, Bridal Goose only excepted, who was the deputy governor of Fonsbetten. At the ushering in of the second service Panurge, making a low reverence, spake thus, Gentlemen, the question I am to propound unto you shall be uttered in very few words, should I marry or no? If my doubt herein be not resolved by you, I shall hold it altogether insolvable, as are the insolubilia de aliaco. For all of you are elected, chosen, and culled out from amongst others, everyone in his own condition and quality, like so many picked peas on a carpet. The father Hippothoe, in obedience to the bidding of Pantagruel, and with much courtesy to the company, answered exceeding modestly after this manner, My friend, you are pleased to ask counsel of us, but first you must consult with yourself. Do you find any trouble or disquiet in your body by the importunate stings and pricklings of the flesh? That I do, quoth Panurge, in a hugely strong and almost irresistible measure. Be not offended, I beseech you, good father, at the freedom of my expression. No, truly, friend, not I, quoth Hippothoe, there is no reason why I should be displeased therewith. But in this carnal strife and debate of yours have you obtained from God the gift and special grace of continency? In good faith, not, quoth Panurge. My counsel to you in that case, my friend, is that you marry, quoth Hippothoe. For you should rather choose to marry once than to burn still in fires of concupiscence. Then Panurge, with a jovial heart and a loud voice, cried out, that is spoke gallantly, without circumvallaginating about, and never hitting it in its centered point. Gramercy, my good father. In truth I am resolved now to marry, and without fail I shall do it quickly. I invite you to my wedding. By the body of a hen, we shall make good cheer, and be as merry as crickets. You shall wear the bridegroom's colours, and, if we eat a goose, my wife shall not roast it for me. I will entreat you to lead up the first dance of the bridesmaids, if it may please you to do me so much favour and honour. There resteth yet a small difficulty, a little scruple, yea, even less than nothing, whereof I humbly crave your resolution. Shall I be a cuckold, father, yea, or no? By no means, answered Hippothoe, will you be cuckolded, if it please God. Oh, the Lord help us now, quoth Panurge, whither are we driven to, good folks? To the conditionals, which, according to the rules and precepts of the dialectic faculty, admit of all contradictions and impossibilities. If my Transalpine mule had wings, my Transalpine mule would fly, if it please God, I shall not be a cuckold, but I shall be a cuckold, if it please him. Good God, if this were a condition which I knew how to prevent, my hopes should be as high as ever, nor would I despair. But you here send me to God's privy council, to the closet of his little pleasures. You, my French countrymen, which is the way you take to go thither? My honest father, I believe it will be your best not to come to my wedding. The clutter and dingle-dangle noise of marriage guests will but disturb you, and break the serious fancies of your brain. You love repose, with solitude and silence, I really believe you will not come. And then you dance but indifferently, and would be out of countenance at the first entry. I will send you some good things to your chamber, together with the bride's favor, and there you may drink our health, if it may stand with your good liking. My friend, quoth Hippothoe, take my words in the sense wherein I meant them, and do not misinterpret me. When I tell you, if it please God, do I to you any wrong therein? Is it an ill expression? Is it a blaspheming clause or reserve any way scandalous unto the world? Do not we thereby honor the Lord God Almighty, Creator, Protector, and Conserver of all things? Is not that a mean whereby we do acknowledge him to be the sole giver of all whatsoever is good? Do not we in that manifest our faith that we believe all things to depend upon his infinite and incomprehensible bounty, and that without him nothing can be produced, nor after its production be of any value, force, or power? Without the concurring aid and favor of his assisting grace? Is it not a canonical and authentic exception, worthy to be premised to all our undertakings? Is it not expedient that what we propose unto ourselves be still referred to what shall be disposed of by the sacred will of God, unto which all things must acquiesce in the heavens as well as on the earth? Is not that verily a sanctifying of his holy name? My friend, ye shall not be a cuckold, if it please God, nor shall we need to despair of the knowledge of his good will and pleasure herein. As if it were such an abstruse and mysteriously hidden secret that for the clear understanding thereof it were necessary to consult with those of his celestial privy council. Or expressly make a voyage unto the empyrean chamber where order is given for the effectuating of his most holy pleasures. The great God hath done us this good, that he hath declared and revealed them to us openly and plainly, and described them in the Holy Bible. There will you find that you shall never be a cuckold, that is to say, your wife shall never be a strumpet, if you make choice of one of a commendable extraction, descended of honest parents. And instructed in all piety and virtue, such a one as hath not at any time haunted or frequented the company or conversation of those that are of corrupt and depraved manners, one loving and fearing God, who taketh a singular delight in drawing near to him by faith and the cordial observing of his sacred commandments, and finally, one who, standing in awe of the divine majesty of the Most High, will be loath to offend him and lose the favorable kindness of his grace through any defect of faith or transgression against the ordinances of his holy law, wherein adultery is most rigorously forbidden and a close adherence to her husband alone most strictly and severely enjoined. Yea, in such sort that she is to cherish, serve, and love him above anything, next to God, that meriteth to be beloved. In the interim, for the better schooling of her in these instructions, and that the wholesome doctrine of a matrimonial duty may take the deeper root in her mind, you must needs carry yourself so on your part, and your behavior is to be such, that you are to go before her in a good example, by entertaining her unfeignedly with a conjugal amity, by continually approving yourself in all your words and actions a faithful and discreet husband, and by living, not only at home and privately with your own household and family, but in the face also of all men in open view of the world, devoutly, virtuously, and chastely. As you would have her on her side to deport and to demean herself towards you, as becomes a godly, loyal, and respectful wife, who mocketh conscience to keep inviolable the tie of a matrimonial oath. For as that looking-glass is not the best which is most decked with gold and precious stones, but that which representeth to the eye the liveliest shapes of objects set before it, even so that wife should not be most esteemed who richest is and of the noblest race, but she who, fearing God, conforms herself nearest unto the humour of her husband. Consider how the moon doth not borrow her light from Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, or any other of the planets, nor yet from any of those splendid stars which are set in the spangled firmament, but from her husband only, the bright sun, which she receiveth from him more or less, according to the manner of his aspect and variously bestowed irradiations. Just so should you be a pattern to your wife in virtue, goodly zeal, and true devotion, that by your radiance in darting on her the aspect of an exemplary goodness, she, in your imitation, may outshine the luminaries of all other women. To this effect you daily must implore God's grace to the protection of you both. You would have me then, quoth Panurge, twisting the whiskers of his beard on either side with the thumb and forefinger of his left hand, to espouse and take to wife the prudent frugal woman described by Solomon. Without all doubt she is dead, and truly to my best remembrance I never saw her, the Lord forgive me. Nevertheless, I thank you, Father. Eat this slice of marchpane, it will help your digestion. Then shall you be presented with a cup of claret hypocras, which is right healthful and stomachal. Let us proceed. Chapter 3.xxxi. How the physician Rondibulus counselleth Panurge. Panurge, continuing his discourse, said, the first word which was spoken by him who gelded the lubberly, quaffing monks of Sauciniac, after that he had unstint Friar Caldoriel, was this, to the rest. In like manner, I say, to the rest. Therefore I beseech you, my good master Rondibulus, should I marry or not? By the raking pace of my mule, quoth Rondibulus, I know not what answer to make to this problem of yours. You say that you feel in you the pricking stings of sensuality, by which you are stirred up to venery. I find in our faculty of medicine, and we have founded our opinion therein upon the deliberate resolution and final decision of the ancient Platonics, that carnal concupiscence is cooled and quelled 5 several ways. First, by the means of wine. I shall easily believe that, quoth Friar John, for when I am well whittled with the juice of the grape I care for nothing else, so I may sleep. When I say, quoth Rondibulus, that wine abateth lust, my meaning is, wine immoderately taken. For by intemperancy proceeding from the excessive drinking of strong liquor there is brought upon the body of such a swilldown boozer a chillness in the blood, a slackening in the sinews, a dissipation of the generative seed, a numbness and habitation of the senses, with a perversive wryness and convulsion of the muscles, all which are great lets and impediments to the act of generation. Hence it is that Bacchus, the god of bibbers, tipplers, and drunkards, is most commonly painted beardless and clad in a woman's habit, as a person altogether effeminate, or like a Libyan eunuch. Wine, nevertheless, taken moderately, worketh quite contrary effects, as is implied by the old proverb, which saith that Venus takes cold when not accompanied with Ceres and Bacchus. This opinion is of great antiquity, as appeareth by the testimony of Diodorus the Sicilian, and confirmed by Pausanias, and universally held amongst the Lampsatians, that Don Priapus was the son of Bacchus and Venus. Secondly, the fervency of lust is abetted by certain drugs, plants, herbs, and roots, which make the taker cold, maleficiated, unfit for, and unable to perform the act of generation. As hath been often experimented in the water lily, Heraclea, Agnus castus, willow twigs, hemp stalks, woodbine, honeysuckle, tamarisk, chaste tree, mandrake, bennet, kekbugloss, the skin of a hippopotam, and many other such, which, by convenient doses proportioned to the peccant humor and constitution of the patient, being duly and seasonably received within the body, what by their elementary virtues on the one side and peculiar properties on the other, do either benumb, mortify, and beclumps with cold the prolific cements, or scatter and disperse the spirits which ought to have gone along with and conducted the sperm to the places destined and appointed for its reception, or lastly, shut up, stop, and obstruct the ways, passages, and conduits through which the seed should have been expelled, evacuated, and ejected. We have nevertheless of those ingredients which, being of a contrary operation, heat the blood, bend the nerves, unite the spirits, quicken the senses, strengthen the muscles, and thereby rouse up, provoke, excite, and enable a man to the vigorous accomplishment of the feat of amorous dalliance. I have no need of those, quoth Panurge, God be thanked, and you, my good master. Howsoever, I pray you, take no exception or offence at these my words, for what I have said was not out of any ill will I did bear to you, the Lord he knows. Thirdly, the ardor of lechery is very much subdued and mated by frequent labor and continual toiling. For by painful exercises and laborious working so great a dissolution is brought upon the whole body, that the blood, which runneth alongst the channels of the veins thereof for the nourishment and alimentation of each of its members. Hath neither time, leisure, nor power to afford the seminal resudation, or superfluity of the third concoction, which nature most carefully reserves for the conservation of the individual, whose preservation she more heedfully regardeth than the propagating of the species and the multiplication of humankind. Whence it is that Diana is said to be chaste, because she is never idle, but always busied about her hunting. For the same reason was a camp or leaguer of old called castrum, as if they would have said castum. Because the soldiers, wrestlers, runners, throwers of the bar, and other such like athletic champions as are usually seen in a military circumvallation, do incessantly travail and turmoil, and are in a perpetual stir and agitation. To this purpose Hippocrates also writeth in his book, De Air, Aqua et Locis, that in his time there were people in Scythia as impotent as eunuchs in the discharge of a Venerian exploit, because that without any cessation, pause, or respite they were never from off horseback, or otherwise assiduously employed in some troublesome and molesting drudgery. On the other part, in opposition and repugnancy hereto, the philosophers say that idleness is the mother of luxury. When it was asked Ovid, why Aegisthus became an adulterer, he made no other answer but this, because he was idle. Who were able to rid the world of loitering and laziness might easily frustrate and disappoint Cupid of all his designs, aims, engines, and devices, and so disable and appall him that his bow, quiver, and darts should from thenceforth be a mere needless load and burden to him, for that it could not then lie in his power to strike or wound any of either sex with all the arms he had. He is not, I believe, so expert an archer as that he can hit the cranes flying in the air, or yet the young stags skipping through the thickets, as the Parthians knew well how to do. That is to say, people moiling, stirring and hurrying up and down, restless, and without repose. He must have those hushed, still, quiet, lying at a stay, lither, and full of ease, whom he is able, though his mother help him, to touch, much less to pierce with all his arrows. In confirmation hereof, Theophrastus, being asked on a time what kind of beast or thing he judged a toyish, wanton love to be, he made answer, that it was a passion of idle and sluggish spirits. From which pretty description of tickling love tricks that of Diogenes as hatching was not very discrepant, when he defined lechery the occupation of folks destitute of all other occupation. For this cause the Ciconian engraver Canichus, being desirous to give us to understand that sloth, drowsiness, negligence, and laziness were the prime guardians and governesses of ribaldry, made the statue of Venus, not standing, as other stone cutters had used to do, but sitting. Fourthly, the tickling pricks of incontinency are blunted by an eager study. For from thence proceedeth an incredible resolution of the spirits, that oftentimes there do not remain so many behind as may suffice to push and thrust forwards the generative resudation to the places thereto appropriated, and therewithal inflate the cavernous nerve whose office is to ejaculate the moisture for the propagation of human progeny. Lest you should think it is not so, be pleased but to contemplate a little the form, fashion, and carriage of a man exceeding earnestly set upon some learned meditation, and deeply plunged therein. And you shall see how all the arteries of his brains are stretched forth and bent like the string of a crossbow, the more promptly, dexterously, and copiously to suppeditate, furnish, and supply him with store of spirits sufficient to replenish and fill up the ventricles, seats, tunnels, mansions, receptacles, and cellules of the common sense, of the imagination, apprehension, and fancy, of the ratiocination, arguing, and resolution, as likewise of the memory, recordation, and remembrance. And with great alacrity, nimbleness, and agility to run, pass, and course from the one to the other, through those pipes, windings, and conduits which to skilful anatomists are perceivable at the end of the wonderful net where all the arteries close in a terminating point. Which arteries, taking their rise and origin from the left capsule of the heart, bring through several circuits, ambages, and anfractuosities, the vital, to subtilize and refine them to the ethereal purity of animal spirits. Nay, in such a studiously musing person you may be so extravagant raptures of one as it were out of himself, that all his natural faculties for that time will seem to be suspended from each their proper charge and office, and his exterior senses to be at a stand. In a word, you cannot otherwise choose than think that he is by an extraordinary ecstasy quite transported out of what he was, or should be. And that Socrates did not speak improperly when he said that philosophy was nothing else but a meditation upon death. This possibly is the reason why Democritus deprived himself of the sense of seeing, prizing at a much lower rate the loss of his sight than the diminution of his contemplations, which he frequently had found disturbed by the vagrant flying out strayings of his unsettled and roving eyes. Therefore is it that Pallas, the goddess of wisdom, tutoress and guardianess of such as are diligently studious and painfully industrious, is, and hath been still accounted a virgin. The Muses upon the same consideration are esteemed perpetual maids, and the Graces, for the like reason, have been held to continue in a sempiternal pudicity. I remember to have read that Cupid, on a time being asked of his mother Venus why he did not assault and set upon the Muses, his answer was that he found them so fair, so sweet, so fine, so neat, so wise, so learned, so modest, so discreet, so courteous, so virtuous, and so continually busied and employed, one in the speculation of the stars, another in the supputation of numbers, the third in the dimension of geometrical quantities, the fourth in the composition of heroic poems, the fifth in the jovial interludes of a comic strain, the sixth in the stately gravity of a tragic vein, the seventh in the melodious disposition of musical airs, the eighth in the completest manner of writing histories and books on all sorts of subjects, and the ninth in the mysteries, secrets, and curiosities of all sciences, faculties, disciplines, and arts whatsoever, whether liberal or mechanic. That approaching near unto them he unbended his bow, shut his quiver, and extinguished his torch, through mere shame and fear that by mischance he might do them some hurt or prejudice. Which done, he thereafter put off the fillet wherewith his eyes were bound to look them in the face, and to hear their melody in poetic odes. There took he the greatest pleasure in the world, that many times he was transported with their beauty and pretty behavior, and charmed asleep by the harmony, so far was he from assaulting them or interrupting their studies. Under this article may be comprised what Hippocrates wrote in the aforecited treatise concerning the Scythians, as also that in a book of his entitled Of Breeding and Production, where he hath affirmed all such men to be unfit for generation as have their parotid arteries cut, whose situation is beside the ears, for the reason given already when I was speaking of the resolution of the spirits and of that spiritual blood whereof the arteries are the sole and proper receptacles. And that likewise he doth maintain a large portion of the parastatic liquor to issue and descend from the brains and backbone. Fifthly, by the too frequent reiteration of the act of venery. There did I wait for you, quoth Panurge, and shall willingly apply it to myself, whilst anyone that pleaseth may, for me, make use of any of the four preceding. That is the very same thing, quoth Friar John, which Father Celino, prior of Saint Victor at Marseilles, calleth by the name of maceration and taming of the flesh. I am of the same opinion, and so was the hermit of Saint Radegond, a little above Chinon. For, quoth he, the hermits of Thebaid can no more aptly or expediently macerate and bring down the pride of their bodies, daunt and mortify their lecherous sensuality, or depress and overcome the stubbornness and rebellion of the flesh, than by duffling and fanfreluching it 25 or 30 times a day. I see Panurge, quoth Rondibulus, neatly featured and proportioned in all the members of his body, of a good temperament in his humours, well complexioned in his spirits, of a competent age, in an opportune time, and of a reasonably forward mind to be married. Truly, if he encounter with a wife of the like nature, temperament, and constitution, he may beget upon her children worthy of some transpontine monarchy. And the sooner he marry it will be the better for him, and the more conducible for his profit if he would see and have his children in his own time well provided for. Sir, my worthy master, quoth Panurge, I will do it, do not you doubt thereof, and that quickly enough, I warrant you. Nevertheless, whilst you were busied in the uttering of your learned discourse, this flea which I have in mine ear hath tickled me more than ever. I retain you in the number of my festival guests, and promise you that we shall not want for mirth and good cheer enough, yea, over and above the ordinary rate. And, if it may please you, desire your wife to come along with you, together with her she friends and neighbors, that is to be understood, and there shall be fair play. Chapter 3.xxxi How Rondibolus declareth cuckoldry to be naturally one of the appendices of marriage. There remaineth as yet, quoth Panurge, going on in his discourse, one small scruple to be cleared. You have seen heretofore, I doubt not, in the Roman standards, spqr, c, pu, k, reign. Shall not I be a cuckold? By the haven of safety, cried out Rondibolus, what is this you ask of me? If you shall be a cuckold? My noble friend, I am married, and you are like to be so very speedily. Therefore be pleased, for my experiment in the matter, to write in your brain with a steel pen this subsequent ditton, there is no married man who doth not run the hazard of being made a cuckold. Cuckoldry naturally attendeth marriage. The shadow doth not more naturally follow the body, than cuckoldry ensueth after marriage to place fair horns upon the husbands' heads. And when you shall happen to hear any man pronounce these 3 words, he is married. If you then say he is, hath been, shall be, or may be a cuckold, you will not be accounted an unskilful artist in framing of true consequences. Tripes and bowels of all the devils, cries Panurge, what do you tell me? My dear friend, answered Rondibolus, as Hippocrates on a time was in the very nick of setting forwards from Lango to Polistolo to visit the philosopher Democritus, he wrote a familiar letter to his friend Dionysius, wherein he desired him that he would, during the interval of his absence, carry his wife to the house of her father and mother, who were an honorable couple and of good repute. Because I would not have her at my home, said he, to make abode in solitude. Yet, notwithstanding this her residence beside her parents, do not fail, quoth he, with a most heedful care and circumspection to pry into her ways, and to espy what places she shall go to with her mother. And who those be that shall repair unto her? Not, quoth he, that I do mistrust her virtue, or that I seem to have any diffidence of her pudicity and chaste behavior, for of that I have frequently had good and real proofs, but I must freely tell you, she is a woman. There lies the suspicion. My worthy friend, the nature of women is set forth before our eyes and represented to us by the moon, in divers other things as well as in this, that they squat, skulk, constrain their own inclinations, and, with all the cunning they can, dissemble and play the hypocrite in the sight and presence of their husbands. Who come no sooner to be out of the way, but that forthwith they take their advantage, pass the time merrily, desist from all labor, frolic it, gad abroad, lay aside their counterfeit garb, and openly declare and manifest the interior of their dispositions, even as the moon, when she is in conjunction with the sun, is neither seen in the heavens nor on the earth, but in her opposition, when remotest from him, shineth in her greatest fullness, and wholly appeareth in her brightest splendor whilst it is night. Thus women are but women. When I say womankind, I speak of a sex so frail, so variable, so changeable, so fickle, inconstant, and imperfect, that in my opinion nature, under favor, nevertheless, of the prime honor and reverence which is due unto her, did in a manner mistake the road which she had traced formerly, and stray exceedingly from that excellence of providential judgment by the which she had created and formed all other things, when she built, framed, and made up the woman. And having thought upon it 105 times, I know not what else to determine therein, save only that in the devising, hammering, forging, and composing of the woman she hath had a much tenderer regard, and by a great deal more respectful heed to the delightful consortship and sociable delectation of the man, than to the perfection and accomplishment of the individual womanishness or muliebrity. The divine philosopher Plato was doubtful in what rank of living creatures to place and collocate them, whether amongst the rational animals, by elevating them to an upper seat in the specifical classes of humanity, or with the irrational, by degrading them to a lower bench on the opposite side, of a brutal kind, and mere bestiality. For nature hath posited in a privy, secret, and intestine place of their bodies, a sort of member, by some not impertinently termed an animal, which is not to be found in men. Therein sometimes are engendered certain humours so saltish, brackish, clammy, sharp, nipping, tearing, prickling, and most eagerly tickling, that by their stinging acrimony, rending nitrosity, figging itch, wriggling morticancy. And smarting salsitude, for the said member is altogether sinewy and of a most quick and lively feeling, their whole body is shaken and ebrangled, their senses totally ravished and transported. The operations of their judgment and understanding utterly confounded, and all disordinate passions and perturbations of the mind thoroughly and absolutely allowed, admitted, and approved of. Yea, in such sort that if nature had not been so favourable unto them as to have sprinkled their forehead with a little tincture of bashfulness and modesty, ye should see them in a so frantic mood run mad after lechery, and hie a pace up and down with haste and lust, in quest of and to fix some chamber standard in their Paphian ground, that never did the Proetides, Mamalonides, nor Leonthiades deport themselves in the time of their Bacchanalian festivals more shamelessly, or with a so affronted and brazen-faced impudency. Because this terrible animal is knit unto, and hath in union with all the chief and most principal parts of the body, as to anatomists is evident. Let it not here be thought strange that I should call it an animal, seeing therein I do no otherwise than follow and adhere to the doctrine of the academic and peripatetic philosophers. For if a proper motion be a certain mark and infallible token of the life and animation of the mover, as Aristotle writeth, and that any such thing as moveth of itself ought to be held animated and of a living nature, then assuredly Plato with very good reason did give it the denomination of an animal, for that he perceived and observed in it the proper and self-stirring motions of suffocation, precipitation, corrugation, and of indignation so extremely violent, that oftentimes by them is taken and removed from the woman all other sense and moving whatsoever, as if she were in a swounding lobotomy, benumbing syncope, epileptic, apoplectic palsy, and true resemblance of a pale-faced death. Furthermore, in the said member there is a manifest discerning faculty of sense and odors very perceptible to women, who feel it fly from what is rank and unsavory, and follow fragrant and aromatic smells. It is not unknown to me how C.L. Galen striveth with might and main to prove that these are not proper and particular notions proceeding intrinsically from the thing itself, but accidentally and by chance. Nor hath it escaped my notice how others of that sect have laboured hardly, yea, to the utmost of their abilities, to demonstrate that it is not a sensitive discerning or perception in it of the difference of wafts and smells, but merely a various manner of virtue and efficacy passing forth and flowing from the diversity of odoriferous substances applied near unto it. Nevertheless, if you will studiously examine and seriously ponder and weigh in Critolaus balanced the strength of their reasons and arguments, ye shall find that they, not only in this, but in several other matters also of the like nature, have spoken at random, and rather out of an ambitious envy to check and reprehend their betters than for any design to make inquiry into the solid truth. I will not launch my little skiff any further into the wide ocean of this dispute, only will I tell you that the praise and commendation is not mean and slender which is due to those honest and good women who, living chastely and without blame, have had the power and virtue to curb, range, and subdue that unbridled, heady, and wild animal to an obedient, submissive, and obsequious yielding unto reason. Therefore here will I make an end of my discourse thereon. When I shall have told you that the said animal being once satiated, if it be possible that it can be contented or satisfied, by that aliment which nature hath provided for it out of the epididymal storehouse of man, all its former and irregular and disordered motions are at an end, laid, and assuaged, all its vehement and unruly longings lulled, pacified, and quieted, and all the furious and raging lusts, appetites, and desires thereof appeased, calmed, and extinguished. For this cause let it seem nothing strange unto you if we be in a perpetual danger of being cuckolds, that is to say, such of us as have not wherewithal fully to satisfy the appetite and expectation of that voracious animal. Odds fish! Quoth Panurge, have you no preventive cure in all your medicinal art for hindering one's head to be horny-graphed at home whilst his feet are plodding abroad? Yes, that I have, my gallant friend, answered Rondibulus, and that which is a sovereign remedy, whereof I frequently make use myself. And, that you may the better relish, it is set down and written in the book of a most famous author, whose renown is of a standing of 2000 years. Hearken and take good heed. You are, quoth Panurge, by Cockshabby, a right honest man, and I love you with all my heart. Eat a little of this quince pie. It is very proper and convenient for the shutting up of the orifice of the ventricle of the stomach, because of a kind of astringent stupticity which is in that sort of fruit, and is helpful to the first concoction. But what? I think I speak Latin before clerks. Stay till I give you somewhat to drink out of this Nestorian goblet. Will you have another draught of white hippocras? Be not afraid of the squinsy, no. There is neither squinant, ginger, nor grains in it. Only a little choice cinnamon, and some of the best refined sugar, with the delicious white wine of the growth of that vine which was set in the slips of the great sorbapple above the walnut tree. Chapter 3.33 Rondibolus the Physician's Cure of Cuckoldry. At that time, quoth Rondibolus, when Jupiter took a view of the state of his Olympic house and family, and that he had made the calendar of all the gods and goddesses, appointing unto the festival of every one of them its proper day and season, establishing certain fixed places and stations for the pronouncing of oracles and relief of traveling pilgrims, and ordaining victims, immolations, and sacrifices suitable and correspondent to the dignity and nature of the worshipped and adored deity, did not he do, asked Panurge, therein as Tintagel, the bishop of Auxerre, is said once to have done. This noble prelate loved entirely the pure liquor of the grape, as every honest and judicious man doth, therefore was it that he had an especial care in regard to the bud of the vine tree as to the great-grandfather of Bacchus. But so it is, that for sundry years together he saw a most pitiful havoc, desolation, and destruction made amongst the sprouts, shootings, buds, blossoms, and scions of the vines by hoary frost, dank fogs, hot mists, unseasonable colds, chill blasts, thick hail, and other calamitous chances of foul weather, happening, as he thought, by the dismal inauspiciousness of the holy days of St. George, St. Mary, St. Paul, St. Eutrope, Holy Rood, the Ascension, and other festivals, in that time when the sun passeth under the sign of Taurus. And thereupon harboured in his mind this opinion, that the aforenamed saints were Saint Hail-flingers, Saint Frost-senders, Saint Fog-mongers, and Saint Spoilers of the vine buds. For which cause he went about to have transmitted their feasts from the spring to the winter, to be celebrated between Christmas and Epiphany, so the mother of the three kings called it. Allowing them with all honour and reverence the liberty then to freeze, hail, and rain as much as they would. For that he knew that at such a time frost was rather profitable than hurtful to the vine buds, and in their steads to have placed the festivals of Saint Christopher, Saint John the Baptist, Saint Magdalene, Saint Anne, Saint Domingo, and Saint Lawrence. Yea, and to have gone so far as to collocate and transpose the middle of August in and to the beginning of May, because during the whole space of their solemnity there was so little danger of hoary frosts and cold mists, that no artificers are then held in greater request than the afforders of refrigerating inventions, makers of junkets, fit disposers of cooling shades, composers of green arbours, and refreshers of wine. Jupiter, said Rondibolus, forgot the poor devil Cuckoldry, who was then in the court at Paris very eagerly soliciting a peddling suit at law for one of his vassals and tenants. Within some few days thereafter, I have forgot how many, when he got full notice of the trick which in his absence was done unto him, he instantly desisted from prosecuting legal processes in the behalf of others. Full of solicitude to pursue after his own business, lest he should be foreclosed, and thereupon he appeared personally at the tribunal of the great Jupiter, displayed before him the importance of his preceding merits, together with the acceptable services which in obedience to his commandments he had formerly performed. And therefore in all humility begged of him that he would be pleased not to leave him alone amongst all the sacred potentates, destitute and void of honour, reverence, sacrifices, and festival ceremonies. To this petition Jupiter's answer was excusatory, that all the places and offices of his house were bestowed. Nevertheless, so importuned was he by the continual supplications of Monsieur Cuckoldry, that he, in fine, placed him in the rank, list, roll, rubric, and catalogue, and appointed honours, sacrifices, and festival rites to be observed on earth in great devotion, and tendered to him with solemnity. The feast, because there was no void, empty, nor vacant place in all the calendar, was to be celebrated jointly with, and on the same day that had been consecrated to the goddess Jealousy. His power and dominion should be over married folks, especially such as had handsome wives. His sacrifices were to be suspicion, diffidence, mistrust, a lowering pouting sullenness, watchings, wardings, researchings, plyings, explorations, together with the waylayings, ambushes, narrow observations, and malicious doggings of the husband's scouts and espials of the most privy actions of their wives. Herewithal every married man was expressly and rigorously commanded to reverence, honor, and worship him, to celebrate and solemnize his festival with twice more respect than that of any other saint or deity, and to immolate unto him with all sincerity and alacrity of heart the above-mentioned sacrifices and oblations, under pain of severe censures, threatenings, and comminations of these subsequent fines, mulcts, amerciaments, penalties, and punishments to be inflicted on the delinquents, that Monsieur Cuckoldry should never be favorable nor propitious to them, that he should never help, aid, supply, succor, nor grant them any subventitious furtherance, auxiliary suffrage, or admoniculary assistance, that he should never hold them in any reckoning, account, or estimation, that he should never deign to enter within their houses, neither at the doors, windows, nor any other place thereof, that he should never haunt nor frequent their companies or conversations, how frequently soever they should invocate him and call upon his name, and that not only he should leave and abandon them to rot alone with their wives in a sempiternal solitariness, without the benefit of the diversion of any cope's mate or co-rival at all, but should withal shun and eschew them, fly from them, and eternally forsake and reject them as impious heretics and sacrilegious persons, according to the accustomed manner of other gods toward such as are too slack in offering up the duties and reverences which ought to be performed respectively to their divinities, as is evidently apparent in Bacchus towards negligent vine-dressers, in Ceres, against idle ploughmen and tillers of the ground, in Pomona, to unworthy fruiterers and costard-mongers, in Neptune, towards dissolute mariners and seafaring men, in Vulcan, towards loitering smiths and forgemen, and so throughout the rest. Now, on the contrary, this infallible promise was added, that unto all those who should make a holy day of the above-recited festival, and cease from all manner of worldly work and negotiation, lay aside all their own most important occasions, and to be so wretchless, heedless, and careless of what might concern the management of their proper affairs as to mind nothing else but a suspicious espying and prying into the secret deportments of their wives, and how to coop, shut up, hold it under, and deal cruelly and austerely with them by all the harshness and hardships that an implacable and every way inexorable jealousy can devise and suggest, conform to the sacred ordinances of the aforementioned sacrifices and oblations. He should be continually favorable to them, should love them, sociably converse with them, should be day and night in their houses, and never leave them destitute of his presence. Now I have said, and you have heard my cure. Ha, ha, ha! Quoth Carpelin, laughing, this is a remedy yet more apt and proper than Hans Carvel's ring. The devil take me if I do not believe it. The humor, inclination, and nature of women is like the thunder, whose force in its bolt or otherwise burneth, bruiseth, and breaketh only hard, massive, and resisting objects, without staying or stopping at soft, empty, and yielding matters. For it pasheth into pieces the steel sword without doing any hurt to the velvet scabbard which ensheatheth it. It crusheth also and consumeth the bones without wounding or endamaging the flesh wherewith they are veiled and covered. Just so it is that women for the greater part never bend the contention, subtlety, and contradictory disposition of their spirits unless it be to do what is prohibited and forbidden. Verily, quoth Hippothede, some of our doctors aver for a truth that the first woman of the world, whom the Hebrews call Eve, had hardly been induced or allured into the temptation of eating of the fruit of the tree of life if it had not been forbidden her so to do. And that you may give the more credit to the validity of this opinion, consider how the cautelous and wily tempter did commemorate unto her, for an antecedent to his enthymeme, the prohibition which was made to taste it, as being desirous to infer from thence, it is forbidden thee. Therefore thou shouldst eat of it, else thou canst not be a woman. Chapter 3.xxxiv. How women ordinarily have the greatest longing after things prohibited. When I was, quoth Carpelin, a whoremaster at Orleans, the whole art of rhetoric, in all its tropes and figures, was not able to afford unto me a colour or flourish of greater force and value. Nor could I by any other form or manner of elocution pitch upon a more persuasive argument for bringing young beautiful married ladies into the snares of adultery, through alluring and enticing them to taste with me of amorous delights. Then with a lively spritefulness to tell them in downright terms, and to remonstrate to them with a great show of detestation of a crime so horrid, how their husbands were jealous. This was none of my invention. It is written, and we have laws, examples, reasons, and daily experiences confirmative of the same. If this belief once enter into their noddles, their husbands will infallibly be cuckolds. Yea, by God, will they, without swearing, although they should do like Semiramis, Pasiphae, Egesta, the women of the Isle Mandes in Egypt, and other such like queenish flirting harlots mentioned in the writings of Herodotus, Strabo, and such like puppies. Truly, quoth Ponocrates, I have heard it related, and it hath been told me for a verity, that Pope John XXII, passing on a day through the abbey of Touche Rome, was in all humility required and besought by the abbess and other discreet mothers of the said convent to grant them an indulgence by means whereof they might confess themselves to one another, alleging that religious women were subject to some petty secret slips and imperfections which would be a foul and burning shame for them to discover and to reveal to men, how sacerdotal soever their functions were. But that they would freelier, more familiarly, and with greater cheerfulness, open to each other their offences, faults, and escapes under the seal of confession. There is not anything, answered the Pope, fitting for you to impetrate of me which I would not most willingly condescend unto, but I find one inconvenience. You know confession should be kept secret, and women are not able to do so. Exceeding well, quoth they, most holy Father, and much more closely than the best of men. The said Pope on the very same day gave them in keeping a pretty box, wherein he purposely caused a little linnet to be put, willing them very gently and courteously to lock it up in some sure and hidden place, and promising them, by the faith of a Pope, that he should yield to their request if they would keep secret what was enclosed within that deposited box, enjoining them withal not to presume one way nor other, directly or indirectly, to go about the opening thereof, under pain of the highest ecclesiastical censure, eternal excommunication. The prohibition was no sooner made but that they did all of them boil with a most ardent desire to know and see what kind of thing it was that was within it. They thought long already that the Pope was not gone, to the end they might jointly, with the more leisure and ease, apply themselves to the box-opening curiosity. The Holy Father, after he had given them his benediction, retired and withdrew himself to the pontifical lodgings of his own palace. But he was hardly gone 3 steps from without the gates of their cloister when the good ladies throngingly, and as in a huddled crowd, pressing hard on the backs of one another, ran thrusting and shoving who should be first at the setting open of the forbidden box and descrying of the quot latitat within. On the very next day thereafter the Pope made them another visit, of a full design, purpose, and intention, as they imagined, to dispatch the grant of their sought and wished for indulgence. But before he would enter into any chat or communing with them, he commanded the casket to be brought unto him. It was done so accordingly, but, by your leave, the bird was no more there. Then was it that the Pope did represent to their maternities how hard a matter and difficult it was for them to keep secrets revealed to them in confession unmanifested to the ears of others. Seeing for the space of 24 hours they were not able to lay up in secret a box which he had highly recommended to their discretion, charge, and custody. Welcome, in good faith, my dear master, welcome. It did me good to hear you talk, the Lord be praised for all. I do not remember to have seen you before now, since the last time that you acted at Montpellier with our ancient friends, Anthony Sapora, Guy Borgier, Balthasar Neuer, Tollet, John Quinton, Francis Robinett, John Perdrier, and Francis Rabelais. The moral comedy of him who had espoused and married a dumb wife. I was there, quoth Epistemon. The good honest man her husband was very earnestly urgent to have the fillet of her tongue untied, and would needs have her speak by any means. At his desire some pains were taken on her, and partly by the industry of the physician, other part by the expertness of the surgeon, the ensiloglot which she had under her tongue being cut, she spoke and spoke again. Yea, within a few hours she spoke so loud, so much, so fiercely, and so long, that her poor husband returned to the same physician for a recipe to make her hold her peace. There are, quoth the physician, many proper remedies in our art to make dumb women speak, but there are none that ever I could learn therein to make them silent. The only cure which I have found out is their husband's deafness. The wretch became within few weeks thereafter, by virtue of some drugs, charms, or enchantments which the physician had prescribed unto him, so deaf that he could not have heard the thundering of 1900 cannons at a salvo. His wife perceiving that indeed he was as deaf as a doornail, and that her scolding was but in vain, sith that he heard her not, she grew stark mad. Some time after the doctor asked for his fee of the husband, who answered that truly he was deaf, and so was not able to understand what the tenor of his demand might be. Whereupon the leech bedusted him with a little, I know not what, sort of powder, which rendered him a fool immediately, so great was the stultificating virtue of that strange kind of pulverized dose. Then did this fool of a husband and his mad wife join together, and, falling on the doctor and the surgeon, did so scratch, bethwack, and bang them that they were left half dead upon the place, so furious were the blows which they received. I never in my lifetime laughed so much as at the acting of that buffoonery. Let us come to where we left off, quoth Panurge. Your words, being translated from the clapperdogeons to plain English, do signify that it is not very inexpedient that I marry, and that I should not care for being a cuckold. You have there hit the nail on the head. I believe, Master Doctor, that on the day of my marriage you will be so much taken up with your patients, or otherwise so seriously employed, that we shall not enjoy your company. Sir, I will heartily excuse your absence. Stercus eti urina medici sunt prandia prima. Ex alias paleas, ex istis collige grana. You are mistaken, quoth Rondibulus, in the second verse of our distich, for it ought to run thus. Nobis sunt signa, vobis sunt prandia digna. If my wife at any time prove to be unwell and ill at ease, I will look upon the water which she shall have made in an urinal glass, quoth Rondibulus, grope her pulse, and see the disposition of her hypogaster. Together with her umbilicary parts, according to the prescript rule of Hippocrates, 2. Aff. 35, before I proceed any further in the cure of her distemper. No, no, quoth Panurge, that will be but to little purpose. Such a feat is for the practice of us that are lawyers, who have the rubric, de ventre inspiciendo. Do not therefore trouble yourself about it, Master Doctor, I will provide for her a plaster of warm guts. Do not neglect your more urgent occasions otherwhere for coming to my wedding. I will send you some supply of victuals to your own house, without putting you to the trouble of coming abroad, and you shall always be my special friend. With this, approaching somewhat nearer to him, he clapped into his hand, without the speaking of so much as one word, for Rose nobles. Rondibulus did shut his fist upon them right kindly. Yet, as if it had displeased him to make acceptance of such golden presents, he in a start, as if he had been wroth, said, he. There was no need of anything, I thank you nevertheless. From wicked folks I never get enough, and I from honest people refuse nothing. I shall be always, sir, at your command. Provided that I pay you well, quoth Panurge. That, quoth Rondibulus, is understood. Chapter 3.xxxv. How the philosopher Tertullian handleth the difficulty of marriage. As this discourse was ended, Pantagruel said to the philosopher Tertullian, our loyal, honest, true, and trusty friend, the lamp from hand to hand is come to you. It falleth to your turn to give an answer, should Panurge, pray you, marry, yea or no? He should do both, quoth Tertullian. What say you? Asked Panurge. That which you have heard, answered Tertullian. What have I heard? Replied Panurge. That which I have said, replied Tertullian. Ha. Are we come to that pass? Quoth Panurge. Let it go nevertheless, I do not value it at a rush, seeing we can make no better of the game. But howsoever tell me, should I marry or no? Neither the one nor the other, answered Terwilligan. The devil take me, quoth Panurge, if these odd answers do not make me dote, and may he snatch me presently away if I do understand you. Stay a while until I fasten these spectacles of mine on this left ear, that I may hear you better. With this Pantagruel perceived at the door of the great hall, which was that day their dining room, Gargantua's little dog, whose name was Kine. For so was Toby's dog called, as is recorded. Then did he say to these who were there present, Our king is not far off, let us all rise. That word was scarcely sooner uttered, than that Gargantua with his royal presence graced that banqueting in stately hall. Each of the guests arose to do their king that reverence and duty which became them. After that Gargantua had most affably saluted all the gentlemen there present, he said, Good friends, I beg this favour of you, and therein you will very much oblige me. That you leave not the places where you sate nor quit the discourse you were upon. Let a chair be brought hither unto this end of the table, and reach me a cupful of the strongest and best wine you have, that I may drink to all the company. You are, in faith, all welcome, gentlemen. Now let me know what talk you were about. To this Pantagruel answered that at the beginning of the second service Panurge had proposed a problematic theme, to wit, whether he should marry, or not marry. That Father Hypothete and Dr. Rondibolus had already dispatched their resolutions thereupon. And that, just as his Majesty was coming in, the faithful Terwilligan in the delivery of his opinion hath thus far proceeded, that when Panurge asked whether he ought to marry, yea or no. At first he made this answer, both together. When this same question was again propounded, his second answer was, neither the one nor the other. Panurge exclaimeth that those answers are full of repugnancies and contradictions, protesting that he understands them not, nor what it is that can be meant by them. If I be not mistaken, quoth Gargantua, I understand it very well. The answer is not unlike to that which was once made by a philosopher in ancient times, who being interrogated if he had a woman whom they named him to his wife. I have her, quoth he, but she hath not me, possessing her, by her I am not possessed. Such another answer, quoth Pantagruel, was once made by a certain bouncing wench of Sparta, who being asked if at any time she had had to do with a man. No, quoth she, but sometimes men have had to do with me. Well then, quoth Rondibolus, let it be a neuter in physic, as when we say a body is neuter, when it is neither sick nor healthful, and a mean in philosophy. That, by an abnegation of both extremes, and this by the participation of the one and of the other. Even as when lukewarm water is said to be both hot and cold. Or rather, as when time makes the partition, and equally divides betwixt the two, a while in the one, another while as long in the other opposite extremity. The holy apostle, quoth Hypothete, seemeth, as I conceive, to have more clearly explained this point when he said, Those that are married, let them be as if they were not married. And those that have wives, let them be as if they had no wives at all. I thus interpret, quoth Pantagruel, the having and not having of a wife. To have a wife is to have the use of her in such a way as nature hath ordained, which is for the aid, society, and solace of man, and propagating of his race. To have no wife is not to be uxorious, play the coward, and be lazy about her, and not for her sake to disdain the lustre of that affection which man owes to God, or yet for her to leave those offices and duties which he owes unto his country, unto his friends and kindred, or for her to abandon and forsake his precious studies, and other businesses of account, to wait still on her will, her beck, and her buttocks. If we be pleased in this sense to take having and not having of a wife, we shall indeed find no repugnancy nor contradiction in the terms at all. Chapter 3.xxxvi. A continuation of the answer of the ephectic and Pyrrhonian philosopher Terwilligan. You speak wisely, quoth Panurge, if the moon were green cheese. Such a tale once pissed my goose. I do not think but that I am let down into that dark pit in the lowermost bottom whereof the truth was hid, according to the saying of Heraclitus. I see no wit at all, I hear nothing, understand as little, my senses are altogether dulled and blunted, truly I do very shrewdly suspect that I am enchanted. I will now alter the former style of my discourse, and talk to him in another strain. Our trusty friend, stir not, nor emburse any, but let us vary the chance, and speak without disjunctives. I see already that these loose and ill-joined members of an enunciation do vex, trouble, and perplex you. Now go on, in the name of God. Should I marry? Truilligan. There is some likelihood therein. Panurge. But if I do not marry? Troll. I see in that no inconvenience. Pan. You do not. Troll. None, truly, if my eyes deceive me not. Pan. Yea, but I find more than 500. Troll. Reckon them. Pan. This is an impropriety of speech, I confess, for I do no more. Thereby but take a certain for an uncertain number, and posit the determinate term for what is indeterminate. When I say, therefore, 500, my meaning is many. Troll. I hear you. Pan. Is it possible for me to live without a wife, in the name of all the subterranean devils? Troll. Away with these filthy beasts. Pan. Let it be, then, in the name of God, for my Salmagondanish people. Used to say, to lie alone, without a wife, is certainly a brutish life. And such a life also was it assevered to be by Dido in her Lamentations. Troll. At your command. Pan. By the potty cody, I have fished fair, where are we now? But will you tell me? Shall I marry? Troll. Perhaps. Pan. Shall I thrive or speed well withal? Troll. According to the encounter. Pan. But if in my adventure I encounter aright, as I hope I will, shall I be fortunate? Troll. Enough. Pan. Let us turn the clean contrary way, and brush our former words. Against the wool, what if I encounter ill? Troll. Then blame not me. Pan. But, of courtesy, be pleased to give me some advice. I heartily beseech you, what must I do? Troll. Even what thou wilt. Pan. Wishy, washy, trolley, trolley. Troll. Do not invocate the name of anything, I pray you. Pan. In the name of God, let it be so. My actions shall be regulated by the rule and square of your counsel. What is it that you advise and counsel me to do? Troll. Nothing. Pan. Shall I marry? Troll. I have no hand in it. Pan. Then shall I not marry? Troll. I cannot help it. Pan. If I never marry, I shall never be a cuckold. Troll. I thought so. Pan. But put the case that I be married. Troll. Where shall we put it? Pan. Admit it be so, then, and take my meaning in that sense. Troll. I am otherwise employed. Pan. By the death of a hog, and mother of a toad, O Lord. If I durst hazard upon a little fling at the swearing game, though privily and under thumb, it would lighten the burden of my heart and ease my lights and reins exceedingly. A little patience nevertheless is requisite. Well then, if I marry, I shall be a cuckold. Troll. One would say so. Pan. Yet if my wife prove a virtuous, wise, discreet, and chaste woman, I shall never be cuckolded. Troll. I think you speak congruously. Pan. Hearken. Troll. As much as you will. Pan. Will she be discreet and chaste? This is the only point I would be resolved in. Troll. I question it. Pan. You never saw her. Troll. Not that I know of. Pan. Why do you then doubt of that which you know not? Troll. For a cause. Pan. And if you should know her. Troll. Yet more. Pan. Page, my pretty little darling, take here my cap, I give it thee. Have a care you do not break the spectacles that are in it. Go down to the lower court. Swear there half an hour for me, and I shall in compensation of that favour swear hereafter for thee as much as thou wilt. But who shall cuckold me? Troll. Somebody. Pan. By the belly of the wooden horse at Troy, master somebody, I shall bang, belam thee, and claw thee well for thy labour. Troll. You say so. Pan. Nay, nay, that Nick in the dark cellar, who hath no white in his eye, carry me quite away with him if, in that case, whensoever I go abroad. From the palace of my domestic residence, I do not with as much circumspection as they use to ring mares in our country to keep them from being sallied by stoned horses, clap a bergamasco lock upon my wife. Troll. Talk better. Pan. It is bien chien, chia chante, well cacked and cackled, shitten and sung in matter of talk. Let us resolve on somewhat. Troll. I do not gainsay it. Pan. Have a little patience. Seeing I cannot on this side draw any blood of you, I will try if with the lancet of my judgment I be able to bleed you in another vein. Are you married, or are you not? Troll. Neither the one nor the other, and both together. Pan. Oh, the good God help us. By the death of a buffalox, I sweat with the toil and travail that I am put to, and find my digestion broke off, disturbed, and interrupted, for all my phrenes, metaphrines, and diaphragms, back, belly, midriff, muscles, veins, and sinews are held in a suspense and for a while discharged from their proper offices to stretch forth their several powers and abilities for incornifestibulating and laying up into the hamper of my understanding your various sayings and answers. Troll. I shall be no hinderer thereof. Pan. Tush, for shame. Our faithful friend, speak, are you married? Troll. I think so. Pan. You were also married before you had this wife? Troll. It is possible. Pan. Had you good luck in your first marriage? Troll. It is not impossible. Pan. How thrive you with this second wife of yours? Troll. Even as it pleaseth my fatal destiny. Pan. But what, in good earnest? Tell me, do you prosper well with her? Troll. It is likely. Pan. Come on, in the name of God. I vow, by the burden of Saint Christopher, that I had rather undertake the fetching of a fart forth of the belly of a dead ass than to draw out of you a positive and determinate resolution. Yet shall I be sure at this time to have a snatch at you, and get my claws over you. Our trusty friend, let us shame the devil of hell, and confess the verity. Were you ever a cuckold? I say, you who are here. And not that other you who playeth below in the tennis court? Troll. No, if it was not predestinated. Pan. By the flesh, blood, and body, I swear, reswear, forswear, abjure, and renounce, he evades and avoids, shifts and escapes me, and quite slips, and wins himself out of my grips and clutches. At these words Gargantua arose and said, Praised be the good God in all things, but especially for bringing the world into that height of refinedness beyond what it was when I first came to be acquainted therewith. That now the learnedst and most prudent philosophers are not ashamed to be seen entering in at the porches and frontispices of the schools of the Pyrrhonian, Aporetic, Skeptic and Effectic sects. Blessed be the holy name of God. Veritably, it is like henceforth to be found an enterprise of much more easy undertaking to catch lions by the neck, horses by the mane, oxen by the horns, bulls by the muzzle, wolves by the tail, goats by the beard, and flying birds by the feet, than to entrap such philosophers in their words. Farewell, my worthy, dear, and honest friends. When he had done thus speaking, he withdrew himself from the company. Pantagruel and others with him would have followed and accompanied him, but he would not permit them so to do. No sooner was Gargantua departed out of the banqueting hall than that Pantagruel said to the invited guests, Plato's Timaeus, at the beginning always of a solemn festival convention, was wont to count those that were called thereto. We, on the contrary, shall at the closure and end of this treatment reckon up our number. 1, 2, 3, where is the fourth? I miss my friend Bridal Goose. Was not he sent for? Epistemon answered that he had been at his house to bid and invite him, but could not meet with him. For that a messenger from the Parliament of Merlingois, in Merlings, was come to him with a writ of summons to cite and warn him personally to appear before the reverend senators of the High Court there, to vindicate and justify himself at the bar of the crime of prevarication laid to his charge, and to be peremptorily instanced against him in a certain decree, judgment, or sentence lately awarded, given, and pronounced by him. And that, therefore, he had taken horse and departed in great haste from his own house, to the end that without peril or danger of falling into a default or contumacy he might be the better able to keep the prefixed and appointed time. I will, quoth Pantagruel, understand how that matter goeth. It is now above 40 years that he hath been constantly the judge of Fonsbedden, during which space of time he hath given 4,000 definitive sentences, of 2,309 whereof. Although appeal was made by the parties whom he had judicially condemned from his inferior judicatory to the Supreme Court of the Parliament of Merlingois, in Merlings, they were all of them nevertheless confirmed, ratified, and approved of by an order, decree, and final sentence of the said Sovereign Court, to the casting of the appellants, and utter overthrow of the suits wherein they had been foiled at law, for ever and a day. That now in his old age he should be personally summoned, who in all the foregoing time of his life hath demeaned himself so unblameably in the discharge of the office and vocation he had been called unto. It cannot assuredly be that such a change hath happened without some notorious misfortune and disaster. I am resolved to help and assist him in equity and justice to the uttermost extent of my power and ability. I know the malice, despite, and wickedness of the world to be so much more nowadays exasperated, increased, and aggravated by what it was not long since, that the best cause that is, how just and equitable soever it be, standeth in great need to be succored, aided, and supported. Therefore presently, from this very instant forth, do I purpose, till I see the event and closure thereof, most heedfully to attend and wait upon it, for fear of some underhand tricky surprisal, cavilling pettifoggery, or fallacious quirks in law, to his detriment, hurt, or disadvantage. Then dinner being done, and the tables drawn and removed, when Pantagruel had very cordially and affectionately thanked his invited guests for the favour which he had enjoyed of their company, he presented them with several rich and costly gifts, such as jewels, rings set with precious stones, gold and silver vessels, with a great deal of other sort of plate besides, and lastly, taking of them all his leave, retired himself into an inner chamber. Chapter 3.xvi. How Pantagruel persuaded Panurge to take counsel of a fool. When Pantagruel had withdrawn himself, he, by a little sloping window in one of the galleries, perceived Panurge in a lobby not far from thence, walking alone, with the gesture, carriage, and garb of a fond dotard, raving, wagging, and shaking his hands, dandling, lolling, and nodding with his head, like a cow bellowing for her calf. And, having then called him nearer, spoke unto him thus: You are at this present, as I think, not unlike to a mouse entangled in a snare, who the more that she goeth about to rid and unwind herself out of the gin wherein she is caught, by endeavouring to clear and deliver her feet from the pitch whereto they stick, the fullier she is bewrayed with it, and the more strongly pestered therein. Even so is it with you. For the more that you labor, strive, and enforce yourself to disencumber and extricate your thoughts out of the implicating involutions and fetterings of the grievous and lamentable gins and springs of anguish and perplexity, the greater difficulty there is in the relieving of you, and you remain faster bound than ever. Nor do I know for the removal of this inconveniency any remedy but one. Take heed, I have often heard it said in a vulgar proverb, the wise may be instructed by a fool. Seeing the answers and responses of sage and judicious men have in no manner of way satisfied you, take advice of some fool. And possibly by so doing you may come to get that counsel which will be agreeable to your own heart's desire and contentment. You know how by the advice and counsel and prediction of fools, many kings, princes, states, and commonwealths have been preserved, several battles gained, and divers doubts of a most perplexed intricacy resolved. I am not so diffident of your memory as to hold it needful to refresh it with a quotation of examples, nor do I so far undervalue your judgment but that I think it will acquiesce in the reason of this my subsequent discourse. As he who narrowly takes heed to what concerns the dexterous management of his private affairs, domestic businesses, and those adieus which are confined within the strait-laced compass of one family, who is attentive, vigilant, and active in the economic rule of his own house, whose frugal spirit never strays from home, who loseth no occasion whereby he may purchase to himself more riches, and build up new heaps of treasure on his former wealth, and who knows warily how to prevent the inconveniences of poverty, is called a worldly wise man, though perhaps in the second judgment of the intelligences which are above he be esteemed a fool, so, on the contrary, is he most like, even in the thoughts of all celestial spirits, to be not only sage, but to presage events to come by divine inspiration, who laying quite aside those cares which are conducible to his body or his fortunes, and, as it were, departing from himself, rids all his senses of terrene affections, and clears his fancies of those plodding studies which harbour in the minds of thriving men. All which neglects of sublunary things are vulgarly imputed folly. After this manner, the son of Picus, king of the Latins, the great soothsayer Faunus, was called fatuous by the witless rabble of the common people. The like we daily see practised amongst the comic players, whose dramatic roles, in distribution of the personages, appoint the acting of the fool to him who is the wisest of the troupe. In approbation also of this fashion the mathematicians allow the very same horoscope to princes and to sots, whereof a right pregnant instance by them is given in the nativities of Aeneas and Coroebus. The latter of which two is by Euphorion said to have been a fool, and yet had with the former the same aspects and heavenly genethliac influences. I shall not, I suppose, swerve much from the purpose in hand, if I relate unto you what John Andrew said upon the return of a papal writ, which was directed to the mayor and burgesses of Rochelle, and after him by Panurge, upon the same pontifical canon. Barbatius on the Pandects, and recently by Jason in his counsels, concerning Saint John, the noted fool of Paris, and Caillet's four-great-grandfather. The case is this. At Paris, in the roast-meat cookery of the Petit Chastelet, before the cook-shop of one of the roast-meat sellers of that lane, a certain hungry porter was eating his bread, after he had by parcels kept it a while above the reek and steam of a fat goose on the spit, turning at a great fire, and found it, so besmoked with the vapour, to be savoury. Which the cook observing, took no notice, till after having ravined his penny loaf, whereof no morsel had been unsmockified, he was about decamping and going away. But, by your leave, as the fellow thought to have departed thence shot-free, the master cook laid hold upon him by the gorget, and demanded payment for the smoke of his roast meat. The porter answered, that he had sustained no loss at all. That by what he had done there was no diminution made of the flesh. That he had taken nothing of his, and that therefore he was not indebted to him in anything. As for the smoke in question, that, although he had not been there, it would howsoever have been evaporated, besides, that before that time it had never been seen nor heard that roast meat smoke was sold upon the streets of Paris. The cook hereto replied, that he was not obliged nor any way bound to feed and nourish for not a porter whom he had never seen before with the smoke of his roast meat. And thereupon swore that if he would not forthwith content and satisfy him with present payment for the repast which he had thereby got, that he would take his crooked staves from off his back, which, instead of having loads thereafter laid upon them, should serve for fuel to his kitchen fires. Whilst he was going about so to do, and to have pulled them to him by one of the bottom rungs which he had caught in his hand, the sturdy porter got out of his grip, drew forth the knotty cudgel, and stood to his own defence. The altercation waxed hot in words, which moved the gaping hoydens of the sottish Parisians to run from all parts thereabouts, to see what the issue would be of that babbling strife and contention. In the interim of this dispute, to very good purpose Saint John, the fool and citizen of Paris, happened to be there, whom the cook perceiving, said to the porter, "Wilt thou refer and submit unto the noble Saint John the decision of the difference and controversy which is betwixt us?" "Yes, by the blood of a goose," answered the porter, "I am content." Saint John the fool, finding that the cook and porter had compromised the determination of their variance and debate to the discretion of his award and arbitrament. After that the reasons on either side whereupon was grounded the mutual fierceness of their brawling jar had been to the full displayed and laid open before him, commanded the porter to draw out of the fob of his belt a piece of money, if he had it. Whereupon the porter immediately without delay, in reverence to the authority of such a judicious umpire, put the 10th part of a silver philip into his hand. This little philip Saint John took. Then set it on his left shoulder, to try by feeling if it was of a sufficient weight. After that, laying it on the palm of his hand, he made it ring and tingle, to understand by the ear if it was of a good alloy in the metal whereof it was composed. Thereafter he put it to the ball or apple of his left eye, to explore by the sight if it was well stamped and marked. All which being done, in a profound silence of the whole doltish people who were there spectators of this pageantry, to the great hope of the cooks and despair of the porter's prevalency in the suit that was in agitation, he finally caused the porter to make it sound several times upon the stall of the cook's shop. Then with a presidential majesty holding his bauble sceptre like in his hand, muffling his head with a hood of marten skins, each side whereof had the resemblance of an ape's face sprucified up with ears of pasted paper, and having about his neck a bucked ruff, raised, furrowed, and ridged with pointing sticks of the shape and fashion of small organ pipes, he first with all the force of his lungs coughed 2 or 3 times. And then with an audible voice pronounced this following sentence: "The court declareth that the porter who ate his bread at the smoke of the roast, hath civilly paid the cook with the sound of his money. And the said court ordaineth that everyone return to his own home, and attend his proper business, without cost and charges, and for a cause." This verdict, award, and arbitrament of the Parisian fool did appear so equitable, yea, so admirable to the aforesaid doctors, that they very much doubted if the matter had been brought before the sessions for justice of the said place, or that the judges of the Rota at Rome had been umpires therein, or yet that the Areopagites themselves had been the deciders thereof, if by any one part, or all of them together, it had been so judicially sententiated and awarded. Therefore advise, if you will be counselled by a fool. Chapter 3.xxxvii. How Tribulate is set forth and blazed by Pantagruel and Panurge. "By my soul," quoth Panurge, "that overture pleaseth me exceedingly well. I will therefore lay hold thereon, and embrace it. At the very motioning thereof my very right entrail seemeth to be widened and enlarged, which was but just now hard-bound, contracted, and costive. But as we have hitherto made choice of the purest and most refined cream of wisdom and sapience for our counsel, so would I now have to preside and bear the prime sway in our consultation as very a fool in the supreme degree." "Tribulate," quoth Pantagruel, "is completely foolish, as I conceive." "Yes, truly," answered Panurge, "he is properly and totally a fool, A. Pantagruel. Panurge. Fatal F. Jovial F. Natural F. Mercurial F. Celestial F. Lunatic F. Erratic F. Ducal F. Eccentric F. Common F. Ethereal and Genonian F. Lordly F. Arctic F. Palatine F. Heroic F. Principal F. Genial F. Praetorian F. Inconstant F. Elected F. Earthly F. Courtly F. Salacious and sporting F. Primipolary F. Jocund and wanton F. Triumphant F. Pimpled F, vulgar F. Freckled F, domestic F. Bell-tinging F, exemplary F. Laughing and lecherous F, rare outlandish F. Nimming and filching F, satrical F. Unpressed F, civil F. First broached F, popular F. Augustal F, familiar F. Caesarean F. Notable F. Imperial F, favorized F. Royal F, Latinized F. Patriarchal F, ordinary F. Original F, transcendent F. Loyal F, rising F. Episcopal F, papal F. Doctoral F, consistorian F. Monarchal F, conclavist F. Fiscal F, bullist F. Extravagant F. Synodal F. Writhe F, doting and raving F. Canonical F, singular and surpassing F. Such another F, special and excelling F. Graduated F, metaphysical F. Commensal F, scatological F. Primal essentiated F, predicamental and categoric F. Train-bearing F. Predicable and enunciatory F. Supererogating F, decumane and superlative F. Collateral F, dutiful and officious F. Haunch and side F, optical and perspective F. Nestling, ninny, and youngling F, algoristic F. Flitting, giddy, and unsteady F. Algebraical F. Brancher, novice, and cockney F, cabalistical and masoretical F. Haggard, cross, and froward F, talmudical F. Gentle, mild, and tractable F, algamalized F. Male-coded F, compendious F. Pilfering and purloining F, abbreviated F. Tail-grown F, hyperbolical F. Grey peck-led F, anatomastical F. Pleonasmical F, allegorical F. Capital F, tropological F. Hair-brained F, Meteor pin crust F. Cordial F, heteroclite F. Intimate F, summist F. Hepatic F, abridging F. Cupshotten and swilling F, Moorish F. Splenetic F, leaden-sealed F. Windy F, mandatory F. Legitimate F, compassionate F. Azimuthal F, titulary F. Almacanterized F, crouching, show king, ducking F. Proportioned F, grim, stern, harsh, and wayward F. Chinified F. Well hung and timbered F. Swollen and puffed up F, ill-clawed, pounced, and pawed F. Overcucrifidled and life-eyed F. Well-stoned F. Corollary F, crabbed and unpleasing F. Eastern F, winded and untainted F. Sublime F, kitchen haunting F. Crimson F, lofty and stately F. Ingrained F, spitrack F. City F, architrave F. Basely accoutred F, pedestal F. Mast-headed F, tetragonal F. Modal F, renowned F. Second notional F, rheumatic F. Cheerful and buxom F, flaunting and braggadocio F. Solemn F, egregious F. Annual F, humorous and capricious F. Festival F, rude, gross, and absurd F. Recreative F, large measured F. Boorish and counterfeit F, babble F. Pleasant F, downright F. Privileged F, broad-listed F. Rustical F. Dunsical bearing F. Proper and peculiar F, stale and overworn F. Ever-ready F, saucy and swaggering F. Diapasonal F, full-bulked F. Resolute F, gallant and vainglorious F. Hieroglyphical F, gorgeous and gaudy F. Authentic F. Continual and intermitting F. Worthy F, rebusing and roundling F. Precious F, prototypal and precedenting F. Fanatic F, prating F. Fantastical F, catechetic F. Symphatic F, cacodoxical F. Panic F, meridional F. Limbecked and distilled F. Nocturnal F. Comportable F, occidental F. Wretched and heartless F, trifling F. Food F, astrological and figure-flinging F. Thick and threefold F, genethliac and horoscopal F. Damasked F, knavish F. Fearnay F, idiot F. Unleavened F, blockish F. Baritonant F, beetle-headed F. Pink and spot-powdered F, grotesque F. Musket-proof F, impertinent F. Pedantic F, quarrelsome F. Strouting F, unmannerly F. Wood F, captious and sophistical F. Greedy F, soritic F. Senseless F, cathaloproton F. Gotterlich F, hody and diody F. Obstinate F, alphos and catati F. Contradictory F. Pedagogical F. Daft F. Drunken F. Peevish F. Prodigal F. Rash F. Plotting F. Pantagruel. If there was any reason why at Rome the quirinal holiday of old was called the Feast of Fools, I know not why we may not for the like. 'Cause institute in France the triballetic festivals, to be celebrated and solemnized over all the land. Panurge. If all fools carried cruppers. Pantagruel. If he were the god Fatuus of whom we have already made mention, the husband of the goddess Fatua, his father would be good day. And his grandmother good even. Panurge. If all fools paced, albeit he be somewhat wry-legged, he would overlay at least a fathom at every rake. Let us go toward him without any further lingering or delay, we shall have, no doubt, some fine resolution of him. I am ready to go, and long for the issue of our progress. Impatiently. I must needs, quoth Pantagruel, according to my former resolution therein, be present at Bridalgust's trial. Nevertheless, whilst I shall be upon my journey towards Mirelings, which is on the other side of the river of Loire, I will dispatch Carpelin to bring along with him from Blois the fool Triblet. Then was Carpelin instantly sent away, and Pantagruel, at the same time attended by his domestics, Panurge, Epistman, Ponocrates, Friar John, Gymnast, Rhizotomus, and others, marched forward on the high road to Mirelings. Chapter 3.xxxx. How Pantagruel was present at the trial of Judge Bridalgus, who decided causes and controversies in law by the chance and fortune of the dice. On the day following, precisely at the hour appointed, Pantagruel came to Mirelings. At his arrival the presidents, senators, and councillors prayed him to do them the honour to enter in with them, to hear the decision of all the causes, arguments, and reasons which Bridalgus in his own defence would produce. Why he had pronounced a certain sentence against the subsidy assessor, to Gironde, which did not seem very equitable to that centumbral court. Pantagruel very willingly condescended to their desire, and accordingly entering in, found Bridalgus sitting within the middle of the enclosure of the said court of justice. Who immediately upon the coming of Pantagruel, accompanied with the senatorian members of that worshipful judicatory, arose, went to the bar, had his indictment read, and for all his reasons, defences, and excuses, answered nothing else but that he was become old, and that his sight of late was very much failed, and become dimmer than it was wont to be. Instancing therewithal many miseries and calamities which old age bringeth along with it, and are concomitant to wrinkled elders, which not. Por Archid. D. 86. C. Tanta. By reason of which infirmity he was not able so distinctly and clearly to discern the points and blots of the dice as formerly he had been accustomed to do. Whence it might very well have happened, said he, as old dim-sighted Isaac took Jacob for Esau, that I after the same manner, at the decision of causes and controversies in law, should have been mistaken in taking a cotter for a sink, or a tray for a deuce. This I beseech your worships, quoth he, to take into your serious consideration, and to have the more favourable opinion of my uprightness, notwithstanding the prevarication whereof I am accused in the matter of Tucheron's sentence. That at the time of that decree's pronouncing I only had made use of my small dice. And your worships, said he, know very well how by the most authentic rules of the law it is provided that the imperfections of nature should never be imputed unto any for crimes and transgressions, as appeareth, ff de re millet. L. Cacamuno. Ff. De reg. Jur. L. Fear. Ff de edel. Edict. Per totem. Ff de term. Mod. L. Divus Adrianus, resolved by Lud. Ram in L. Si vero. Ff sol. Matre. And who would offer to do otherwise, should not thereby accuse the man, but nature, and the all-seeing providence of God, as is evident in L. Maximum Vidium, c. de lib praetor. What kind of dice, quoth Trinquimel, Grand President of the said court, do you mean, my friend Bridal Goose? The dice, quoth Bridal Goose, of sentences at law, decrees, and peremptory judgments, alia judiciarum, whereof is written, per doctor. 26, Chew. 2, Cap. Sort. L. Nec emptio ff de contrahend. Empt. L. Quat de better. Ff de peccel. Ed Bartle, and which your worships do, as well as I, use, in this glorious sovereign court of yours. So do all other righteous judges in their decision of processes and final determination of legal differences, observing that which hath been said thereof by D. Henri. For on that, ed not. Gl in C. Fin. De sortal. Edl sed cum ombo. Ff de jud. Ubi docto. Mark, that chance and fortune are good, honest, profitable, and necessary for ending of and putting a final closure to dissensions and debates in suits at law. The same hath more clearly been declared by Bald. Bartle. Et Alex. C. Communia de leg. L. C. Duo. But how is it that you do these things? Asked Trinquimel. I very briefly, quoth Bridal Goose, shall answer you, according to the doctrine and instructions of leg. Ampliarem para. In refutatorius. C. De appel. Which is conformed to what is said in Gloss L. 1. Ff quat met. Causa. Gaudent brevitate moderni. My practice is therein the same with that of your other worships, and as the custom of the judicatory requires, unto which our law commandeth us to have regard, and by the rule thereof still to direct and regulate our actions and procedures, ut not. Extra. De consuit. In C. Ex literis et ib inec. For having well and exactly seen, surveyed, overlooked, reviewed, recognized, read, and read over again, turned and tossed over, seriously perused and examined the bills of complaint, accusations, impeachments, indictments, warnings, citations, summonings, comparitions, appearances, mandates, commissions, delegations, instructions, informations, inquests, preparatories, productions, evidences, proofs, allegations, depositions, cross-speeches, contradictions, supplications, requests, petitions, inquiries, instruments of the deposition of witnesses, rejoinders, replies, confirmations of former assertions, duplies, triplies, answers to rejoinders, writings, deeds, reproaches, disabling of exceptions taken, grievances, salvation bills, re-examination of witnesses, confronting of them together, declarations, denunciations, libels, certificates, royal missives, letters of appeal, letters of attorney, instruments of compulsion, delineatories, anticipatories, evocations, messages, demissions, issues, exceptions, dilatory pleas, demurs, compositions, injunctions, reliefs, reports, returns, confessions, acknowledgments, exploits, executions, and other such like confects and spiceries. Both at the one and the other side, as a good judge ought to do, conform to what hath been noted thereupon. Spec. de ordination. Paragraph. 3. Et title de OFFI. OMN. Judd. Paragraph. Fin. Et de rescriptus presentat. Parag. 1. I posit on the end of a table in my closet all the pokes and bags of the defendant, and then allow unto him the first hazard of the dice, according to the usual manner of your other worships. And it is mentioned, L. Favorabiliaries. Ff de reg. Jur. Et in cap. Cum sunt eodi. Tit. Lib 6, which saith, Quum sunt partium jura obscura, rio podius favendum est quam actori. That being done, I thereafter lay down upon the other end of the same table the bags and satchels of the plaintiff, as your other worships are accustomed to do, visum visu, just over against one another. For apposita juxta se posita clarius illuciscent, ut not. In lib 1. Parag. Videmus. Ff de his sunt sui vel alieni juris, et in L. munirum. Para. Mixta ff de mun. Id hon. Then do I likewise and semblably throw the dice for him, and forthwith lever him his chance. But, quoth Trinquemel, my friend, how come you to know, understand, and resolve the obscurity of these various and seeming contrary passages in law, which are laid claim to by the suitors and pleading parties? Even just, quoth Bridlegoose, after the fashion of your other worships. To wit, when there are many bags on the one side and on the other, I then use my little small dice, after the customary manner of your other worships, in obedience to the law, semper in stipulationibus ff de reg. Jur. And the law ver, s, if id versifieth that, eodi. Tit. Semper in obscuris quat minimum est sequimer, canonized in C, in obscuris. Eodi. Tit. Lib 6. I have other large great dice, fair and goodly ones, which I employ in the fashion that your other worships used to do, when the matter is more plain, clear, and liquid, that is to say, when there are fewer bags. But when you have done all these fine things, quoth Trinquemel, how do you, my friend, award your decrees, and pronounce judgment? Even as your other worships, answered Bridlegoose. For I give out sentence in his favor unto whom hath befallen the best chance by dice, judiciary, tribunian, praetorial, what comes first. So our laws command, ff capot. In pine. L. Creditor, C. The consul. 1. Et de regul. Jur. In 6. Caprior est tempori podior est jur. Chapter 3.xl. How Bridlegoose giveth reasons why he looked upon those law actions which he decided by the chance of the dice. Yea but, quoth Trinquemel, my friend, seeing it is by the lot, chance, and throw of the dice that you award your judgments and sentences, why do not you lever up these fair throws and chances the very same day and hour? Without any further procrastination or delay, that the controverting party pleaders appear before you? To what use can those writings serve you, those papers and other procedures contained in the bags and pokes of the law-suitors? To the very same use, quoth Bridlegoose, that they serve your other worships. They are behooveful unto me, and serve my turn in three things very exquisite, requisite, and authentical. First, for formality's sake, the omission whereof, that it mocketh all, whatever is done, to be of no force nor value, is excellently well proved, by spec. 1. Tit. De instrument edit. Et tit. De rescript. Present. Besides that, it is not unknown to you, who have had many more experiments thereof than I, how oftentimes, in judicial proceedings, the formalities utterly destroy the materialities and substances of the causes and matters agitated. For forma mutata, mutator substantia. Ff ad exib. L. Julianus. Ff ad leg. Fal. Lsi is ca quadraginta. Et extra de decim. C. ad audientium, et de celebrat. Miss. C. in quadam. Secondly, they are useful and steadable to me, even as unto your other worships, in lieu of some other honest and healthful exercise. The late Master Othoman Vadet, Vadir, a prime physician, as you would say, cod. De commit. Et archi. Lib. 12. Hath frequently told me that the lack and default of bodily exercise is the chief, if not the sole and only cause of the little health and short lives of all officers of justice, such as your worships and I am. Which observation was singularly well before him noted and remarked by Bartholus in Lib 1. c. Descent. Que pro eo quat. Therefore it is that the practice of such like exercitations is appointed to be laid hold on by your other worships, and consequently not to be denied unto me, who am of the same profession, quia accessorium naturam sequitur principalis. De Reg. Jur. L. 6. EDL cum principalis. EDL nihil dolo. FF eodi. Tit. FF de fi just. L. Fi just. Ed extra de officio de leg. Cap. 1. Let certain honest and recreative sports and plays of corporeal exercises be allowed and approved of. And so far, FF de allus. Ed aliat. L. solent. Ed authent, ut omnes obed. In princ. Call. 7. EDFF de prescript. Verb. L. Si gratuitam EDL 1. Cod. Despect. L. 11. Such also is the opinion of D. Tom, in Secunda, Secundi Q. I. 168. Quoted in very good purpose by D. Albert de Rosa, who fut magnus practicus, and a solemn doctor, as Barbatius attesteth in Principiis Consul. Wherefore the reason is evidently and clearly deduced and set down before us in gloss. In proemio. FF. Par. Any autumn tertii. Interpone tues interdum gaudia curis. In very deed, once, in the year 1449, having a business concerning the portion and inheritance of a younger brother depending in the court and chamber of the 4 high treasurers of France. Whereinto as soon as ever I got leave to enter by a pecuniary permission of the usher thereof, as your other worships know very well, that pecuniae obedient omnia, and there says Baldus, in L. Singularia. FFSI cert. Pet. Edi salic. In L. receptitia. Cod. De constit. Pecuni. Ed card in clem. 1. De baptism. I found them all recreating and diverting themselves at the play called Mus, either before or after dinner. To me, truly, it is a thing altogether indifferent whether of the two it was, provided that hic not, that the game of the Mus is honest, healthful, ancient, and lawful, a muscho inventor, de quo cod. De petit. Haired. Lsi post mortem. Eti muscarii. Such as play and sport it at the Mus are excusable in and by law, Lib 1. C. De excis. Artific. Lib 10. And at the very same time was Master Thielman Piquet one of the players of that game of Mus. There is nothing that I do better remember, for he laughed heartily when his fellow members of the aforesaid judicial chamber spoiled their caps in swinging of his shoulders. He, nevertheless, did even then say unto them, that the banging and flapping of him, to the waste and havoc of their caps, should not, at their return from the palace to their own houses, excuse them from their wives, per se extra. De praesumt. Edi ibia gloss. Now, resolutori locendo, I should say, according to the style and phrase of your other worships, that there is no exercise, sport, game, play, nor recreation in all this palatine, palatial, or parliamentary world. More aromatizing and fragrant than to empty in void bags and purses, turn over papers and writings, quote margins and backs of scrolls and rolls, fill panniers, and take inspection of causes, ex. Bart. E.D. Joan. De pra. In L. falsa. De condit. E.T. demonst. Ff. Thirdly, I consider, as your own worships used to do, that time ripeneth and bringeth all things to maturity, that by time everything cometh to be made manifest and patent, and that time is the father of truth and virtue. Gloss. In L. 1. Cod. The servant. Authent. De restit. Eteaque pa et spectit. The requisite. Cons. Therefore is it that, after the manner and fashion of your other worships, I defer, protract, delay, prolong, intermit, surcease, pause, linger, suspend, prorogate, drive out, wire draw, and shift off the time of giving a definitive sentence. To the end that the suit or process, being well fanned and winnowed, tossed and canvassed to and fro, narrowly, precisely, and nearly garbled, sifted, searched, and examined, and on all hands exactly argued, disputed, and debated, may, by succession of time, come at last to its full ripeness and maturity. By means whereof, when the fatal hazard of the dice ensueth thereupon, the parties cast or condemned by the said aleatory chance will with much greater patience, and more mildly and gently, endure and bear up the disastrous load of their misfortune, than if they had been sentenced at their first arrival unto the court, as not. Glff de excis. Tut. L. Tria. Honora. Portator leviter quat portat quisque libenter. On the other part, to pass a decree or sentence when the action is raw, crude, green, unripe, unprepared, as at the beginning. A danger would ensue of a no less inconveniency than that which the physicians have been wont to say befalleth to him in whom an impostum is pierced before it be ripe. Or unto any other whose body is purged of a strong predominating humor before its digestion. For as it is written, in authent. Haec constit. In inec. De constit. Princip, so is the same repeated in gloss. In si, citerum. Extra. De jurum. Calum. Quat medicamenta morbis exhibent, hoc jura negotius. Nature furthermore admonisheth and teacheth us to gather and reap, eat and feed on fruits when they are ripe, and not before. Instit. De rare. Divi peregr. Is ad quem etff de action. Empt. L. Julianus. To marry likewise our daughters when they are ripe, and no sooner, ff de donation. Intervere. Et uxer. L. Cum hic status. Peregr. Si casponsum. Eg 27 Qu1. C. Sicit dicit. Gl. Jam matura thura plenus adoliverat annis. Virginitas. And, in a word, she instructeth us to do nothing of any considerable importance, but in a full maturity in ripeness. 23. Q. Para ultimate et 23. De si, ultimo. Chapter 3.xli. How bridal goose relateth the history of the reconcilers of parties at variance in matters of law. I remember to the same purpose, quoth bridal goose, in continuing his discourse, that in the time when at Poictiers I was a student of law under Brocadium Juris, there was at Semerve one Peter Dandin, a very honest man. Careful laborer of the ground, fine singer in a church desk, of good repute and credit, and older than the most aged of all your worships. Who was wont to say that he had seen the great and goodly good man, the Council of Lateran, with his wide and broad-brimmed red hat. As also, that he had beheld and looked upon the fair and beautiful pragmatical Sanction his wife, with her huge rosary or Patinotrian chaplet of jet beads hanging at a large sky-colored ribbon. This honest man compounded, atoned, and agreed more differences, controversies, and variances at law than had been determined, voided, and finished during his time in the whole palace of Poictiers, in the auditory of Montmorillon, and in the town-house of the old Pardonnet. This amicable disposition of his rendered him venerable and of great estimation, sway, power, and authority throughout all the neighboring places of Chauvigny, Nueil, Leguge, Vivonne, Mazeau, Estables, and other bordering and circumjacent towns, villages, and hamlets. All their debates were pacified by him, he put an end to their brabbling suits at law and wrangling differences. By his advice and counsels were accords and reconcilements no less firmly made than if the verdict of a sovereign judge had been interposed therein, although, in very deed, he was no judge at all, but a right honest man, as you may well conceive. arg. Inel, sed si unius. Ff de jurjur. Et de verbis obligatoris L. Continuous. There was not a hog killed within 3 parishes of him whereof he had not some part of the haslet and puddings. He was almost every day invited either to a marriage banquet, christening feast, an uprising or women churching treatment, a birthday's anniversary solemnity, a merry frolic gossiping, or otherwise to some delicious entertainment in a tavern. To make some accord and agreement between persons at odds and in debate with one another. Remark what I say. For he never yet settled and compounded a difference betwixt any two at variance. But he straight made the parties agreed and pacified to drink together as a sure and infallible token and symbol of a perfect and completely well-cemented reconciliation. Sign of a sound and sincere amity and proper mark of a new joy and gladness to follow thereupon, boot not. Per, Dr. Ff de Peric. Edicom Ray Vend. L. 1. He had a son, whose name was Tenet Dan Din, a lusty, young, sturdy, frisking royster, so help me God. Who likewise, in imitation of his peacemaking father, would have undertaken and meddled with the making up of variances and deciding of controversies betwixt disagreeing and contentious party pleaders, as you know. Seep solit similis esse patri. Et sequitur leviter filia matris iter. Ut 8 gloss. 6. Quast. 1. C. Cas. Gloss. De cons disti 5. C. 2. Fin. Edest not. Per Doctor. Cod. De impub. Ed alias substit. L. Ultimate et L. Legitime. Ff de stat. Hom. Gloss. In L. Quat si nullit. Ff. De edel. Edict. L. Quisquis C. ad leg. July. Majest. Excipio filios ammoniali susceptos ex monacho. Per gloss. In C. Imputicas. 27. Question. 1. And such was his confidence to have no worse success than his father, he assumed unto himself the title of lawstrife settler. He was likewise in these pacificatory negotiations so active and vigilant, for vigilantibus jura subvenient. XL. Pupillus. Ff quae in fraud. Cred. Et ibit L. non enim. Et instit. In proem. That when he had smelt, heard, and fully understood, utff that quando pop. Fecl bagaso. Gloss. In verb. Alphacit, id est, nasum ad culum posuit, and found that there was anywhere in the country a debatable matter at law, he would incontinently thrust in his advice, and so forwardly intrude his opinion in the business. That he made no bones of making offer, and taking upon him to decide it, how difficult soever it might happen to be, to the full contentment and satisfaction of both parties. It is written, ca non laborat non mangicat, and the said glff de dam. Infect. L. Quamvis, and curra plus que lo pa veculum compellidi gestas. Gloss. Ff de lib agnosc. L. Si cas. Pro qua facit. L. Si plures. C. De cond insert. But so hugely great was his misfortune in this his undertaking, that he never composed any difference, how little soever you may imagine it might have been, but that, instead of reconciling the parties at odds, he did incense, irritate, and exasperate them to a higher point of dissension and enmity than ever they were at before. Your worships know, I doubt not, that sermo dater cunctus, animi sapientia paucis. Glff de alien. Judd. Mutt. Caus. Fa. Lib 2. This administered unto the tavern keepers, wine drawers, and vintners of Sumervan occasion to say, that under him they had not in the space of a whole year so much reconciliation wine, for so were they pleased to call the good wine of Leguch, as under his father they had done in 1/2 hour's time. It happened a little while thereafter that he made a most heavy regret thereof to his father, attributing the causes of his bad success in pacificatory enterprises to the perversity, stubbornness, froward, cross, and backward inclinations of the people of his time. Roundly, boldly, and irreverently upbraiding, that if but a score of years before the world had been so wayward, obstinate, pervicacious, implacable, and out of all square, frame, and order as it was then, his father had never attained to and acquired the honor and title of strife appeaser so irrefragably, inviolably, and irrevocably as he had done. In doing whereof tenet did heinously transgress against the law which prohibiteth children to reproach the actions of their parents, per Glet Bart. L. 3. Paragraph. Si cos. Ff de cond ob caus. Et authent. Denupt. Par. Sed quat sensitum. Colonel 4. To this the honest old father answered thus, My son Dandin, when dawn opportet taketh place, this is the course which we must trace, glc, de appel. L. Eos idiom. For the road that you went upon was not the way to the fuller's mill, nor in any part thereof was the form to be found wherein the hare did sit. Thou hast not the skill and dexterity of settling and composing differences. Why? Because thou takest them at the beginning, in the very infancy and bud as it were, when they are green, raw, and indigestible. Yet I know handsomely and featly how to compose and settle them all. Why? Because I take them at their decadence, in their weaning, and when they are pretty well digested. So saith Gloss. Dulcior est fructus post multa pericula ductus. L. non morituris. C. de contrahend. Edicom mit. Stip. Didst thou ever hear the vulgar proverb, Happy is the physician whose coming is desired at the declension of a disease? For the sickness being come to a crisis is then upon the decreasing hand, and drawing towards an end, although the physician should not repair thither for the cure thereof. Whereby, though nature wholly do the work, he bears away the palm and praise thereof. My pleaders, after the same manner, before I did interpose my judgment in the reconciling of them, were waxing faint in their contestations. Their altercation heat was much abated, and, in declining from their former strife, they of themselves inclined to a firm accommodation of their differences. Because there wanted fuel to that fire of burning rancor and despiteful wrangling whereof the lower sort of lawyers were the kindlers. That is to say, their purses were emptied of coin, they had not a win in their fob, nor penny in their bag, wherewith to solicit and present their actions. Deficient picu, deficit omni, nia. There wanted then nothing but some brother to supply the place of a paranymph, brawl-broker, proxenete, or mediator, who, acting his part dexterously, should be the first broacher of the motion of an agreement. For saving both the one and the other party from that hurtful and pernicious shame whereof he could not have avoided the imputation when it should have been said that he was the first who yielded and spoke of a reconcilement, and that therefore, his cause not being good, and being sensible where his shoe did pinch him, he was willing to break the ice, and make the greater haste to prepare the way for a condescendment to an amicable and friendly treaty. Then was it that I came in pudding time, Dandin, my son, nor is the fat of bacon more relishing to boiled peas than was my verdict then agreeable to them. This was my luck, my profit, and good fortune. I tell thee, my jolly son Dandin, that by this rule and method I could settle a firm peace, or at least clap up a cessation of arms and truce for many years to come, betwixt the great king and the Venetian state, the emperor and the cantons of Switzerland, the English and the Scots, and betwixt the Pope and the Ferrarians. Shall I go yet further? Yea, as I would have God to help me, betwixt the Turk and the Sophi, the Tartars and the Muscoviters. Remark well what I am to say unto thee. I would take them at that very instant nick of time when both those of the one and the other side should be weary and tired of making war, when they had voided and emptied their own caches and coffers of all treasure and coin, drained and exhausted the purses and bags of their subjects, sold and mortgaged their domains and proper inheritances, and totally wasted, spent, and consumed the munition, furniture, provision, and victuals that were necessary for the continuance of a military expedition. There I am sure, by God, or by his mother, that, would they not, in spite of all their teeths, they should be forced to have a little respite and breathing time to moderate the fury and cruel rage of their ambitious aims. This is the doctrine in GL 37. D. C. Si quando Audero, si potero, si non, invitus amabo. Chapter 3.xlii. How suits at law are bred at first, and how they come afterwards to their perfect growth. For this cause, quoth Bridlegoose, going on in his discourse, I temporize and apply myself to the times, as your other worships used to do, waiting patiently for the maturity of the process, full growth and perfection thereof in all its members. To wit, the writings and the bags. Arganel si major. C. Commune. Divid gitida cons d. 1. C. Solemnitates, eti gl. A suit in law at its production, birth, and first beginning, seemeth to me, as unto your other worships, shapeless, without form or fashion, incomplete, ugly and imperfect, even as a bear at his first coming into the world hath neither hands, skin, hair, nor head, but is merely an inform, rude, and ill-favored piece and lump of flesh, and would remain still so, if his dam, out of the abundance of her affection to her hopeful cub, did not with much licking put his members into that figure and shape which nature had provided for those of an arctic and ursonal kind. Ut not. Doctor. Ff ad L. Acuel. L. 3. In fin. Just so do I see, as your other worships do, processes and suits in law, at their first bringing forth, to be numberless, without shape, deformed, and disfigured, for that then they consist only of one or two writings, or copies of instruments. Through which defect they appear unto me, as to your other worships, foul, loathsome, filthy, and misshapen beasts. But when there are heaps of these legiformal papers packed, piled, laid up together, impoked, insatcheled, and put up in bags, then is it that with a good reason we may term that suit, to which, as pieces, parcels, parts, portions, and members thereof, they do pertain and belong, well-formed and fashioned, big-limbed, strong-set, and in all and each of its dimensions most completely membered. Because forma dat esse. Re. Lsi isca. Ff ad leg. Falsid. In C. cum delecta. De rescript. Barbat. Consul. 12, lib 2, and before him, Baldus, in C. ultimate extra. De consuit. Edl. Julianus ad exib. Ff et L. quicitum. Ff de leg. 3. The manner is such as is set down in GLP quast. 1. C. Paulus. Debile principium melior fortuna sequitur. Like your other worships, also the sergeants, catchpoles, pursuivants, messengers, summoners, apparitors, ushers, doorkeepers, pettifoggers, attorneys, proctors, commissioners, justices of the peace, judge delegates, arbitrators, overseers, sequestrators, advocates, inquisitors, jurors, searchers, examiners, notaries, tabellions, scribes, scriveners, clerks, pregnataries, secondaries, and expedanian judges, the cabustit. ESTL 3. C. By sucking very much, and that exceeding forcibly, and licking at the purses of the pleading parties, they, to the suits already begot and engendered, form, fashion, and frame head, feet, claws, talons, beaks, bills, teeth, hands, veins, sinews, arteries, muscles, humors, and so forth, through all the similary and dissimilary parts of the whole. Which parts, particles, pendicles, and appurtenances are the law pokes and bags, gl de cons d. 4. C. Accipisti. Qualis vestis erit, talia corda gerit. Hic no tandem est, that in this respect the pleaders, litigants, and law-suitors are happier than the officers, ministers, and administrators of justice. For beatius est der quam accipir. Ff commune. L3. Extra. The Celebre. Mississippi C. Cum Marthi. ET 24. Quast. 1. Cap. OD. GL. Affectum dantis pensat censura tonantis. Thus becometh the action or process by their care and industry to be of a complete and goodly bulk, well shaped, framed, formed, and fashioned according to the canonical gloss. Accipi, sum, cape, sunt verba placentia papae. Which speech hath been more clearly explained by Albert de Ros, in Verbo Roma. Roma manus rodit, quas rotera non valet, audit. Dantes custodit, non dantes spurnit, et audit. The reason whereof is thought to be this. Ad praesens ova cras pullus sunt meliora. UTSGL in L. Quum high. FF de transact. Nor is this all, for the inconvenience of the contrary is set down in gloss. C. De alu. L. Fin. Quum labor in damno est, crescit mortalis gestas. In confirmation whereof we find that the true etymology and exposition of the word process is purchase, viz. Of good store of money to the lawyers, and of many pokes, id est, prou sax, to the pleaders, upon which subject we have most celestial quips, jibes, and girds. Ligitando jura crescent, litigando jus acquiritur. Item GL in cap. Illud extrem. De praesumt. E.C. de prob L. instrum. L. non epistolis. L. non nudis. Eti non prosent singula, multa juvent. Yea but, asked Trinquimel, how do you proceed, my friend, in criminal causes, the culpable and guilty party being taken and seized upon flagranti crimen? Even as your other worships used to do, answered Bridal Goose. First, I permit the plaintiff to depart from the court, enjoining him not to presume to return thither till he prelibly should have taken a good sound and profound sleep, which is to serve for the prime entry and introduction to the legal carrying on of the business. In the next place, a formal report is to be made to me of his having slept. Thirdly, I issue forth a warrant to convene him before me. Fourthly, he is to produce a sufficient and authentic attestation of his having thoroughly and entirely slept, conform to the gloss. 37. Quest. 7. Si, sicas cum. Quandoque bonus dormitat homerus. Being thus far advanced in the formality of the process, I find that this consopiating act engendereth another act, whence ariseth the articulating of a member. That again produceth a third act, fashionative of another member. Which third bringing forth a fourth, procreative of another act. New members in a no fewer number are shopen and framed, one still breeding and begetting another, as, link after link, the coat of mail at length is made, till thus, piece after piece, by little and little, by information upon information, the process be completely well formed and perfect in all his members. Finally, having proceeded this length, I have recourse to my dice, nor is it to be thought that this interruption, respite, or interpolation is by me occasioned without very good reason inducing me thereunto. And a notable experience of a most convincing and irrefragable force. I remember, on a time, that in a camp at Stockholm there was a certain Gascon named Gratienald, native of the town of Saint Sever, who having lost all his money at play, and consecutively being very angry thereat, as you know. Pecunia est alter sanguis, ut ad anto. De Burcho, in C. Accidens. 2. Extra ut lit. Non contest. Et bald. In L. tues. C. De opt leg. Per tot in L. advocati. C. De advoc. Div jud. Pecunia est vita hominis et optimus fi juster in necessitatibus, did, at his coming forth of the gaming house, in the presence of the whole company that was there, with a very loud voice speak in his own language these following words: Pau cap de bias hillets, que mo de pipes booze trespire, aries que de pergude sont les myers binkt, e quater bagnals, ta pla de nerian pix, trucks, e padacts. Se digun de bous aux, caboil truquer miou a belles embis. Finding that none would make him any answer, he passed from thence to that part of the leaguer where the Huff-Snuff, Hondersponder, swashbuckling High Germans were, to whom he renewed these very terms, provoking them to fight with him. But all the return he had from them to his stout challenge was only, der Gaskener thut sich aus mitein idem zu schlagen, aber ist genigter zu stehlen, darum, liebe Frauen, habt Sorg zu eurem Hausrath. Finding also that none of that band of Teutonic soldiers offered himself to the combat, he passed to that quarter of the leaguer where the French freebooting adventurers were encamped. And reiterating unto them what he had before repeated to the Dutch warriors, challenged them likewise to fight with him. And therewithal made some pretty little Gasconado frisking gambols to oblige them the more cheerfully and gallantly to cope with him in the lists of a duelizing engagement. But no answer at all was made unto him. Whereupon the Gascon, despairing of meeting with any antagonists, departed from thence, and laying himself down not far from the pavilions of the grand Christian cavalier Crissy, fell fast asleep. When he had thoroughly slept an hour or two, another adventurous and all-hazarding blade of the forlorn hope of the lavishingly wasting gamesters, having also lost all his moneys, sallied forth with sword in his hand. Of a firm resolution to fight with the aforesaid Gascon, seeing he had lost as well as he. Plorator lacrimis emissa pecunia veris. Set the gl, de poenitent. Distinct. 3. C. Sunt plures. To this effect having made inquiry and search for him throughout the whole camp, and in sequel thereof found him asleep, he said unto him, Up, ho, good fellow, in the name of all the devils of hell, rise up, get up. I have lost my money as well as thou hast done, let us therefore go fight lustily together, grapple and scuffle it to some purpose. Thou mayest look and see that my tuck is no longer than thy rapier. The Gascon, altogether astonished at his unexpected provocation, without altering his former dialect spoke thus, Cap de Saint Arnaud, cow cease to you, Camille Rebelas. Que mau de taburn te gyre. Ho Saint Siobe, Cap de Gascoigne, ta pla dormi Jew, quanda quoas te came me bingat este. The venturous royster inviteth him again to the duel, but the Gascon, without condescending to his desire, said only this, he paovret Jew tescineri aries, que sun pla reposat. They nun pauque te pausar com Jew, pus truckerin. Thus, in forgetting his loss, he forgot the eagerness which he had to fight. In conclusion, after that the other had likewise slept a little, they, instead of fighting, and possibly killing one another, went jointly to a sutler's tent, where they drank together very amicably, each upon the pawn of his sword. Thus by a little sleep was pacified the ardent fury of two warlike champions. There, gossip, comes the golden word of John Andrew. In cap. Ultimate descent. Iti re judic. L. Sexto. Sedendo, iti dormiendo fit anima prudens. Chapter 3.xli. How Pantagruel excuseth Bridlegoose in the matter of sentencing actions at law by the chance of the dice. With this Bridlegoose held his peace. Whereupon Trinquemel bid him withdraw from the court, which accordingly was done, and then directed his discourse to Pantagruel after this manner, It is fitting, most illustrious prince. Not only by reason of the deep obligations wherein this present Parliament, together with the whole Marquisate of Mirelings, stand bound to your Royal Highness for the innumerable benefits which, as effects of mere grace, they have received from your incomparable bounty, but for that excellent wit also, prime judgment, and admirable learning wherewith Almighty God, the giver of all good things, hath most richly qualified and endowed you. We tender and present unto you the decision of this new, strange, and paradoxical case of Bridlegoose, who, in your presence, to your both hearing and seeing, hath plainly confessed his final judging and determinating of suits of law by the mere chance and fortune of the dice. Therefore do we beseech you that you may be pleased to give sentence therein as unto you shall seem most just and equitable. To this Pantagruel answered, Gentlemen, it is not unknown to you how my condition is somewhat remote from the profession of deciding law controversies. Yet, seeing you are pleased to do me the honor to put that task upon me, instead of undergoing the office of a judge I will become your humble supplicant. I observe, gentlemen, in this bridal goose several things which induce me to represent before you that it is my opinion he should be pardoned. In the first place, his old age, secondly, his simplicity. To both which qualities our statute and common laws, civil and municipal together, allow many excuses for any slips or escapes which, through the invincible imperfection of either, have been inconsiderately stumbled upon by a person so qualified. Thirdly, gentlemen, I must needs display before you another case, which in equity and justice mocketh much for the advantage of bridal goose, to wit, that this one, sole, and single fault of his ought to be quite forgotten, abolished, and swallowed up by that immense and vast ocean of just dooms and sentences which heretofore he hath given and pronounced. His demeanours, for these 40 years and upwards that he hath been a judge, having been so evenly balanced in the scales of uprightness, that envy itself till now could not have been so impudent as to accuse and twit him with any act worthy of a check or reprehension. As, if a drop of the sea were thrown into the lawyer, none could perceive or say that by this single drop the whole river should be salt and brackish. Truly, it seemeth unto me, that in the whole series of bridalgus juridical decrees there hath been I know not what of extraordinary savouring of the unspeakable benignity of God, that all those his preceding sentences, awards, and judgments have been confirmed and approved of by yourselves in this your own venerable and sovereign court. For it is usual, as you know well, with him whose ways are inscrutable, to manifest his own ineffable glory in blunting the perspicacy of the eyes of the wise, in weakening the strength of potent oppressors, in depressing the pride of rich extortioners, and in erecting, comforting, protecting, supporting, upholding, and shoring up the poor, feeble, humble, silly, and foolish ones of the earth. But, waiving all these matters, I shall only beseech you, not by the obligations which you pretend to owe to my family, for which I thank you, but for that constant and unfeigned love and affection which you have always found in me, both on this and on the other side of lawyer, for the maintenance and establishment of your places, offices, and dignities, that for this one time you would pardon and forgive him upon these two conditions. First, that he satisfy, or put a sufficient surety for the satisfaction of the party wronged by the injustice of the sentence in question. For the fulfillment of this article I will provide sufficiently. And, secondly, that for his subsidiary aid in the weighty charge of administrating justice you would be pleased to appoint and assign unto him some pretty little virtuous counsellor, younger, learneder, and wiser than he, by the square and rule of whose advice he may regulate, guide, temper, and moderate in times coming all his judiciary procedures. Or otherwise, if you intend totally to depose him from his office, and to deprive him altogether of the state and dignity of a judge, I shall cordially entreat you to make a present and free gift of him to me, who shall find in my kingdom's charges and employments enough wherewith to embusy him, for the bettering of his own fortunes and furtherance of my service. In the meantime, I implore the Creator, Saviour, and Sanctifier of all good things, in his grace, mercy, and kindness, to preserve you all now and evermore, world without end. These words thus spoken, Pantagruel, veiling his cap and making a leg with such a majestic garb as became a person of his paramount degree and eminency, farewell Trinquemel, the president and master speaker of that Mirlingesian parliament, took his leave of the whole court, and went out of the chamber. At the door whereof finding Panurge, Epistemon, Friar John, and others, he forthwith, attended by them, walked to the outer gate, where all of them immediately took horse to return towards Gargantua. Pantagruel by the way related to them from point to point the manner of bridalgus sententiating differences at law. Friar John said that he had seen Peter Dandin, and was acquainted with him at that time when he sojourned in the monastery of Fontaine-le-Comte, under the noble abbot Ardelon. Gymnast likewise affirmed that he was in the tent of the grand Christian Cavalier de Crissy, when the Gascon, after his sleep, made answer to the adventurer. Panurge was somewhat incredulous in the matter of believing that it was morally possible bridalgus should have been for such a long space of time so continually fortunate in that aleatory way of deciding law debates. Epistemon said to Pantagruel, such another story, not much unlike to that in all the circumstances thereof, is vulgarly reported of the provost of Montlhéry. In good sooth, such a perpetuity of good luck is to be wondered at. To have hit right twice or thrice in a judgment so given by haphazard might have fallen out well enough, especially in controversies that were ambiguous, intricate, abstruse, perplexed, and obscure. Chapter 3.xliv. How Pantagruel relateth a strange history of the perplexity of human judgment. Seeing you talk, quoth Pantagruel, of dark, difficult, hard, and knotty debates, I will tell you of one controverted before Cneius Dolabella, proconsul in Asia. The case was this. A wife in Smyrna had of her first husband a child named Abis. He dying, she, after the expiring of a year and day, married again, and to her second husband bore a boy called Aphej. A pretty long time thereafter it happened, as you know the affection of stepfathers and stepdams is very rare towards the children of the first fathers and mothers deceased, that this husband, with the help of his son Aphej, secretly, wittingly, willingly, and treacherously murdered Abis. The woman came no sooner to get information of the fact, but, that it might not go unpunished, she caused kill them both, to revenge the death of her first son. She was apprehended and carried before Cneius Dolabella, in whose presence she, without dissembling anything, confessed all that was laid to her charge, yet alleged that she had both right and reason on her side for the killing of them. Thus was the state of the question. He found the business so dubious and intricate, that he knew not what to determine therein, nor which of the parties to incline to. On the one hand, it was an execrable crime to cut off at once both her second husband and her son. On the other hand, the cause of the murder seemed to be so natural, as to be grounded upon the law of nations and the rational instinct of all the people of the world, seeing they two together had feloniously and murderously destroyed her first son. Not that they had been in any manner of way wronged, outraged, or injured by him, but out of an avaricious intent to possess his inheritance. In this doubtful quandary and uncertainty what to pitch upon, he sent to the Areopagites then sitting at Athens to learn and obtain their advice and judgment. That judicious senate, very sagely perpending the reasons of his perplexity, sent him word to summon her personally to compare before him a precise 100 years thereafter. To answer to some interrogatories touching certain points which were not contained in the verbal defense. Which resolution of theirs did import that it was in their opinion a so difficult and inextricable matter that they knew not what to say or judge therein. Who had decided that plea by the chance and fortune of the dice, could not have erred nor awarded amiss on which side soever he had passed his casting in condemnatory sentence. If against the woman, she deserved punishment for usurping sovereign authority by taking that vengeance at her own hand, the inflicting whereof was only competent to the supreme power to administer justice in criminal cases. If for her, the just resentment of a so atrocious injury done unto her, in murdering her innocent son, did fully excuse and vindicate her of any trespass or offense about that particular committed by her. But this continuation of bridal goose for so many years still hitting the nail on the head, never missing the mark, and always judging aright, by the mere throwing of the dice and chance thereof, is that which most astonisheth and amazeth me. To answer, quoth Pantagruel, Epistemon, says the English edition of 1694, following the reading of the modern French editions. Le Ducat has pointed out the mistake. M. Categorically to that which you wonder at, I must ingeniously confess and avow that I cannot. Yet, conjecturally to guess at the reason of it. I would refer the cause of that marvellously long-continued happy success in the judiciary results of his definitive sentences to the favorable aspect of the heavens and benignity of the intelligences. Who, out of their love to goodness, after having contemplated the pure simplicity and sincere unfeignedness of Judge Bridlegoose in the acknowledgment of his inabilities, did regulate that for him by chance which by the profoundest act of his maturest deliberation he was not able to reach unto. That, likewise, which possibly made him to diffide in his own skill and capacity, notwithstanding his being an expert and understanding lawyer, for anything that I know to the contrary, was the knowledge and experience which he had of the antinomies, contrarieties, antilogies, contradictions, traversing's, and thwartings of laws, customs, edicts, statutes, orders, and ordinances, in which dangerous opposition Equity and justice being structured and founded on either of the opposite terms, and a gap being thereby opened for the ushering in of injustice and iniquity through the various interpretations of self-ended lawyers. Being assuredly persuaded that the infernal calumniator, who frequently transformeth himself into the likeness of a messenger or angel of light, mocketh use of these cross glosses and expositions in the mouths and pens of his ministers and servants. The perverse advocates, bribing judges, law-monging attorneys, prevaricating counselors, and other such like law-wresting members of a court of justice, to turn by those means black to white, green to grey, and what is straight to a crooked ply. For the more expedient doing whereof, these diabolical ministers make both the pleading parties believe that their cause is just and righteous. For it is well known that there is no cause, how bad soever, which doth not find an advocate to patrocinate and defend it, else would there be no process in the world, no suits at law, nor pleadings at the bar. He did in these extremities, as I conceive, most humbly recommend the direction of his judicial proceedings to the upright Judge of judges, God Almighty. Did submit himself to the conduct and guideship of the blessed Spirit in the hazard and perplexity of the definitive sentence, and, by this aleatory lot, did as it were implore and explore the divine decree of his goodwill and pleasure, instead of that which we call the final judgment of a court. To this effect, to the better attaining to his purpose, which was to judge righteously, he did, in my opinion, throw and turn the dice, to the end that by the providence aforesaid the best chance might fall to him whose action was uprightest, and backed with greatest reason. In doing whereof he did not stray from the sense of Talmudists, who say that there is so little harm in that manner of searching the truth, that in the anxiety and perplexedness of human wits God oftentimes manifesteth the secret pleasure of his divine will. Furthermore, I will neither think nor say, nor can I believe, that the unstraightness is so irregular, or the corruption so evident, of those of the Parliament of Miralingua in Meyerlings, before whom Bridlegoose was arraigned for prevarication, that they will maintain it to be a worse practice to have the decision of a suit at law referred to the chance and hazard of a throw of the dice, have nab, or luck as it will, than to have it remitted to and passed by the determination of those whose hands are full of blood and hearts of wry affections. Besides that, their principal direction in all law matters comes to their hands from one Tribonian, a wicked, miscreant, barbarous, faithless and perfidious knave, so pernicious, unjust, avaricious, and perverse in his ways, that it was his ordinary custom to sell laws, edicts, declarations, constitutions, and ordinances, as at an outroup or put sale, to him who offered most for them. Thus did he shape measures for the pleaders, and cut their morsels to them by and out of these little parcels, fragments, bits, scantlings, and shreds of the law now in use, altogether concealing, suppressing, disannulling, and abolishing the remainder, which did make for the total law. Fearing that, if the whole law were made manifest and laid open to the knowledge of such as are interested in it, and the learned books of the ancient doctors of the law upon the exposition of the 12 tables and Praetorian edicts, his villainous pranks, naughtiness, and vile impiety should come to the public notice of the world. Therefore were it better, in my conceit, that is to say, less inconvenient, that parties at variance in any juridical case should in the dark march upon caltrops than submit the determination of what is their right to such unhallowed sentences and horrible decrees. As Cato in his time wished and advised that every judiciary court should be paved with caltrops. Chapter 3.xlv. How Panurge taketh advice of Triblet. On the 6th day thereafter Pantagruel was returned home at the very same hour that Triblet was by water come from Blois. Panurge, at his arrival, gave him a hog's bladder puffed up with wind, and resounding because of the hard peas that were within it. Moreover he did present him with a gilt wooden sword, a hollow budget made of a tortoise shell, an osier-wattled wicker bottle full of Breton wine, and 25 apples of the orchard of Blanduro. If he be such a fool, quoth Carpelin, as to be one with apples, there is no more wit in his pate than in the head of an ordinary cabbage. Triblet girded the sword and scrip to his side, took the bladder in his hand, ate some few of the apples, and drunk up all the wine. Panurge very wistly and heedfully looking upon him said, I never yet saw a fool, and I have seen 10,000 francs worth of that kind of cattle, who did not love to drink heartily, and by good long draughts. When Triblet had done with his drinking, Panurge laid out before him and exposed the sum of the business wherein he was to require his advice, in eloquent and choicely sorted terms, adorned with flourishes of rhetoric. But, before he had altogether done, Triblet with his fist gave him a bouncing whirret between the shoulders, rendered back into his hand again the empty bottle, filliped and flirted him in the nose with the hog's bladder, and lastly, for a final resolution, shaking and wagging his head strongly and disorderly, he answered nothing else but this: by God, mad fool, beware the monk, Busense hornpipe. These words thus finished, he slipped himself out of the company, went aside, and, rattling the bladder, took a huge delight in the melody of the rickling crackling noise of the peas. After which time it lay not in the power of them all to draw out of his chaps the articulate sound of one syllable, insomuch that, when Panurge went about to interrogate him further, Triblet drew his wooden sword, and would have stuck him therewith. I have fished fair now, quoth Panurge, and brought my pigs to a fine market. Have I not got a brave determination of all my doubts, and a response in all things agreeable to the oracle that gave it? He is a great fool, that is not to be denied, yet is he a greater fool who brought him hither to me. That bolt, quoth Carplin, levels point blank at me, but of the three I am the greatest fool. Who did impart the secret of my thoughts to such an idiot ass and native ninny? Without putting ourselves to any stir or trouble in the least, quoth Pantagruel, let us maturely and seriously consider and prepend the gestures and speech which he hath made and uttered. In them, veritably, quoth he, have I remarked and observed some excellent and notable mysteries. Yea, of such important worth and weight, that I shall never henceforth be astonished, nor think strange, why the Turks with a great deal of worship and reverence honor and respect natural fools equally with their primus doctors, muftis, divines, and prophets. Did not you take heed, quoth he, a little before he opened his mouth to speak, what a shogging, shaking, and wagging his head did keep? By the approved doctrine of the ancient philosophers, the customary ceremonies of the most expert magicians, and the received opinions of the learnedest lawyers, such a brangling agitation and moving should by us all be judged to proceed from, and be quickened and suscitated by the coming and inspiration of the prophetizing and fatidical spirit, which, entering briskly and on a sudden into a shallow receptacle of a debile substance, for, as you know, and as the proverb shows it, a little head containeth not much brains, was the cause of that commotion. This is conformed to what is avouched by the most skilful physicians, when they affirm that shakings and tremblings fall upon the members of a human body, partly because of the heaviness and violent impetuosity of the burden and load that is carried, and, other part, by reason of the weakness and imbecility that is in the virtue of the bearing organ. A manifest example whereof appeareth in those who, fasting, are not able to carry to their head a great goblet full of wine without a trembling and a shaking in the hand that holds it. This of old was accounted a prefiguration and mystical pointing out of the Pythian divineress, who used always, before the uttering of a response from the oracle, to shake a branch of her domestic laurel. Lampridius also testifieth that the Emperor Heliogabalus, to acquire unto himself the reputation of a soothsayer, did, on several holy days of prime solemnity, in the presence of the fanatic rabble, make the head of his idol by some sleight within the body thereof publicly to shake. Plautus, in his Asinaria, declareth likewise, that Sorius, whithersoever he walked, like one quite distracted of his wits kept such a furious lolling and mad-like shaking of his head, that he commonly affrighted those who casually met with him in his way. The said author in another place, showing a reason why Charmides shook and brangled his head, assevered that he was transported and in an ecstasy. Catullus after the same manner maketh mention, in his Berecynthia and Hades, of the place wherein the Menida, Bacchical women, she-priests of the Laian god, and demented prophetesses, carrying ivy boughs in their hands, did shake their heads. As in the like case, amongst the Galli, the gelded priests of Cybele were wont to do in the celebrating of their festivals. Whence, too, according to the sense of the ancient theologues, she herself has her denomination, for Cubiston signifieth to turn round, whirl about, shake the head, and play the part of one that is wry-necked. Semblably Titus Livius writeth that, in the solemnization time of the Bacchanalian holidays at Rome, both men and women seemed to prophetize and vaticinate, because of an affected kind of wagging of the head, shrugging of the shoulders, and jectigation of the whole body, which they used then most punctually. For the common voice of the philosophers, together with the opinion of the people, asserteth for an irrefragable truth that vaticination is seldom by the heavens bestowed on any without the concomitancy of a little frenzy and a head shaking. Not only when the said presaging virtue is infused, but when the person also therewith inspired declareth and manifesteth it unto others. The learned lawyer Julian, being asked on a time if that slave might be truly esteemed to be healthful and in a good plight who had not only conversed with some furious, maniac, and enraged people, but in their company had also prophesied, yet without a noddle-shaking concussion, answered that, seeing there was no head wagging at the time of his predictions, he might be held for sound and compotent enough. Is it not daily seen how schoolmasters, teachers, tutors, and instructors of children shake the heads of their disciples, as one would do a pot in holding it by the lugs, that by this erection, vellication, stretching, and pulling their ears, which, according to the doctrine of the sage Egyptians, is a member consecrated to the memory, they may stir them up to recollect their scattered thoughts, bring home those fancies of theirs which perhaps have been extravagantly roaming abroad upon strange and uncouth objects, and totally range their judgments, which possibly by disordinate affections have been made wild, to the rule and pattern of a wise, discreet, virtuous, and philosophical discipline. All which Virgil acknowledgeth to be true, in the branglement of Apollo Cynthius. Chapter 3.xlvi. How Pantagruel and Panurge diversely interpret the words of Triblet. He says you are a fool. And what kind of fool? A mad fool, who in your old age would enslave yourself to the bondage of matrimony, and shut your pleasures up within a wedlock whose key some ruffian carries in his codpiece. He says furthermore, beware of the monk. Upon mine honor, it gives me in my mind that you will be cuckolded by a monk. Nay, I will engage mine honor, which is the most precious pawn I could have in my possession although I were sole and peaceable dominator over all Europe, Asia, and Africa, that, if you marry, you will surely be one of the horned brotherhood of Vulcan. Hereby may you perceive how much I do attribute to the wise foolery of our Morosov Triblet. The other oracles and responses did in the general prognosticate you a cuckold. Without descending so near to the point of a particular determination as to pitch upon what vocation amongst the several sorts of men he should profess who is to be the cope's mate of your wife and hornifier of your proper self. Thus noble Triblet tells it us plainly, from whose words we may gather with all ease imaginable that your cuckoldry is to be infamous. And so much the more scandalous that your conjugal bed will be incestuously contaminated with the filthiness of a monkeyry lecher. Moreover, he says that you will be the hornpipe of Busancy, that is to say, well-horned, hornified, and cornuted. And, as Triblet's uncle asked from Louis XII, for a younger brother of his own who lived at Blois, the hornpipes of Busancy, for the organ pipes, through the mistake of one word for another, even so, whilst you think to marry a wise, humble, calm, discreet, and honest wife, you shall unhappily stumble upon one witless, proud, loud, obstreperous, bawling, clamorous, and more unpleasant than any Busancy hornpipe. Consider withal how he flirted you on the nose with the bladder, and gave you a sound thumping blow with his fist upon the ridge of the back. This denotates and presageth that you shall be banged, beaten, and filliped by her, and that also she will steal of your goods from you, as you stole the hog's bladder from the little boys of Vaubriton. Flat contrary, quoth Panurge. Not that I would impudently exempt myself from being a vassal in the territory of folly. I hold of that jurisdiction, and am subject thereto, I confess it. And why should I not? For the whole world is foolish. In the old Lorraine language, faux for two, all and fool, were the same thing. Besides, it is avouched by Solomon that infinite is the number of fools. From an infinity nothing can be deducted or abetted, nor yet, by the testimony of Aristotle, can anything thereto be added or subjoined. Therefore were I a mad fool if, being a fool, I should not hold myself a fool. After the same manner of speaking, we may aver the number of the mad and enraged folks to be infinite. Avicenna mocketh no bones to assert that the several kinds of madness are infinite. Though this much of Triblet's words tend little to my advantage, howbeit the prejudice which I sustain thereby be common with me to all other men, yet the rest of his talk and gesture mocketh altogether for me. He said to my wife, Be wary of the monkey, that is as much as if she should be cheery, and take as much delight in a monkey as ever did the Lesbia of Catullus in her sparrow. Who will for his recreation pass his time no less joyfully at the exercise of snatching flies than heretofore did the merciless flycatcher Domitian. Withal he meant, by another part of his discourse, that she should be of a jovial country-like humour, as gay and pleasing as a harmonious hornpipe of Saulieu or Busancy. The veridical Triblet did therein hint at what I liked well, as perfectly knowing the inclinations and propensions of my mind, my natural disposition, and the bias of my interior passions and affections. For you may be assured that my humour is much better satisfied and contented with the pretty, frolic, rural, dishevelled shepherdesses, whose bums through their coarse canvas smock smell of the clover grass of the field, than with those great ladies in magnific courts, with their Flandin topknots and sultanas, their palval, pastillos, and cosmetics. The homely sound, likewise, of a rustical hornpipe is more agreeable to my ears than the curious warbling and musical quavering of lutes, thurbos, viols, rebecks, and violins. He gave me a lusty rapping thwack on my back. What then? Let it pass, in the name and for the love of God, as an abatement of and deduction from so much of my future pains in purgatory. He did it not out of any evil intent. He thought, belike, to have hit some of the pages. He is an honest fool, and an innocent changeling. It is a sin to harbour in the heart any bad conceit of him. As for myself, I heartily pardon him. He flirted me on the nose. In that there is no harm. For it importeth nothing else but that betwixt my wife and me there will occur some toyish wanton tricks which usually happen to all new married folks. Chapter 3.xlvi. How Pantagruel and Panurge resolved to make a visit to the oracle of the holy bottle. There is as yet another point, quoth Panurge, which you have not at all considered on, although it be the chief and principal head of the matter. He put the bottle in my hand and restored it me again. How interpret you that passage? What is the meaning of that? He possibly, quoth Pantagruel, signifieth thereby that your wife will be such a drunkard as shall daily take in her liquor kindly, and ply the pots and bottles apace. Quite otherwise, quoth Panurge, for the bottle was empty. I swear to you, by the prickling brambly thorn of Saint Fiacre in Brie, that our unique Morosoph, whom I formerly termed the lunatic Triblet, referreth me, for attaining to the final resolution of my scruple, to the response-giving bottle. Therefore do I renew afresh the first vow which I made, and here in your presence protest and make oath, by Styx and Acheron, to carry still spectacles in my cap, and never to wear a codpiece in my breeches. Until upon the enterprise and hand of my nuptial undertaking I shall have obtained an answer from the holy bottle. I am acquainted with a prudent, understanding, and discreet gentleman, and besides a very good friend of mine, who knoweth the land, country, and place where its temple and oracle is built and posited. He will guide and conduct us thither sure and safely. Let us go thither, I beseech you. Deny me not, and say not nay, reject not the suit I make unto you, I entreat you. I will be to you an Achates, a Damas, and heartily accompany you all along in the whole voyage, both in your going forth and coming back. I have of a long time known you to be a great lover of peregrination, desirous still to learn new things, and still to see what you had never seen before. Very willingly, quoth Pantagruel, I condescend to your request. But before we enter in upon our progress towards the accomplishment of so far a journey, replenished and fraught with eminent perils, full of innumerable hazards, and every way stored with evident and manifest dangers, what dangers? Quoth Panurge, interrupting him. Dangers fly back, run from, and shun me whithersoever I go, 7 leagues around, as in the presence of the sovereign a subordinate magistracy is eclipsed. Or as clouds and darkness quite evanish at the bright coming of a radiant sun, or as all sores and sicknesses did suddenly depart at the approach of the body of Saint Martin at Uanda. Nevertheless, quoth Pantagruel, before we adventure to set forwards on the road of our projected and intended voyage, some few points are to be discussed, expedited, and dispatched. First, let us send back Triblet to Blois. Which was instantly done, after that Pantagruel had given him a frieze coat. Secondly, our design must be backed with the advice and counsel of the king my father. And, lastly, it is most needful and expedient for us that we search for and find out some Sibyl to serve us for a guide, truchman, and interpreter. To this Panurge made answer, that his friend Xenomanes would abundantly suffice for the plenary discharge and performance of the Sibyl's office. And that, furthermore, in passing through the lanternatory revelling country, they should take along with them a learned and profitable lanterness, which would be no less useful to them in their voyage than was the Sibyl to Aeneas in his descent to the Elysian fields. Carpalin, in the interim, as he was upon the conducting away of Triblet, in his passing by hearkened a little to the discourse they were upon. Then spoke out, saying, Ho, Panurge, Master Freeman, take my Lord Debites at Calais alongst with you, for he is Gaud Fallet, a good fellow. He will not forget those who have been debitors, these are lanterns. Thus shall you not lack for both fallet and lantern. I may safely with the little skill I have, quoth Pantagruel, prognosticate that by the way we shall engender no melancholy. I clearly perceive it already. The only thing that vexeth me is, that I cannot speak the lanternatory language. I shall, answered Panurge, speak for you all. I understand it every whit as well as I do mine own maternal tongue. I have been no less used to it than to the vulgar French. Brismar Dalgetbrick Nubstens Os. Isquebs Prusk, Albuck Krinks Zakbak. Misby Dilbarsks Morp Nip Stanks Bos. Stromts, Panurge, Walmap Quost Grusback. Now guess, friend Epistman, what this is. They are, quoth Epistman, names of errant devils, passant devils, and rampant devils. These words of thine, dear friend of mine, are true, quoth Panurge. Yet are they terms used in the language of the court of the lanternish people. By the way, as we go upon our journey, I will make to thee a pretty little dictionary, which, notwithstanding, shall not last you much longer than a pair of new shoes. Thou shalt have learned it sooner than thou canst perceive the dawning of the next subsequent morning. What I have said in the foregoing tetrastic is thus translated out of the lanternish tongue into our vulgar dialect. All miseries attended me, whilst I a lover was, and had no good thereby. Of better luck the married people tell. Panurge is one of those, and knows it well. There is little more, then, quoth Pantagruel, to be done, but that we understand what the will of the king my father will be therein, and purchase his consent. Chapter 3.xlvi. How Gargantua showeth that the children ought not to marry without the special knowledge and advice of their fathers and mothers. No sooner had Pantagruel entered in at the door of the great hall of the castle, than that he encountered full but with the good honest Gargantua coming forth from the council board. Unto whom he made a succinct and summary narrative of what had passed and occurred, worthy of his observation, in his travels abroad, since their last interview. Then, acquainting him with the design he had in hand, besought him that it might stand with his goodwill and pleasure to grant him leave to prosecute and go through stitch with the enterprise which he had undertaken. The good man Gargantua, having in one hand 2 great bundles of petitions endorsed and answered, and in the other some remembrancing notes and bills, to put him in mind of such other requests of supplicants, which, albeit presented, had nevertheless been neither read nor heard, he gave both to Ulrich Gallet, his ancient and faithful master of requests. Then drew aside Pantagruel, and, with a countenance more serene and jovial than customary, spoke to him thus, I praise God, and have great reason so to do, my most dear son, that he hath been pleased to entertain in you a constant inclination to virtuous actions. I am well content that the voyage which you have motioned to me be by you accomplished, but withal I could wish you would have a mind and desire to marry, for that I see you are of competent years. Panurge in the meanwhile was in a readiness of preparing and providing for remedies, salves, and cures against all such obstacles and impediments as he could in the height of his fancy conceive might by Gargantua be cast in the way of their itinerary design. Is it your pleasure, most dear father, that you speak? Answered Pantagruel. For my part, I have not yet thought upon it. In all this affair I wholly submit and rest in your good liking and paternal authority. For I shall rather pray unto God that he would throw me down stark dead at your feet, in your pleasure, than that against your pleasure I should be found married alive. I never yet heard that by any law, whether sacred or profane, yea, amongst the rudest and most barbarous nations in the world, it was allowed and approved of that children may be suffered and tolerated to marry at their own goodwill and pleasure, without the knowledge, advice, or consent asked and had thereto of their fathers, mothers, and nearest kindred. All legislators, everywhere upon the face of the whole earth, have taken away and removed this licentious liberty from children, and totally reserved it to the discretion of the parents. My dearly beloved son, quoth Gargantua, I believe you, and from my heart thank God for having endowed you with the grace of having both a perfect notice of and entire liking to laudable and praiseworthy things. And that through the windows of your exterior senses he hath vouchsafed to transmit unto the interior faculties of your mind nothing but what is good and virtuous. For in my time there hath been found on the continent a certain country, wherein are I know not what kind of Pastaforian mole-catching priests, who, albeit averse from engaging their proper persons into a matrimonial duty, like the pontifical flamens of Cybele in Phrygia, as if they were capons, and not cocks full of lasciviousness, salacity, and wantonness, who yet have, nevertheless, in the matter of conjugal affairs, taken upon them to prescribe laws and ordinances to married folks. I cannot goodly determine what I should most abhor, detest, loathe, and abominate, whether the tyrannical presumption of those dreaded sacerdotal mole-catchers, who, not being willing to contain and coop up themselves within the grates and trellises of their own mysterious temples, do deal in, meddle with, obtrude upon, and thrust their sickles into harvests of secular businesses quite contrary and diametrically opposite to the quality, state, and condition of their callings, professions, and vocations. Or the superstitious stupidity and senseless scrupulousness of married folks, who have yielded obedience, and submitted their bodies, fortunes, and estates to the discretion and authority of such odious, perverse, barbarous, and unreasonable laws. Nor do they see that which is clearer than the light and splendor of the morning star, how all these nuptial and connubial sanctions, statutes, and ordinances have been decreed, made, and instituted for the sole benefit, profit, and advantage of the flaminal mists and mysterious flamens, and nothing at all for the good, utility, or emolument of the silly hoodwinked married people. Which administereth unto others a sufficient cause for rendering these churchmen suspicious of iniquity, and of an unjust and fraudulent manner of dealing, no more to be connived at nor countenanced. After that it be well weighed in the scales of reason, than if with a reciprocal temerity the laics, by way of compensation, would impose laws to be followed and observed by those mists and flamens. How they should behave themselves in the making and performance of their rites and ceremonies, and after what manner they ought to proceed in the offering up and immolating of their various oblations, victims, and sacrifices. Seeing that, besides the decimation and tithe-hailing of their goods, they cut off and take parings, shreddings, and clippings of the gain proceeding from the labor of their hands and sweat of their brows, therewith to entertain themselves the better. Upon which consideration, in my opinion, their injunctions and commands would not prove so pernicious and impertinent as those of the ecclesiastic power unto which they had tendered their blind obedience. For, as you have very well said, there is no place in the world where, legally, a license is granted to the children to marry without the advice and consent of their parents and kindred. Nevertheless, by those wicked laws and mole-catching customs, whereat there is a little hinted in what I have already spoken to you, there is no scurvy, measly, leprous, or pocky ruffian, pander, knave, rogue, skellum, robber, or thief, pilloried, whipped, and burn-marked in his own country for his crimes and felonies, who may not violently snatch away and ravish what maid soever he had a mind to pitch upon, how noble, how fair, how rich, honest, and chaste soever she be. And that out of the house of her own father, in his own presence, from the bosom of her mother, and in the sight and despite of her friends and kindred looking on a so woeful spectacle. Provided that the rascal villain be so cunning as to associate unto himself some mystical flayman, who, according to the covenant made betwixt them two, shall be in hope some day to participate of the prey. Could the Goths, the Scyths, or Massagetes do a worse or more cruel act to any of the inhabitants of a hostile city, when, after the loss of many of their most considerable commanders, the expense of a great deal of money, and a long siege, they shall have stormed and taken it by a violent and impetuous assault? May not these fathers and mothers, think you, be sorrowful and heavy-hearted when they see an unknown fellow, a vagabond stranger, a barbarous lout, a rude cur, rotten, fleshless, putrefied, scraggy, boily, botchy, poor, a forlorn caitiff and miserable sneak, by an open-wrapped snatch away before their own eyes their so fair, delicate, neat, well-behaviored, richly provided for and healthful daughters, on whose breeding and education they had spared no cost nor charges, by bringing them up in an honest discipline to all the honorable and virtuous employments becoming one of their sex descended of a noble parentage, hoping by those commendable and industrious means in an opportune and convenient time to bestow them on the worthy sons of their well-deserving neighbors and ancient friends, who had nourished, entertained, taught, instructed, and schooled their children with the same care and solicitude, to make them matches fit to attain to the felicity of a so happy marriage, that from them might issue an offspring and progeny no less heirs to the laudable endowments and exquisite qualifications of their parents, whom they every way resemble, than to their personal and real estates, movables, and inheritances. How doleful, triste, and clangorous would such a sight and pageantry prove unto them! You shall not need to think that the colocrimation of the Romans and their confederates at the decease of Germanicus Drusus was comparable to this lamentation of theirs. Neither would I have you to believe that the discomfort and anxiety of the Lacedaemonians, when the Greek Helen, by the perfidiousness of the adulterous Trojan, Paris, was privily stolen away out of their country, was greater or more pitiful than this ruthful and deplorable colligency of theirs. You may very well imagine that Ceres at the ravishment of her daughter Proserpina was not more attristed, sad, nor mournful than they. Trust me, and your own reason, that the loss of Osiris was not so regrettable to Isis, nor did Venus so deplore the death of Adonis, nor yet did Hercules so bewail the straying of Hylas. Nor was the rapt of Polyxena more throbbingly resented and condoled by Priamus and Hecuba, than this aforesaid accident would be sympathetically bemoaned, grievous, ruthful, and anxious to the woefully desolate and disconsolate parents. Notwithstanding all this, the greater part of so vilely abused parents are so timorous and afraid of devils and hobgoblins, and so deeply plunged in superstition, that they dare not gainsay nor contradict, much less oppose and resist those unnatural and impious actions, when the mole-catcher hath been present at the perpetrating of the fact, and a party contractor and covenanter in that detestable bargain. What do they do then? They wretchedly stay at their own miserable homes, destitute of their well-beloved daughters, the fathers cursing the days and the hours wherein they were married, and the mothers howling and crying that it was not their fortune to have brought forth abortive issues when they happened to be delivered of such unfortunate girls. And in this pitiful plight spend at best the remainder of their time with tears and weeping for those their children, of and from whom they expected, and, with good reason, should have obtained and reaped, in these latter days of theirs, joy and comfort. Other parents there have been, so impatient of that affront and indignity put upon them and their families, that, transported with the extremity of passion, in a mad and frantic mood, through the vehemency of a grievous fury in raging sorrow, have drowned, hanged, killed, and otherwise put violent hands on themselves. Others, again, of that parental relation have, upon the reception of the like injury, been of a more magnanimous and heroic spirit, who, in imitation and at the example of the children of Jacob revenging upon the Sycomites the rapt of their sister Dinah, having found the rascally ruffian in the association of his mystical mole-catcher closely and in hugger-mugger conferring, parleying, and coming with their daughters, for the suborning, corrupting, depraving, perverting, and enticing these innocent unexperienced maids unto filthy lewdnesses, have, without any further advisement on the matter. Cut them instantly into pieces, and thereupon forthwith thrown out upon the fields their so dismembered bodies, to serve for food unto the wolves and ravens. Upon the chivalrous, bold, and courageous achievement of a so valiant, stout, and manlike act, the other mole-catching SYMMYSTS have been so highly incensed, and have so chafed, fretted, and fumed thereat, that bills of complaint and accusations having been in a most odious and detestable manner put in before the competent judges, the arm of secular authority hath with much importunity and impetuosity been by them implored and required. They proudly contending that the servants of God would become contemptible if exemplary punishment were not speedily taken upon the persons of the perpetrators of such an enormous, horrid, sacrilegious, crying, heinous, and execrable crime. Yet neither by natural equity, by the law of nations, nor by any imperial law whatsoever, hath there been found so much as one rubric, paragraph, point, or tittle, by the which any kind of chastisement or correction hath been adjudged due to be inflicted upon any for their delinquency in that kind. Reason opposeth, and nature is repugnant. For there is no virtuous man in the world who both naturally and with good reason will not be more hugely troubled in mind, hearing of the news of the rapt, disgrace, ignominy, and dishonor of his daughter, than of her death. Now any man, finding in hot blood one who with a forethought felony hath murdered his daughter, may, without tying himself to the formalities and circumstances of a legal proceeding, kill him on a sudden and out of hand without incurring any hazard of being attainted and apprehended by the officers of justice for so doing. What wonder is it then? Or how little strange should it appear to any rational man, if a lecherous rogue, together with his mole-catching abettor, be entrapped in the flagrant act of suborning his daughter, and stealing her out of his house, though herself consent thereto? That the father in such a case of stain and infamy by them brought upon his family, should put them both to a shameful death, and cast their carcasses upon dunghills to be devoured and eaten up by dogs and swine. Or otherwise fling them a little further off to the direction, tearing, and rending asunder of their joints and members by the wild beasts of the field, as unworthy to receive the gentle, the desired, the last kind embraces of the great alma mater. The earth, commonly called burial. Dearly beloved son, have an especial care that after my decease none of these laws be received in any of your kingdoms, for whilst I breathe, by the grace and assistance of God, I shall give good order. Seeing, therefore, you have totally referred unto my discretion the disposure of you in marriage, I am fully of an opinion that I shall provide sufficiently well for you in that point. Make ready and prepare yourself for Panurge's voyage. Take along with you Epistemon, Friar John, and such others as you will choose. Do with my treasures what unto yourself shall seem most expedient. None of your actions, I promise you, can in any manner of way displease me. Take out of my arsenal fallace whatsoever equipage, furniture, or provision you please, together with such pilots, mariners, and truchmen as you have a mind to. And with the first fair and favorable wind set sail and make out to sea in the name of God our Saviour. In the meanwhile, during your absence, I shall not be neglective of providing a wife for you, nor of those preparations which are requisite to be made for the more sumptuous solemnizing of your nuptials with a most splendid feast. If ever there was any in the world, since the days of Ahasuerus. Chapter 3:49. How Pantagruel did put himself in a readiness to go to sea, and of the herb named Pantagruelian. Within very few days after that Pantagruel had taken his leave of the good Gargantua, who devoutly prayed for his son's happy voyage, he arrived at the seaport, near to St. Malo, accompanied with Panurge, Epistemon, Friar John of the Funnels, Abbot of Theleme, and others of the royal house, especially with Xenomanes the great traveller and thwarter of dangerous ways, who was come at the bidding and appointment of Panurge, of whose Castlewick of Salmagondan he did hold some petty inheritance by the tenure of a mean fee. Pantagruel, being come thither, prepared and made ready for launching a fleet of ships, to the number of those which Ajax of Salamine had of old equipped in convoy of the Grecian soldiery against the Trojan state. He likewise picked out for his use so many mariners, pilots, sailors, interpreters, artificers, officers, and soldiers, as he thought fitting, and therewithal made provision of so much victuals of all sorts, artillery, munition of divers kinds, clothes, moneys, and other such luggage, stuff, baggage, chaffer, and furniture, as he deemed needful for carrying on the design of a so tedious, long, and perilous voyage. Amongst other things, it was observed how he caused some of his vessels to be fraught and loaded with a great quantity of an herb of his called Pantagruelian, not only of the green and raw sort of it, but of the confected also, and of that which was notably well befitted for present use after the fashion of conserves. The herb Pantagruelian hath a little root somewhat hard and rough, roundish, terminating in an obtuse and very blunt point, and having some of its veins, strings, or filaments coloured with some spots of white. Never fixeth itself into the ground above the profoundness almost of a cubit, or foot and a half. From the root thereof proceedeth the only stalk, orbicular, cane-like, green without, whitish within, and hollow like the stem of Smyrnium, Olus atrum, beans, and gentian, full of long threads, straight, easy to be broken, jagged, snipped, nicked, and notched a little after the manner of pillars and columns, slightly furrowed, chamfered, guttered, and channelled, and full of fibres, or hairs like strings, in which consisteth the chief value and dignity of the herb. Especially in that part thereof which is termed Mesa, as he would say the mean, and in that other, which hath got the denomination of Malacia. Its height is commonly of 5 or 6 foot. Yet sometimes it is of such a tall growth as doth surpass the length of a lance, but that is only when it meeteth with a sweet, easy, warm, wet, and well-soaked soil, as is the ground of the territory of Olone, and that of Rasia, near to Praeneste in Sabinia, and that it want not for rain enough about the season of the fishers' holidays and the estival solstice. There are many trees whose height is by it very far exceeded, and you might call it dendromalic by the authority of Theophrastus. The plant every year perisheth, the tree neither in the trunk, root, bark, or boughs being durable. From the stalk of this Pantagruelian plant there issue forth several large and great branches, whose leaves have thrice as much length as breadth, always green, roughish, and rugged like the orchinet, or Spanish bugloss, hardish, slit round about like unto a sickle, or as the saxifragum, betony, and finally ending as it were in the points of a Macedonian spear, or of such a lancet as surgeons commonly make use of in their phlebotomizing tiltings. The figure and shape of the leaves thereof is not much different from that of those of the ash tree, or of agrimony. The herb itself being so like the eupatorian plant that many skilful herbalists have called it the domestic eupator, and the eupator the wild Pantagruelian. These leaves are in equal and parallel distances spread around the stalk by the number in every rank either of 5 or 7, nature having so highly favoured and cherished this plant that she hath richly adorned it with these 2 odd, divine, and mysterious numbers. The smell thereof is somewhat strong, and not very pleasing to nice, tender, and delicate noses. The seed enclosed therein mounteth up to the very top of its stalk, and a little above it. This is a numerous herb, for there is no less abundance of it than of any other whatsoever. Some of these plants are spherical, some rhomboid, and some of an oblong shape, and all of those either black, bright-colored, or tawny, rude to the touch, and mantled with a quickly blasted away coat. Yet such a one as is of a delicious taste and savour to all shrill and sweetly singing birds, such as linnets, goldfinches, larks, canary birds, yellowhammers, and others of that airy chirping choir. But it would quite extinguish the natural heat and procreative virtue of the cements of any man who would eat much and often of it. And although that of old amongst the Greeks there was certain kinds of fritters and pancakes, buns and tarts, made thereof, which commonly for a liquorish daintiness were presented on the table after supper to delight the palate and make the wine relish the better. Yet is it of a difficult concoction, and offensive to the stomach. For it engendereth bad and unwholesome blood, and with its exorbitant heat woundeth them with grievous, hurtful, smart, and noisome vapours. And, as in divers plants and trees there are 2 sexes, male and female, which is perceptible in laurels, palms, cypresses, oaks, holmes, the daffodil, mandrake, fern, the agaric, mushroom, birthwort, turpentine, pennyroyal, peony, rose of the mount. And many other such like. Even so in this herb there is a male which beareth no flower at all, yet it is very copious of and abundant in seed. There is likewise in it a female, which hath great store and plenty of whitish flowers, serviceable to little or no purpose, nor doth it carry in its seed of any worth at all, at least comparable to that of the male. It hath also a larger leaf, and much softer than that of the male, nor doth it altogether grow to so great a height. This Pantagruelian is to be sown at the first coming of the swallows, and is to be plucked out of the ground when the grasshoppers begin to be a little hoarse. Chapter 3.L. How the famous Pantagruelian ought to be prepared and wrought. The herb Pantagruelian, in September, under the autumnal equinox, is dressed and prepared several ways, according to the various fancies of the people and diversity of the climates wherein it groweth. The first instruction which Pantagruel gave concerning it was to divest and despoil the stalk and stem thereof of all its flowers and seeds, to macerate and mortify it in pond, pool, or lake water. Which is to be made run a little for 5 days together, properly, lake water, which is to be made stagnant, not current, for 5 days together. If the season be dry and the water hot, or for full 9 or 12 days if the weather be cloudish and the water cold. Then must it be parched before the sun till it be drained of its moisture. After this it is in the shadow, where the sun shines not, to be peeled and its rind pulled off. Then are the fibers and strings thereof to be parted, wherein, as we have already said, consisteth its prime virtue, price, and efficacy, and severed from the woody part thereof, which is unprofitable. And serveth hardly to any other use than to make a clear and glistering blaze, to kindle the fire, and for the play, pastime, and disport of little children, to blow up hogs' bladders and make them rattle. Many times some use is made thereof by tippling sweet-lipped bibbers, who out of it frame quills and pipes, through which they with their liquor-attractive breath suck up the new dainty wine from the bung of the barrel. Some modern Pantagruelists, to shun and avoid that manual labor which such a separating and partitional work would of necessity require, employ certain cataractic instruments, composed and formed after the same manner that the froward, pettish, and angry Juno did hold the fingers of both her hands interwovenly clenched together when she would have hindered the childbirth delivery of Alcmena at the nativity of Hercules. And athwart those cataracts they break and bruise to very trash the woody parcels, thereby to preserve the better the fibers, which are the precious and excellent parts. In and with this sole operation do these acquiesce and are contented, who, contrary to the received opinion of the whole earth, and in a manner paradoxical to all philosophers, gain their livelihoods backwards, and by recoiling. But those that love to hold it at a higher rate, and prize it according to its value, for their own greater profit do the very same which is told us of the recreation of the 3 fatal sister Parsi, or of the nocturnal exercise of the noble Circe. Or yet of the excuse which Penelope made to her fond wooing youngsters and effeminate courtiers during the long absence of her husband Ulysses. By these means is this herb put into a way to display its inestimable virtues, whereof I will discover a part, for to relate all is a thing impossible to do. I have already interpreted and exposed before you the denomination thereof. I find that plants have their names given and bestowed upon them after several ways. Some got the name of him who first found them out, knew them, sowed them, improved them by culture, qualified them to tractability, and appropriated them to the uses and subserviences they were fit for, as the mercurial from Mercury, Panacea from Panace, the daughter of Aesculapius, Armois from Artemis, who is Diana, Eupatoria from the king Eupator, Telephion from Telephus, Euphorbium from Euphorbus, King Juba's physician, Clymenos from Clymenus, Alcibiadium from Alcibiades, Gentiane from Gentius, king of Sclavonia, and so forth, through a great many other herbs or plants. Truly, in ancient times this prerogative of imposing the inventor's name upon an herb found out by him was held in so great account and estimation, that, as a controversy arose betwixt Neptune and Pallas from which of them two that land should receive its denomination which had been equally found out by them both together, though thereafter it was called and had the appellation of Athens, from Athene, which is Minerva, just so would Lynceus, king of Scythia, have treacherously slain the young Triptolemus, whom Ceres had sent to show unto mankind the invention of corn, which until then had been utterly unknown, to the end that, after the murder of the messenger, whose death he made account to have kept secret, he might, by imposing, with the less suspicion of false dealing, his own name upon the said found out seed, acquire unto himself an immortal honor and glory for having been the inventor of a grain so profitable and necessary to and for the use of human life. For the wickedness of which treasonable attempt he was by series transformed into that wild beast which by some is called a lynx and by others an ounce. Such also was the ambition of others upon the like occasion, as appeareth by that very sharp wars and of a long continuance have been made of old betwixt some residentiary kings in Cappadocia upon this only debate, of whose name a certain herb should have the appellation. By reason of which difference, so troublesome and expensive to them all, it was by them called Polemonian, and by us for the same cause termed make-bait. Other herbs and plants there are which retain the names of the countries from whence they were transported, as the Median apples from Media, where they first grew, Punic apples from Punicia, that is to say, Carthage. Ligusticum, which we call lovage, from Liguria, the coast of Genoa, rhubarb from a flood in Barbary, as Ammianus attesteth, called rue, Santonica from a region of that name, fenugreek from Greece, Gastanes from a country so called, Persicaria from Persia, Sabine from a territory of that appellation, Stichas from the Stachad Islands, Spica Celtica from the land of the Celtic Gauls, and so throughout a great many other, which were tedious to enumerate. Some others, again, have obtained their denominations by way of antiphrasis, or contrariety, as absinthe, because it is contrary to synthos, for it is bitter to the taste in drinking. Holostian, as if it were all bones, whilst, on the contrary, there is no frielier, tenderer, nor brittler herb in the whole production of nature than it. There are some other sorts of herbs which have got their names from their virtues and operations, as Aristolochia, because it helpeth women in childbirth, Lichen, for that it cureth the disease of that name, Mallow, because it mollifieth. Calithricum, because it mocketh the hair of a bright colour, Alyssum, Ephemerum, Beccium, Nasturtium, Anaban, Henbane, and so forth through many more. Other some there are which have obtained their names from the admirable qualities that are found to be in them, as Heliotropium, which is the marigold, because it followeth the sun, so that at the sun rising it displayeth and spreads itself out. At his ascending it mounteth, at his declining it wanneth, and when he is set it is close shut. Adianton, because, although it grow near unto watery places, and albeit you should let it lie in water a long time, it will nevertheless retain no moisture nor humidity, Hierarchia, Eryngium, and so throughout a great many more. There are also a great many herbs and plants which have retained the very same names of the men and women who have been metamorphosed and transformed in them, as from Daphne the laurel is called also Daphne. Myrrh from Myrrha, the daughter of Cineris, Pithis from Pithis, Cinara, which is the artichoke, from one of that name, Narcissus, with saffron, smilax, and divers others. Many herbs likewise have got their names of those things which they seem to have some resemblance to, as Hippurus, because it hath the likeness of a horse's tail, Alipicurus, because it representeth in similitude the tail of a fox. Cillian, from a flea which it resembleth, Delphinium, for that it is like a dolphin fish, Bugloss is so called because it is an herb like an ox's tongue, Iris, so called because in its flowers it hath some resemblance of the rainbow. Myosoda, because it is like the ear of a mouse, Coronopus, for that it is of the likeness of a crow's foot. A great many other such there are, which here to recite were needless. Furthermore, as there are herbs and plants which have had their names from those of men, so by a reciprocal denomination have the surnames of many families taken their origin from them, as the Fabii, Aphabes, beans, the Pisans, Apices, peas. The Lentuli from lentils, the Cicerons, a Ciceribus, Vel Ciceris, a sort of pulse called chickpeas, and so forth. In some plants and herbs the resemblance or likeness hath been taken from a higher mark or object, as when we say Venus navel, Venus hair, Venus tub, Jupiter's beard, Jupiter's eye, Mars blood, the Hermodactyl or Mercury's fingers. Which are all of them names of herbs, as there are a great many more of the like appellation. Others, again, have received their denomination from their forms, such as the trefoil, because it is three-leaved, Pentathlon, for having 5 leaves, serplet, because it creepeth along the ground. Helksine, petast, myrobolon, which the Arabians called bin, as if you would say an acorn, for it hath a kind of resemblance thereto, and withal is very oily. Chapter 3.li. Why it is called Pantagruelian, and of the admirable virtues thereof. By such like means of attaining to a denomination, the fabulous ways being only from thence accepted, for the Lord forbid that we should make use of any fables in this a so veritable history, is this herb called Pantagruelian. For Pantagruel was the inventor thereof. I do not say of the plant itself, but of a certain use which it serves for, exceeding odious and hateful to thieves and robbers, unto whom it is more contrarious and hurtful than the strangleweed and chokefitch is to the flax. The cat's tail to the brakes, the sheavegrass to the mowers of hay, the fitches to the chickney peas, the darnel to barley, the hatchet-fitch to the lentil pulse, the antramium to the beans, tares to wheat, ivy to walls. The water-lily to lecherous monks, the birchen rod to the scholars of the College of Navarre in Paris, colewort to the vine-tree, garlic to the lodestone, onions to the sight, fern-seed to women with child, willow-grain to vicious nuns. The yew-tree shade to those that sleep under it, wolfsbane to wolves and lizards, the smell of fig-tree to mad bulls, hemlock to goslings, purslane to the teeth, or oil to trees. For we have seen many of those rogues, by virtue and right application of this herb, finish their lives short and long, after the manner of Phyllis, queen of Thracia, of Bonosus, emperor of Rome, of Amida, king Latinus's wife, of Iphis, Autolycus. Lycamb, Arachne, Phaedra, Leda, Achaeus, king of Lydia, and many thousands more, who were chiefly angry and vexed at this disaster therein, that, without being otherwise sick or evil disposed in their bodies, by a touch only of the Pantagruelian they came on a sudden to have the passage obstructed, and their pipes, through which were wont to bolt so many jolly sayings and to enter so many luscious morsels, stopped. More cleverly than ever could have done the squinancy. Others have been heard most woefully to lament, at the very instant when Atropos was about to cut the thread of their life, that Pantagruel held them by the gorge. But, well-a-day, it was not Pantagruel, he never was an executioner. It was the Pantagruelian, manufactured and fashioned into an halter, and serving in the place and office of a cravat. In that, verily, they solecized and spoke improperly, unless you would excuse them by a trope, which alloweth us to posit the inventor in the place of the thing invented, as when Ceres is taken for bread, and Bacchus put instead of wine. I swear to you here, by the good and frolic words which are to issue out of that wine bottle which is cooling below in the copper vessel full of fountain water, that the noble Pantagruel never snatched any man by the throat. Unless it was such a one as was altogether careless and neglective of those obviating remedies which were preventive of the thirst to come. It is also termed Pantagruelian by a similitude. For Pantagruel, at the very first minute of his birth, was no less tall than this herb is long whereof I speak unto you, his measure having been then taken the more easy that he was born in the season of the great drought. When they were busiest in the gathering of the said herb, to wit, at that time when Icarus's dog, with his fiery bawling and barking at the sun, mocketh the whole world troglodytic, and enforceth people everywhere to hide themselves in dens and subterranean caves. It is likewise called Pantagruelian because of the notable and singular qualities, virtues, and properties thereof. For as Pantagruel hath been the idea, pattern, prototype, an exemplary of all jovial perfection and accomplishment, in the truth whereof I believe there is none of you gentlemen drinkers that putteth any question, so in this Pantagruelian have I found so much efficacy and energy, so much completeness and excellency, so much exquisiteness and rarity, and so many admirable effects and operations of a transcendent nature, that if the worth and virtue thereof had been known when those trees, by the relation of the prophet, made election of a wooden king to rule and govern over them, it without all doubt would have carried away from all the rest the plurality of votes and suffrages. Shall I yet say more? If Oxylus, the son of Oreus, had begotten this plant upon his sister Hamadryas, he had taken more delight in the value and perfection of it alone than in all his 8 children. So highly renowned by our ablest mythologians that they have sedulously recommended their names to the never-failing tuition of an eternal remembrance. The eldest child was a daughter, whose name was Vine, the next born was a boy, and his name was Fig Tree, the third was called Walnut Tree, the fourth Oak, the fifth Sorbapple Tree, the sixth Ash, the seventh Poplar, and the last had the name of Elm, who was the greatest surgeon in his time. I shall forbear to tell you how the juice or sap thereof, being poured and distilled within the ears, killeth every kind of vermin that by any manner of putrefaction cometh to be bred and engendered there. And destroyeth also any whatsoever other animal that shall have entered in thereat. If, likewise, you put a little of the said juice within a pail or bucket full of water, you shall see the water instantly turn and grow thick therewith as if it were milk curds. Whereof the virtue is so great that the water thus curd is a present remedy for horses subject to the colic, and such as strike at their own flanks. The root thereof well boiled mollifieth the joints, softeneth the hardness of shrunken sinews, is every way comfortable to the nerves, and good against all cramps and convulsions, as likewise all cold and knotty gouts. If you would speedily heal a burning, whether occasioned by water or fire, apply thereto a little raw Pantagruelian, that is to say, take it so as it cometh out of the ground, without bestowing any other preparation or composition upon it. But have a special care to change it for some fresher in lieu thereof as soon as you shall find it waxing dry upon the sore. Without this herb kitchens would be detested, the tables of dining rooms abhorred, although there were great plenty and variety of most dainty and sumptuous dishes of meat set down upon them, and the choicest beds also. How richly soever adorned with gold, silver, amber, ivory, porphyry, and the mixture of most precious metals, would without it yield no delight or pleasure to the reposers in them. Without it millers could neither carry wheat, nor any other kind of corn to the mill, nor would they be able to bring back from thence flour, or any other sort of meal whatsoever. Without it, how could the papers and writs of lawyers' clients be brought to the bar? Seldom is the mortar, lime, or plaster brought to the workhouse without it. Without it, how should the water be got out of a draw well? In what case would tabellions, notaries, copists, makers of counterpanes, writers, clerks, secretaries, scriveners, and such like persons be without it? Were it not for it, what would become of the toll rates and rent rolls? Would not the noble art of printing perish without it? Whereof could the chassis or paper windows be made? How should the bells be rung? The altars of Isis are adorned therewith, the Pastaforian priests are therewith clad and accoutred, and whole human nature covered and wrapped therein at its first position and production in and into this world. All the lenific trees of Ceres, the bombast and cotton bushes in the territories near the Persian Sea and Gulf of Bengala, the Arabian swans, together with the plants of Malta, do not all of them clothe, attire, and apparel so many persons as this one herb alone. Soldiers are nowadays much better sheltered under it than they were in former times, when they lay in tents covered with skins. It overshadows the theatres and amphitheatres from the heat of a scorching sun. It begirdeth and encompasseth forests, chases, parks, copses, and groves, for the pleasure of hunters. It descendeth into the salt and fresh of both sea and river waters for the profit of fishers. By it are boots of all sizes, buskins, gamashes, broadkins, gambadoes, shoes, pumps, slippers, and every cobbled ware wrought and made steadable for the use of man. By it the butt and rover bows are strung, the crossbows bended, and the slings made fixed. And, as if it were an herb every whit as holy as the vervain, and reverenced by ghosts, spirits, hobgoblins, fiends, and phantoms, the bodies of deceased men are never buried without it. I will proceed yet further. By the means of this fine herb the invisible substances are visibly stopped, arrested, taken, detained, and prisoner-like committed to their receptive jails. Heavy and ponderous weights are by it heaved, lifted up, turned, veered, drawn, carried, and every way moved quickly, nimbly, and easily, to the great profit and emolument of humankind. When I perpend with myself these and such like marvellous effects of this wonderful herb, it seemeth strange unto me how the invention of so useful a practice did escape through so many bypast ages the knowledge of the ancient philosophers. Considering the inestimable utility which from thence proceeded, and the immense labour which without it they did undergo in their pristine elucubrations. By virtue thereof, through the retention of some aerial gusts, are the huge ram barges, mighty galleons, the large floats, the Chiliander. The myriander ships launched from their stations and set a-going at the pleasure and arbitrament of their rulers, condors, and steersmen. By the help thereof those remote nations whom nature seemed so unwilling to have discovered to us, and so desirous to have kept them still in abscondito and hidden from us. That the ways through which their countries were to be reached unto were not only totally unknown, but judged also to be altogether impermeable and inaccessible, are now arrived to us, and we to them. Those voyages outreached flights of birds and far surpassed the scope of feathered fowls, how swift soever they had been on the wing, and notwithstanding that advantage which they have of us in swimming through the air. Taprobane hath seen the heaths of Lapland, and both the Javas and Riphean mountains, wide distant Phoebal shall see Theleme, and the islanders drink of the flood Euphrates. By it the chill-mouthed Boreas hath surveyed the parched mansions of the torrid Auster, and Eurus visited the regions which Zephyrus hath under his command. Yea, in such sort have interviews been made by the assistance of this sacred herb, that, maugre longitudes and latitudes, and all the variations of the zones, the Periatian people, and Antoetian, Amphician, Heteratian, and Parisian had oft rendered and received mutual visits to and from other, upon all the climates. These strange exploits bred such astonishment to the celestial intelligences, to all the marine and terrestrial gods, that they were on a sudden all afraid. From which amazement, when they saw how, by means of this blessed Pantagruelian, the Arctic people looked upon the Antarctic, scoured the Atlantic Ocean, passed the tropics, pushed through the torrid zone, measured all the zodiac, sported under the equinoctial, having both poles level with their horizon, they judged it high time to call a council for their own safety and preservation. The Olympic gods, being all and each of them affrighted at the sight of such achievements, said, Pantagruel hath Chopin work enough for us, and put us more to a plunge and nearer our wits' end by this sole herb of his than did of old the Aloide by overturning mountains. He very speedily is to be married, and shall have many children by his wife. It lies not in our power to oppose this destiny, for it hath passed through the hands and spindles of the fatal sisters, necessity's inexorable daughters. Who knows but by his sons may be found out an herb of such another virtue and prodigious energy, as that by the aid thereof, in using it aright according to their father's skill, they may contrive a way for humankind to pierce into the high Aryan clouds, get up unto the springhead of the hail, take an inspection of the snowy sources, and shut and open as they please the sluices from whence proceed the floodgates of the rain. Then, prosecuting their ethereal voyage, they may step in unto the lightning workhouse and shop, where all the thunderbolts are forged, where, seizing on the magazine of heaven and storehouse of our warlike fire munition, they may discharge a bouncing peal or two of thundering ordnance for joy of their arrival to these new supernal places, and, charging those tonitrual guns afresh, turn the whole force of that artillery against ourselves wherein we most confided. Then is it like they will set forward to invade the territories of the moon, whence, passing through both Mercury and Venus, the sun will serve them for a torch, to show the way from Mars to Jupiter and Saturn. We shall not then be able to resist the impetuosity of their intrusion, nor put a stoppage to their entering in at all, whatever regions, domiciles, or mansions of the spangled firmament they shall have any mind to see, to stay in, to travel through for their recreation. All the celestial signs together, with the constellations of the fixed stars, will jointly be at their devotion then. Some will take up their lodging at the Ram, some at the Bull, and others at the Twins. Some at the Crab, some at the Lion Inn, and others at the Sign of the Virgin, some at the Balance, others at the Scorpion, and others will be quartered at the Archer. Some will be harbored at the Goat, some at the Water Pourer's Sign, some at the Fishes, some will lie at the Crown, some at the Harp, some at the Golden Eagle and the Dolphin. Some at the Flying Horse, some at the Ship, some at the Great, some at the Little Bear, and so throughout the glistening hostelries of the whole twinkling asteristic welkin. There will be sojourners come from the earth, who, longing after the taste of the sweet cream, of their own skimming off, from the best milk of all the dairy of the galaxy, will set themselves at table down with us, drink of our nectar and ambrosia. And take to their own beds at night, for wives and concubines are fairest goddesses, the only means whereby they can be deified. A junto hereupon being convocated, the better to consult upon the manner of obviating a so dreadful danger, Jove, sitting in his presidential throne, asked the votes of all the other gods, which, after a profound deliberation amongst themselves on all contingencies, they freely gave at last, and then resolved unanimously to withstand the shocks of all whatsoever sublunary assaults. Chapter 3.ai. How a certain kind of Pantagruelian is of that nature that the fire is not able to consume it. I have already related to you great and admirable things. But, if you might be induced to adventure upon the hazard of believing some other divinity of this sacred Pantagruelian, I very willingly would tell it you. Believe it, if you will, or otherwise, believe it not, I care not which of them you do, they are both alike to me. It shall be sufficient for my purpose to have told you the truth, and the truth I will tell you. But to enter in thereat, because it is of a naggy, difficult, and rugged access, this is the question which I ask of you. If I had put within this bottle 2 pints, the one of wine and the other of water, thoroughly and exactly mingled together, how would you unmix them? After what manner would you go about to sever them, and separate the one liquor from the other, in such sort that you render me the water apart, free from the wine, and the wine also pure, without the intermixture of 1 drop of water? And both of them in the same measure, quantity, and taste that I had embottled them? Or, to state the question otherwise. If your carmen and mariners, entrusted for the provision of your houses with the bringing of a certain considerable number of tuns, puncheons, pipes, barrels, and hogsheads of Graves wine, or of the wine of Orleans, Beaune, and Mirabeau's, should drink out the half, and afterwards with water fill up the other empty halves of the vessels as full as before, as the Limoussins used to do in their carriages by wains and carts of the wines of Argentan and San Galtier. After that, how would you part the water from the wine, and purify them both in such a case? I understand you well enough. Your meaning is, that I must do it with an ivy funnel. That is written, it is true, and the verity thereof explored by 1,000 experiments. You have learned to do this feat before, I see it. But those that have never known it, nor at any time have seen the like, would hardly believe that it were possible. Let us nevertheless proceed. But put the case, we were now living in the age of Sylla, Marius, Caesar, and other such Roman emperors, or that we were in the time of our ancient Druids, whose custom was to burn and calcine the dead bodies of their parents and lords. And that you had a mind to drink the ashes or cinders of your wives or fathers in the infused liquor of some good white wine, as Artemisia drunk the dust and ashes of her husband Mausolus. Or otherwise, that you did determine to have them reserved in some fine urn or reliquary pot. How would you save the ashes apart, and separate them from those other cinders and ashes into which the fuel of the funeral and bustuary fire hath been converted? Answer, if you can. By my figgins, I believe it will trouble you so to do. Well, I will dispatch, and tell you that, if you take of this celestial Pantagruelian so much as is needful to cover the body of the defunct, and after that you shall have enwrapped and bound therein as hard and closely as you can the corpse of the said deceased persons, and sewed up the folding sheet with thread of the same stuff, throw it into the fire. How great or ardent soever it be, it matters not a straw, the fire through this Pantagruelian will burn the body and reduce to ashes the bones thereof, and the Pantagruelian shall be not only not consumed nor burnt, but also shall neither lose 1 atom of the ashes enclosed within it, nor receive 1 atom of the huge bustuary heap of ashes resulting from the blazing conflagration of things combustible laid round about it, but shall at last, when taken out of the fire, be fairer, whiter, and much cleaner than when you did put it in at first. Therefore it is called asbeston, which is as much to say as incombustible. Great plenty is to be found thereof in Carpasia, as likewise in the climate scenes, at very easy rates. Oh, how rare and admirable a thing it is, that the fire which devoureth, consumeth, and destroyeth all such things else, should cleanse, purge, and whiten this sole Pantagruelian Carpasian asbeston. If you mistrust the verity of this relation, and demand for further confirmation of my assertion a visible sign, as the Jews and such incredulous infidels used to do, take a fresh egg, and orbicularly, or rather ovally. Enfold it within this divine Pantagruelion. When it is so wrapped up, put it in the hot embers of a fire, how great or ardent soever it be, and having left it there as long as you will, you shall at last, at your taking it out of the fire, find the egg roasted hard, and as it were burnt. Without any alteration, change, mutation, or so much as a calefaction of the sacred Pantagruelion. For less than 1,000,000 of pounds sterling, modified, taken down, and immoderated to the 12th part of 1 fourpence halfpenny farthing, you are able to put it to a trial and make proof thereof. Do not think to overmatch me here, by paragoning with it in the way of a more eminent comparison the salamander. That is a fib. For, albeit a little ordinary fire, such as is used in dining rooms and chambers, gladden, cheer up, exhilarate, and quicken it, yet may I warrantably enough assure that in the flaming fire of a furnace it will, like any other animated creature, be quickly suffocated, choked, consumed, and destroyed. We have seen the experiment thereof, and Galen many ages ago hath clearly demonstrated and confirmed it, lib 3, De Temperamentis, and Dioscorides maintaineth the same doctrine, lib 2. Do not here instance in competition with this sacred herb the feather alum or the wooden tower of Piraeus, which Lucius Sylla was never able to get burnt. For that Archelaus, governor of the town for Mithridates, king of Pontus, had plastered it all over on the outside with the said alum. Nor would I have you to compare there with the herb which Alexander Cornelius called Aeanum, and said that it had some resemblance with that oak which bears the mistletoe. And that it could neither be consumed nor receive any manner of prejudice by fire nor by water, no more than the mistletoe, of which was built, said he, the so renowned ship Argos. Search where you please for those that will believe it. I in that point desire to be excused. Neither would I wish you to parallel therewith, although I cannot deny but that it is of a very marvellous nature, that sort of tree which groweth alongst the mountains of Briansun and Ambron, which produceth out of his root the good agaric. From its body it yieldeth unto us a so excellent rosin, that Galen hath been bold to equal it to the turpentine. Upon the delicate leaves thereof it retaineth for our use that sweet heavenly honey which is called the manna, and, although it be of a gummy, oily, fat, and greasy substance, it is, notwithstanding, unconsumable by any fire. It is in Greek and Latin called larix. The Albanese name is melts. The Antinorides and Venetians term it larege. Which gave occasion to that castle in Piedmont to receive the denomination of Larignum, by putting Julius Caesar to a stand at his return from amongst the Gauls. Julius Caesar commanded all the yeomen, boors, hinds, and other inhabitants in, near unto, and about the Alps and Piedmont, to bring all manner of victuals and provision for an army to those places which on the military road he had appointed to receive them for the use of his marching soldiery. To which ordinance all of them were obedient, save only those as were within the garrison of Larignum, who, trusting in the natural strength of the place, would not pay their contribution. The emperor, purposing to chastise them for their refusal, caused his whole army to march straight towards that castle, before the gate whereof was erected a tower built of huge big spars and rafters of the larch tree, fast bound together with pins and pegs of the same wood, and interchangeably laid on one another, after the fashion of a pile or stack of timber, set up in the fabric thereof to such an apt and convenient height that from the parapet above the portcullis they thought with stones and levers to beat off and drive away such as should approach thereto. When Caesar had understood that the chief defence of those within the castle did consist in stones and clubs, and that it was not an easy matter to sling, hurl, dart, throw, or cast them so far as to hinder the approaches, he forthwith commanded his men to throw great store of bavins, faggots, and fascines round about the castle, and when they had made the heap of a competent height, to put them all in a fair fire. Which was thereupon incontinently done. The fire put amidst the faggots was so great and so high that it covered the whole castle, that they might well imagine the tower would thereby be altogether burnt to dust and demolished. Nevertheless, contrary to all their hopes and expectations, when the flame ceased, and that the faggots were quite burnt and consumed, the tower appeared as whole, sound, and entire as ever. Caesar, after a serious consideration had thereof, commanded a compass to be taken without the distance of a stone cast from the castle round about it there, with ditches and entrenchments to form a blockade. Which when the Larignans understood, they rendered themselves upon terms. And then by a relation from them it was that Caesar learned the admirable nature and virtue of this wood, which of itself produceth neither fire, flame, nor coal, and would, therefore, in regard of that rare quality of incombustibility, have been admitted into this rank and degree of a true Pantagruelianal plant. And that so much the rather, for that Pantagruel directed that all the gates, doors, angeports, windows, gutters, frettist and embowed ceilings, cans, cants, and other whatsoever wooden furniture in the abbey of Theleme, should be all materiated of this kind of timber. He likewise caused to cover therewith the sterns, stems, cookrooms or laps, hatches, decks, courses, bends, and walls of his carracks, ships, galleons, galleys, brigantines, foists, frigates, creers, barks, floats, pinks, pinnaces, hoys, ketches, capers, and other vessels of his Thalassian arsenal. Were it not that the wood or timber of the larch tree, being put within a large and ample furnace full of huge vehemently flaming fire proceeding from the fuel of other sorts and kinds of wood, cometh at last to be corrupted, consumed, dissipated, and destroyed, as are stones in a lime kiln. But this Pantagruelian asbeston is rather by the fire renewed and cleansed than by the flames thereof consumed or changed. Therefore, Arabians, Indians, Sabaeans, sing not, in hymns and Iopians, your incense, myrrh, or ebony. Come here, a nobler plant to see, and carry home, at any rate, some seed, that you may propagate. If in your soil it takes, to heaven, 1,000 thanks be given. And say with France, it goodly goes, where the Pantagruelian grows. End of Book 3. The Fourth Book. The Translator's Preface. Reader, I don't know what kind of a preface I must write to find thee courteous, an epithet too often bestowed without a cause. The author of this work has been as sparing of what we call good nature, as most readers are nowadays. So I am afraid his translator and commentator is not to expect much more than has been showed them. What's worse, there are but two sorts of taking prefaces, as there are but two kinds of prologues to plays, for Mr. Bayes was doubtless in the right when he said that if thunder and lightning could not fright an audience into complaisance, the sight of the poet with a rope about his neck might work them into pity. Some, indeed, have bullied many of you into applause, and railed at your faults that you might think them without any. And others, more safely, have spoken kindly of you, that you might think, or at least speak, as favorably of them, and be flattered into patience. Now, I fancy, there's nothing less difficult to attempt than the first method. For, in this blessed age, 'tis as easy to find a bully without courage, as a whore without beauty, or a writer without wit, though those qualifications are so necessary in their respective professions. The mischief is, that you seldom allow any to rail besides yourselves, and cannot bear a pride which shocks your own. As for wheedling you into a liking of a work, I must confess it seems the safest way. But though flattery pleases you well when it is particular, you hate it, as little concerning you, when it is general. Then we Knights of the Quill are a stiff-necked generation, who as seldom care to seem to doubt the worth of our writings, and their being liked, as we love to flatter more than one at a time. And had rather draw our pens, and stand up for the beauty of our works, as some arrant fools used to do for that of their mistresses, to the last drop of our ink. And truly this submission, which sometimes wheedles you into pity, as seldom decoys you into love, as the awkward cringing of an antiquated fop, as moneyless as he is ugly, affects an experienced fair one. Now we as little value your pity as a lover his mistresses, well satisfied that it is only a less uncivil way of dismissing us. But what if neither of these two ways will work upon you, of which doleful truth some of our playwrights stand so many living monuments? Why, then, truly I think on no other way at present but blending the two into one. And, from this marriage of huffing and cringing, there will result a new kind of careless medley, which, perhaps, will work upon both sorts of readers, those who are to be hectored, and those whom we must creep to. At least, it is like to please by its novelty, and it will not be the first monster that has pleased you when regular nature could not do it. If uncommon worth, lively wit, and deep learning, wove into wholesome satire, a bold, good, and vast design admirably pursued, truth set out in its true light, and a method how to arrive to its oracle, can recommend a work. I am sure this has enough to please any reasonable man. The 3 books published some time since, which are in a manner an entire work, were kindly received, yet, in the French, they come far short of these 2, which are also entire pieces. For the satire is all general here, much more obvious, and consequently more entertaining. Even my long explanatory preface was not thought improper. Though I was so far from being allowed time to make it methodical, that at first only a few pages were intended. Yet as fast as they were printed I wrote on, till it proved at last like one of those towns built little at first, then enlarged, where you see promiscuously an odd variety of all sorts of irregular buildings. I hope the remarks I give now will not please less, for, as I have translated the work which they explain, I had more time to make them, though as little to write them. It would be needless to give here a large account of my performance. For, after all, you readers care no more for this or that apology, or pretense of Mr. Translator, if the version does not please you, than we do for a blundering cook's excuse after he has spoiled a good dish in the dressing. Nor can the first pretend to much praise, besides that of giving his author's sense in its full extent, and copying his style, if it is to be copied, since he has no share in the invention or disposition of what he translates. Yet there was no small difficulty in doing Rabelais justice in that double respect. The obsolete words and turns of phrase, and dark subjects, often as darkly treated, make the sense hard to be understood even by a Frenchman, and it cannot be easy to give it the free easy air of an original. For even what seems most common talk in one language, is what is often the most difficult to be made so in another, and Horace's thoughts of comedy may be well applied to this. Creditor, ex medio quia residential arcessit, habira. Sudoris minimum. Sed habet commoedia tantum. Plus honoris, quanto venii minus. Far be it from me, for all this, to value myself upon hitting the words of cant in which my drolling author is so luxuriant. For though such words have stood me in good stead, I scarce can forbear thinking myself unhappy in having insensibly hoarded up so much gibberish and Billingsgate trash in my memory. Nor could I forbear asking of myself, as an Italian cardinal said on another account, Dondi hai tu pigliato tant coglionery? Where the devil didst thou rake up all these fripperies? It was not less difficult to come up to the author's sublime expressions. Nor would I have attempted such a task, but that I was ambitious of giving a view of the most valuable work of the greatest genius of his age, to the machinas and best genius of this. For I am not over fond of so ungrateful a task as translating, and would rejoice to see less versions and more originals, so the latter were not as bad as many of the first are, through want of encouragement. Some indeed have deservedly gained esteem by translating, yet not many condescend to translate, but such as cannot invent, though to do the first well requires often as much genius as to do the latter. I wish, reader, thou mayest be as willing to do my author justice, as I have strove to do him right. Yet, if thou art a brother of the quill, it is 10 to 1 thou art too much in love with thy own dear productions to admire those of one of thy trade. However, I know 3 or 4 who have not such a mighty opinion of themselves. But I'll not name them, lest I should be obliged to place myself among them. If thou art one of those who, though they never write, criticize everyone that does, avaunt. Thou art a professed enemy of mankind and of thyself, who wilt never be pleased nor let anybody be so, and knowest no better way to fame than by striving to lessen that of others. Though wouldst thou write thou mightst be soon known, even by the butter women, and fly through the world in bandboxes. If thou art of the dissembling tribe, it is thy office to rail at those books which thou huggest in a corner. If thou art one of those eavesdroppers, who would have their moroseness be counted gravity, thou wilt condemn a mirth which thou art past relishing. And I know no other way to quit the score than by writing, as like enough I may, something as dull, or duller than thyself, if possible. If thou art one of those critics in dressing, those extempores of fortune, who, having lost a relation and got an estate, in an instant set up for wit and every extravagance, thou wilt either praise or discommend this book. According to the dictates of some less foolish than thyself, perhaps of one of those who, being lodged at the sign of the box and dice, will know better things than to recommend to thee a work which bids thee beware of his tricks. This book might teach thee to leave thy follies, but some will say it does not signify much to some fools whether they are so or not, for when was there a fool that thought himself one? If thou art one of those who would put themselves upon us for learned men in Greek and Hebrew, yet are mere blockheads in English, and patch together old pieces of the ancients to get themselves clothes out of them, thou art too severely mauled in this work to like it. Who then will? Some will cry. Nay, besides these, many societies that make a great figure in the world are reflected on in this book. Which caused Rabelais to study to be dark, and even bedaub it with many loose expressions, that he might not be thought to have any other design than to droll, in a manner bewraying his book that his enemies might not bite it. Truly, though now the riddle is expounded, I would advise those who read it not to reflect on the author, lest he be thought to have been beforehand with them. And they be ranked among those who have nothing to show for their honesty but their money, nothing for their religion but their dissembling, or of fat benefice, nothing for their wit but their dressing, for their nobility but their title, for their gentility but their sword, for their courage but their huffing, for their preferment but their assurance, for their learning but their degrees, or for their gravity but their wrinkles or dullness. They had better laugh at one another here, as it is the custom of the world. Laughing is of all professions, the miser may hoard, the spendthrift squander, the politician plot, the lawyer wrangle, and the gamester cheat. Still their main design is to be able to laugh at one another, and here they may do it at a cheap and easy rate. After all, should this work fail to please the greater number of readers, I am sure it cannot miss being liked by those who are for witty mirth and a chirping bottle. Though not by those solid sots who seem to have drudged all their youth long only that they might enjoy the sweet blessing of getting drunk every night in their old age. But those men of sense and honor who love truth and the good of mankind in general above all other things will undoubtedly countenance this work. I will not gravely insist upon its usefulness, having said enough of it in the preface, Mautau Preface to Volume 1 of Rabelais, edition 1694, to the first part. I will only add, that as Homer in his Odyssey makes his hero wander 10 years through most parts of the then known world, so Rabelais, in a 3 months' voyage, makes Pantagruel take a view of almost all sorts of people and professions. With this difference, however, between the ancient mythologist and the modern, that while the Odyssey has been compared to a setting sun in respect to the Iliad's, Rabelais' last work, which is this voyage to the oracle of the bottle, by which he means truth, is justly thought his masterpiece, being wrote with more spirit, salt, and flame, than the first part of his works. At near 70 years of age, his genius, far from being drained, seemed to have acquired fresh vigor and new graces the more it exerted itself, like those rivers which grow more deep, large, majestic, and useful by their course. Those who accuse the French of being as sparing of their wit as lavish of their words will find an Englishman in our author. I must confess indeed that my countrymen and other southern nations temper the one with the other in a manner as they do their wine with water, often just dashing the latter with a little of the first. Now here men love to drink their wine pure. Nay, sometimes it will not satisfy unless in its very quintessence, as in brandies, though an excess of this betrays want of sobriety, as much as an excess of wit betrays a want of judgment. But I must conclude, lest I be justly taxed with wanting both. I will only add, that as every language has its peculiar graces, seldom or never to be acquired by a foreigner, I cannot think I have given my author those of the English in every place. But as none compelled me to write, I fear to ask a pardon which yet the generous temper of this nation makes me hope to obtain. Albinus, a Roman, who had written in Greek, desired in his preface to be forgiven his faults of language. But Cato asked him in derision whether any had forced him to write in a tongue of which he was not an absolute master. Lucullus wrote a history in the same tongue, and said he had scattered some false Greek in it to let the world know it was the work of a Roman. I will not say as much of my writings, in which I study to be as little incorrect as the hurry of business and shortness of time will permit. But I may better say, as Tully did of the history of his consulship, which he also had written in Greek, that what errors may be found in the diction are crept in against my intent. Indeed, Livius Andronicus and Terence, the one a Greek, the other a Carthaginian, wrote successfully in Latin, and the latter is perhaps the most perfect model of the purity and urbanity of that tongue. But I ought not to hope for the success of those great men. Yet am I ambitious of being as subservient to the useful diversion of the ingenious of this nation as I can, which I have endeavored in this work, with hopes to attempt some greater tasks if ever I am happy enough to have more leisure. In the meantime it will not displease me, if it is known that this is given by one who, though born and educated in France, has the love and veneration of a loyal subject for this nation, one who, by a fatality, which with many more made him say, Nos patrium fugimus et dulcia linguamus arva, is obliged to make the language of these happy regions as natural to him as he can, and thankfully say with the rest, under this Protestant government. Deus nobis haec otia fecit. The author's epistle dedicatory. To the most illustrious Prince and most reverend Lord Odette, Cardinal de Chastillon. You know, most illustrious Prince, how often I have been, and am daily pressed and required by great numbers of eminent persons, to proceed in the Pantagruelian fables. They tell me that many languishing, sick, and disconsolate persons, perusing them, have deceived their grief, passed their time merrily, and been inspired with new joy and comfort. I commonly answer that I aimed not at glory and applause when I diverted myself with writing, but only designed to give by my pen, to the absent who labor under affliction, that little help which at all times I willingly strive to give to the present that stand in need of my art and service. Sometimes I at large relate to them how Hippocrates in several places, and particularly in Lib 6. Epidem. Describing the institution of the physician his disciple, and also Cyranus of Ephesus, Oribasius, Galen, Haliabas, and other authors, have descended to particulars, in the prescription of his motions, deportment, looks, countenance, gracefulness, civility, cleanliness of face, clothes, beard, hair, hands, mouth, even his very nails. As if he were to play the part of a lover in some comedy, or enter the lists to fight some enemy. And indeed the practice of physic is properly enough compared by Hippocrates to a fight, and also to a farce acted between three persons, the patient, the physician, and the disease. Which passage has sometimes put me in mind of Julia's saying to Augustus her father. One day she came before him in a very gorgeous, loose, lascivious dress, which very much displeased him, though he did not much discover his discontent. The next day she put on another, and in a modest garb, such as the chaste Roman ladies wore, came into his presence. The kind father could not then forbear expressing the pleasure which he took to see her so much altered, and said to her, Oh! How much more this garb becomes and is commendable in the daughter of Augustus. But she, having her excuse ready, answered, This day, sir, I dressed myself to please my father's eye, yesterday, to gratify that of my husband. Thus disguised in looks and garb, nay even, as formerly was the fashion, with a rich and pleasant gown with 4 sleeves, which was called phelonium according to Petrus Alexandrinus in 6. Epidem. A physician might answer to such as might find the metamorphosis indecent, Thus have I accoutred myself, not that I am proud of appearing in such a dress, but for the sake of my patient, whom alone I wholly design to please. And no wise offend or dissatisfy. There is also a passage in our father Hippocrates, in the book I have named, which causes some to sweat, dispute, and labor. Not indeed to know whether the physician's frowning, discontented, and morose Cottonian look render the patient sad, and his joyful, serene, and pleasing countenance rejoice him, for experience teaches us that this is most certain. But whether such sensations of grief or pleasure are produced by the apprehension of the patient observing his motions and qualities in his physician, and drawing from thence conjectures of the end and catastrophe of his disease. As, by his pleasing look, joyful and desirable events, and by his sorrowful and unpleasing air, sad and dismal consequences. Or whether those sensations be produced by a transfusion of the serene or gloomy, aerial or terrestrial, joyful or melancholic spirits of the physician into the person of the patient, as is the opinion of Plato, Averroes, and others. Above all things, the foresighted authors have given particular directions to physicians about the words, discourse, and converse which they ought to have with their patients. Everyone aiming at one point, that is, to rejoice them without offending God, and in no wise whatsoever to vex or displease them. Which causes Herophilus much to blame the physician Callianax, who, being asked by a patient of his, "Shall I die?" impudently made him this answer: "Patroclus died, whom all allow. By much a better man than you." Another, who had a mind to know the state of his distemper, asking him, after our merry Patalin's way, "Well, doctor, does not my water tell you I shall die?" He foolishly answered, "No. If Latona, the mother of those lovely twins, Phoebus and Diana, begot thee." Galen, Lib 4, Comment 6, Epidem. Blames much also Quintus his tutor, who, a certain nobleman of Rome, his patient, saying to him, "You have been at breakfast, my master, your breath smells of wine," answered arrogantly, "Yours smells of fever." Which is the better smell of the two, wine or a putrid fever? But the calumny of certain cannibals, misanthropes, perpetual eavesdroppers, has been so foul and excessive against me, that it had conquered my patience, and I had resolved not to write one jot more. For the least of their detractions were that my books are all stuffed with various heresies, of which, nevertheless, they could not show one single instance. Much, indeed, of comical and facetious fooleries, neither offending God nor the king, and truly I own they are the only subject and only theme of these books, but of heresy not a word, unless they interpreted wrong. And against all use of reason in common language, what I had rather suffer 1,000 deaths, if it were possible, than have thought. As who should make bread to be stone, a fish to be a serpent, and an egg to be a scorpion. This, my lord, emboldened me once to tell you, as I was complaining of it in your presence, that if I did not esteem myself a better Christian than they show themselves towards me, and if my life, writings, words, nay thoughts, betrayed to me one single spark of heresy, or I should in a detestable manner fall into the snares of the spirit of detraction, Diabolos, who, by their means, raises such crimes against me. I would then, like the phoenix, gather dry wood, kindle a fire, and burn myself in the midst of it. You were then pleased to say to me that King Francis, of eternal memory, had been made sensible of those false accusations. And that having caused my books, mine, I say, because several, false and infamous, have been wickedly laid to me, to be carefully and distinctly read to him by the most learned and faithful anagnost in this kingdom. He had not found any passage suspicious. And that he abhorred a certain envious, ignorant, hypocritical informer, who grounded a mortal heresy on an N put instead of an M by the carelessness of the printers. As much was done by his son, our most gracious, virtuous, and blessed sovereign, Henry, whom heaven long preserve. So that he granted you his royal privilege and particular protection for me against my slandering adversaries. You kindly condescended since to confirm me these happy news at Paris, and also lately, when you visited my Lord Cardinal du Bellay, who, for the benefit of his health, after a lingering distemper, was retired to St. More, that place, or rather paradise, of salubrity, serenity, conveniency, and all desirable country pleasures. Thus, my lord, under so glorious a patronage, I am emboldened once more to draw my pen, undaunted now and secure. With hopes that you will still prove to me, against the power of detraction, a second Gallic Hercules in learning, prudence, and eloquence, and a Lexicakos in virtue, power, and authority. You, of whom I may truly say what the wise monarch Solomon saith of Moses, that great prophet and captain of Israel, Ecclesiast. 45, a man fearing and loving God, who found favor in the sight of all flesh, well beloved both of God and man. Whose memorial is blessed. God made him like to the glorious saints, and magnified him so, that his enemies stood in fear of him, and for him made wonders. Made him glorious in the sight of kings, gave him a commandment for his people, and by him showed his light. He sanctified him in his faithfulness and meekness, and chose him out of all men. By him he made us to hear his voice, and caused by him the law of life and knowledge to be given. Accordingly, if I shall be so happy as to hear anyone commend those merry composures, they shall be adjured by me to be obliged and pay their thanks to you alone. As also to offer their prayers to heaven for the continuance and increase of your greatness. And to attribute no more to me than my humble and ready obedience to your commands, for by your most honorable encouragement you at once have inspired me with spirit and with invention. And without you my heart had failed me, and the fountainhead of my animal spirits had been dry. May the Lord keep you in his blessed mercy. My Lord. Your most humble, and most devoted servant. François Rabelais, Physician. Paris, this 28th of January, MDLII. The author's prologue. Good people, God save and keep you. Where are you? I can't see you, stay, I'll saddle my nose with spectacles, oh, oh. 'Twill be fair anon, I see you. Well, you have had a good vintage, they say, this is no bad news to Frank, you may swear. You have got an infallible cure against thirst, rarely performed of you, my friends. You, your wives, children, friends, and families are in as good case as hearts can wish, it is well, it is as I would have it, God be praised for it, and if such be his will, may you long be so. For my part, I am thereabouts, thanks to his blessed goodness. And by the means of a little Pantagruelism, which you know is a certain jollity of mind, pickled in the scorn of fortune, you see me now hale and cheery, as sound as a bell, and ready to drink, if you will. Would you know why I'm thus, good people? I will even give you a positive answer, such is the Lord's will, which I obey and revere, it being said in his word, in great derision to the physician neglectful of his own health, Physician, heal thyself. Galen had some knowledge of the Bible, and had conversed with the Christians of his time, as appears lib 11. De usu partium, lib 2. De differentiis pulsuum, cap. 3, and ibid lib 3. Cap. 2, and lib de rerum affectibus, if it be Galen's. Yet, 'twas not for any such veneration of Holy Writ that he took care of his own health. No, it was for fear of being twigged with the saying so well known among physicians. Iatros alon autos elkisi bruon. He boasts of healing poor and rich. Yet is himself all over itch. This made him boldly say, that he did not desire to be esteemed a physician, if from his 28th year to his old age he had not lived in perfect health, except some ephemerous fevers, of which he soon rid himself. Yet he was not naturally of the soundest temper, his stomach being evidently bad. Indeed, as he saith, lib 5, de sanitate tuenda, that physician will hardly be thought very careful of the health of others who neglects his own. Asclepiades boasted yet more than this. For he said that he had articled with fortune not to be reputed a physician if he could be said to have been sick since he began to practice physic to his latter age, which he reached, lusty in all his members and victorious over fortune. Till at last the old gentleman unluckily tumbled down from the top of a certain ill-propped and rotten staircase, and so there was an end of him. If by some disaster health is fled from your worships to the right or to the left, above or below, before or behind, within or without, far or near, on this side or the other side, wheresoever it be, may you presently, with the help of the Lord, meet with it. Having found it, may you immediately claim it, seize it, and secure it. The law allows it, the king would have it so, nay, you have my advice for it. Neither more nor less than the lawmakers of old did fully empower a master to claim and seize his runaway servant wherever he might be found. Odds bodikins, is it not written and warranted by the ancient customs of this noble, so rich, so flourishing realm of France, that the dead seizes the quick? See what has been declared very lately in that point by that learned, wise, courteous, humane and just civilian, Andrew Turrequot, one of the judges in the most honorable court of Parliament at Paris. Health is our life, as Ariphron the Sicyonian wisely has it, without health life is not life, it is not living life, abios bios, bios abiotos. Without health life is only a languishment and an image of death. Therefore, you that want your health, that is to say, that are dead, seize the quick, secure life to yourselves, that is to say, health. I have this hope in the Lord, that he will hear our supplications, considering with what faith and zeal we pray, and that he will grant this our wish because it is moderate and mean. Mediocrity was held by the ancient sages to be golden, that is to say, precious, praised by all men, and pleasing in all places. Read the sacred Bible, you will find the prayers of those who asked moderately were never unanswered. For example, little dapper Zacchaeus, whose body and relics the monks of St. Garlic, near Orleans, boast of having, and nickname him Saint Sylvanus, he only wished to see our blessed Saviour near Jerusalem. It was but a small request, and no more than anybody then might pretend to. But alas! He was but low-built, and one of so diminutive a size, among the crowd, could not so much as get a glimpse of him. Well then he struts, stands on tiptoes, bustles, and bestirs his stumps, shoves and makes way, and with much ado clambers up a sycamore. Upon this, the Lord, who knew his sincere affection, presented himself to his sight, and was not only seen by him, but heard also, nay, what is more, he came to his house and blessed his family. One of the sons of the prophets in Israel felling wood near the river Jordan, his hatchet forsook the helve and fell to the bottom of the river. So he prayed to have it again, 'twas but a small request, mark ye me, and having a strong faith, he did not throw the hatchet after the helve, as some spirits of contradiction say by way of scandalous blunder, but the helve after the hatchet. As you all properly have it. Presently two great miracles were seen, up springs the hatchet from the bottom of the water, and fixes itself to its old acquaintance the helve. Now had he wished to coach it to heaven in a fiery chariot like Alias, to multiply in seed like Abraham, be as rich as Job, strong as Samson, and beautiful as Absalom, would he have obtained it, d'ye think? I troth, my friends, I question it very much. Now I talk of moderate wishes in point of hatchet, but hark ye me, be sure you don't forget when we ought to drink, I will tell you what is written among the apologues of wise Aesop the Frenchman. I mean the Phrygian and Trojan, as Max Planud's makes him, from which people, according to the most faithful chroniclers, the noble French are descended. Aelian writes that he was of Thrace and Agathias, after Herodotus, that he was of Samos. 'Tis all one to Frank. In his time lived a poor honest country fellow of Gravet, Tom Wellhung by name, a wood cleaver by trade, who in that low drudgery made shift so to pick up a sorry livelihood. It happened that he lost his hatchet. Now tell me who ever had more cause to be vexed than poor Tom. Alas, his whole estate and life depended on his hatchet. By his hatchet he earned many a fair penny of the best woodmongers or log merchants among whom he went a-jobbing. For want of his hatchet he was like to starve, and had death but met with him 6 days after without a hatchet, the grim fiend would have mowed him down in the twinkling of a bedstaff. In this sad case he began to be in a heavy taking, and called upon Jupiter with the most eloquent prayers, for you know necessity was the mother of eloquence. With the whites of his eyes turned up towards heaven, down on his marrow bones, his arms reared high, his fingers stretched wide, and his head bare, the poor wretch without ceasing was roaring out, by way of litany. At every repetition of his supplications, my hatchet, Lord Jupiter, my hatchet. My hatchet. Only my hatchet, O Jupiter, or money to buy another, and nothing else. Alas, my poor hatchet. Jupiter happened then to be holding a grand council about certain urgent affairs, and old Gammer Cybele was just giving her opinion, or, if you would rather have it so, it was young Phoebus the beau. But, in short, Tom's outcries and lamentations were so loud that they were heard with no small amazement at the council board, by the whole consistory of the gods. What a devil have we below, quoth Jupiter, that howls so horridly. By the mud of Styx, have not we had all along, and have not we here still enough to do, to set to rights a world of damned puzzling businesses of consequence? We made an end of the fray between Presdan, king of Persia, and Solomon the Turkish emperor. We have stopped up the passages between the Tartars and the Muscovites, answered the Zariff's petition, done the same to that of Golgot's rays. The state of Parma's dispatched, so is that of Maidenberg, that of Mirandola, and that of Africa, that town on the Mediterranean which we call Aphrodisium. Tripoli by carelessness has got a new master, her hour was come. Here are the Gascons cursing and damning, demanding the restitution of their bells. In yonder corner are the Saxons, Easterlings, Ostrogoths, and Germans, nations formerly invincible, but now abercedes, bridled, curbed, and brought under a paltry diminutive crippled fellow. They ask us revenge, relief, restitution of their former good sense and ancient liberty. But what shall we do with this same Ramus and this Galland, with a pox to them, who, surrounded with a swarm of their scullions, blackguard ragamuffins, sizars, vouchers, and stipulators, set together by the ears the whole University of Paris? I am in a sad quandary about it, and for the heart's blood of me cannot tell yet with whom of the two decide. Both seem to me notable fellows, and as true cods as ever pissed. The one has rose nobles, I say fine and weighty ones. The other would gladly have some too. The one knows something, the other's no dunce. The one loves the better sort of men, the other's beloved by him. The one is an old cunning fox. The other with tongue and pen, tooth and nail, falls foul on the ancient orators and philosophers, and barks at them like a cur. What thinkest thou of it, say, thou bawdy Priapus? I have found thy counsel just before now, e habet tua mentula mentem. King Jupiter, answered Priapus, standing up and taking off his cowl, his snout unkissed and reared up, fiery and stiffly propped, since you compare the one to a yelping snarling cur and the other to sly Reynard the fox, my advice is, with submission, that without fretting or puzzling your brains any further about M, without any more ado, even serve M both as, in the days of yore, you did the dog and the fox. How? Asked Jupiter, when? Who were they? Where was it? You have a rare memory, for aught I see. Returned Priapus. This right worshipful Father Bacchus, whom we have here nodding with his crimson fizz, to be revenged on the Thebans had got a fairy fox, who, whatever mischief he did, was never to be caught or wronged by any beast that wore a head. The noble Vulcan here present had framed a dog of Manesian brass, and with long puffing and blowing put the spirit of life into him. He gave it to you, you gave it your Miss Europa gave it Minos gave it Procris gave it Cephalus. He was also of the fairy kind, so that, like the lawyers of our age, he was too hard for all other sorts of creatures. Nothing could scape the dog. Now who should happen to meet but these two? What do you think they did? Dog by his destiny was to take fox, and fox by his fate was not to be taken. The case was brought before your council, you protested that you would not act against the fates, and the fates were contradictory. In short, the end and result of the matter was, that to reconcile two contradictions was an impossibility in nature. The very pang put you into a sweat, some drops of which happening to light on the earth, produced what the mortals call cauliflowers. All our noble consistory, for want of a categorical resolution, were seized with such a horrid thirst, that above 78 hogsheads of nectar were swillied down at that sitting. At last you took my advice, and transmogrified them into stones. And immediately got rid of your perplexity, and a truce with thirst was proclaimed through this vast Olympus. This was the year of flabby cods, near to Messus, between Thebes and Chalcis. After this manner, it is my opinion that you should petrify this dog and this fox. The metamorphosis will not be incongruous, for they both bear the name of Peter. And because, according to the Limousin proverb, to make an oven's mouth there must be 3 stones, you may associate them with Master Peter du Coinet, whom you formerly petrified for the same cause. Then those 3 dead pieces shall be put in an equilateral trigone somewhere in the great temple at Paris, in the middle of the porch, if you will, there to perform the office of extinguishers, and with their noses put out the lighted candles, torches, tapers, and flambeaux. Since, while they lived, they still lighted, Bacbuc-like, the fire of faction, division, Bacbuc sex, and wrangling among those idle bearded boys, the students. And this will be an everlasting monument to show that those puny self-conceited pedants, Bacbuc framers, were rather contemned than condemned by you. Dixie, I have said my say. You deal too kindly by them, said Jupiter, for aught I see, Monsieur Priapus. You do not use to be so kind to everybody, let me tell you. For as they seek to eternize their names, it would be much better for them to be thus changed into hard stones than to return to earth and putrefaction. But now to other matters. Yonder behind us, towards the Tuscan Sea and the neighborhood of Mount Apennine, do you see what tragedies are stirred up by certain topping ecclesiastical bullies? This hot fit will last its time, like the Limousin's ovens, and then will be cooled, but not so fast. We shall have sport enough with it, but I foresee one inconveniency. For methinks we have but little store of thunder ammunition since the time that you, my fellow gods, for your pastime lavished them away to bombard New Antioch, by my particular permission. As since, after your example, the stout champions who had undertaken to hold the fortress of Dindanerois against all comers fairly wasted their powder with shooting at sparrows, and then, not having wherewith to defend themselves in time of need, valiantly surrendered to the enemy, who were already packing up their alls, full of madness and despair, and thought on nothing but a shameful retreat. Take care this be remedied, son Vulcan, rouse up your drowsy Cyclopes, Asteropes, Brontes, Argesh, Polyphemus, Steropes, Paracmon, and so forth, set them at work, and make them drink as they ought. Never spare liquor to such as are at hot work. Now let us dispatch this bawling fellow below. You, Mercury, go see who it is, and know what he wants. Mercury looked out at heaven's trapdoor, through which, as I am told, they hear what is said here below. By the way, one might well enough mistake it for the scuttle of a ship, though Icaromenippus said it was like the mouth of a well. The light-heeled deity saw that it was honest Tom, who asked for his lost hatchet. And accordingly he made his report to the synod. Marry, said Jupiter, we are finely helped up, as if we had now nothing else to do here but to restore lost hatchets. Well, he must have it then for all this, for so, 'tis written in the book of fate, do you hear, as well as if it was worth the whole duchy of Milan. The truth is, the fellow's hatchet is as much to him as a kingdom to a king. Come, come, let no more words be scattered about it, let him have his hatchet again. Now, let us make an end of the difference betwixt the Levites and mole-catchers of Landorus. Whereabouts were we? Priapus was standing in the chimney corner, and having heard what Mercury had reported, said in a most courteous and jovial manner, King Jupiter, while by your order and particular favor I was garden-keeper general on earth, I observed that this word hatchet is equivocal to many things. For it signifies a certain instrument by the means of which men fell and cleave timber. It also signifies, at least I am sure it did formerly, a female soundly and frequently thump-thump-priggle-to-cletwiddle to beat. Thus I perceive that every cock of the game used to call his doxy his hatchet. For with that same tool, this he said lugging out and exhibiting his 9-inch knocker, they so strongly and resolutely shove and drive in their helves, that the females remain free from a fear epidemical amongst their sex, viz. that from the bottom of the male's belly the instrument should dangle at his heel for want of such feminine props. And I remember, for I have a member, and a memory too, aye, and a fine memory, large enough to fill a butterfirkin. I remember, I say, that one day of Tubuluster, Horn Fair, at the festivals of Goodman Vulcan in May, I heard Josquin des Prez, Alcagan, Hobrecht, Agricola, Brummel, Camelin, Vigoris, de la Fage, Bruyère, Priories, Seguin, de la Rue, Midi, Molu, Mouton, Gascogny, Loiset, Compere, Pennet, Fevin, Rouzy, Richard Fort, Rousseau, Concilian, Constancio Festi, Jacques Burcan, melodiously singing the following catch on a pleasant green. Long John to bed went to his bride, and laid a mallet by his side. What means this mallet, John? Saith she. Why? 'Tis to wedge thee home, quoth he. Alas! Cried she, the man's a fool. What need you use a wooden tool? When lusty John does to me come, he never shoves but with his bum. 9 Olympiads, and an intercalary year after, I have a rare member, I would say memory. But I often make blunders in the symbolization and collegance of those two words. I heard Adrian Villert, Gombert, Jane Quinn, Arcadet, Claudon, Certain, Manchicourt, Auxerre, Villiers, Sandrin, Sawyer, Hesdin, Morales, Passero, Mail, Mailert. Jacotin, Herteur, Verdelot, Carpentras, Laradier, Cadillac, Doublet, Vermont, Buttiler, Lupi, Pagnier, Millet, Dumoulin, Allaire, Marat, Morpain, Gendra, and other merry lovers of music, in a private garden, under some fine shady trees. Round about a bulwark of flagons, gammons, pasties, with several coated quails, and laced mutton, waggishly singing. Since tools without their hafts are useless lumber. And hatchets without helves are of that number. That one may go in t'other, and may match it. I'll be the helve, and thou shalt be the hatchet. Now would I know what kind of hatchet this bawling Tom wants. This threw all the venerable gods and goddesses into a fit of laughter, like any microcosm of flies, and even set limping Vulcan hopping and jumping smoothly 3 or 4 times for the sake of his dear. Come, come, said Jupiter to Mercury, run down immediately, and cast at the poor fellow's feet 3 hatchets, his own, another of gold, and a third of massy silver, all of one size. Then having left it to his will to take his choice, if he take his own, and be satisfied with it, give him the other 2, if he take another, chop his head off with his own, and henceforth serve me all those losers of hatchets after that manner. Having said this, Jupiter, with an awkward turn of his head, like a jackanapes swallowing of pills, made so dreadful a fizz that all the vast Olympus quaked again. Heaven's foot messenger, thanks to his low-crowned narrow-brimmed hat, his plume of feathers, heel-pieces, and running stick with pigeon wings, flings himself out at heaven's wicket, through the idle deserts of the air. And in a trice nimbly alights upon the earth, and throws at friend Tom's feet the 3 hatchets, saying unto him, Thou hast bawled long enough to be dry. Thy prayers and request are granted by Jupiter, see which of these 3 is thy hatchet, and take it away with thee. Well hung lifts up the golden hatchet, peeps upon it, and finds it very heavy. Then staring on Mercury, cries, Codzaux, this is none of mine, I won't hot, the same he did with the silver one, and said, 'Tis not this neither, you may e'en take them again. At last he takes up his own hatchet, examines the end of the helve, and finds his mark there. Then, ravished with joy, like a fox that meets some straggling poultry, and sneering from the tip of the nose, he cried, By the mass, this is my hatchet, Master God. If you will leave it me, I will sacrifice to you a very good and huge pot of milk brimful, covered with fine strawberries, next Ides of May. Honest fellow, said Mercury, I leave it thee, take it. And because thou hast wished and chosen moderately in point of hatchet, by Jupiter's command I give thee these 2 others, thou hast now wherewith to make thyself rich, be honest. Honest Tom gave Mercury a whole cartload of thanks, and revered the most great Jupiter. His old hatchet he fastens close to his leathern girdle, and girds it above his breech like Martin of Cambray. The 2 others, being more heavy, he lays on his shoulder. Thus he plods on, trudging over the fields, keeping a good countenance amongst his neighbours and fellow parishioners, with one merry saying or other after Patalin's way. The next day, having put on a clean white jacket, he takes on his back the 2 precious hatchets and comes to Chinon, the famous city, noble city, ancient city, the first city in the world. According to the judgment and assertion of the most learned Massorets. At Chinon he turned his silver hatchet into fine testons, crown pieces, and other white cash, his golden hatchet into fine angels, curious ducats, substantial ritters, spankers, and rose nobles. Then with them purchases a good number of farms, barns, houses, outhouses, thatched houses, stables, meadows, orchards, fields, vineyards, woods, arable lands, pastures, ponds, mills, gardens, nurseries, oxen, cows, sheep, goats, swine, hogs, asses, horses, hens, cocks, capons, chickens, geese, ganders, ducks, drakes, and a world of all other necessaries, and in a short time became the richest man in the country, nay, even richer than that limping scrape-good Maulevrier. His brother bumpkins, and the other yeomen and countryputs thereabouts, perceiving his good fortune, were not a little amazed, insomuch that their former pity of poor Tom was soon changed into an envy of his so great and unexpected rise. And as they could not for their souls devise how this came about, they made it their business to pry up and down, and lay their heads together, to inquire, seek, and inform themselves by what means, in what place, on what day, what hour, how, why, and wherefore, he had come by this great treasure. At last, hearing it was by losing his hatchet, ha, ha, said they, was there no more to do but to lose a hatchet to make us rich? Mum, for that, 'tis as easy as pissing a bed, and will cost but little. Are then at this time the revolutions of the heavens, the constellations of the firmament, and aspects of the planets such, that whosoever shall lose a hatchet shall immediately grow rich? Ha, ha, ha. By Jove, ye shall e'en be lost, an't please you, my dear hatchet. With this they all fairly lost their hatchets out of hand. The devil of one that had a hatchet left, he was not his mother's son that did not lose his hatchet. No more was wood felled or cleaved in that country through want of hatchets. Nay, the Aesopian apologue even saith that certain petty country gents of the lower class, who had sold well hung their little mill and little field to have wherewithal to make a figure at the next muster. Having been told that his treasure was come to him by that only means, sold the only badge of their gentility, their swords, to purchase hatchets to go lose them, as the silly clodpates did, in hopes to gain store of chink by that loss. You would have truly sworn they had been a parcel of your petty spiritual usurers, Rome-bound, selling their all, and borrowing of others, to buy store of mandates, a pennyworth of a new-made pope. Now they cried out and brayed, and prayed and bawled, and lamented, and invoked Jupiter, my hatchet. My hatchet. Jupiter, my hatchet. On this side, my hatchet. On that side, my hatchet. Ho, 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 Jupiter, my hatchet. The air round about rung again with the cries and howlings of these rascally losers of hatchets. Mercury was nimble in bringing them hatchets, to each offering that which he had lost, as also another of gold, and a third of silver. Every he still was for that of gold, giving thanks in abundance to the great giver, Jupiter. But in the very nick of time that they bowed and stooped to take it from the ground, whip, in a trice, Mercury lopped off their heads, as Jupiter had commanded, and of heads thus cut off the number was just equal to that of the lost hatchets. You see how it is now, you see how it goes with those who in the simplicity of their hearts wish and desire with moderation. Take warning by this, all you greedy, freshwater sharks, who scorn to wish for anything under £10,000. And do not for the future run on impudently, as I have sometimes heard you wishing, would to God I had now 178 millions of gold. Oh! How I should tickle it off. The deuce on you, what more might a king, an emperor, or a pope wish for? For that reason, indeed, you see that after you have made such hopeful wishes, all the good that comes to you of it is the itch or the scab. And not a cross in your breeches to scare the devil that tempts you to make these wishes, no more than those two mumpers, wishers after the custom of Paris. One of whom only wished to have in good old gold as much as hath been spent, bought, and sold in Paris, since its first foundations were laid, to this hour, all of it valued at the price, sale, and rate of the dearest year in all that space of time. Do you think the fellow was bashful? Had he eaten sour plums unpeeled? Were his teeth on edge, I pray you? The other wished Our Lady's church brimful of steel needles, from the floor to the top of the roof, and to have as many ducats as might be crammed into as many bags as might be sewed with each and every one of those needles. Till they were all either broke at the point or eye. This is to wish with a vengeance. What think you of it? What did they get by't, in your opinion? Why at night both my gentlemen had kibed heels, a tetter in the chin, a churchyard cough in the lungs, a catarrh in the throat, a swinging boil at the rump. And the devil of one musty crust of a brown George the poor dogs had to scour their grinders with. Wish therefore for mediocrity, and it shall be given unto you, and over and above yet, that is to say, provided you bestir yourself manfully, and do your best in the meantime. But say you, God might as soon have given me 78,000 as the 13th part of 1/2, for he is omnipotent, and 1,000,000 of gold is no more to him than 1 farthing. Oh, ho! Pray tell me who taught you to talk at this rate of the power and predestination of God, poor silly people. Peace, tush, st, st, st. Fall down before his sacred face and own the nothingness of your nothing. Upon this, O ye that labor under the affliction of the gout, I ground my hopes, firmly believing, that if so it pleases the divine goodness, ye shall obtain health, since you wish and ask for nothing else, at least for the present. Well, stay yet a little longer with 1/2 ounce of patience. The Genoese do not use, like you, to be satisfied with wishing health alone, when after they have all the livelong morning been in a brown study, talked, pondered, ruminated, and resolved in the counting houses of whom and how they may squeeze the ready, and who by their craft must be hooked in, wheedled, bubbled, sharped, overreached, and choused. They go to the exchange, and greet one another with a Senita e Guadagno, Messer. Health and gain to you, sir. Health alone will not go down with the greedy curmudgeons, they over and above must wish for gain, with a pox to m. And for the fine crowns, or scudi di guadagn, whence, heaven be praised. It happens many a time that the silly wishers and wooders are balked, and get neither. Now, my lads, as you hope for good health, cough once aloud with lungs of leather, take me off 3 swinging bumpers, prick up your ears, and you shall hear me tell wonders of the noble and good Pantagruel. The 4th Book. Chapter 4. How Pantagruel went to sea to visit the oracle of Bacbuc, alias the Holy Bottle. In the month of June, on Vesta's holiday, the very numerical day on which Brutus, conquering Spain, taught its strutting dons to truckle under him, and that niggardly miser Crassus was routed and knocked on the head by the Parthians. Pantagruel took his leave of the good Gargantua, his royal father. The old gentleman, according to the laudable custom of the primitive Christians, devoutly prayed for the happy voyage of his son and his whole company, and then they took shipping at the port of Thalassa. Pantagruel had with him Panurge, Friar John de Ontimers, alias of the Funnels, Epistman, Gymnast, Eusthenes, Rhizotome, Carpelin, cum multis aliis, his ancient servants and domestics. Also Xenomanes, the great traveller, who had crossed so many dangerous roads, dikes, ponds, seas, and so forth, and was come some time before, having been sent for by Panurge. For certain good causes and considerations him thereunto moving, he had left with Gargantua, and marked out, in his great and universal hydrographical chart, the course which they were to steer to visit the oracle of the Holy Bottle Bacbuc. The number of ships were such as I described in the 3rd book, convoyed by a like number of triremes, men of war, galleons, and feluccas, well-rigged, caulked, and stored with a good quantity of Pantagruelian. All the officers, dragoman, pilots, captains, mates, boatswains, midshipmen, quartermasters, and sailors, met in the Thalamige, Pantagruel's principal flag-ship, which had in her stern for her ensign a huge large bottle, half silver well polished, the other half gold enamelled with carnation. Whereby it was easy to guess that white and red were the colours of the noble travellers, and that they went for the word of the bottle. On the stern of the second was a lantern like those of the ancients, industriously made with diaphanous stone, implying that they were to pass by Lantern Land. The 3rd ship had for her device a fine deep china ewer. The 4th, a double-handed jar of gold, much like an ancient urn. The 5th, a famous can made of sperm of emerald. The 6th, a monk's mumping bottle made of the 4 metals together. The 7th, an ebony funnel, all embossed and wrought with gold after the Taochique manner. The 8th, an ivy goblet, very precious, inlaid with gold. The 9th, a cup of fine Aubrais gold. The 10th, a tumbler of aromatica golac, you call it lignum aloes, edged with Cyprian gold, after the Azamene make. The 11th, a golden vine tub of mosaic work. The 12th, a runlet of unpolished gold, covered with a small vine of large Indian pearl of topiarian work. Insomuch that there was not a man, however in the dumps, musty, sour-looked, or melancholic he were, not even excepting that blubbering winner Heraclitus, had he been there, but seeing this noble convoy of ships and their devices, must have been seized with present gladness of heart, and, smiling at the conceit, have said that the travellers were all honest topers, true pitchermen, and have judged by a most sure prognostication that their voyage, both outward and homeward bound, would be performed in mirth and perfect health. In the Thalamege, where was the general meeting, Pantagruel made a short but sweet exhortation, wholly backed with authorities from Scripture upon navigation. Which being ended, with an audible voice prayers were said in the presence and hearing of all the burghers of Thalassa, who had flocked to the mole to see them take shipping. After the prayers was melodiously sung a psalm of the holy King David, which begins, When Israel went out of Egypt, and that being ended, tables were placed upon deck, and a feast speedily served up. The Thalassians, who had also borne a chorus in the psalm, caused store of belly timber to be brought out of their houses. All drank to them, they drank to all. Which was the cause that none of the whole company gave up what they had eaten, nor were sea-sick, with a pain at the head and stomach. Which inconveniency they could not so easily have prevented by drinking, for some time before, salt water, either alone or mixed with wine. Using quinces, citron peel, juice of pomegranates, sourish sweetmeats, fasting a long time, covering their stomachs with paper, or following such other idle remedies as foolish physicians prescribe to those that go to sea. Having often renewed their tipplings, each mother's son retired on board his own ship, and set sail all so fast with a merry gale at southeast. To which point of the compass the chief pilot, James Brayer by name, had shaped his course, and fixed all things accordingly. Foreseeing that the oracle of the holy bottle lay near Cathay, in the Upper India, his advice, and that of Xenomanes also, was not to steer the course which the Portuguese use, while sailing through the torrid zone, and Cape Bona Speranza. At the south point of Africa, beyond the equinoctial line, and losing sight of the northern pole, their guide, they make a prodigious long voyage. But rather to keep as near the parallel of the said India as possible, and to tack to the westward of the said pole, so that winding under the north, they might find themselves in the latitude of the port of Olone, without coming nearer it for fear of being shut up in the frozen sea. Whereas, following this canonical turn, by the said parallel, they must have that on the right to the eastward, which at their departure was on their left. This proved a much shorter cut. For without shipwreck, danger, or loss of men, with uninterrupted good weather, except one day near the island of the Macrians, they performed in less than 4 months the voyage of Upper India, which the Portuguese, with 1,000 inconveniences and innumerable dangers, can hardly complete in 3 years. And it is my opinion, with submission to better judgments, that this course was perhaps steered by those Indians who sailed to Germany, and were honorably received by the king of the Swedes, while Quintus Metella's Celer was proconsul of the Gauls. As Cornelius Nepos, Pomponius Mela, and Pliny after them tell us. Chapter 4.2. How Pantagruel bought many rarities in the island of Metamothe. That day and the 2 following they neither discovered land nor anything new. For they had formerly sailed that way, but on the 4th they made an island called Metamothe, of a fine and delightful prospect, by reason of the vast number of lighthouses and high marble towers in its circuit, which is not less than that of Canada. Pantagruel, inquiring who governed there, heard that it was King Philophanes, absent at that time upon account of the marriage of his brother Philothemen with the Infanta of the kingdom of Enges. Hearing this, he went ashore in the harbour, and while every ship's crew watered, passed his time in viewing divers pictures, pieces of tapestry, animals, fishes, birds, and other exotic and foreign merchandises, which were along the walks of the mole and in the markets of the port. For it was the 3rd day of the great and famous fair of the place, to which the chief merchants of Africa and Asia resorted. Out of these Friar John bought him 2 rare pictures, in one of which the face of a man that brings in an appeal was drawn to the life, and in the other a servant that wants a master, with every needful particular, action, countenance, look, gait, feature, and deportment, being an original by Master Charles Charmois, principal painter to King Megistus. And he paid for them in the court fashion, with congé and grimace. Panurge bought a large picture, copied and done from the needlework formerly wrought by Philomela, showing to her sister Progny how her brother-in-law Tyrus had by force handsold her copyhold. And then cut out her tongue that she might not, as women will, tell tales. I vow and swear by the handle of my paper lantern that it was a gallant, a mirific, nay, a most admirable piece. Nor do you think, I pray you, that in it was the picture of a man playing the beast with two backs with a female. This had been too silly and gross. No, it was another guy's thing, and much plainer. You may, if you please, see it at Theleme, on the left hand as you go into the high gallery. Epistman bought another, wherein were painted to the life the ideas of Plato and the atoms of Epicurus. Rhizotome purchased another, wherein Echo was drawn to the life. Pantagruel caused to be bought, by Gymnast, the life and deeds of Achilles, in 78 pieces of tapestry, 4 fathom long, and 3 fathom broad, all of Phrygian silk, embossed with gold and silver. The work beginning at the nuptials of Peleus and Thetis, continuing to the birth of Achilles, his youth, described by Statius Papinius, his warlike achievements, celebrated by Homer, his death and obsequies, written by Ovid and Quintus Calaber. And ending at the appearance of his ghost, and Polyxenus' sacrifice, rehearsed by Euripides. He also caused to be bought 3 fine young unicorns, one of them a male of a chestnut color, and 2 grey dappled females. Also a Tauran, whom he bought of a Scythian of the Gelans country. A Tauran is an animal as big as a bullock, having a head like a stag, or a little bigger, 2 stately horns with large branches, cloven feet, hair long like that of a furred Muscovite, I mean a bear, and a skin almost as hard as steel armor. The Scythian said that there are but few Taurans to be found in Scythia, because it varieth its color according to the diversity of the places where it grazes and abides, and represents the color of the grass, plants, trees, shrubs, flowers, meadows, rocks, and generally of all things near which it comes. It hath this common with the sea pulp, or polypus, with the wolves of India, and with the chameleon, which is a kind of a lizard so wonderful that Democritus hath written a whole book of its figure and anatomy. As also of its virtue and propriety in magic. This I can affirm, that I have seen it change its color, not only at the approach of things that have a color, but by its own voluntary impulse, according to its fear or other affections. As, for example, upon a green carpet I have certainly seen it become green. But having remained there some time, it turned yellow, blue, tanned, and purple in course, in the same manner as you see a turkey-cock's comb change color according to its passions. But what we find most surprising in this Tauran is, that not only its face and skin, but also its hair could take whatever color was about it. Near Panurge, with his kersey coat, its hair used to turn grey. Near Pantagruel, with his scarlet mantle, its hair and skin grew red. Near the pilot, dressed after the fashion of the Isiacs of Anubis in Egypt, its hair seemed all white, which 2 last colors the chameleons cannot borrow. When the creature was free from any fear or affection, the color of its hair was just such as you see that of the asses of Mung. Chapter 4.3 How Pantagruel received a letter from his father Gargantua, and of the strange way to have speedy news from far distant places. While Pantagruel was taken up with the purchase of those foreign animals, the noise of 10 guns and culverins, together with a loud and joyful cheer of all the fleet, was heard from the mole. Pantagruel looked towards the haven, and perceived that this was occasioned by the arrival of one of his father Gargantua's celices, or advice boats, named the Caledonia. Because on the stern of it was carved in Corinthian brass a sea swallow, which is a fish as large as a dare fish of Loyer, all flesh, without scale, with cartilaginous wings, like a bat's, very long and broad. By the means of which I have seen them fly about 3 fathom above water, about a bowshot. At Marseilles 'tis called Lendole. And indeed that ship was as light as a swallow, so that it rather seemed to fly on the sea than to sail. Malicorne, Gargantua's esquire carver, was come in her, being sent expressly by his master to have an account of his son's health and circumstances, and to bring him credentials. When Malicorne had saluted Pantagruel, before the prince opened the letters, the first thing he said to him was, "Have you here the Gozel, the heavenly messenger?" Yes, sir, said he, here it is swaddled up in this basket. It was a grey pigeon, taken out of Gargantua's dove house, whose young ones were just hatched when the advice boat was going off. If any ill fortune had befallen Pantagruel, he would have fastened some black ribbon to his feet. But because all things had succeeded happily hitherto, having caused it to be undressed, he tied to its feet a white ribbon, and without any further delay let it loose. The pigeon presently flew away, cutting the air with an incredible speed, as you know that there is no flight like a pigeon's, especially when it hath eggs or young ones. Through the extreme care which nature hath fixed in it to relieve and be with its young. Insomuch that in less than 2 hours it compassed in the air the long tract which the advice boat, with all her diligence, with oars and sails, and a fair wind, could not go through in less than 3 days and 3 nights. And was seen as it went into the dove house in its nest. Whereupon Gargantua, hearing that it had the white ribbon on, was joyful and secure of his son's welfare. This was the custom of the noble Gargantua and Pantagruel when they would have speedy news of something of great concern, as the event of some battle, either by sea or land, the surrendering or holding out of some strong place, the determination of some difference of moment, the safe or unhappy delivery of some queen or great lady, the death or recovery of their sick friends or allies, and so forth. They used to take the gozle, and had it carried from one to another by the post, to the places whence they desired to have news. The gozle, bearing either a black or white ribbon, according to the occurrences and accidents, used to remove their doubts at its return. Making in the space of 1 hour more way through the air than 30 postboys could have done in one natural day. May not this be said to redeem and gain time with a vengeance, think you? For the like service, therefore, you may believe as a most true thing that in the dove houses of their farms there were to be found all the year long store of pigeons hatching eggs or rearing their young. Which may be easily done in aviaries and volaries by the help of saltpetre and the sacred herb vervain. The gozle being let fly, Pantagruel perused his father Gargantua's letter, the contents of which were as followeth. My dearest son, the affection that naturally a father bears a beloved son is so much increased in me by reflecting on the particular gifts which by the divine goodness have been heaped on thee, that since thy departure it hath often banished all other thoughts out of my mind, leaving my heart wholly possessed with fear lest some misfortune has attended thy voyage. For thou knowest that fear was ever the attendant of true and sincere love. Now because, as Hesiod saith, a good beginning of anything is the half of it, or, well begun's half done, according to the old saying. To free my mind from this anxiety I have expressly dispatched Malicorne, that he may give me a true account of thy health at the beginning of thy voyage. For if it be good, and such as I wish it, I shall easily foresee the rest. I have met with some diverting books, which the bearer will deliver thee, thou mayest read them when thou wantest to unbend and ease thy mind from thy better studies. He will also give thee at large the news at court. The peace of the Lord be with thee. Remember me to Panurge, Friar John, Epistemon, Xenomanes, Gymnast, and thy other principal domestics. Dated at our paternal seat, this 13th day of June. Thy father and friend, Gargantua. Chapter 4.4 How Pantagruel writ to his father Gargantua, and sent him several curiosities. Pantagruel, having perused the letter, had a long conference with the esquire Malicorne. Insomuch that Panurge, at last interrupting them, asked him, Pray, sir, when do you design to drink? When shall we drink? When shall the worshipful esquire drink? What a devil! Have you not talked long enough to drink? It is a good motion, answered Pantagruel, go, get us something ready at the next inn, I think 'tis the Centaur. In the meantime he writ to Gargantua as followeth, to be sent by the aforesaid esquire. Most gracious father, as our senses and animal faculties are more discomposed at the news of events unexpected, though desired, even to an immediate dissolution of the soul from the body, than if those accidents had been foreseen, so the coming of Malicorne hath much surprised and disordered me. For I had no hopes to see any of your servants, or to hear from you, before I had finished our voyage. And contented myself with the dear remembrance of your august majesty, deeply impressed in the hindmost ventricle of my brain, often representing you to my mind. But since you have made me happy beyond expectation by the perusal of your gracious letter, and the faith I have in your esquire hath revived my spirits by the news of your welfare, I am as it were compelled to do what formerly I did freely. That is, first to praise the blessed Redeemer, who by his divine goodness preserves you in this long enjoyment of perfect health. Then to return you eternal thanks for the fervent affection which you have for me your most humble son and unprofitable servant. Formerly a Roman, named Furnius, said to Augustus, who had received his father into favor, and pardoned him after he had sided with Antony, that by that action the emperor had reduced him to this extremity, that for want of power to be grateful, both while he lived and after it, he should be obliged to be taxed with ingratitude. So I may say, that the excess of your fatherly affection drives me into such a strait, that I shall be forced to live and die ungrateful. Unless that crime be redressed by the sentence of the Stoics, who say that there are 3 parts in a benefit, the one of the giver, the other of the receiver, the third of the remunerator. And that the receiver rewards the giver when he freely receives the benefit and always remembers it, as, on the contrary, that man is most ungrateful who despises and forgets a benefit. Therefore, being overwhelmed with infinite favors, all proceeding from your extreme goodness, and on the other side wholly incapable of making the smallest return, I hope at least to free myself from the imputation of ingratitude, since they can never be blotted out of my mind. And my tongue shall never cease to own that to thank you as I ought transcends my capacity. As for us, I have this assurance in the Lord's mercy and help, that the end of our voyage will be answerable to its beginning, and so it will be entirely performed in health and mirth. I will not fail to set down in a journal a full account of our navigation, that at our return you may have an exact relation of the whole. I have found here a Scythian taran, an animal strange and wonderful for the variations of color on its skin and hair, according to the distinction of neighboring things. It is as tractable and easily kept as a lamb. Be pleased to accept of it. I also send you 3 young unicorns, which are the tamest of creatures. I have conferred with the esquire, and taught him how they must be fed. These cannot graze on the ground by reason of the long horn on their forehead, but are forced to browse on fruit trees, or on proper racks, or to be fed by hand, with herbs, sheaves, apples, pears, barley, rye, and other fruits and roots, being placed before them. I am amazed that ancient writers should report them to be so wild, furious, and dangerous, and never seen alive. Far from it, you will find that they are the mildest things in the world, provided they are not maliciously offended. Likewise I send you the life and deeds of Achilles in curious tapestry, assuring you whatever rarities of animals, plants, birds, or precious stones, and others, I shall be able to find and purchase in our travels, shall be brought to you, God willing, whom I beseech, by his blessed grace, to preserve you. From Metamothe, this 15th of June. Panurge, Friar John, Epistemon, Xenomanes, Gymnast, Eusthenes, Rhizotome, and Carpelin, having most humbly kissed your hand, return your salute 1,000 times. Your most dutiful son and servant, Pantagruel. While Pantagruel was writing this letter, Malicorne was made welcome by all with 1,000 goodly good morrows and howdies. They clung about him so that I cannot tell you how much they made of him, how many humble services, how many from my love and to my love were sent with him. Pantagruel, having writ his letters, sat down at table with him, and afterwards presented him with a large chain of gold, weighing 800 crowns, between whose septenary links some large diamonds, rubies, emeralds, turquoise stones, and unions were alternately set in. To each of his bark's crew he ordered to be given 500 crowns. To Gargantua, his father, he sent the taran covered with a cloth of satin, brocaded with gold, and the tapestry containing the life and deeds of Achilles, with the 3 unicorns in friezed cloth of gold trappings. And so they left Metamothe, Malicorne to return to Gargantua, Pantagruel to proceed in his voyage, during which Epistemon read to him the books which the esquire had brought, and because he found them jovial and pleasant. I shall give you an account of them, if you earnestly desire it. Chapter 4.v. How Pantagruel met a ship with passengers returning from Lantern Land. On the 5th day we began already to wind by little and little about the pole. Going still farther from the equinoctial line, we discovered a merchantman to the windward of us. The joy for this was not small on both sides, we in hopes to hear news from sea, and those in the merchantman from land. So we bore upon them, and coming up with them we hailed them, and finding them to be Frenchmen of Zaintongue, backed our sails and lay by to talk to them. Pantagruel heard that they came from Lantern Land, which added to his joy, and that of the whole fleet. We inquired about the state of that country, and the way of living of the lanterns. And were told that about the latter end of the following July was the time prefixed for the meeting of the general chapter of the lanterns. And that if we arrived there at that time, as we might easily, we should see a handsome, honorable, and jolly company of lanterns, and that great preparations were making, as if they intended to lanternize there to the purpose. We were told also that if we touched at the great kingdom of Jebarim, we should be honorably received and treated by the sovereign of that country, King Ohabi, who, as well as all his subjects, speaks Touraine French. While we were listening to these news, Panurge fell out with one ding-dong, a drover or sheep merchant of Tailbourg. The occasion of the fray was thus. This same ding-dong, seeing Panurge without a codpiece, with his spectacles fastened to his cap, said to one of his comrades, "Prithee, look, is there not a fine medal of a cuckold?" Panurge, by reason of his spectacles, as you may well think, heard more plainly by half with his ears than usually. Which caused him, hearing this, to say to the saucy dealer in mutton, in a kind of a pet, "How the devil should I be one of the hornified fraternity, since I am not yet a brother of the marriage noose, as thou art? As I guess by thy ill-favoured phiz." "Yea, verily," quoth the grazier, "I am married, and would not be otherwise for all the pairs of spectacles in Europe, nay, not for all the magnifying gimcracks in Africa. For I have got me the cleverest, prettiest, handsomest, properest, neatest, tightest, honestest, and soberest piece of woman's flesh for my wife that is in all the whole country of Zaintongue, I'll say that for her, and a fart for all the rest. I bring her home a fine 11-inch long branch of red coral for her Christmas box. What hast thou to do with it? What's that to thee? Who art thou? Whence comest thou, O dark lantern of Antichrist? Answer, if thou art of God. I ask thee, by the way of question, said Panurge to him very seriously, if with the consent and countenance of all the elements, I had jingumbobbed, codpieced, and thumpriggle-tickle-twiddled thy so clever, so pretty, so handsome, so proper, so neat, so tight, so honest, and so sober female importance, insomuch that the stiff deity that has no forecast, Priapus, who dwells here at liberty, all subjection of fastened codpieces, or bolts, bars, and locks, abdicated, remains sticking in her natural Christmas box in such a lamentable manner that it were never to come out, but eternally should stick there unless thou didst pull it out with thy teeth. What wouldst thou do? Wouldst thou everlastingly leave it there, or wouldst thou pluck it out with thy grinders? Answer me, O thou ram of Mahomet, since thou art one of the devil's gang. I would, replied the sheepmonger, take thee such a woundy cut on this spectacle-bearing lug of thine with my trusty bilbo as would smite thee dead as a herring. Thus, having taken Pepper in the nose, he was lugging out his sword, but, alas! Cursed cows have short horns, it stuck in the scabbard, as you know that at sea cold iron will easily take rust by reason of the excessive and nitrous moisture. Panurge, so smitten with terror that his heart sunk down to his midriff, scoured off to Pantagruel for help. But Friar John laid hand on his flashing scimitar that was new ground, and would certainly have dispatched Ding-Dong to rights, had not the skipper and some of his passengers beseeched Pantagruel not to suffer such an outrage to be committed on board his ship. So the matter was made up, and Panurge and his antagonist shaked fists, and drank in course to one another in token of a perfect reconciliation. Chapter 4.vi. How, the fray being over, Panurge cheapened one of Ding-Dong's sheep. This quarrel being hushed, Panurge tipped the wink upon Episman and Friar John, and taking them aside, stand at some distance out of the way, said he, and take your share of the following scene of mirth. You shall have rare sport anon, if my cake be not dough, and my plot do but take. Then addressing himself to the drover, he took off to him a bumper of good lantern wine. The other pledged him briskly and courteously. This done, Panurge earnestly entreated him to sell him one of his sheep. But the other answered him, Is it come to that, friend and neighbor? Would you put tricks upon travellers? Alas, how finely you love to play upon poor folk. Nay, you seem a rare chapman, that's the truth on't. Oh, what a mighty sheep merchant you are. In good faith, you look liker one of the diving trade than a buyer of sheep. Adzookers, what a blessing it would be to have one's purse well lined with chink near your worship at a tripe house when it begins to thaw. Humph, humph, did not we know you well, you might serve one a slippery trick. Pray do but see, good people, what a mighty conjurer the fellow would be reckoned. Patience, said Panurge, but waiving that, be so kind as to sell me one of your sheep. Come, how much? What do you mean, master of mine? Answered the other. They are long wool sheep, from these did Jason take his golden fleece. The gold of the house of Burgundy was drawn from them. Zwoons, man, they are oriental sheep, topping sheep, fatted sheep, sheep of quality. Be it so, said Panurge. But sell me one of them, I beseech you, and that for a cause, paying you ready money upon the nail, in good and lawful occidental current cash. Wilt say how much? Friend, neighbor, answered the seller of mutton, hark ye me a little, on the ear. Panurge. On which side you please, I hear you. Ding dong. You are going to Lantern Land, they say. Panurge. Yea, verily. Ding dong. To see fashions? Panurge. Even so. Ding dong. And be merry? Panurge. And be merry. Ding dong. Your name is, as I take it, Robin Mutton. Panurge. As you please for that, sweet sir. Ding dong. Nay, without offence. Panurge. So I would have it. Ding dong. You are, as I take it, the king's jester, aren't you? Panurge. I, anything. Ding dong. Give me your hand, humph, humph, you go to see fashions, you. Are the king's jester, your name is Robin Mutton. Do you see this same? Ram. His name, too, is Robin. Here, Robin, Robin, Robin. Bia. Hath he not a rare voice? Panurge. Ay, marry has he, a very fine and harmonious voice. Ding dong. Well, this bargain shall be made between you and me, friend. And neighbor. We will get a pair of scales, then you Robin Mutton shall be. Put into one of them, and tup Robin into the other. Now I will hold you a peck of bush oysters that in weight, value, and price he shall outdo you. And you shall be found light in the very numerical manner as when you shall be hanged and suspended. Patience, said Panurge. But you would do much for me and your whole posterity if you would chaffer with me for him, or some other of his inferiors. I beg it of you, good your worship, be so kind. Hark ye, friend of mine, answered the other. With the fleece of these your fine Rouen cloth is to be made, your Leominster superfine wool is mine arse to it, mere flock in comparison. Of their skins the best cordovan will be made, which shall be sold for Turkey in Montelimart, or for Spanish leather at least. Of the guts shall be made fiddle and harp strings that will sell as dear as if they came from Munican or Aquileia. What do you think on't, ha? If you please, sell me one of them, said Panurge, and I will be yours forever. Look, here's ready cash. What's the price? This he said exhibiting his purse stuffed with new Henricuses. Chapter 4.7. Which if you read you'll find how Panurge bargained with Ding Dong. Neighbor, my friend, answered Ding Dong, they are meat for none but kings and princes. Their flesh is so delicate, so savory, and so dainty that one would swear it melted in the mouth. I bring them out of a country where the very hogs, God be with us, live on nothing but my robelins. The sows in the sties when they lie in, saving the honor of this good company, are fed only with orange flowers. But, said Panurge, drive a bargain with me for one of them, and I will pay you for it like a king, upon the honest word of a true Trojan. Come, come, what do you ask? Not so fast, Robin, answered the trader. These sheep are lineally descended from the very family of the ram that wafted Phrixus and Helle over the sea since called the Hellespont. A pox on't, said Panurge, you are clericus validissens. Ida is a cabbage, and Vir a leek, answered the merchant. But, ho Robin, you don't understand that gibberish, do you? Now I think on't, over all the fields where they piss, corn grows as fast as if the Lord had pissed there, they need neither be tilled nor dunged. Besides, man, your chemists extract the best saltpetre in the world out of their urine. Nay, with their very dung, with reverence be it spoken, the doctors in our country make pills that cure 78 kinds of diseases, the least of which is the evil of Saint Eutropius of Zanes, from which, good Lord, deliver us. Now what do you think on't, neighbor, my friend? The truth is, they cost me money, that they do. Cost what they will, cried Panurge, trade with me for one of them, paying you well. Our friend, quoth the quack-like sheepman, do but mind the wonders of nature that are found in those animals, even in a member which one would think were of no use. Take me but these horns, and bray them a little with an iron pestle, or with an andiron, which you please, it is all one to me, then bury them wherever you will, provided it be where the sun may shine, and water them frequently. In a few months I'll engage you will have the best asparagus in the world, not even excepting those of Ravenna. Now, come and tell me whether the horns of your other knights of the bull's feather have such a virtue and wonderful propriety. Patience, said Panurge. I don't know whether you be a scholar or no, pursued Ding Dong, I have seen a world of scholars, I say great scholars, that were cuckolds, I'll assure you. But hark you me, if you were a scholar, you should know that in the most inferior members of those animals, which are the feet, there is a bone, which is the heel, the astragalus, if you will have it so, wherewith. And with that of no other creature breathing, except the Indian ass and the Dorcades of Libya, they used in old times to play at the royal game of dice, whereat Augustus the emperor won above 50,000 crowns one evening. Now such cuckolds as you will be hanged ere you get half so much at it. Patience, said Panurge, but let us dispatch. And when, my friend and neighbor, continued the canting sheep-seller, shall I have duly praised the inward members, the shoulders, the legs, the knuckles, the neck, the breast, the liver, the spleen, the tripes, the kidneys, the bladder, wherewith they make footballs. The ribs, which serve in Pygmyland to make little crossbows to pelt the cranes with cherry stones, the head, which with a little brimstone serves to make a miraculous decoction to loosen and ease the belly of costive dogs. A turd on't, said the skipper to his preaching passenger, what a fiddle-faddle have we here. There is too long a lecture by half, sell him if thou wilt, if thou won't, don't let the man lose more time. I hate a gibble-gabble and a rimble-ramble talk. I am for a man of brevity. I will, for your sake, replied the holder forth, but then he shall give me 3 livres, French money, for each pick and choose. It is a woundy price, cried Panurge. In our country I could have 5, nay 6, for the money, see that you do not overreach me, master. You are not the first man whom I have known to have fallen, even sometimes to the endangering, if not breaking, of his own neck, for endeavoring to rise all at once. A murrain seize thee for a blockhead booby, cried the angry seller of sheep. By the worthy vow of Our Lady of Charu, the worst in this flock is 4 times better than those which the Caraxians in Tudetania, a country of Spain, used to sell for a gold talent each. And how much dost thou think, thou Hibernian fool, that a talent of gold was worth? Sweet sir, you fall into a passion, I see, returned Panurge, well, hold, here is your money. Panurge, having paid his money, chose him out of all the flock a fine topping ram, and as he was hauling it along, crying out and bleating, all the rest, hearing and bleating in concert, stared to see whither their brother ram should be carried. In the meanwhile the drover was saying to his shepherds, "Ah! How well the knave could choose him out a ram, the whoreson has skill in cattle. On my honest word, I reserved that very piece of flesh for the Lord of Cancale, well knowing his disposition. For the good man is naturally overjoyed when he holds a good-sized handsome shoulder of mutton, instead of a left-handed racket, in one hand, with a good sharp carver in the other. God wot, how he belabors himself then." Chapter 4.8. How Panurge caused Ding Dong and his sheep to be drowned in the sea. On a sudden, you would wonder how the thing was so soon done. For my part one cannot tell you, for I had not leisure to mind it. Our friend Panurge, without any further tittle-tattle, throws you his ram overboard into the middle of the sea, bleating and making a sad noise. Upon this all the other sheep in the ship, crying and bleating in the same tone, made all the haste they could to leap nimbly into the sea, one after another, and great was the throng who should leap in first after their leader. It was impossible to hinder them, for you know that it is the nature of sheep always to follow the first wheresoever it goes, which makes Aristotle, lib 9. De History Animal, mark them for the most silly and foolish animals in the world. Ding Dong, at his wit's end, and stark staring mad, as a man who saw his sheep destroy and drown themselves before his face, strove to hinder and keep them back with might and main. But all in vain, they all one after t'other frisked and jumped into the sea, and were lost. At last he laid hold on a huge sturdy one by the fleece, upon the deck of the ship, hoping to keep it back, and so save that and the rest. But the ram was so strong that it proved too hard for him, and carried its master into the herring pond in spite of his teeth, where it is supposed he drank somewhat more than his fill. So that he was drowned, in the same manner as one-eyed Polyphemus' sheep carried out of the den Ulysses and his companions. The like happened to the shepherds and all their gang, some laying hold on their beloved tup, this by the horns, t'other by the legs, a third by the rump, and others by the fleece. Till in fine they were all of them forced to sea, and drowned like so many rats. Panurge, on the gunwale of the ship, with an oar in his hand, not to help them you may swear, but to keep them from swimming to the ship and saving themselves from drowning, preached and canted to them all the while like any little friar, Oliver, Maillard, or another friar John Burgess, laying before them rhetorical commonplaces concerning the miseries of this life and the blessings and felicity of the next, assuring them that the dead were much happier than the living in this vale of misery, and promised to erect a stately cenotaph and honorary tomb to every one of them on the highest summit of Mount Cenis at his return from Lanternland. Wishing them, nevertheless, in case they were not yet disposed to shake hands with this life, and did not like their salt liquor, they might have the good luck to meet with some kind whale which might set them ashore safe and sound on some blessed land of Gotham, after a famous example. The ship being cleared of Ding Dong and his tups, is there ever another sheepish soul left lurking on board? Cried Panurge. Where are those of Toby Lamb and Robin Ram that sleep while the rest are feeding? Faith, I can't tell myself. This was an old coaster's trick. What think'st of it, Friar John? Ha! Rarely performed, answered Friar John, only methinks that as formerly in war, on the day of battle, a double pay was commonly promised the soldiers for that day. For if they overcame, there was enough to pay them, and if they lost, it would have been shameful for them to demand it, as the cowardly foresters did after the battle of Cerezoles. Likewise, my friend, you ought not to have paid your man, and the money had been saved. A fart for the money, said Panurge, have I not had above 50,000 pounds worth of sport? Come now, let's be gone, the wind is fair. Hark you me, my friend John, never did man do me a good turn, but I returned, or at least acknowledged it. No, I scorn to be ungrateful, I never was, nor ever will be. Never did man do me an ill one without ruing the day that he did it, either in this world or the next. I am not yet so much a fool neither. Thou damn'st thyself like any old devil, quoth Friar John, it is written, mihi vindictum, and matter of breviary, mark ye me, Mata adds unnecessarily, by way of explanation, that's holy stuff. Chapter 4.9. How Pantagruel arrived at the island of Ennison, and of the strange ways of being a kin in that country. We had still the wind at south-southwest, and had been a whole day without making land. On the third day, at the flies' uprising, which, you know, is some 2 or 3 hours after the sun's, we got sight of a triangular island, very much like Sicily for its form and situation. It was called the Island of Alliances. The people there are much like your carrot-pated Poitevins, save only that all of them, men, women, and children, have their noses shaped like an ace of clubs. For that reason the ancient name of the country was Ennison. They were all akin, as the mayor of the place told us, at least they boasted so. You people of the other world esteem it a wonderful thing that, out of the family of the Fabii at Rome, on a certain day, which was the 13th of February, at a certain gate, which was the Porta Carmentalis, since named Celerata, formerly situated at the foot of the Capitol, between the Tarpeian Rock and the Tiber, marched out against the Veientes of Etruria 306 men bearing arms, all related to each other, with 5,000 other soldiers. Every one of them their vassals, who were all slain near the river Cremra, that comes out of the lake of Beccano. Now from this same country of Ennison, in case of need, above 300,000, all relations and of one family, might march out. Their degrees of consanguinity and alliance are very strange. For being thus akin and allied to one another, we found that none was either father or mother, brother or sister, uncle or aunt, nephew or niece, son-in-law or daughter-in-law, godfather or godmother, to the other. Unless, truly, a tall flat-nosed old fellow, who, as I perceived, called a little shittenarsed girl of 3 or 4 years old, father, and the child called him daughter. Their distinction of degrees of kindred was thus: a man used to call a woman, my lean bit, the woman called him, my porpoise. Those, said Friar John, must needs stink damnably of fish when they have rubbed their bacon one with the other. One, smiling on a young buxom baggage, said, Good morrow, dear Currycomb. She, to return him his civility, said, The like to you, my steed. Ha! 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 Said Panurge, that is pretty well, in faith. For indeed it stands her in good stead to currycomb this steed. Another greeted his buttock with a farewell, my case. She replied, Adieu, trial. By Saint Winifred's placket, cried Gymnast, this case has been often tried. Another asked a she-friend of his, How is it, Hatchet? She answered him, At your service, dear Helve. Odds belly, saith Carpelin, this Helve and this Hatchet are well matched. As we went on, I saw one who, calling his sheer relation, styled her my crumb, and she called him, my crust. Quoth one to a brisk, plump, juicy female, I am glad to see you, dear Tap. So am I to find you so merry, sweet spigot, replied she. One called a wench, his shovel, she called him, her peel, one named his, my slipper, and she, my foot, another, my boot, she, my chassoon. In the same degree of kindred, one called his, my butter, she called him, my eggs. And they were akin just like a dish of buttered eggs. I heard one call his, my tripe, and she him, my faggot. Now I could not, for the heart's blood of me, pick out or discover what parentage, alliance, affinity, or consanguinity was between them, with reference to our custom, only they told us that she was faggot's tripe. Tripe de faggot means the smallest sticks in a faggot. Another, complimenting his convenient, said, Yours, my shell, she replied, I was yours before, sweet oyster. I reckon, said Carpelin, she hath gutted his oyster. Another long-shanked ugly rogue, mounted on a pair of high-heeled wooden slippers, meeting a strapping, fusty, squab dowdy, says he to her, How is my top? She was short upon him, and arrogantly replied, Never the better for you, my whip. Biasty. Antony's hog, said Xenomanes, I believe so, for how can this whip be sufficient to lash this top? A college professor, well provided with cod, and powdered and prinked up, having a while discoursed with a great lady, taking his leave with these words, "Thank you, sweetmeat," she cried, "there needs no thanks, sour sauce." Saith Pantagruel, "This is not altogether incongruous, for sweet meat must have sour sauce." A wooden loggerhead said to a young wench, "It is long since I saw you, bag." "All the better," cried she, "pipe." "Set them together," said Panurge, "then blow in their arses, it will be a bagpipe." We saw, after that, a diminutive humpbacked gallant, pretty near us, taking leave of a sheer relation of his, thus, "Fare thee well, friend Hole." She reparteed, "Save thee, friend Peg." Quoth Friar John, "What could they say more, were he all Peg and she all Hole? But now would I give something to know if every cranny of the hole can be stopped up with that same peg." A bawdy bachelor, talking with an old trout, was saying, "Remember, rusty gun." "I will not fail," said she, "Scourer." "Do you reckon these two to be akin?" said Pantagruel to the mayor. "I rather take them to be foes. In our country a woman would take this as a mortal affront." "Good people of t'other world," replied the mayor, "you have few such and so near relations as this gun and scourer are to one another, for they both come out of one shop." "What, was the shop their mother?" quoth Panurge. "What mother," said the mayor, "does the man mean?" "That must be some of your world's affinity, we have here neither father nor mother. Your little paltry fellows that live on t'other side the water, poor rogues, booted with wisps of hay, may indeed have such, but we scorn it." The good Pantagruel stood gazing and listening, but at those words he had like to have lost all patience. Here Mataw adds an aside, "Os kainon o hermeneutes." P.M. Having very exactly viewed the situation of the island and the way of living of the Anas nation, we went to take a cup of the creature at a tavern, where there happened to be a wedding after the manner of the country. Bating that shocking custom, there was special good cheer. While we were there, a pleasant match was struck up betwixt a female called Pear, a tight thing, as we thought, but by some, who knew better things, said to be quaggy and flabby, and a young soft male, called Cheese, somewhat sandy. Many such matches have been, and they were formerly much commended. In our country we say, Illinois fut onx tel mariage, tuus de la poire et du fromage, there is no match like that made between the pear and the cheese. And in many other places good store of such bargains have been driven. Besides, when the women are at their last prayers, it is to this day a noted saying, that after cheese comes nothing. In another room I saw them marrying an old greasy boot to a young pliable buskin. Pantagruel was told that young buskin took old boot to have and to hold because she was of special leather, in good case, and waxed, seared, liquored, and greased to the purpose. Even though it had been for the fisherman that went to bed with his boots on. In another room below, I saw a young brogue taking a young slipper for better for worse, which, they told us, was neither for the sake of her piety, parts, or person, but for the fourth comprehensive portion. The spankers, spur royals, rose nobles, and other coriander seed with which she was quilted all over. Chapter 4.x. How Pantagruel went ashore at the island of Chailly, where he saw King St. Panagan. We sailed right before the wind, which we had at west, leaving those odd alliancers with their ace of clubs snouts, and having taken height by the sun, stood in for Chailly, a large, fruitful, wealthy, and well-peopled island. King St. Panagan, first of the name, reigned there, and, attended by the princes his sons and the nobles of his court, came as far as the port to receive Pantagruel, and conducted him to his palace. Near the gate of which the queen, attended by the princesses her daughters and the court ladies, received us. Panagan directed her and all her retinue to salute Pantagruel and his men with a kiss, for such was the civil custom of the country. And they were all fairly bussed accordingly, except Friar John, who stepped aside and sneaked off among the king's officers. Panagan used all the entreaties imaginable to persuade Pantagruel to tarry there that day and the next. But he would needs be gone, and excused himself upon the opportunity of wind and weather, which, being oftener desired than enjoyed, ought not to be neglected when it comes. Panagan, having heard these reasons, let us go, but first made us take off some 25 or 30 bumpers each. Pantagruel, returning to the port, missed Friar John, and asked why he was not with the rest of the company. Panurge could not tell how to excuse him, and would have gone back to the palace to call him, when Friar John overtook them, and merrily cried, "Long live the noble Panagon! As I love my belly, he minds good eating, and keeps a noble house and a dainty kitchen. I have been there, boys. Everything goes about by dozens. I was in good hopes to have stuffed my puddings there like a monk." "What? Always in a kitchen, friend?" said Pantagruel. "By the belly of a St. Crankapon," quoth the friar, "I understand the customs and ceremonies which are used there much better than all the formal stuff, antique postures, and nonsensical fiddle-faddle that must be used with those women, magni magna, shitencum shita. Cringes, grimaces, scrapes, bows, and congees. Double honors this way, triple salutes that way, the embrace, the grasp, the squeeze, the hug, the leer, the smack, beso las manos de vostra merce, de vostra maesta. You are most terrabin, terrabas, stront, that's downright Dutch. Why all this ado? I don't say but a man might be for a bit by the by and away, to be doing as well as his neighbors, but this little nasty cringing and courtesying made me as mad as any March devil. You talk of kissing ladies. By the worthy and sacred frock I wear, I seldom venture upon it, lest I be served as was the Lord of Gyarcaroas." "What was it?" said Pantagruel. "I know him. He is one of the best friends I have." "He was invited to a sumptuous feast," said Friar John, "by a relation and neighbor of his, together with all the gentlemen and ladies in the neighborhood. Now some of the latter expecting his coming, dressed the pages in women's clothes, and finified them like any babies, then ordered them to meet my lord at his coming near the drawbridge. So the complimenting monsieur came, and there kissed the petticoat lads with great formality. At last the ladies, who minded passages in the gallery, burst out with laughing, and made signs to the pages to take off their dress. Which the good lord having observed, the devil a bit he durst make up to the true ladies to kiss them, but said, that since they had disguised the pages, by his great-grandfather's helmet, these were certainly the very footmen and grooms still more cunningly disguised. Odds fish, de Jurandi, why do not we rather remove our humanities into some good warm kitchen of God, that noble laboratory, and there admire the turning of the spits, the harmonious rattling of the jacks and fenders. Criticize on the position of the lard, the temperature of the potages, the preparation for the dessert, and the order of the wine service. Beati immaculati in via matter of breviary, my masters. Chapter 4.11. Why monks love to be in kitchens. This, said Epistemon, is spoke like a true monk, I mean like a right monkeying monk, not a bemonked monastical monkling. Truly you put me in mind of some passages that happened at Florence, some 20 years ago, in a company of studious travellers, fond of visiting the learned, and seeing the antiquities of Italy, among whom I was. As we viewed the situation and beauty of Florence, the structure of the dome, the magnificence of the churches and palaces, we strove to outdo one another in giving them their due. When a certain monk of Amiens, Bernard Lardin by name, quite angry, scandalized, and out of all patience, told us, I don't know what the devil you can find in this same town, that is so much cried up. For my part one have looked and pored and stared as well as the best of you, I think my eyesight is as clear as another body's, and what can one see after all? There are fine houses, indeed, and that's all. But the cage does not feed the birds. God and Monsieur Street Bernard, our good patron, be with us. In all this same town I have not seen one poor lane of roasting cooks. And yet I have not a little looked about and sought for so necessary a part of a commonwealth, and I dare assure you that I have pried up and down with the exactness of an informer. As ready to number, both to the right and left, how many, and on what side, we might find most roasting cooks, as a spy would be to reckon the bastions of a town. Now at Amiens, in 4, nay, 5 times less ground than we have trod in our contemplations, I could have shown you above 14 streets of roasting cooks, most ancient, savory, and aromatic. I cannot imagine what kind of pleasure you can have taken in gazing on the lions and Africans, so methinks you call their tigers, near the belfry, or in ogling the porcupines and ostriches in the Lord Philip Strozzi's palace. Faith and truth, I had rather see a good fat goose at the spit. This porphyry, those marbles are fine, I say nothing to the contrary, but our cheesecakes at Amiens are far better in my mind. These ancient statues are well made. I am willing to believe it, but, by Saint Fariol of Abbeville, we have young wenches in our country which please me better 1,000 times. What is the reason, asked Friar John, that monks are always to be found in kitchens, and kings, emperors, and popes are never there? Is there not, said Rhizotome, some latent virtue and specific propriety hid in the kettles and pans, which, as the lodestone attracts iron, draws the monks there, and cannot attract emperors, popes, or kings? Or is it a natural induction and inclination, fixed in the frocks and cowls, which of itself leads and forceth those good religious men into kitchens, whether they will or no? He would speak of forms following matter, as Averroes calls them, answered Epistemon. Right, said Friar John. I will not offer to solve this problem, said Pantagruel. For it is somewhat ticklish, and you can hardly handle it without coming off scurvily, but I will tell you what I have heard. Antigonus, king of Macedon, one day coming into one of the tents, where his cooks used to dress his meat, and finding their poet Antagoras frying a conger, and holding the pan himself, merrily asked him, Pray, Mr. Poet, was Homer frying congers when he wrote the deeds of Agamemnon? Antagoras readily answered, But do you think, sir, that when Agamemnon did them he made it his business to know if any in his camp were frying congers? The king thought it an indecency that a poet should be thus frying in a kitchen, and the poet let the king know that it was a more indecent thing for a king to be found in such a place. I'll clap another story upon the neck of this, quoth Panurge, and will tell you what Breton Villandry answered one day to the Duke of Guise. They were saying that at a certain battle of King Francis against Charles V, Breton, armed cap a pie to the teeth, and mounted like St. George, yet sneaked off, and played least in sight during the engagement. Blood and uhlans, answered Breton, I was there, and can prove it easily, nay, even where you, my lord, dared not have been. The Duke began to resent this as too rash and saucy, but Breton easily appeased him, and set them all laughing. Egad, my lord, quoth he, I kept out of harm's way, I was all the while with your page Jack, skulking in a certain place where you had not dared hide your head as I did. Thus discoursing, they got to their ships, and left the island of Chailly. Chapter 4.12. How Pantagruel passed by the land of pettifogging, and of the strange way of living among the catchpoles. Steering our course forwards the next day, we passed through pettifogging, a country all blurred and blotted, so that I could hardly tell what to make on't. There we saw some pettifoggers and catchpoles, rogues that will hang their father for a groat. They neither invited us to eat or drink, but, with a multiplied train of scrapes and cringes, said they were all at our service for the Legion Pone. One of our dragoman related to Pantagruel their strange way of living, diametrically opposed to that of our modern Romans, for at Rome a world of folks get an honest livelihood by poisoning, drubbing, lambasting, stabbing, and murthering. But the catchpoles earn theirs by being thrashed, so that if they were long without a tight lambasting, the poor dogs with their wives and children would be starved. This is just, quoth Panurge, like those who, as Galen tells us, cannot erect the cavernous nerve towards the equinoctial circle unless they are soundly flogged. Bias T. Patrick Slipper, whoever should jerk me so, would soon, instead of setting me right, throw me off the saddle, in the devil's name. The way is this, said the interpreter. When a monk, Levite, close-fisted usurer, or lawyer owes a grudge to some neighboring gentleman, he sends to him one of those catchpoles or apparitors, who nabs, or at least cites him, serves a writ or warrant upon him, thumps, abuses, and affronts him impudently by natural instinct, and according to his pious instructions. Insomuch, that if the gentleman hath but any guts in his brains, and is not more stupid than a gyrant frog, he will find himself obliged either to apply a faggot stick or his sword to the rascal's jobbernoll, give him the gentle lash, or make him cut a caper out at the window, by way of correction. This done, catchpole is rich for 4 months at least, as if bastinadoes were his real harvest, for the monk, Levite, usurer, or lawyer will reward him roundly. And my gentleman must pay him such swinging damages that his acres must bleed for it, and he be in danger of miserably rotting within a stone doublet, as if he had struck the king. Quoth Panurge, I know an excellent remedy against this used by the Lord of Bacbuc. What is it? Said Pantagruel. The Lord of Bacbuc, said Panurge, was a brave, honest, noble-spirited gentleman, who, at his return from the long war in which the Duke of Ferrara, with the help of the French, bravely defended himself against the fury of Pope Julius II, was every day cited, warned, and prosecuted at the suit and for the sport and fancy of the fat prior of St. Louant. One morning, as he was at breakfast with some of his domestics, for he loved to be sometimes among them, he sent for one lawyer, his baker, and his spouse, and for one Adart, the vicar of his parish, who was also his butler. As the custom was then in France. Then said to them before his gentlemen and other servants, You all see how I am daily plagued with these rascally catchpoles. Truly, if you do not lend me your helping hand, I am finally resolved to leave the country, and go fight for the Sultan, or the devil, rather than be thus eternally teased. Therefore, to be rid of their damned visits, hereafter, when any of them come here, be ready, you baker and your wife, to make your personal appearance in my great hall, in your wedding clothes, as if you were going to be affianced. Here, take these ducats, which I give you to keep you in a fitting garb. As for you, Sir Adart, be sure you make your personal appearance there in your fine surplice and stole, not forgetting your holy water, as if you were to wed them. Be you there also, Trudon, said he to his drummer, with your pipe and tabor. The form of matrimony must be read, and the bride kissed. Then all of you, as the witnesses used to do in this country, shall give one another the remembrance of the wedding, which you know is to be a blow with your fist, bidding the party struck remember the nuptials by that token. This will but make you have the better stomach to your supper, but when you come to the catchpole's turn, thrash him thrice and threefold, as you would a sheaf of green corn, do not spare him. Maul him, drub him, lambast him, swinge him off, I pray you. Here, take these steel gauntlets, covered with kid. Head, back, belly, and sides, give him blows innumerable, he that gives him most shall be my best friend. Fear not to be called to an account about it, I will stand by you, for the blows must seem to be given in jest, as it is customary among us at all weddings. Aye, but how shall we know the catchpole? Said the man of God. All sorts of people daily resort to this castle. I have taken care of that, replied the Lord. When some fellow, either on foot, or on a scurvy jade, with a large broad silver ring on his thumb, comes to the door, he is certainly a catchpole. The porter having civilly let him in, shall ring the bell, then be all ready, and come into the hall, to act the tragicomedy whose plot I have now laid for you. That numerical day, as chance would have it, came an old fat ruddy catchpole. Having knocked at the gate, and then pissed, as most men will do, the porter soon found him out, by his large greasy spatterdashes, his jaded hollow-flanked mare, his bag full of writs and informations dangling at his girdle, but, above all, by the large silver hoop on his left thumb. The porter was civil to him, admitted him in kindly, and rung the bell briskly. As soon as the baker and his wife heard it, they clapped on their best clothes, and made their personal appearance in the hall, keeping their gravities like a new-made judge. The dominie put on his surplice and stole, and as he came out of his office, met the catchpole, had him in there, and made him suck his face a good while the gauntlets were drawing on all hands. And then told him, You are come just in pudding time, my lord is in his right cue. We shall feast like kings anon, here is to be swinging doings, we have a wedding in the house, here, drink and cheer up, pull away. While these two were at hand to fist, Bacbuc, seeing all his people in the hall in their proper equipage, sends for the vicar. Odart comes with the holy water pot, followed by the catchpole, who, as he came into the hall, did not forget to make good store of awkward cringes, and then served Bacbuc with a writ. Bacbuc gave him grimace for grimace, slipped an angel into his mutton fist, and prayed him to assist at the contract in ceremony, which he did. When it was ended, thumps and fisticuffs began to fly about among the assistants. But when it came to the catchpole's turn, they all laid on him so unmercifully with their gauntlets that they at last settled him, all stunned and battered, bruised and mortified, with one of his eyes black and blue, 8 ribs bruised, his brisket sunk in, his omoplates in 4 quarters, his under jawbone in 3 pieces. And all this in jest, and no harm done. God wot how the Levite belaboured him, hiding within the long sleeve of his canonical shirt his huge steel gauntlet lined with ermine, for he was a strong-built ball, and an old dog at fisticuffs. The catchpole, all of a bloody tiger-like stripe, with much ado crawled home to Lyle Bouchard, well pleased and edified, however, with Bash's kind reception. And, with the help of the good surgeons of the place, lived as long as you would have him. From that time to this, not a word of the business, the memory of it was lost with the sound of the bells that rung with joy at his funeral. Chapter 4.13. How, like Master Francis Villon, the Lord of Bacbuc commended his servants. The catchpole being packed off on blind sorrel, so he called his one-eyed mare, Bacbuc sent for his lady, her women, and all his servants, into the arbour of his garden. Had wine brought, attended with good store of pasties, hams, fruit, and other table ammunition, for a nuncheon, drank with them joyfully, and then told them this story. Master Francis Villon in his old age retired to St. Maxent in Poitou, under the patronage of a good honest abbot of the place. There to make sport for the mob, he undertook to get the Passion acted, after the way, and in the dialect of the country. The parts being distributed, the play having been rehearsed, and the stage prepared, he told the mayor and aldermen that the mystery might be ready after near fair, and that there only wanted properties and necessaries, but chiefly clothes fit for the parts. So the mayor and his brethren took care to get them. Villon, to dress an old clownish Father Greybeard, who was to represent God the Father, begged of Friar Stephen Tickletoby, sacristan to the Franciscan friars of the place, to lend him a cope and a stole. Tickletoby refused him, alleging that by their provincial statutes it was rigorously forbidden to give or lend anything to players. Villon replied that the statute reached no farther than farces, drolls, antics, loose and dissolute games, and that he asked no more than what he had seen allowed at Brussels and other places. Tickletoby notwithstanding peremptorily bid him provide himself elsewhere if he would, and not to hope for anything out of his monastical wardrobe. Villon gave an account of this to the players, as of a most abominable action, adding, that God would shortly revenge himself, and make an example of Tickletoby. The Saturday following he had notice given him that Tickletoby, upon the filly of the convent, so they call a young mare that was never leaped yet, was gone a-mumping to St. Ligarius, and would be back about 2 in the afternoon. Knowing this, he made a cavalcade of his devils of the Passion through the town. They were all rigged with wolves, calves, and rams' skins, laced and trimmed with sheep's heads, bulls' feathers, and large kitchen tenterhooks, girt with broad leathern girdles, whereat hanged dangling huge cowbells and horsebells, which made a horrid din. Some held in their claws black sticks full of squibs and crackers, others had long lighted pieces of wood, upon which, at the corner of every street, they flung whole handfuls of rosin dust, that made a terrible fire and smoke. Having thus led them about, to the great diversion of the mob and the dreadful fear of little children, he finally carried them to an entertainment at a summer house without the gate that leads to St. Ligarius. As they came near to the place, he espied Tickletoby afar off, coming home from mumping, and told them in macaronic verse. Hic est de patria, natus, de gente bellistra. Que solet antiqua briba portar bisacco. Motto reads. Hic est mumpater natus de gente cucoli. Que solet antiquo scrappa portar bisacco. A plague on his friarship, said the devils then, the lousy beggar would not lend a poor cope to the fatherly father, let us fright him. Well said, cried Villon, but let us hide ourselves till he comes by, and then charge him home briskly with your squibs and burning sticks. Tickletoby being come to the place, they all rushed on a sudden into the road to meet him, and in a frightful manner threw fire from all sides upon him and his filly foal, ringing and tingling their bells, and howling like so many real devils, ho! Ho, 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 brow, row, rowers, rowers, who, ho, 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 hoy. Friar Stephen, don't we play the devils rarely? The filly was soon scared out of her 7 senses, and began to start, to funk it, to squirt it, to trot it, to fart it, to bound it, to gallop it, to kick it, to spurn it, to calcitrate it, to wince it, to frisk it, to leap it, to curvet it. With double jerks, and bum motions. Insomuch that she threw down Tickle Toby, though he held fast by the tree of the pack saddle with might and main. Now his straps and stirrups were of cord. And on the right side his sandals were so entangled and twisted that he could not for the heart's blood of him get out his foot. Thus he was dragged about by the filly through the road, scratching his bare breech all the way. She still multiplying her kicks against him, and straying for fear over hedge and ditch, insomuch that she trepanned his thick skull so that his cockle brains were dashed out near the Hosanna or High Cross. Then his arms fell to pieces, one this way and the other that way, and even so were his legs served at the same time. Then she made a bloody havoc with his puddings. And being got to the convent, brought back only his right foot and twisted sandal, leaving them to guess what was become of the rest. Villon, seeing that things had succeeded as he intended, said to his devils, "You will act rarely, gentlemen devils, you will act rarely, I dare engage you'll top your parts. I defy the devils of Saumur, Douai, Montmorillon, Langes, St. Espagne, Angers, nay, by Gad, even those of Poictiers, for all their bragging and vaporing, to match you. Thus, friends," said Bacbuc, "I foresee that hereafter you will act rarely this tragical farce, since the very first time you have so skilfully hampered, bethwacked, belambed, and bebumped the catchpole. From this day I double your wages. As for you, my dear," said he to his lady, "make your gratifications as you please, you are my treasurer, you know. For my part, first and foremost, I drink to you all. Come on, box it about, it is good and cool. In the second place, you, Mr. Steward, take this silver basin, I give it you freely. Then you, my gentleman of the horse, take these 2 silver gilt cups, and let not the pages be horsewhipped these 3 months. My dear, let them have my best white plumes of feathers, with the gold buckles to them. Sir Udart, this silver flagon falls to your share, this other I give to the cooks. To the valets de chamber I give this silver basket. To the grooms, this silver gilt boat, to the porter, these 2 plates, to the hostlers, these 10 porringers. Trudon, take you these silver spoons and this sugar box. You, footman, take this large salt. Serve me well, and I will remember you. For, on the word of a gentleman, I had rather bear in war 100 blows on my helmet in the service of my country than be once cited by these knavish catchpoles merely to humour this same gorbelied prior." Chapter 4.14 A further account of catchpoles who were drubbed at Bash's house. For days after another young, long-shanked, raw-boned catchpole coming to serve Bacbuc with a writ at the fat prior's request, was no sooner at the gate but the porter smelt him out and rung the bell. At whose second pull all the family understood the mystery. Lawyer was kneading his dough, his wife was sifting meal, Udart was toping in his office, the gentlemen were playing at tennis, the Lord Bacbuc at in and out with my lady. The waiting men and gentlewomen at push-pin, the officers at lanterlot, and the pages at hot cockles, giving one another smart bangs. They were all immediately informed that a catchpole was housed. Upon this Udart put on his sacerdotal, and Lawyer and his wife their nuptial badges, Trudon piped it, and then tabred it like mad, all made haste to get ready, not forgetting the gauntlets. Bacbuc went into the outward yard. There the catchpole meeting him fell on his marrow bones, begged of him not to take it ill if he served him with a writ at the suit of the fat prior. And in a pathetic speech let him know that he was a public person, a servant to the monkeying tribe, a parator to the abbatial mitre, ready to do as much for him, nay, for the least of his servants, whensoever he would employ and use him. Nay, truly, said the Lord, you shall not serve your writ till you have tasted some of my good Quinquenay's wine, and been a witness to a wedding which we are to have this very minute. Let him drink and refresh himself, added he, turning towards the Levitical butler, and then bring him into the hall. After which, Catchpole, well stuffed and moistened, came with a dart to the place where all the actors in the farce stood ready to begin. The sight of their game set them a-laughing, and the messenger of mischief grinned also for company's sake. Then the mysterious words were muttered to and by the couple, their hands joined, the bride bussed, and all besprinkled with holy water. While they were bringing wine and kickshaws, thumps began to trot about by dozens. The catchpole gave the Levite several blows. Udart, who had his gauntlet hid under his canonical shirt, draws it on like a mitten, and then, with his clenched fist, souse he fell on the catchpole and mauled him like a devil. The junior gauntlets dropped on him likewise like so many battering rams. Remember the wedding by this, by that, by these blows, said they. In short, they stroked him so to the purpose that he pissed blood out at mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, and was bruised, thwacked, battered, bebumped, and crippled at the back, neck, breast, arms, and so forth. Never did the bachelors at Avignon in carnival time play more melodiously at Raffi than was then played on the catchpole's microcosm. At last down he fell. They threw a great deal of wine on his snout, tied round the sleeve of his doublet a fine yellow and green favour, and got him upon his snotty beast, and God knows how he got to Lyle Bouchart. Where I cannot truly tell you whether he was dressed and looked after or no, both by his spouse and the able doctors of the country, for the thing never came to my ears. The next day they had a third part to the same tune, because it did not appear by the lean catchpole's bag that he had served his writ. So the fat prior sent a new catchpole, at the head of a brace of bums for his garde du corps, to summon my lord. The porter ringing the bell, the whole family was overjoyed, knowing that it was another rogue. Bacbuc was at dinner with his lady and the gentleman. So he sent for the catchpole, made him sit by him, and the bums by the women, and made them eat till their bellies cracked with their breeches unbuttoned. The fruit being served, the catchpole arose from table, and before the bums cited Bacbuc. Bacbuc kindly asked him for a copy of the warrant, which the other had got ready. He then takes witness and a copy of the summons. To the catchpole and his bums he ordered 4 ducats for civility money. In the meantime all were withdrawn for the farce. So Trudon gave the alarm with his tabor. Bacbuc desired the catchpole to stay and see one of his servants married, and witness the contract of marriage, paying him his fee. The catchpole slapdash was ready, took out his inkhorn, got paper immediately, and his bums by him. Then lawyer came into the hall at one door, and his wife with the gentlewomen at another, in nuptial accoutrements. Udart, in pontificalibus, takes them both by their hands, asketh them their will, giveth them the matrimonial blessing, and was very liberal of holy water. The contract written, signed, and registered, on one side was brought wine and comfits. On the other, white and orange tawny-colored favours were distributed, on another, gauntlets privately handed about. Chapter 4.15. How the ancient custom at nuptials is renewed by the catchpole. The catchpole, having made shift to get down a swinging sneaker of bread and wine, said to Bacbuc, "Pray, sir, what do you mean? You do not give one another the memento of the wedding. By St. Joseph's wooden shoe, all good customs are forgot. We find the form, but the hare is scampered, and the nest, but the birds are flown. There are no true friends nowadays. You see how, in several churches, the ancient laudable custom of tippling on account of the blessed saints at Christmas, is come to nothing. The world is in its dotage, and doomsday is certainly coming all so fast. Now come on. The wedding, the wedding, the wedding, remember it by this." This he said, striking Bacbuc and his lady, then her women and the Levite. Then the tabor beat a point of war, and the gauntlets began to do their duty. Insomuch that the catchpole had his crown cracked in no less than 9 places. One of the bums had his right arm put out of joint, and the other his upper jawbone or mandibule dislocated so that it hit half his chin, with a denudation of the uvula, and sad loss of the molar, masticatory, and canine teeth. Then the tabor beat a retreat, the gauntlets were carefully hid in a trice, and sweetmeats afresh distributed to renew the mirth of the company. So they all drank to one another, and especially to the catchpole and his bums. But a dart cursed and damned the wedding to the pit of hell, complaining that one of the bums had utterly disincornifistibulated his nether shoulder blade. Nevertheless, he scorned to be thought a flincher, and made shift to tope to him on the square. The jawless bum shrugged up his shoulders, joined his hands, and by signs begged his pardon, for speak he could not. The sham bridegroom made his moan, that the crippled bum had struck him such a horrid thump with his shoulder of mutton fist on the nether elbow that he was grown quite esperoquenchuzalobolozerilice down to his very heel. To the no small loss of mistress bride. But what harm had poor I done? Cried Trudon, hiding his left eye with his kerchief, and showing his tabor cracked on one side. They were not satisfied with thus poaching, black and bluing, and more ambuzevas and guzaquokul more gasic bekevazima freelating my poor eyes, but they have also broke my harmless drum. Drums indeed are commonly beaten at weddings, and it is fit they should, but drummers are well entertained and never beaten. Now let Beelzebub Ian take the drum, to make his devilship a nightcap. Brother, said the lame catchpole, never fret thyself, I will make thee a present of a fine, large, old patent, which I have here in my bag, to patch up thy drum, and for Madame Saint and sake I pray thee forgive us. By Our Lady of Riviere, the blessed dame, I meant no more harm than the child unborn. One of the equerries, who, hopping and halting like a mumping cripple, mimicked the good limping Lord de la Roche-Posay, directed his discourse to the bum with the pouting jaw, and told him, what, Mr. Manhound, was it not enough thus to have more cracastabisa steverus to grigeligascopa papandrilated us all in our upper members with your botched mittens? But you must also apply such mortar agripa piata biro for luchame buralura cochlurin tympaniments on our shin bones with the hard tops and extremities of your cobbled shoes. Do you call this children's play? By the mass, 'tis no jest. The bum, wringing his hands, seemed to beg his pardon, muttering with his tongue, mon, vrelin, von, like a dumb man. The bride crying laughed, and laughing cried, because the catchpole was not satisfied with drubbing her without choice or distinction of members, but had also rudely roused and toused her, pulled off her topping. And not having the fear of her husband before his eyes, treacherously trepignemen penelora frazona frester tumbled and squeezed her lower parts. The devil go with it, said Bacbuc, there was much need indeed that this same Master King, this was the catchpole's name, should thus break my wife's back, however, I forgive him now, these are little nuptial caresses. But this I plainly perceive, that he cited me like an angel, and drubbed me like a devil. He had something in him of Friar Thumpwell. Come, for all this, I must drink to him, and to you likewise, his trusty esquires. But, said his lady, why hath he been so very liberal of his manual kindness to me, without the least provocation? I assure you, I by no means like it, but this I dare say for him, that he hath the hardest knuckles that ever I felt on my shoulders. The steward held his left arm in a scarf, as if it had been rent and torn in twain. I think it was the devil, said he, that moved me to assist at these nuptials, shame on ill luck. I must needs be meddling with a pox, and now see what I have got by the bargain, both my arms are wretchedly engulavezenmasked and bruised. Do you call this a wedding? By St. Bridget's tooth, I had rather be at that of a Tom T. D. man. This is, oh, my word, even just such another feast as was that of the Lapithae, described by the philosopher of Samosata. One of the bums had lost his tongue. The other two, though they had more need to complain, made their excuse as well as they could, protesting that they had no ill design in this dumbfounding, begging that, for goodness sake, they would forgive them. And so, though they could hardly budge a foot, or wag along, away they crawled. About a mile from Bash Seat, the catchpole found himself somewhat out of sorts. The bums got to Lyle Bouchard, publicly saying that since they were born they had never seen an honester gentleman than the Lord of Bacbuc, or civiller people than his, and that they had never been at the like wedding, which I verily believe. But that it was their own faults if they had been tickled off, and tossed about from post to pillar, since themselves had began the beating. So they lived I cannot exactly tell you how many days after this. But from that time to this it was held for a certain truth that Bash's money was more pestilential, mortal, and pernicious to the catchpoles and bums than were formerly the aurum thalossinum and the Stygian horse to those that possessed them. Ever since this he lived quietly, and Bash's wedding grew into a common proverb. Chapter 4.16. How Friar John made trial of the nature of the catchpoles. This story would seem pleasant enough, said Pantagruel, were we not to have always the fear of God before our eyes. It had been better, said Epistemon, if those gauntlets had fallen upon the fat prior. Since he took a pleasure in spending his money partly to vex Bacche, partly to see those catchpoles banged, good lusty thumps would have done well on his shaved crown, considering the horrid concussions nowadays among those puny judges. What harm had done those poor devils the catchpoles? This puts me in mind, said Pantagruel, of an ancient Roman named L. Neratius. He was of noble blood, and for some time was rich. But had this tyrannical inclination, that whenever he went out of doors he caused his servants to fill their pockets with gold and silver, and meeting in the street your spruce gallants and better sort of beaux, without the least provocation. For his fancy, he used to strike them hard on the face with his fist. And immediately after that, to appease them and hinder them from complaining to the magistrates, he would give them as much money as satisfied them according to the law of the 12 tables. Thus he used to spend his revenue, beating people for the price of his money. By Saint Benet's sacred boot, quoth Friar John, I will know the truth of it presently. This said, he went on shore, put his hand in his fob, and took out 20 ducats. Then said with a loud voice, in the hearing of a shoal of the nation of catchpoles, who will earn 20 ducats for being beaten like the devil? Io, said they all, you will cripple us for ever, sir, that is most certain. But the money is tempting. With this they were all thronging who should be first to be thus preciously beaten. Friar John singled him out of the whole knot of these rogues in grain, a red-snout catchpole, who upon his right thumb wore a thick broad silver hoop, wherein was set a good large toadstone. He had no sooner picked him out from the rest, but I perceived that they all muttered and grumbled. And I heard a young thin-jawed catchpole, a notable scholar, a pretty fellow at his pen, and, according to public report, much cried up for his honesty at Doctors' Commons, making his complaint and muttering because this same crimson fizz carried away all the practice, and that if there were but 1.5 of bastinadoes to be got, he would certainly run away with 28 of them. But all this was looked upon to be nothing but mere envy. Friar John so unmercifully thrashed, thumped, and belabored Redsnout, back and belly, sides, legs, and arms, head, feet, and so forth, with the home and frequently repeated application of one of the best members of a faggot, that I took him to be a dead man. Then he gave him the 20 ducats, which made the dog get on his legs, pleased like a little king or two. The rest were saying to Friar John, Sir, brother devil, if it please you to do us the favor to beat some of us for less money, we are all at your devilship's command, bags, papers, pens, and all. Redsnout cried out against them, saying, with a loud voice, Body of me, you little prigs, will you offer to take the bread out of my mouth? Will you take my bargain over my head? Would you draw and inveigle from me my clients and customers? Take notice, I summon you before the official this day sevennight. I will law and claw you like any old devil of Vauvert, that I will. Then turning himself towards Friar John, with a smiling and joyful look, he said to him, Reverend Father in the devil, if you have found me a good hide, and have a mind to divert yourself once more by beating your humble servant, I will bait you half in half this time rather than lose your custom. Do not spare me, I beseech you, I am all, and more than all, yours, good Mr. Devil, head, lungs, tripes, guts, and garbage, and that at a pennyworth, I'll assure you. Friar John never heeded his proffers, but even left them. The other catchpoles were making addresses to Panurge, Epistemon, Gymnast, and others, entreating them charitably to bestow upon their carcasses a small beating, for otherwise they were in danger of keeping a long fast. But none of them had a stomach to it. Some time after, seeking fresh water for the ship's company, we met a couple of old female catchpoles of the place, miserably howling and weeping in concert. Pantagruel had kept on board, and already had caused a retreat to be sounded. Thinking that they might be related to the catchpole that was bastinadoed, we asked them the occasion of their grief. They replied that they had too much cause to weep. For that very hour, from an exalted triple tree, 2 of the honestest gentlemen in catchpole land had been made to cut a caper on nothing. Cut a caper on nothing, said Gymnast, my pages used to cut capers on the ground. To cut a caper on nothing should be hanging and choking, or I am out. Aye, said Friar John, you speak of it like St. John Delaware la Police. We asked them why they treated these worthy persons with such a choking hempen salad. They told us they had only borrowed, alias stolen, the tools of the mass and hid them under the handle of the parish. This is a very allegorical way of speaking, said Epistemon. Chapter 4.17 How Pantagruel came to the islands of Tohu and Bohu, and of the strange death of Wide Nostrils, the swallower of windmills. That day Pantagruel came to the 2 islands of Tohu and Bohu, where the devil a bit we could find anything to fry with. For one Wide Nostrils, a huge giant, had swallowed every individual pan, skillet, kettle, frying pan, dripping pan, and brass and iron pot in the land, for want of windmills, which were his daily food. Whence it happened that somewhat before day, about the hour of his digestion, the greedy churl was taken very ill with a kind of a surfeit or crudity of stomach, occasioned, as the physician said, by the weakness of the concocting faculty of his stomach, naturally disposed to digest whole windmills at a gust, yet unable to consume perfectly the pans and skillets. Though it had indeed pretty well digested the kettles and pots, as they said they knew by the hypostases and enneoremes of 4 tubs of second-hand drink which he had evacuated at 2 different times that morning. They made use of divers remedies, according to art, to give him ease, but all would not do, the distemper prevailed over the remedies. Insomuch that the famous Wide Nostrils died that morning of so strange a death that I think you ought no longer to wonder at that of the poet Aeschylus. It had been foretold him by the soothsayers that he would die on a certain day by the ruin of something that should fall on him. The fatal day being come in its turn, he removed himself out of town, far from all houses, trees, rocks, or any other things that can fall and endanger by their ruin, and strayed in a large field, trusting himself to the open sky. There very secure, as he thought, unless indeed the sky should happen to fall, which he held to be impossible. Yet they say that the larks are much afraid of it, for if it should fall, they must all be taken. The Celts that once lived near the Rhine, they are our noble valiant French, in ancient times were also afraid of the skies falling. For being asked by Alexander the Great what they feared most in this world, hoping well they would say that they feared none but him, considering his great achievements, they made answer that they feared nothing but the skies falling. However, not refusing to enter into a confederacy with so brave a king, if you believe Strabo, lib 7, and Arrian, lib I. Plutarch also, in his book of the face that appears on the body of the moon, speaks of one Pheneces, who very much feared the moon should fall on the earth, and pitied those that live under that planet, as the Ethiopians and Taprobanians. If so heavy a mass ever happened to fall on them, and would have feared the like of heaven and earth had they not been duly propped up and borne by the Atlantic pillars, as the ancients believed, according to Aristotle's testimony, lib. 5, Metaphes. Notwithstanding all this, poor Aeschylus was killed by the fall of the shell of a tortoise, which falling from betwixt the claws of an eagle high in the air, just on his head, dashed out his brains. Neither ought you to wonder at the death of another poet, I mean old jolly Anacreon, who was choked with a grape stone. Nor at that of Fabius the Roman praetor, who was choked with a single goat's hair as he was supping up a porringer of milk. Nor at the death of that bashful fool, who by holding in his wind, and for want of letting out a bum gunshot, died suddenly in the presence of the Emperor Claudius. Nor at that of the Italian buried on the Via Flaminia at Rome, who in his epitaph complains that the bite of a she-puss on his little finger was the cause of his death. Nor of that of Q. Licanius Bassus, who died suddenly of so small a prick with a needle on his left thumb that it could hardly be discerned. Nor of Quenelault, a Norman physician, who died suddenly at Montpellier, merely for having sideways took a worm out of his hand with a penknife. Nor of Philomenes, whose servant having got him some new figs for the first course of his dinner, whilst he went to fetch wine, a straggling well-hung ass got into the house, and seeing the figs on the table, without further invitation soberly fell to. Philomenes coming into the room and nicely observing with what gravity the ass ate its dinner, said to the man, who was come back, since thou hast set figs here for this reverend guest of ours to eat, methinks it is but reason thou also give him some of this wine to drink. He had no sooner said this, but he was so excessively pleased, and fell into so exorbitant a fit of laughter, that the use of his spleen took that of his breath utterly away, and he immediately died. Nor of Spurius Sophius, who died supping up a soft boiled egg as he came out of a bath. Nor of him who, as Boccaccio tells us, died suddenly by picking his grinders with a sage stalk. Nor of Philipot Placet, who being brisk and hale, fell dead as he was paying an old debt, which causes, perhaps, many not to pay theirs, for fear of the like accident. Nor of the painter Zeuxis, who killed himself with laughing at the sight of the antique jobbernoll of an old hag drawn by him. Nor, in short, of 1,000 more of which authors write, as Varius, Pliny, Valerius, J. Baptista Fulgosus, and Bacbuc the elder. In short, Gaffer Wide Nostrils choked himself with eating a huge lump of fresh butter at the mouth of a hot oven by the advice of physicians. They likewise told us there that the king of Cullen in Bohu had routed the grandees of King Mecloth, and made sad work with the fortresses of Belima. After this, we sailed by the islands of Nargus and Zargus. Also by the islands of Teleniabin and Geleniabin, very fine and fruitful in ingredients for clysters, and then by the islands of Enig and Evig, on whose account formerly the Landgrave of Hesse was swinged off with a vengeance. Chapter 4 18. How Pantagruel met with a great storm at sea. The next day we espied 9 sail that came spooning before the wind. They were full of Dominicans, Jesuits, Capuchins, Hermits, Austins, Bernardines, Egnatins, Celestins, Theatins, Amadines, Cordeliers, Carmelites, Minims, and the devil and all of other holy monks and friars, who were going to the council of Chesil, to sift and garble some new articles of faith against the new heretics. Panurge was overjoyed to see them, being most certain of good luck for that day and a long train of others. So having courteously saluted the blessed fathers, and recommended the salvation of his precious soul to their devout prayers and private ejaculations, he caused 78 dozen of Westphalia hams, units of pots of caviar, tens of Bologna sausages, hundreds of botargos, and thousands of fine angels, for the souls of the dead, to be thrown on board their ships. Pantagruel seemed metagrabolized, dozing, out of sorts, and as melancholic as a cat. Friar John, who soon perceived it, was inquiring of him whence should come this unusual sadness. When the master, whose watch it was, observing the fluttering of the ancient above the poop, and seeing that it began to overcast, judged that we should have wind. Therefore he bid the boatswain call all hands upon deck, officers, sailors, foremast men, swabbers, and cabin boys, and even the passengers, made them first settle their topsails, take in their spritsail. Then he cried, in with your topsails, lower the foresail, tallow under parrels, braid up close all them sails, strike your topmasts to the cap, make all sure with your sheep's feet, lash your guns fast. All this was nimbly done. Immediately it blowed a storm, the sea began to roar and swell mountain high, the rut of the sea was great, the waves breaking upon our ship's quarter, the northwest wind blustered and overblowed. Boisterous gusts, dreadful clashing, and deadly scuds of wind whistled through our yards and made our shrouds rattle again. The thunder grumbled so horridly that you would have thought heaven had been tumbling about our ears. At the same time it lightened, rained, hailed, the sky lost its transparent hue, grew dusky, thick, and gloomy, so that we had no other light than that of the flashes of lightning and rending of the clouds. The hurricanes, flaws, and sudden whirlwinds began to make a flame about us by the lightnings, fiery vapors, and other aerial ejaculations. Oh, how our looks were full of amazement and trouble, while the saucy winds did rudely lift up above us the mountainous waves of the main. Believe me, it seemed to us a lively image of the chaos, where fire, air, sea, land, and all the elements were in a refractory confusion. Poor Panurge, having with the full contents of the inside of his doublet plentifully fed the fish, greedy enough of such odious fare, sat on the deck all in a heap, with his nose and arse together, most sadly cast down, moping and half dead. Invoked and called to his assistance all the blessed he and she saints he could muster up, swore and vowed to confess in time and place convenient, and then bawled out frightfully, "Steward, maitre d'hotel, see ho! My friend, my father, my uncle, prithee let us have a piece of powdered beef or pork, we shall drink but too much anon, for aught I see. Eat little and drink the more will hereafter be my motto, I fear. Would to our dear Lord, and to our blessed, worthy, and sacred Lady, I were now, I say, this very minute of an hour, well on shore, on terra firma, hale and easy. Oh, twice and thrice happy those that plant cabbages. O destinies, why did you not spin me for a cabbage planter? Oh, how few are there to whom Jupiter hath been so favorable as to predestinate them to plant cabbages. They have always one foot on the ground, and the other not far from it. Dispute who will of felicity and summum bonum, for my part whosoever plants cabbages is now, by my decree, proclaimed most happy. For as good a reason as the philosopher Pyrrho, being in the same danger, and seeing a hog near the shore eating some scattered oats, declared it happy in two respects: first, because it had plenty of oats, and besides that, was on shore. Ha, for a divine and princely habitation, commend me to the cow's floor. Murder! This wave will sweep us away, blessed Saviour. Oh my friends! A little vinegar. I sweat again with mere agony. Alas! The mizzensail split, the galleries washed away, the masts are sprung, the maintop masthead dives into the sea, the keel is up to the sun, our shrouds are almost all broke, and blown away. Alas! Alas! Where is our main course? All is verloren, by Gott! Our topmast is run adrift. Alas! Who shall have this wreck? Friend, lend me here behind you one of these whales. Your lantern is fallen, my lads. Alas! Do not let go the main-tack nor the bowline. I hear the block crack. Is it broke? For the Lord's sake, let us have the hull, and let all the rigging be damned. Booze, booze, booze. Look to the needle of your compass, I beseech you, good Sir Astrophil, and tell us, if you can, whence comes this storm. My heart's sunk down below my midriff. By my troth, I am in a sad fright, boo, booze, I am lost forever. I kite myself for mere madness and fear. Boo, auto to ti. Boo, booze. I sink, I'm drowned, I'm gone, good people, I'm drowned. Chapter 4.19. What countenances Panurge and Friar John kept during the storm. Pantagruel, having first implored the help of the great and almighty deliverer, and prayed publicly with fervent devotion, by the pilot's advice held tightly the mast of the ship. Friar John had stripped himself to his waistcoat, to help the seamen. Epistmen, Ponocrates, and the rest did as much. Panurge alone sat on his breech upon deck, weeping and howling. Friar John espied him going on the quarter-deck, and said to him, Odzuns. Panurge the calf, Panurge the winner, Panurge the brayer, would it not become thee much better to lend us here a helping hand than to lie lowing like a cow, as thou dost, sitting on thy stones like a bald-breeched baboon? Booze, returned Panurge. Friar John, my friend, my good father, I am drowning, my dear friend. I drown. I am a dead man, my dear father in God, I am a dead man, my friend, your cutting hanger cannot save me from this, alas. Alas. We are above Ella. Above the pitch, out of tune, and off the hinges. Booze. Alas. We are now above G sol re ut. I sink, ha, my father, my uncle, my all. The water is got into my shoes by the collar. Booze, 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 payish, who, he, ha, I drown. Alas! Alas! Who, be, booze, bobus, ho, alas! Alas! Now I am like your tumblers, my feet stand higher than my head. Would to heaven I were now with those good holy fathers bound for the council whom we met this morning, so godly, so fat, so merry, so plump and comely. Holos, bolos, olas, alas! This devilish wave, mea culpa Deus, I mean this wave of God, will sink our vessel. Alas! Friar John, my father, my friend, confession. Here I am down on my knees, confiteor, your holy blessing. Come hither and be damned, thou pitiful devil, and help us, said Friar John, who fell a-swearing and cursing like a tinker, in the name of 30 legions of black devils. Come, will you come? Do not let us swear at this time, said Panurge. Holy Father, my friend, do not swear, I beseech you, tomorrow as much as you please. Holos, alas! Our ship leaks. I drown, alas! I will give 1,800,000 crowns to anyone that will set me on shore, all buried and bedaubed as I am now. If ever there was a man in my country in the like pickle. Confiteor, alas! A word or two of testament or codicil at least. 1,000 devils seize the cuckoldy cow-hearted mongrel, cried Friar John. Odious belly, art thou talking here of making thy will now we are in danger, and it behoveth us to bestir our stumps lustily, or never? Wilt thou come, ho devil? Midshipman, my friend, oh the rare lieutenant, here gymnast, here on the poop. We are, by the mass, all beshit now, our light is out. This is hastening to the devil as fast as it can. Alas, boo, alas, said Panurge, was it here we were born to perish? Oh! Ho! Good people, I drown, I die. Consummatum est. I am sped, magna, gna, said Friar John. Fie upon him, how ugly the shitten howler looks. Boy, younker, see hoy. Mind the pumps or the devil choke thee. Hast thou hurt thyself? Zoons, here fasten it to one of these blocks. On this side, in the devil's name, hey, so, my boy. Ah, Friar John, said Panurge, good ghostly father, dear friend, don't let us swear, you sin. Oh, ho, be booze, bows, I sink, I die, my friends. I die in charity with all the world. Farewell, in Manus. Bohush bohaus, bausowaus. Saint Michael of Or. Saint Nicholas. Now, or never, I here make you a solemn vow, and to our Saviour, that if you stand by me this time, I mean if you set me ashore out of this danger, I will build you a fine large little chapel or two, between Chuanda and Montserrat. Where neither cow nor calf shall feed. Oh ho! Above 18 pailfuls or two of it are got down my gullet, booze, bows, how damned bitter and salt it is. By the virtue, said Friar John, of the blood, the flesh, the belly, the head, if I hear thee again howling, thou cuckoldy cur, I'll maul thee worse than any sea-wolf. Odious fish, why don't we take him up by the lugs and throw him overboard to the bottom of the sea? Here, sailor, ho, honest fellow. Thus, my friend, hold fast above. In truth, here is a sad lightning and thundering. I think that all the devils are got loose, it is holiday with them, or else Madame Proserpine is in child's labor, all the devils dance a Morris. Chapter 4.xx. How the pilots were forsaking their ships in the greatest stress of weather. Oh, said Panurge, you sin, Friar John, my former crony. Former, I say, for at this time I am no more, you are no more. It goes against my heart to tell it you, for I believe this swearing doth your spleen a great deal of good. As it is a great ease to a wood cleaver to cry hem at every blow, and as one who plays at ninepins is wonderfully helped if, when he hath not thrown his bowl right, and is like to make a bad cast. Some ingenious stander-by leans and screws his body halfway about on that side which the bowl should have took to hit the pins. Nevertheless, you offend, my sweet friend. But what do you think of eating some kind of cabarotidos? Wouldn't this secure us from this storm? I have read that the ministers of the gods Cabaret, so much celebrated by Orpheus, Apollonius, Pherecydes, Strabo, Pausanias, and Herodotus were always secure in time of storm. He dotes, he raves, the poor devil. 1,000, 1,000,000, nay, 100,000,000 of devils seize the hornified dodipole. Lends a hand here, ho, tiger, wouldst thou? Here, on the starboard side. ODS me, thou buffalo's head stuffed with relics, what ape's paternoster art thou muttering and chattering here between thy teeth? That devil of a sea-calf is the cause of all this storm, and is the only man who doth not lend a helping hand. By G, if I come near thee, I'll fetch thee out by the head and ears with a vengeance, and chastise thee like any tempestative devil. Here, mate, my lad, hold fast, till I have made a double knot. O brave boy! Would to heaven thou wert abbot of Talamos, and that he that is were guardian of Crowley. Hold, brother Ponocrates, you will hurt yourself, man. Epistman, prithee stand off out of the hatchway. Methinks I saw the thunder fall there but just now. Con the ship, so ho, mind your steerage. Well said, thus, steady, keep her thus, get the longboat clear, steady. ODS fish, the beakhead is staved to pieces. Grumble, devils, fart, belch, shite, the wave. If this be weather, the devil's a ram. Nay, by G, a little more would have washed me clear away into the current. I think all the legions of devils hold here their provincial chapter, or are polling, canvassing, and wrangling for the election of a new rector. Starboard, well said. Take heed, have a care of your noddle, lad, in the devil's name. So ho, starboard, starboard. Booze, cried Panurge, booze, booze, I am lost. I see neither heaven nor earth, of the four elements we have here only fire and water left. Booze. Would it were the pleasure of the worthy divine bounty that I were at this present hour in the close at Seoul, or at Innocence the pastry cook over against the painted wine vault at Chinon, though I were to strip to my doublet, and bake the petty pasties myself. Honest man, could not you throw me ashore? You can do a world of good things, they say. I give you all salmagondinois, and my large shore full of whelks, cockles, and periwinkles, if, by your industry, I ever set foot on firm ground. Alas, alas! I drown. Hark ye, my friends, since we cannot get safe into port, let us come to an anchor in some road, no matter whither. Drop all your anchors, let us be out of danger, I beseech you. Here, honest tar, get you into the chains, and heave the lead, and please you. Let us know how many fathom water we are in. Sound, friend, in the Lord Harry's name. Let us know whether a man might here drink easily without stooping. I am apt to believe one might. Helm-a-lee, ho, cried the pilot. Helm-a-lee, a hand or two at the helm, about ships with her, helm-a-lee, helm-a-lee. Stand off from the leech of the sail. Ho! Belay, here make fast below. Ho, helm-a-lee, lash sure the helm-a-lee, and let her drive. Is it come to that? Said Pantagruel, our good Saviour then help us. Let her lie under the sea, cried James Brier, our chief mate, let her drive. To prayers, to prayers. Let all think on their souls, and fall to prayers, nor hope to escape but by a miracle. Let us, said Panurge, make some good pious kind of vow, alas, alas, alas. Boo, boo, bee, booze, 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 oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, let us make a pilgrim. Come, come, let every man club his penny towards it, come on. Here, here, on this side, said Friar John, in the devil's name. Let her drive, for the Lord's sake unhang the rudder. Ho, let her drive, and let us drink, I say, of the best and most cheering, d'ye hear, steward? Produce, exhibit, for, d'ye see this, and all the rest will as well go to the devil out of hand. A pox on that wind-broker alias, with his fluster-blusters. Sirrah, page, bring me here my drawer, for so he called his breviary, stay a little here, Hall, friend, thus. Oddsons, here is a deal of hail and thunder to no purpose. Hold fast above, I pray you. When have we All Saints' Day? I believe it is the unholy holiday of all the devil's crew. Alas! Said Panurge, Friar John damns himself here as black as buttermilk for the nonce. Oh, what a good friend I lose in him. Alas, alas! This is another gatspout than last year's. We are falling out of Scylla into Charybdis. Oh ho! I drown. Confiteor, one poor word or two by way of testament, Friar John, my ghostly father, good Mr. Abstractor, my crony, my achates, Xenomanes, my all. Alas! I drown, 2 words of testament here upon this ladder. Chapter 4.xxi. A continuation of the storm, with a short discourse on the subject of making testaments at sea. To make one's last will, said Epistman, at this time that we ought to bestir ourselves and help our seamen, on the penalty of being drowned, seems to me as idle and ridiculous a maggot as that of some of Caesar's men, who, at their coming into the Gauls, were mightily busied in making wills and codicils. Bemoaned their fortune and the absence of their spouses and friends at Rome, when it was absolutely necessary for them to run to their arms and use their utmost strength against Ariovistus their enemy. This also is to be as silly as that jolt-headed loblolly of a carter, who, having laid his wagon fast in a slough, down on his marrow bones was calling on the strong-backed deity, Hercules, might and main, to help him at a dead lift. But all the while forgot to goad on his oxen and lay his shoulder to the wheels, as it behoved him. As if a Lord have mercy upon us alone would have got his cart out of the mire. What will it signify to make your will now? For either we shall come off or drown for it. If we escape, it will not signify a straw to us. For testaments are of no value or authority but by the death of the testators. If we are drowned, will it not be drowned too? Prithee, who will transmit it to the executors? Some kind wave will throw it ashore, like Ulysses, replied Panurge. And some king's daughter, going to fetch a walk in the fresco, on the evening will find it, and take care to have it proved and fulfilled, nay, and have some stately cenotaph erected to my memory, as Dido had to that of her goodman Sychaeus. Aeneas to Deiphobus, upon the Trojan shore, near Rete, Andromache to Hector, in the city of Buthroth, Aristotle to Hermias and Eubulus, the Athenians to the poet Euripides. The Romans to Drusus in Germany, and to Alexander Severus, their emperor, in the Gauls, Argentier to Calaetia, Xenocrates to Lycidas, Timars to his son Telutagras, Eupoles and Aristides to their son Theodamus, Honestus to Timocles. Callimachus to Sopoles, the son of Dioclides, Catullus to his brother, Statius to his father, Germain of Brie to Hervé, the Breton Tarpaulin. Art thou mad, said Friar John, to run on at this rate? Help, here, in the name of 500,000 millions of cartloads of devils, help. May a chancre gnaw thy mustachios, and the 3 rows of pock royals and cauliflowers cover thy bum and turd barrel instead of breeches and codpiece. Codsooks, our ship is almost overset. ODS death, how shall we clear her? It is well if she do not founder. What a devilish sea there runs! She'll neither try nor hull, the sea will overtake her, so we shall never 'scape, the devil 'scape me. Then Pantagruel was heard to make a sad exclamation, saying, with a loud voice, Lord save us, we perish, yet not as we would have it, but thy holy will be done. The Lord and the blessed Virgin be with us, said Panurge. Holos, alas, I drown. Be booze, booze, in manus. Good heavens, send me some dolphin to carry me safe on shore, like a pretty little Arion. I shall make shift to sound the harp, if it be not unstrung. Let 19 legions of black devils seize me, said Friar John. The Lord be with us, whispered Panurge, between his chattering teeth. If I come down to thee, I'll show thee to some purpose that the badge of thy humanity dangles at a calf's breech, thou ragged, horned, cuckoldy-booby, mnan, come hither and help us, thou great weeping calf. Or may 30 millions of devils leap on thee. Wilt thou come, sea calf? Fie, how ugly the howling whelp looks. What, always the same ditty? Come on now, my bonny drawer. This he said, opening his breviary. Come forward, thou and I must be somewhat serious for a while. Let me peruse thee stiffly. Beatus vir can non abiet. Pshaw, I know all this by heart, let us see the legend of Mons. Saint Nicholas. Horrida tempestas montem turbavit acutum. Tempest was a mighty flogger of lads at Mountagu College. If pedants be damned for whipping poor little innocent wretches their scholars, he is, upon my honor, by this time fixed within Ixion's will, lashing the crop-eared, bob-tailed cur that gives it motion. If they are saved for having whipped innocent lads, he ought to be above the. Chapter 4.xxii. An end of the storm. Shore, shore, cried Pantagruel. Land too, my friends, I see land. Pluck up a good spirit, boys, 'tis within a kenning. So. We are not far from a port. I see the sky clearing up to the northwards. Look to the southeast. Courage, my hearts, said the pilot, now she'll bear the hullock of a sail, the sea is much smoother, some hands aloft to the maintop. Put the helm a-weather. Steady. Steady. Haul your aftermizzen bowlines. Haul, haul, haul. Thus, and no near. Mind your steerage, bring your main-tack aboard. Clear your sheets, clear your bowlines, port, port. Helm a-lee. Now to the sheet on the starboard side, thou son of a whore. Thou art mightily pleased, honest fellow, quoth Friar John, with hearing make mention of thy mother. Luff, luff, cried the quartermaster that conned the ship, keep her full, luff the helm. Luff. It is, answered the steersman. Keep her thus. Get the bonnets fixed. Steady, steady. That is well said, said Friar John. Now, this is something like a tansy. Come, 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 children, be nimble. Good. Luff, luff, thus. Helm a-weather. That's well said and thought on. Methinks the storm is almost over. It was high time, faith, however, the Lord be thanked. Our devils begin to scamper. Out with all your sails. Hoist your sails. Hoist. That is spoke like a man, hoist, hoist. Here, a God's name, honest Ponocrates, thou art a lusty fornicator, the whoreson will get none but boys. Eusthenes, thou art a notable fellow. Run up to the foretopsail. Thus, thus. Well said, faith, thus, thus. I dare not fear anything all this while, for it is holiday. Vea, vea, vea. Huzzah! This shout of the seamen is not amiss, and pleases me, for it is holiday. Keep her full thus. Good. Cheer up, my merry mates all, cried out Epistemon. I see already Castor on the right. Booze, 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 said Panurge, I am much afraid it is the bitch Helen. It is truly Mixarchagenes, returned Epistemon, if thou likest better that denomination, which the Argives give him. Ho, ho! I see land too, let her bear in with the harbour, I see a good many people on the beach, I see a light on an obelisk Calicni. Shorten your sails, said the pilot, fetch the sounding line, we must double that point of land, and mind the sands. We are clear of them, said the sailors. Soon after, away she goes, quoth the pilot, and so doth the rest of our fleet, help came in good season. By St. John, said Panurge, this is spoke somewhat like. Oh, the sweet word! There is the soul of music in it. Mgna, 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 said Friar John, if ever thou taste a drop of it, let the devil's dam taste me, thou Balaky devil. Here, honest soul, here's a full sneaker of the very best. Bring the flagons. Dost here, gymnast, and that same large pasty jambic, Gemonic, as you will have it. Take heed you pilot her in right. Cheer up, cried out Pantagruel, cheer up, my boys, let us be ourselves again. Do you see yonder, close by our ship, 2 barks, 3 sloops, 5 ships, 8 pinks, 4 yawls, and 6 frigates making towards us, sent by the good people of the neighbouring island to our relief? But who is this Ucaligon below, that cries and makes such a sad moan? Were it not that I hold the mast firmly with both my hands, and keep it straighter than 200 tacklings, I would, it is, said Friar John, that poor devil Panurge, who is troubled with a calf's ague, he quakes for fear when his belly's full. If, said Pantagruel, he hath been afraid during this dreadful hurricane and dangerous storm, provided, waving that, he hath done his part like a man, I do not value him a jot the less for it. For as to fear in all encounters is the mark of a heavy and cowardly heart, as Agamemnon did, who for that reason is ignominiously taxed by Achilles with having dog's eyes and a stag's heart. So, not to fear when the case is evidently dreadful is a sign of want or smallness of judgment. Now, if anything ought to be feared in this life, next to offending God, I will not say it is death. I will not meddle with the disputes of Socrates and the academics, that death of itself is neither bad nor to be feared, but I will affirm that this kind of shipwreck is to be feared, or nothing is. For, as Homer saith, it is a grievous, dreadful, and unnatural thing to perish at sea. And indeed Aeneas, in the storm that took his fleet near Sicily, was grieved that he had not died by the hand of the brave Diomedes, and said that those were 3, nay 4 times happy, who perished in the conflagration at Troy. No man here hath lost his life, the Lord our Saviour be eternally praised for it. But in truth here is a ship sadly out of order. Well, we must take care to have the damage repaired. Take heed we do not run aground and bulge her. Chapter 4. XEI. How Panurge played the good fellow when the storm was over. What cheer, ho, fore and aft! Quoth Panurge. Oh ho! All is well, the storm is over. I beseech ye, be so kind as to let me be the first that is sent on shore. For I would by all means a little untruss appoint. Shall I help you still? Here, let me see, I will coil this rope, I have plenty of courage, and of fear as little as may be. Give it me yonder, honest tar. No, no, I have not a bit of fear. Indeed, that same decumane wave that took us fore and aft somewhat altered my pulse. Down with your sails, well said. How now, Friar John? You do nothing. Is it time for us to drink now? Who can tell but st. Martin's running footman Belzebuth may still be hatching us some further mischief. Shall I come and help you again? Pork and peas choke me, if I do heartily repent, though too late, not having followed the doctrine of the good philosopher who tells us that to walk by the sea and to navigate by the shore are very safe and pleasant things. Just as 'tis to go on foot when we hold our horse by the bridle. Ha! 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 By G, all goes well. Shall I help you here too? Let me see, I will do this as it should be, or the devil's in't. Epistemon, who had the inside of one of his hands all flayed and bloody, having held a tackling with might and main, hearing what Pantagruel had said, told him, "You may believe, my lord, I had my share of fear as well as Panurge. Yet I spared no pains in lending my helping hand. I considered that, since by fatal and unavoidable necessity we must all die, it is the blessed will of God that we die this or that hour, and this or that kind of death. Nevertheless, we ought to implore, invoke, pray, beseech, and supplicate him, but we must not stop there. It behoveth us also to use our endeavors on our side, and, as the Holy Writ saith, to cooperate with him. You know what C. Flaminius, the consul, said when by Hannibal's policy he was penned up near the lake of Perouse, alias Thrasymene. Friends, said he to his soldiers, you must not hope to get out of this place barely by vows or prayers to the gods. No, 'tis by fortitude and strength we must escape and cut ourselves away with the edge of our swords through the midst of our enemies. Sallust likewise makes M. Porcius Cato say this, the help of the gods is not obtained by idle vows and womanish complaints, 'tis by vigilance, labor, and repeated endeavors that all things succeed according to our wishes and designs. If a man in time of need and danger is negligent, heartless, and lazy, in vain he implores the gods, they are then justly angry and incensed against him. The devil take me, said Friar John, I'll go his halves, quoth Panurge, if the clothes of Seville had not been all gathered, vintaged, gleaned, and destroyed. If I had only sung contra hostium insidias, matter of breviary, like all the rest of the monkeying devils, and had not bestirred myself to save the vineyard as I did, dispatching the truant picaruns of Lerne with the staff of the cross. Let her sink or swim a God's name, said Panurge, all's one to Friar John, he doth nothing, his name is Friar John Doolittle, for all he sees me here a-sweating and puffing to help with all my might this honest tar, first of the name. Hark you me, dear soul, a word with you, but pray be not angry. How thick do you judge the planks of our ship to be? Some 2 good inches and upwards, returned the pilot, don't fear. ODS Kilderkins, said Panurge, it seems then we are within 2 fingers' breadth of damnation. Is this one of the 9 comforts of matrimony? Ah, dear soul, you do well to measure the danger by the yard of fear. For my part, I have none on't. My name is William Dreadnought. As for heart, I have more than enough on't. I mean none of your sheep's heart, but of wolf's heart, the courage of a bravo. By the pavilion of Mars, I fear nothing but danger. Chapter 4. Ziv. How Panurge was said to have been afraid without reason during the storm. Good morrow, gentlemen, said Panurge, good morrow to you all, you are in very good health, thanks to heaven and yourselves, you are all heartily welcome, and in good time. Let us go on shore. Here, coxswain, get the ladder over the gunwale, man the sides, man the pinnace, and get her by the ship's side. Shall I lend you a hand here? I am stark mad for want of business, and would work like any 2 yokes of oxen. Truly this is a fine place, and these look like a very good people. Children, do you want me still in anything? Do not spare the sweat of my body, for God's sake. Adam, that is, man, was made to labor and work, as the birds were made to fly. Our Lord's will is that we get our bread with the sweat of our brows, not idling and doing nothing, like this tatterdemalion of a monk here, this Friar Jack, who is fain to drink to hearten himself up, and dies for fear. Rare weather. I now find the answer of Anacharsis, the noble philosopher, very proper. Being asked what ship he reckoned the safest, he replied, that which is in the harbor. He made a yet better repartee, said Pantagruel, when somebody inquiring which is greater, the number of the living or that of the dead, he asked them amongst which of the 2 they reckoned those that are at sea. Ingeniously implying that they are continually in danger of death, dying alive, and living die. Porcius Cato also said that there were but 3 things of which he would repent, if ever he had trusted his wife with his secret, if he had idled away a day, and if he had ever gone by sea to a place which he could visit by land. By this dignified frock of mine, said Friar John to Panurge, friend, thou hast been afraid during the storm without cause or reason. For thou wert not born to be drowned, but rather to be hanged and exalted in the air, or to be roasted in the midst of a jolly bonfire. My lord, would you have a good cloak for the rain, leave me off your wolf and badger skin mantle. Let Panurge but be flayed, and cover yourself with his hide. But do not come near the fire, nor near your blacksmith's forges, a God's name, for in a moment you will see it in ashes. Yet be as long as you please in the rain, snow, hail, nay, by the devil's maker, throw yourself or dive down to the very bottom of the water, I'll engage you'll not be wet at all. Have some winter boots made of it, they'll never take in a drop of water, make bladders of it to lay under boys to teach them to swim, instead of corks, and they will learn without the least danger. His skin, then, said Pantagruel, should be like the herb called true maiden's hair, which never takes wet nor moistness, but still keeps dry, though you lay it at the bottom of the water as long as you please, and for that reason is called adiantos. Friend Panurge, said Friar John, I pray thee never be afraid of water, thy life for mine thou art threatened with a contrary element. Ay, replied Panurge, but the devil's cooks dote sometimes, and are apt to make horrid blunders as well as others, often putting to boil in water what was designed to be roasted on the fire. Like the head cooks of our kitchen, who often lard partridges, queasts, and stock doves with intent to roast them, one would think. But it happens sometimes that they e'en turn the partridges into the pot to be boiled with cabbages, the queasts with leek pottage, and the stock doves with turnips. But hark you me, good friends, I protest before this noble company, that as for the chapel which I vowed to Mons. St. Nicholas between Chuanda and Montserrat, I honestly mean that it shall be a chapel of rose water, which shall be where neither cow nor calf shall be fed, for between you and I intend to throw it to the bottom of the water. Here is a rare rogue for you, said Eusthenes, here is a pure rogue, a rogue in grain, a rogue enough, a rogue and a half. He is resolved to make good the Lombardic proverb, Passato el pericolo, gabato el santo. The devil was sick, the devil a monk would be. The devil was well, the devil a monk was he. Chapter 4.xxv. How, after the storm, Pantagruel went on shore in the islands of the Macrians. Immediately after we went ashore at the port of an island which they called the island of the Macrians. The good people of the place received us very honorably. An old Macrobius, so they called their eldest elder man, desired Pantagruel to come to the town house to refresh himself and eat something, but he would not budge a foot from the mole till all his men were landed. After he had seen them, he gave order that they should all change clothes, and that some of all the stores in the fleet should be brought on shore, that every ship's crew might live well. Which was accordingly done, and God wot how well they all toked and caroused. The people of the place brought them provisions in abundance. The Pantagruelists returned them more, as the truth is, theirs were somewhat damaged by the late storm. When they had well stuffed the insides of their doublets, Pantagruel desired everyone to lend their help to repair the damage, which they readily did. It was easy enough to refit there. For all the inhabitants of the island were carpenters and all such handicrafts as are seen in the arsenal at Venice. None but the largest island was inhabited, having 3 ports and 10 parishes. The rest being overrun with wood and desert, much like the forest of Arden. We entreated the old Macrobius to show us what was worth seeing in the island, which he did. And in the desert and dark forest we discovered several old ruined temples, obelisks, pyramids, monuments, and ancient tombs, with diverse inscriptions and epitaphs, some of them in hieroglyphic characters, others in the Ionic dialect. Some in the Arabic, Agarenian, Slavonian, and other tongues, of which Epistemon took an exact account. In the interim, Panurge said to Friar John, Is this the island of the Macrians? Macrion signifies in Greek an old man, or one much stricken in years. What is that to me? Said Friar John, How can I help it? I was not in the country when they christened it. Now I think on't, quoth Panurge, I believe the name of mackerel, mata adds, between brackets, that's a baud in French, was derived from it, for procuring is the province of the old, as buttock wriggling is that of the young. Therefore I do not know but this may be the bawdy or mackerel island, the original and prototype of the island of that name at Paris. Let's go and dredge for cock oysters. Old Macrobius asked, in the Ionic tongue, how, and by what industry and labor, Pantagruel got to their port that day, there having been such blustering weather and such a dreadful storm at sea. Pantagruel told him that the Almighty Preserver of mankind had regarded the simplicity and sincere affection of his servants, who did not travel for gain or sordid profit, the sole design of their voyage being a studious desire to know, see, and visit the oracle of Bacbuc, and take the word of the bottle upon some difficulties offered by one of the company. Nevertheless this had not been without great affliction and evident danger of shipwreck. After that, he asked him what he judged to be the cause of that terrible tempest, and if the adjacent seas were thus frequently subject to storms. As in the ocean are the rats of Samayu, Momusson, and in the Mediterranean Sea the Gulf of Satali, Montargenton, Piombino, Capo Melio in Laconia, the Straits of Gibraltar, Faro di Messina, and others. Chapter 4.xxvi. How the good Macrobius gave us an account of the mansion and decease of the heroes. The good Macrobius then answered, Friendly strangers, this island is one of the Sporades. Not of your Sporades that lie in the Carpathian Sea, but one of the Sporades of the ocean. In former times rich, frequented, wealthy, populous, full of traffic, and in the dominions of the rulers of Britain, but now, by course of time, and in these latter ages of the world, poor and desolate, as you see. In this dark forest, above 78,000 Persian leagues in compass, is the dwelling place of the demons and heroes that are grown old, and we believe that some one of them died yesterday. Since the comet which we saw for 3 days before together, shines no more, and now it is likely that at his death there arose this horrible storm. For while they are alive all happiness attends both this and the adjacent islands, and a settled calm and serenity. At the death of every one of them, we commonly hear in the forest loud and mournful groans, and the whole land is infested with pestilence, earthquakes, inundations, and other calamities. The air with fogs and obscurity, and the sea with storms and hurricanes. What you tell us seems to me likely enough, said Pantagruel. For as a torch or candle, as long as it hath life enough and is lighted, shines round about, disperses its light, delights those that are near it, yields them its service and clearness, and never causes any pain or displeasure. But as soon as 'tis extinguished, its smoke and evaporation infects the air, offends the bystanders, and is noisome to all. So, as long as those noble and renowned souls inhabit their bodies, peace, profit, pleasure, and honor never leave the places where they abide. But as soon as they leave them, both the continent and adjacent islands are annoyed with great commotions, in the air fogs, darkness, thunder, hail, tremblings, pulsations, agitations of the earth, storms and hurricanes at sea. Together with sad complaints amongst the people, broaching of religions, changes in governments, and ruins of commonwealths. We had a sad instance of this lately, said Epistemon, at the death of that valiant and learned knight, William du Bellay. During whose life France enjoyed so much happiness, that all the rest of the world looked upon it with envy, sought friendship with it, and stood in awe of its power. But soon after his decease it hath for a considerable time been the scorn of the rest of the world. Thus, said Pantagruel, Anchises being dead at Trapani in Sicily, Aeneas was dreadfully tossed and endangered by a storm. And perhaps for the same reason Herod, that tyrant and cruel king of Judea, finding himself near the pangs of a horrid kind of death, for he died of a thyriosis, devoured by vermin and lice, as before him died Sylla, Pherecydes the Syrian, the preceptor of Pythagoras, the Greek poet Alcmaeon, and others, and foreseeing that the Jews would make bonfires at his death, caused all the nobles and magistrates to be summoned to his seraglio out of all the cities, towns, and castles of Judea, fraudulently pretending that he had some things of moment to impart to them. They made their personal appearance, whereupon he caused them all to be shut up in the hippodrome of the seraglio, then said to his sister Salome and Alexander her husband, I am certain that the Jews will rejoice at my death. But if you will observe and perform what I tell you, my funeral shall be honorable, and there will be a general mourning. As soon as you see me dead, let my guards, to whom I have already given strict commission to that purpose, kill all the noblemen and magistrates that are secured in the hippodrome. By these means all Jewry shall, in spite of themselves, be obliged to mourn and lament, and foreigners will imagine it to be for my death, as if some heroic soul had left her body. A desperate tyrant wished as much when he said, "When I die, let earth and fire be mixed together," which was as good as to say, "Let the whole world perish." Which saying the tyrant Nero altered, saying, "While I live," as Suetonius affirms it. This detestable saying, of which Cicero, lib de finib, and Seneca, lib 2, de Clementia, make mention, is ascribed to the Emperor Tiberius by Dion Nicias and Suedas. Chapter 4.xxvii. Pantagruel's Discourse of the Decease of Heroic Souls. And of the dreadful prodigies that happened before the death of the late Lord de Langy. I would not, continued Pantagruel, have missed the storm that hath thus disordered us, were I also to have missed the relation of these things told us by this good Macrobius. Neither am I unwilling to believe what he said of a comet that appears in the sky some days before such a decease. For some of those souls are so noble, so precious, and so heroic that heaven gives us notice of their departing some days before it happens. And as a prudent physician, seeing by some symptoms that his patient draws towards his end, some days before gives notice of it to his wife, children, kindred, and friends, that, in that little time he hath yet to live, they may admonish him to settle all things in his family, to tutor and instruct his children as much as he can, recommend his relict to his friends in her widowhood, and declare what he knows to be necessary about a provision for the orphans. That he may not be surprised by death without making his will, and may take care of his soul and family. In the same manner the heavens, as it were joyful for the approaching reception of those blessed souls, seem to make bonfires by those comets and blazing meteors, which they at the same time kindly design should prognosticate to us here that in a few days one of those venerable souls is to leave her body and this terrestrial globe. Not altogether unlike this was what was formerly done at Athens by the judges of the Areopagus. For when they gave their verdict to cast or clear the culprits that were tried before them, they used certain notes according to the substance of the sentences, by theta signifying condemnation to death, by t, absolution, by a, ampliation or a demur, when the case was not sufficiently examined. Thus having publicly set up those letters, they eased the relations and friends of the prisoners, and such others as desired to know their doom, of their doubts. Likewise by these comets, as in ethereal characters, the heavens silently say to us, "Make haste, mortals, if you would know or learn of the blessed souls anything concerning the public good or your private interest. For their catastrophe is near, which being past, you will vainly wish for them afterwards. The good-natured heavens still do more. And that mankind may be declared unworthy of the enjoyment of those renowned souls, they fright and astonish us with prodigies, monsters, and other foreboding signs that thwart the order of nature." Of this we had an instance several days before the decease of the heroic soul of the learned and valiant Chevalier de Langy, of whom you have already spoken. "I remember it," said Epistemon. "And my heart still trembles within me when I think on the many dreadful prodigies that we saw 5 or 6 days before he died. For the Lords Dacier, Chamant, One-Eyed Mailly, St. Ale, Villeneuve-Laguiart, Master Gabriel, Physician of Savelin, Rabelais, Cowo, Massow, Majoricai, Boulou, Circu, alias Bourgmeister, Francis Proust, Ferron, Charles Gerard, Francis Bourg, and many other friends and servants to the deceased, all dismayed, gazed on each other without uttering one word. Yet not without foreseeing that France would in a short time be deprived of a knight so accomplished and necessary for its glory and protection, and that heaven claimed him again as its due. "By the tufted tip of my cowl," cried Friar John, "I am e'en resolved to become a scholar before I die. I have a pretty good headpiece of my own, you must own. Now pray give me leave to ask you a civil question. Can these same heroes or demigods you talk of die? May I never be damned if I was not so much a lobcock as to believe they had been immortal, like so many fine angels. Heaven forgive me. But this most reverend father, Macrobi, tells us they die at last." "Not all," returned Pantagruel. "The Stoics held them all to be mortal, except one, who alone is immortal, impassible, invisible. Pindar plainly saith that there is no more thread, that is to say, no more life, spun from the distaff and flax of the hard-hearted fates for the goddesses hamadryads than there is for those trees that are preserved by them, which are good, sturdy, downright oaks. Whence they derived their original, according to the opinion of Callimachus and Pausanias in Phoci, with whom concurs Martianus Capella. As for the demigods, fauns, satyrs, sylvans, hobgoblins, Aegipanes, nymphs, heroes, and demons, several men have, from the total sum, which is the result of the divers ages calculated by Hesiod, reckoned their life to be 9,720 years. That sum consisting of 4 special numbers orderly arising from 1, the same added together and multiplied by 4 every way amounts to 40, these 40s, being reduced into triangles by 5 times, make up the total of the aforesaid number. See Plutarch, in his book about the cessation of oracles. This, said Friar John, is not matter of breviary, I may believe as little or as much of it as you and I please. I believe, said Pantagruel, that all intellectual souls are exempted from Atropus's scissors. They are all immortal, whether they be of angels, or demons, or human. Yet I will tell you a story concerning this that is very strange, but is written and affirmed by several learned historians. Chapter 4:18. How Pantagruel related a very sad story of the death of the heroes. Epitherses, the father of Aemilian the rhetorician, sailing from Greece to Italy in a ship freighted with diverse goods and passengers, at night the wind failed near the Echinides, some islands that lie between the Morea and Tunis. And the vessel was driven near Paxos. When they were got thither, some of the passengers being asleep, others awake, the rest eating and drinking, a voice was heard that called aloud, Thamus. Which cry surprised them all. This same Thamus was their pilot, an Egyptian by birth, but known by name only to some few travelers. The voice was heard a second time calling Thamus, in a frightful tone. And none making answer, but trembling and remaining silent, the voice was heard a third time, more dreadful than before. This caused Thamus to answer, Here am I, what dost thou call me for? What wilt thou have me do? Then the voice, louder than before, bid him publish when he should come to Polodes, that the great god Pan was dead. Epitherses related that all the mariners and passengers, having heard this, were extremely amazed and frightened. And that, consulting among themselves whether they had best conceal or divulge what the voice had enjoined, Thamus said his advice was that if they happened to have a fair wind they should proceed without mentioning a word on't. But if they chanced to be becalmed he would publish what he had heard. Now when they were near Polodes they had no wind, neither were they in any current. Thamus then getting up on the top of the ship's forecastle, and casting his eyes on the shore, said that he had been commanded to proclaim that the great god Pan was dead. The words were hardly out of his mouth, when deep groans, great lamentations, and doleful shrieks, not of one person, but of many together, were heard from the land. The news of this, many being present then, was soon spread at Rome. Insomuch that Tiberius, who was then emperor, sent for this Thamus, and having heard him gave credit to his words. And inquiring of the learned in his court and at Rome who was that Pan, he found by their relation that he was the son of Mercury and Penelope, as Herodotus and Cicero in his 3rd book of the nature of the gods had written before. For my part, I understand it of that great Saviour of the faithful who was shamefully put to death at Jerusalem by the envy and wickedness of the doctors, priests, and monks of the Mosaic law. And methinks my interpretation is not improper. For he may lawfully be said in the Greek tongue to be Pan, since he is our all. For all that we are, all that we live, all that we have, all that we hope, is him, by him, from him, and in him. He is the good Pan, the great shepherd, who, as the loving shepherd Cordon affirms, hath not only a tender love and affection for his sheep, but also for their shepherds. At his death, complaints, sighs, fears, and lamentations were spread through the whole fabric of the universe, whether heavens, land, sea, or hell. The time also concurs with this interpretation of mine. For this most good, most mighty Pan, our only Saviour, died near Jerusalem during the reign of Tiberius Caesar. Pantagruel, having ended this discourse, remained silent and full of contemplation. A little while after we saw the tears flow out of his eyes as big as ostriches' eggs. God take me presently if I tell you one single syllable of a lie in the matter. Chapter 4.6 How Pantagruel sailed by the sneaking island, where Shrovetide reigned. The jovial fleet being refitted and repaired, new stores taken in, the Macrians over and above satisfied and pleased with the money spent there by Pantagruel, our men in better humour than they used to be, if possible. We merrily put to sea the next day, near sunset, with a delicious fresh gale. Xenomanes showed us afar off the sneaking island, where reigned Shrovetide, of whom Pantagruel had heard much talk formerly. For that reason he would gladly have seen him in person, had not Xenomanes advised him to the contrary. First, because this would have been much out of our way, and then for the lean cheer which he told us was to be found at that prince's court, and indeed all over the island. You can see nothing there for your money, said he, but a huge greedy guts, a tall woundy swallower of hot wardens and mussels, a long-shanked mole-catcher, an overgrown bottler of hay. A mossy-chinned demi-giant, with a double-shaven crown, of lantern breed. A very great loitering not-a-peaked youngster, banner-bearer to the fish-eating tribe, dictator of mustard land, flogger of little children, calciner of ashes, father and foster-father to physicians, swarming with pardons, indulgences, and stations. A very honest man, a good Catholic, and as brimful of devotion as ever he can hold. He weeps the 3/4 parts of the day, and never assists at any weddings. But, give the devil his due, he is the most industrious larding-stick and skewer-maker in 40 kingdoms. About 6 years ago, as I passed by Sneaking Land, I brought home a large skewer from thence, and made a present of it to the butchers of Chuanda, who set a great value upon them, and that for a cause. Some time or other, if ever we live to come back to our own country, I will show you 2 of them fastened on the great church porch. His usual food is pickled coats of mail, salt helmets and head-pieces, and salt sallets. Which sometimes makes him piss pins and needles. As for his clothing, 'tis comical enough, O conscience, both for make and colour, for he wears grey and cold, nothing before, and not behind, with the sleeves of the same. You will do me a kindness, said Pantagruel, if, as you have described his clothes, food, actions, and pastimes, you will also give me an account of his shape and disposition in all his parts. Prithee do, dear Cod, said Friar John, for I have found him in my breviary, and then follow the movable holy days. With all my heart, answered Xenomanes. We may chance to hear more of him as we touch at the wild island, the dominions of the squab chitlins, his enemies, against whom he is eternally at odds. And were it not for the help of the noble Carnival, their protector and good neighbour, this meagre-looked losely Shrovetide would long before this have made sad work among them, and rooted them out of their habitation. Are these same chitlins, said Friar John, male or female, angels or mortals, women or maids? They are, replied Xenomanes, females in sex, mortal in kind, some of them maids, others not. The devil have me, said Friar John, if I bent for them. What a shameful disorder in nature, is it not, to make war against women? Let's go back and hack the villain to pieces. What? Meddle with Shrovetide? Cried Panurge, in the name of Beelzebub, I am not yet so weary of my life. No, I'm not yet so mad as that comes to. Quid juris? Suppose we should find ourselves pent up between the chitlins and Shrovetide? Between the anvil and the hammers? Shankers and buboes? Stand off. Godzooks, let us make the best of our way. I bid you good night, sweet Mr. Shrovetide, I recommend to you the chitlins, and pray don't forget the puddings. Chapter 4.xx. How Shrovetide is anatomized and described by Xenomanes. As for the inward parts of Shrovetide, said Xenomanes, his brain is, at least, it was in my time, in bigness, colours, substance, and strength, much like the left cod of a he-handworm. The ventricles of his said brain, the stomach, like a belt. Like an auger. The pylorus, like a pitchfork. The worm-like excrescence, like the windpipe, like an oyster. A Christmas box. Knife. The membranes, like amongst the throat, like a pincushion. Cowl. Stuffed with oakum. The funnel, like a mason's chisel. The lungs, like a prebend's. The fornix, like a casket. Fur gown. The glandula pinealis, like a bag, the heart, like a cope. Pipe. The mediastine, like an earthen. The reedy mirabile, like a gutter. Cup. The dug-like processes, like a the pleura, like a crow's bill. Patch. The arteries, like a watch coat. The tympanums, like a whirly, the midriff, like a Montero cap. Gig. The liver, like a double-tongued. The rocky bones, like a goose mattock. Wing. The veins, like a sash window. The nape of the neck, like a paper. The spleen, like a catcall. Lantern. The guts, like a trammel. The nerves, like a pipkin. The gall, like a cooper's adze. The uvula, like a sackbut. The entrails, like a gauntlet. The palate, like a mitten. The mesentery, like an abbot's. The spittle, like a shuttle. Mitre. The almonds, like a telescope. The hungry gut, like a button. The bridge of his nose, like the blind gut, like a breastplate. Wheelbarrow. The colon, like a bridle. The head of the larynx, like the arse gut, like a monk's. Vintage basket. Leathern bottle. The kidneys, like a trowel. The ligaments, like a tinker's. The loins, like a padlock. Budget. The ureters, like a pothook. The bones, like three-cornered. The emulgent veins, like two cheesecakes. Gilliflowers. The marrow, like a wallet. The spermatic vessels, like the cartilages, like a field. Cully-moly puff. Tortoise, alias a mole. The peristata, like an inkpot. The glandules in the mouth, like. The bladder, like a stone bow. A pruning knife. The neck, like a mill clapper. The animal spirits, like swinging. The myrick, or lower parts of the fisticuffs. Belly, like a high-crowned hat. The blood fermenting, like a. The syphac, or its inner rind, multiplication of flirts on the. Like a wooden cuff. Nose. The muscles, like a pair of bellows. The urine, like a fig-pecker. The tendons, like a hawking, the sperm, like 100. Glove. 10-penny nails. And his nurse told me, that being married to Midland, he only begot a good number of local adverbs and certain double fasts. His memory he had like a scarf. His undertakings, like the ballast. His common sense, like a buzzing of a galleon. Of bees. His understanding, like a torn. His imagination, like the chime breviary. Of a set of bells. His notions, like snails crawling. His thoughts, like a flight of star out of strawberries. Lings. His will, like 3 filberts in a. His conscience, like the honest porringer. Ling of a parcel of young. His desire, like 6 trusses of hay. Herons. His judgment, like a shoeing. His deliberations, like a set of horn. Organs. His discretion, like the truckle of. His repentance, like the carriage of pulley. Of a double cannon. His reason, like a cricket. Chapter 4.xxxi. Shrovetide's outward parts anatomized. Shrovetide, continued Xenomanes, is somewhat better proportioned in his outward parts, excepting the 7 ribs which he had over and above the common shape of men. His toes were like a virginal on the peritoneum, or caul wherein. An organ. His bowels were wrapped, like. His nails, like a gimlet. A billiard table. His feet, like a guitar. His back, like an overgrown rack. His heels, like a club. Bent crossbow. The soles of his feet, like a crew. The vertebrae, or joints of his. Cybele. Backbone, like a bagpipe. His legs, like a hawk's lure. His ribs, like a spinning wheel. His knees, like a joint stool. His brisket, like a canopy. His thighs, like a steel cap. His shoulder blades, like a mortar. His hips, like a wimble. His breast, like a game at 9. His belly as big as a ton, button pins. After the old fashion, with a his paps, like a hornpipe. Girdle riding over the middle his armpits, like a checker. Of his bosom. His shoulders, like a hand barrow. His navel, like a cymbal. His arms, like a riding hood. His groin, like a minced pie. His fingers, like a brotherhood's. His member, like a slipper. Andirons. His purse, like an oil cruet. The fibulae, or lesser bones of his. His genitals, like a joiner's planer. Legs, like a pair of stilts. Their erecting muscles, like a his shin bones, like sickles. Racket. His elbows, like a mousetrap. The perineum, like a flageolet. His hands, like a currycomb. His arsehole, like a crystal look. His neck, like a towelboy. Ing glass. His throat, like a felt to distill hip. His bum, like a harrow. Pokras. The knob in his throat, like a his loins, like a butterpot. Barrel, where hang to his jaws, like a caudal cup. Brazen wens, very fine in his teeth, like a hunter's staff. Harmonious, in the shape of such colt's teeth as his. Hourglass. You will find one at Cologne's. His beard, like a lantern. Les royaux in Poitou, and his chin, like a mushroom. 2 at La Brosse in Zaintonge. His ears, like a pair of gloves. On the cellar door. His nose, like a buskin. His tongue, like a Jew's harp. His nostrils, like a forehead cloth. His mouth, like a horsecloth. His eyebrows, like a dripping pan. His face embroidered like a mule's. On his left brow was a mark of pack saddle. The shape and bigness of his head contrived like a still urinal. His skull, like a pouch. His eyelids, like a fiddle. The sutury, or seams of his skull. His eyes, like a comb box. Like the annulus piscatoris, or his optic nerves, like a tinder, the fisher's signet. Box. His skin, like a gabardine. His forehead, like a false cup. His epidermis, or outward skin. His temples, like the cock of a bolting cloth. Cistern. His hair, like a scrubbing brush. His cheeks, like a pair of wooden. His fur, such as above said. Shoes. Chapter 4.xxxi. A continuation of Shrovetid's countenance. 'Tis a wonderful thing, continued Xenomanes, to hear and see the state of Shrovetide. If he chanced to spit, it was whole. When he trembled, it was large. Baskets full of goldfinches. Venison pasties. If he blowed his nose, it was when he did sweat, it was old. Pickled grigs. Ling with butter sauce. When he wept, it was ducks. When he belched, it was bushels. Onion sauce. Of oysters. When he sneezed, it was whole. When he muttered, it was lawyers. Tubfuls of mustard. Revels. When he coughed, it was boxes. When he hopped about, it was of marmalade. Letters of license and protec. When he sobbed, it was water, tyans. Cresses. When he stepped back, it was. When he yawned, it was potful sea cockle shells. Of pickled peas. When he slabbered, it was calm. When he sighed, it was dried mawn ovens. Neat's tongues. When he was hoarse, it was an. When he whistled, it was a whole entry of Morris dancers. Scuttleful of green apes. When he broke wind, it was done. When he snored, it was a whole cow's leather spatterdashes. Panful of fried beans. When he funked, it was washed. When he frowned, it was soused leather boots. Hog's feet. When he scratched himself, it. When he spoke, it was coarse was new proclamations. Brown russet cloth. So little when he sung, it was peas in. It was like crimson silk, with cods. Which Parasatus desired that when he evacuated, it was mush. The words of such as spoke to Rooms and Morillus. Her son Cyrus, king of Persia, when he puffed, it was cabbages. Should be interwoven. With oil, alias calls amb a leaf. When he blowed, it was indulg. When he talked, it was the last. Ince money boxes. Year's snow. When he winked, it was buttered. When he dreamt, it was of a. Buns. Cock and a bull. When he grumbled, it was March. When he gave nothing, so much. Cats. For the bearer. When he nodded, it was iron. If he thought to himself, it was. Bound wagons. Whimsies and maggots. When he made mouths, it was if he dozed, it was leases of lands. Broken staves. What is yet more strange, he used to work doing nothing, and did nothing though he worked. Caroused sleeping, and slept carousing, with his eyes open, like the hares in our country, for fear of being taken napping by the chitlins, his inveterate enemies. Biting he laughed, and laughing bit. Eat nothing fasting, and fasted eating nothing, mumbled upon suspicion, drank by imagination, swam on the tops of high steeples, dried his clothes in ponds and rivers, fished in the air, and there used to catch decumane lobsters. Hunted at the bottom of the herring pond, and caught their ibexes, stambuks, chamois, and other wild goats, used to put out the eyes of all the crows which he took sneakingly, feared nothing but his own shadow and the cries of fat kids. Used to gad abroad some days, like a truant schoolboy, played with the ropes of bells on festival days of saints, made a mallet of his fist, and writ on hairy parchment prognostications and almanacs with his huge pin case. "Is that the gentleman?" said Friar John. "He is my man, this is the very fellow I looked for. I will send him a challenge immediately." "This is," said Pantagruel, "a strange and monstrous sort of man, if I may call him a man. You put me in mind of the form and looks of a modant and dissonance." "How were they made?" said Friar John. "May I be peeled like a raw onion if ever I heard a word of them." "I'll tell you what I read of them in some ancient apologues," replied Pantagruel. "Physis, that is to say, nature, at her first burthen begot beauty and harmony without carnal copulation, being of herself very fruitful and prolific. Antithesis, whoever was the counterpart of nature, immediately, out of a malicious spite against her for her beautiful and honorable productions, in opposition begot a modant and dissonance by copulation with Telamon. Their heads were round like a football, and not gently flatted on both sides, like the common shape of men. Their ears stood pricked up like those of asses. Their eyes, as hard as those of crabs, and without brows, stared out of their heads, fixed on bones like those of our heels. Their feet were round like tennis balls, their arms and hands turned backwards towards their shoulders. And they walked on their heads, continually turning round like a ball, topsy-turvy, heels over head. Yet, as you know that apes esteem their young the handsomest in the world, Antithesis extolled her offspring, and strove to prove that their shape was handsomer and neater than that of the children of Physis. Saying that thus to have spherical heads and feet, and walk in a circular manner, wheeling round, had something in it of the perfection of the divine power, which makes all beings eternally turn in that fashion. And that to have our feet uppermost, and the head below them, was to imitate the Creator of the universe, the hair being like the roots, and the legs like the branches of man. For trees are better planted by their roots than they could be by their branches. By this demonstration she implied that her children were much more to be praised for being like a standing tree, than those of Physis, that made a figure of a tree upside down. As for the arms and hands, she pretended to prove that they were more justly turned towards the shoulders, because that part of the body ought not to be without defence, while the forepart is duly fenced with teeth, which a man cannot only use to chew, but also to defend himself against those things that offend him. Thus, by the testimony and a stipulation of the brute beasts, she drew all the witless herd and mob of fools into her opinion, and was admired by all brainless and nonsensical people. Since that, she begot the hypocritical tribes of eavesdropping dissemblers, superstitious popemongers, and priest-ridden bigots, the frantic pistolets, the demoniacal Calvins, impostors of Geneva, the scrapers of benefices, apparitors with the devil in them, and other grinders and squeezers of livings, herb-stinking hermits, gully-gutted dunces of the cowl, church vermin, false zealots, devourers of the substance of men, and many more other deformed and ill-favored monsters, made in spite of nature. Chapter 4.33. How Pantagruel discovered a monstrous visitor, or whirlpool, near the wild island. About sunset, coming near the wild island, Pantagruel spied afar off a huge monstrous visitor, a sort of whale, which some call a whirlpool, that came right upon us, neighing, snorting, raised above the waves higher than our main-tops, and spouting water all the way into the air before itself, like a large river falling from a mountain. Pantagruel showed it to the pilot and to Xenomanes. By the pilot's advice the trumpets of the Thalamege were sounded to warn all the fleet to stand close and look to themselves. This alarm being given, all the ships, galleons, frigates, brigantines, according to their naval discipline, placed themselves in the order and figure of an Y, upsilon, the letter of Pythagoras, as cranes do in their flight. And like an acute angle, in whose cone and basis the Thalamege placed herself ready to fight smartly. Friar John with the grenadiers got on the forecastle. Poor Panurge began to cry and howl worse than ever. "Babilbabu," said he, shrugging up his shoulders, quivering all over with fear, "there will be the devil upon done. This is a worse business than that t'other day. Let us fly, old Nick take me if it is not Leviathan, described by the noble prophet Moses in the life of patient Job. It will swallow us all, ships and men, shag, rag, and bobtail, like a dose of pills. Alas! It will make no more of us, and we shall hold no more room in its hellish jaws, than a sugar-plum in an ass's throat. Look, 'tis upon us. Let us will off, whip it away, and get ashore. I believe 'tis the very individual sea monster that was formerly designed to devour Andromeda. We are all undone. Oh! For some valiant Perseus here now to kill the dog. I'll do its business presently," said Pantagruel, "fear nothing." "Odies belli," said Panurge, "remove the cause of my fear then. When the devil would you have a man be afraid but when there is so much cause?" "If your destiny be such as Friar John was saying a while ago," replied Pantagruel, "you ought to be afraid of Pyroeus, Eus, Ethon, and Phlegon, the sun's coach-horses, that breathe fire at the nostrils. And not of visitors, that spout nothing but water at the snout and mouth. Their water will not endanger your life, and that element will rather save and preserve than hurt or endanger you." "Aye, trust to that, and hang me," quoth Panurge. "Yours is a very pretty fancy. Odious fish! Did I not give you a sufficient account of the element's transmutation, and the blunders that are made of roast for boiled, and boiled for roast? Alas! Here 'tis, I'll go hide myself below. We are dead men, every mother's son of us. I see upon our maintop that merciless hag Atropos, with her scissors new ground, ready to cut our threads all at one snip. Oh! How dreadful and abominable thou art! Thou hast drowned a good many beside us, who never made their brags of it. Did it but spout good, brisk, dainty, delicious white wine, instead of this damned bitter salt water, one might better bear with it, and there would be some cause to be patient. Like that English lord, who being doomed to die, and had leave to choose what kind of death he would, chose to be drowned in a butt of Malmsey. Here it is. Oh! Devil! Sathanas! Leviathan! I cannot abide to look upon thee, thou art so abominably ugly. Go to the bar, go take the pettifoggers. Chapter 4.xxxiv. How the monstrous visitor was slain by Pantagruel. The visitor, coming between the ships and the galleons, threw water by whole tons upon them, as if it had been the cataracts of the Nile in Ethiopia. On the other side, arrows, darts, glaives, javelins, spears, harping irons, and partisans, flew upon it like hail. Friar John did not spare himself in it. Panurge was half dead for fear. The artillery roared and thundered like mad, and seemed to gall it in good earnest, but did but little good, for the great iron and brass cannon shot entering its skin seemed to melt like tiles in the sun. Pantagruel then, considering the weight and exigency of the matter, stretched out his arms and showed what he could do. You tell us, and it is recorded, that Commodus, the Roman emperor, could shoot with a bow so dexterously that at a good distance he would let fly an arrow through a child's fingers and never touch them. You also tell us of an Indian archer, who lived when Alexander the Great conquered India, and was so skillful in drawing the bow, that at a considerable distance he would shoot his arrows through a ring, though they were 3 cubits long. And their iron so large and weighty that with them he used to pierce steel cutlasses, thick shields, steel breastplates, and generally what he did hit, how firm, resisting, hard, and strong soever it were. You also tell us wonders of the industry of the ancient Franks, who were preferred to all others in point of archery. And when they hunted either black or dun beasts, used to rub the head of their arrows with hellebore, because the flesh of the venison struck with such an arrow was more tender, dainty, wholesome, and delicious, paring off, nevertheless, the part that was touched round about. You also talk of the Parthians, who used to shoot backwards more dexterously than other nations forwards. And also celebrate the skill of the Scythians in that art, who sent once to Darius, king of Persia, an ambassador that made him a present of a bird, a frog, a mouse, and 5 arrows, without speaking one word. And being asked what those presents meant, and if he had commission to say anything, answered that he had not. Which puzzled and gravelled Darius very much, till Gobryas, one of the 7 captains that had killed the Magi, explained it. Saying to Darius, by these gifts and offerings the Scythians silently tell you that except the Persians like birds fly up to heaven, or like mice hide themselves near the center of the earth, or like frogs dive to the very bottom of ponds and lakes, they shall be destroyed by the power and arrows of the Scythians. The noble Pantagruel was, without comparison, more admirable yet in the art of shooting and darting. For with his dreadful piles and darts, nearly resembling the huge beams that support the bridges of Nantes, Saumur, Bergerac, and at Paris the millers' and the changers' bridges, in length, size, weight, and ironwork, he at a mile's distance would open an oyster and never touch the edges. He would snuff a candle without putting it out, would shoot a magpie in the eye, take off a boot's undersole, or a riding hood's lining, without soiling them a bit, turn over every leaf of Friar John's breviary, one after another, and not tear one. With such darts, of which there was good store in the ship, at the first blow he ran the Physeter in at the forehead so furiously that he pierced both its jaws and tongue. So that from that time to this it no more opened its guttural trapdoor, nor drew and spouted water. At the second blow he put out its right eye, and at the third its left. And we had all the pleasure to see the Physeter bearing those 3 horns in its forehead, somewhat leaning forwards in an equilateral triangle. Meanwhile it turned about to and fro, staggering and straying like one stunned, blinded, and taking his leave of the world. Pantagruel, not satisfied with this, let fly another dart, which took the monster under the tail likewise sloping. Then with 3 other on the chine, in a perpendicular line, divided its flank from the tail to the snout at an equal distance. Then he larded it with 50 on one side, and after that, to make even work, he darted as many on its other side. So that the body of the Physeter seemed like the hulk of a galleon with 3 masts, joined by a competent dimension of its beams, as if they had been the ribs and chainwales of the keel, which was a pleasant sight. The Physeter then giving up the ghost, turned itself upon its back, as all dead fishes do. And being thus overturned, with the beams and darts upside down in the sea, it seemed a scolopendra or centipede, as that serpent is described by the ancient sage Nicander. Chapter 4.xxxv. How Pantagruel went on shore in the wild island, the ancient abode of the chitlins. The boat's crew of the ship Lantern towed the visitor ashore on the neighboring shore, which happened to be the wild island, to make an anatomical dissection of its body and save the fat of its kidneys, which, they said, was very useful and necessary for the cure of a certain distemper, which they called want of money. As for Pantagruel, he took no manner of notice of the monster, for he had seen many such, nay, bigger, in the Gallic Ocean. Yet he condescended to land in the wild island, to dry and refresh some of his men, whom the visitor had wetted and bedaubed, at a small desert seaport towards the south, seated near a fine pleasant grove, out of which flowed a delicious brook of fresh, clear, and purling water. Here they pitched their tents and set up their kitchens, nor did they spare fuel. Everyone having shifted as they thought fit, Friar John rang the bell, and the cloth was immediately laid, and supper brought in. Pantagruel eating cheerfully with his men, much about the second course perceived certain little sly chitlins clambering up a high tree near the pantry, as still as so many mice. Which made him ask Xenomanes what kind of creatures these were, taking them for squirrels, weasels, martins, or ermines. They are chitlins, replied Xenomanes. This is the wild island of which I spoke to you this morning. There hath been an irreconcilable war this long time between them and Shrovetide, their malicious and ancient enemy. I believe that the noise of the guns which we fired at the visitor hath alarmed them, and made them fear their enemy was come with his forces to surprise them, or lay the island waste, as he hath often attempted to do. Though he still came off but bluely, by reason of the care and vigilance of the chitlins. Who, as Dido said to Aeneas's companions that would have landed at Carthage without her leave or knowledge, were forced to watch and stand upon their guard, considering the malice of their enemy and the neighborhood of his territories. Pray, dear friend, said Pantagruel, if you find that by some honest means we may bring this war to an end, and reconcile them together, give me notice of it. I will use my endeavors in it with all my heart, and spare nothing on my side to moderate and accommodate the points in dispute between both parties. That's impossible at this time, answered Xenomanes. About 4 years ago, passing incognito by this country, I endeavored to make a peace, or at least a long truce among them. And I had certainly brought them to be good friends and neighbors if both one and the other parties would have yielded to one single article. Shrovetide would not include in the treaty of peace the wild puddings nor the Highland sausages, their ancient gossips and confederates. The chitlins demanded that the fort of Cax might be under their government, as is the castle of Soluar, and that a parcel of I don't know what stinking villains, murderers, robbers, that held it then, should be expelled. But they could not agree in this, and the terms that were offered seemed too hard to either party. So the treaty broke off, and nothing was done. Nevertheless, they became less severe, and gentler enemies than they were before. But since the denunciation of the National Council of Chesil, whereby they were roughly handled, hampered, and cited, whereby also Shrovetide was declared filthy, beshitten, and buried, in case he made any league or agreement with them. They are grown wonderfully inveterate, incensed, and obstinate against one another, and there is no way to remedy it. You might sooner reconcile cats and rats, or hounds and hares together. Chapter 4.xxxvi. How the wild chitlins laid an ambuscado for Pantagruel. While Xenomanes was saying this, Friar John spied 20 or 30 young slender-shaped chitlins posting as fast as they could towards their town, citadel, castle, and fort of chimney, and said to Pantagruel, I smell a rat. There will be here the devil upon 2 sticks, or I am much out. These worshipful chitlins may chance to mistake you for Shrovetide, though you are not a bit like him. Let us once in our lives leave our junketing for a while, and put ourselves in a posture to give them a bellyful of fighting, if they would be at that sport. There can be no false Latin in this, said Xenomanes. Chitlins are still chitlins, always double-hearted and treacherous. Pantagruel then arose from table to visit and scour the thicket, and returned presently, having discovered, on the left, an ambuscade of squab chitlins. And on the right, about half a league from thence, a large body of huge giant-like armed chitlins ranged in battalia along a little hill, and marching furiously towards us at the sound of bagpipes, sheep's paunches, and bladders. The merry fifes and drums, trumpets, and clarions, hoping to catch us as Moss caught his mare. By the conjecture of 78 standards which we told, we guessed their number to be 42,000, at a modest computation. Their order, proud gait, and resolute looks made us judge that they were none of your raw, paltry links, but old warlike chitlins and sausages. From the foremost ranks to the colours they were all armed cap a pie with small arms, as we reckoned them at a distance, yet very sharp and case-hardened. Their right and left wings were lined with a great number of forest puddings, heavy patty pans, and horse sausages, all of them tall and proper islanders, banditti, and wild. Pantagruel was very much daunted, and not without cause. Though Epistemon told him that it might be the use and custom of the Chitterlingonians to welcome and receive thus in arms their foreign friends. As the noble kings of France are received and saluted at their first coming into the chief cities of the kingdom after their advancement to the crown. Perhaps, said he, it may be the usual guard of the queen of the place, who, having notice given her by the junior chitlins of the forlorn hope whom you saw on the tree, of the arrival of your fine and pompous fleet, hath judged that it was without doubt some rich and potent prince, and is come to visit you in person. Pantagruel, little trusting to this, called a council, to have their advice at large in this doubtful case. He briefly showed them how this way of reception with arms had often, under colour of compliment and friendship, been fatal. Thus, said he, the Emperor Antonius Caracalla at one time destroyed the citizens of Alexandria, and at another time cut off the attendants of Artabanus, king of Persia, under colour of marrying his daughter, which, by the way, did not pass unpunished, for a while after this cost him his life. Thus Jacob's children destroyed the Sychemites, to revenge the rape of their sister Dinah. By such another hypocritical trick Gallienus, the Roman emperor, put to death the military men in Constantinople. Thus, under colour of friendship, Antonius enticed Artavasdes, king of Armenia, then, having caused him to be bound in heavy chains and shackled, at last put him to death. We find 1,000 such instances in history, and King Charles VI is justly commended for his prudence to this day, in that, coming back victorious over the Ghenters and other Flemings to his good city of Paris, and when he came to Bourget, a league from thence, hearing that the citizens with their mallets, whence they got the name of Maillatins, were marched out of town in battalia, 20,000 strong, he would not go into the town till they had laid down their arms and retired to their respective homes. Though they protested to him that they had taken arms with no other design than to receive him with the greater demonstration of honour and respect. Chapter 4.xvi. How Pantagruel sent for Colonel Malchitterling and Colonel Cut Pudding. With a discourse well worth your hearing about the names of places and persons. The resolution of the council was that, let things be how they would, it behoved the Pantagruelists to stand upon their guard. Therefore Carpelin and Gymnast were ordered by Pantagruel to go for the soldiers that were on board the Cup galley, under the command of Colonel Malchitterling, and those on board the Vinetub frigate, under the command of Colonel Cut Pudding the younger. I will ease Gymnast of that trouble, said Panurge, who wanted to be upon the run, you may have occasion for him here. By this worthy frock of mine, quoth Friar John, thou hast a mind to slip thy neck out of the collar and absent thyself from the fight, thou white-livered son of a dunghill. Upon my virginity thou wilt never come back. Well, there can be no great loss in thee, for thou wouldst do nothing here but howl, bray, weep, and dishearten the good soldiers. I will certainly come back, said Panurge, Friar John, my ghostly father, and speedily too. Do but take care that these plaguy chitlins do not board our ships. All the while you will be fighting I will pray heartily for your victory, after the example of the valiant captain and guide of the people of Israel, Moses. Having said this, he wheeled off. Then said Epistemon to Pantagruel, the denomination of these two colonels of yours, Malchitterling and Cut Pudding, promiseth us assurance, success, and victory, if those chitlins should chance to set upon us. You take it rightly, said Pantagruel, and it pleaseth me to see you foresee and prognosticate our victory by the names of our colonels. This way of foretelling by names is not new. It was in old times celebrated and religiously observed by the Pythagoreans. Several great princes and emperors have formerly made good use of it. Octavianus Augustus, second emperor of the Romans, meeting on a day a country fellow named Eutychus, that is, fortunate, driving an ass named Nikon, that is, in Greek, Victorian, moved by the signification of the asses and ass drivers' names, remained assured of all prosperity and victory. The Emperor Vespasian being once all alone at prayers in the temple of Serapis, at the sight and unexpected coming of a certain servant of his named Basilides, that is, royal, whom he had left sick a great way behind, took hopes and assurance of obtaining the empire of the Romans. Regilian was chosen emperor by the soldiers for no other reason but the signification of his name. See the Cratylus of the divine Plato. By my thirst, I will read it, said Rhizotome, I hear you so often quote it. See how the Pythagoreans, by reason of the names and numbers, conclude that Patroclus was to fall by the hand of Hector, Hector by Achilles, Achilles by Paris, Paris by Philoctetes. I am quite lost in my understanding when I reflect upon the admirable invention of Pythagoras, who by the number, either even or odd, of the syllables of every name, would tell you of what side a man was lame, hunchbacked, blind, gouty, troubled with the palsy, pleurisy, or any other distemper incident to humankind. Allotting even numbers to the left, Mautor reads, even numbers to the right, and odd ones to the left, and odd ones to the right side of the body. Indeed, said Epistman, I saw this way of syllabizing tried at Zaints at a general procession, in the presence of that good, virtuous, learned and just president, Brian Valley, Lord of Dehate. When there went by a man or woman that was either lame, blind of one eye, or humpbacked, he had an account brought him of his or her name. And if the syllables of the name were of an odd number, immediately, without seeing the persons, he declared them to be deformed, blind, lame, or crooked of the right side, and of the left, if they were even in number. And such indeed we ever found them. By this syllabical invention, said Pantagruel, the learned have affirmed that Achilles kneeling was wounded by the arrow of Paris in the right heel. For his name is of odd syllables, here we ought to observe that the ancients used to kneel the right foot. And that Venus was also wounded before Troy in the left hand, for her name in Greek is Aphrodite, of 4 syllables, Vulcan lamed of his left foot for the same reason, Philip, king of Macedon, and Hannibal, blind of the right eye. Not to speak of sciaticas, broken bellies, and hemicranias, which may be distinguished by this Pythagorean reason. But returning to names, do but consider how Alexander the Great, son of King Philip, of whom we spoke just now, compassed his undertaking merely by the interpretation of a name. He had besieged the strong city of Tyre, and for several weeks battered it with all his power, but all in vain. His engines and attempts were still baffled by the Tyrians, which made him finally resolve to raise the siege, to his great grief. Foreseeing the great stain which such a shameful retreat would be to his reputation. In this anxiety and agitation of mind he fell asleep and dreamed that a satyr was come into his tent, capering, skipping, and tripping it up and down, with his goatish hoofs, and that he strove to lay hold on him. But the satyr still slipped from him, till at last, having penned him up into a corner, he took him. With this he awoke, and telling his dream to the philosophers and sages of his court, they let him know that it was a promise of victory from the gods, and that he should soon be master of Tyre. The word satyros divided in two being essa tyros, and signifying Tyre is thine, and in truth, at the next onset, he took the town by storm, and by a complete victory reduced that stubborn people to subjection. On the other hand, see how, by the signification of one word, Pompey fell into despair. Being overcome by Caesar at the battle of Pharsalia, he had no other way left to escape but by flight. Which attempting by sea, he arrived near the island of Cyprus, and perceived on the shore near the city of Paphos a beautiful and stately palace. Now asking the pilot what was the name of it, he told him that it was called Cacobasilia, that is, evil king, which struck such a dread and terror in him that he fell into despair, as being assured of losing shortly his life. Insomuch that his complaints, sighs, and groans were heard by the mariners and other passengers. And indeed, a while after, a certain strange peasant, called Achilles, cut off his head. To all these examples might be added what happened to L. Paulus Emilius when the Senate elected him imperator, that is, chief of the army which they sent against Perses, king of Macedon. That evening returning home to prepare for his expedition, and kissing a little daughter of his called Trasia, she seemed somewhat sad to him. "What is the matter," said he, "my chicken? Why is my Trasia thus sad and melancholy?" "Daddy," replied the child, "Persa is dead." This was the name of a little bitch which she loved mightily. Hearing this, Paulus took assurance of a victory over Perses. If time would permit us to discourse of the sacred Hebrew writ, we might find 100 noted passages evidently showing how religiously they observed proper names and their significations. He had hardly ended this discourse, when the two colonels arrived with their soldiers, all well armed and resolute. Pantagruel made them a short speech, entreating them to behave themselves bravely in case they were attacked. For he could not yet believe that the chitlins were so treacherous, but he bade them by no means to give the first offense, giving them carnival for the watchword. Chapter 4.xxxvii. How chitlins are not to be slighted by men. You shake your empty noddles now, jolly topers, and do not believe what I tell you here, any more than if it were some tale of a tub. Well, well, I cannot help it. Believe it if you will, if you won't, let it alone. For my part, I very well know what I say. It was in the wild island, in our voyage to the holy bottle. I tell you the time and place, what would you have more? I would have you call to mind the strength of the ancient giants that undertook to lay the high mountain Pelion on the top of Ossa, and set among those the shady Olympus, to dash out the gods' brains, unnestle them, and scour their heavenly lodgings. Theirs was no small strength, you may well think, and yet they were nothing but chitlins from the waist downwards, or at least serpents, not to tell a lie for the matter. The serpent that tempted Eve, too, was of the chitling kind, and yet it is recorded of him that he was more subtle than any beast of the field. Even so are chitlins. Nay, to this very hour they hold in some universities that this same tempter was the chitling called Athipholos, into which was transformed body Priapus, arch-seducer of females in paradise, that is, a garden, in Greek. Pray now tell me who can tell but that the Swiss, now so bold and warlike, were formerly chitlins. For my part, I would not take my oath to the contrary. The Himantopodes, a nation very famous in Ethiopia, according to Pliny's description, are chitlins, and nothing else. If all this will not satisfy your worships or remove your incredulity, I would have you forthwith, I mean drinking first, that nothing be done rashly, visit Lusignan, Parthenay, Vuant, Mervant, and Ponzogs in Poitou. There you will find a cloud of witnesses, not of your affidavit men of the right stamp, but credible time out of mind, that will take their corporal oath, on Righam's knuckle-bone, that Melusina their founder or foundress, which you please, was woman from the head to the prick-purse, and thence downwards was a serpentine chitterling, or if you'll have it otherwise, a chitterling-dised serpent. She nevertheless had a genteel and noble gait, imitated to this very day by your hop merchants of Brittany, in their Popeye and country dances. What do you think was the cause of Erycthonius being the first inventor of coaches, litters, and chariots? Nothing but because Vulcan had begot him with chitterling-dised legs, which to hide he chose to ride in a litter, rather than on horseback. For chitlins were not yet in esteem at that time. The Scythian nymph, Aura, was likewise half woman and half chitterling, and yet seemed so beautiful to Jupiter that nothing could serve him but he must give her a touch of his godship's kindness. And accordingly he had a brave boy by her, called Calaxes, and therefore I would have you leave off shaking your empty noddles at this, as if it were a story, and firmly believe that nothing is truer than the gospel. Chapter 4.xxxx. How Friar John joined with the cooks to fight the chitlins. Friar John, seeing these furious chitlins thus boldly march up, said to Pantagruel, "Here will be a rare battle of hobby horses, a pretty kind of puppet show fight, for aught I see. Oh! What mighty honor and wonderful glory will attend our victory! I would have you only be a bare spectator of this fight, and for anything else leave me and my men to deal with them." "What men?" said Pantagruel. "Matter of breviary, replied Friar John. How came Potiphar, who was head cook of Pharaoh's kitchens, he that bought Joseph, and whom the said Joseph might have made a cuckold if he had not been a Joseph? How came he, I say, to be made general of all the horse in the kingdom of Egypt? Why was Nebuzaradan, King Nebuchadnezzar's head cook, chosen to the exclusion of all other captains to besiege and destroy Jerusalem? I hear you, replied Pantagruel. By Saint Christopher's whiskers, said Friar John, I dare lay a wager that it was because they had formerly engaged chitlins, or men as little valued. Whom to rout, conquer, and destroy, cooks are without comparison more fit than cuirassiers and gendarmes armed at all points, or all the horse and foot in the world. You put me in mind, said Pantagruel, of what is written amongst the facetious and merry sayings of Cicero. During the more than civil wars between Caesar and Pompey, though he was much courted by the first, he naturally leaned more to the side of the latter. Now one day hearing that the Pompeians in a certain rencontre had lost a great many men, he took a fancy to visit their camp. There he perceived little strength, less courage, but much disorder. From that time, foreseeing that things would go ill with them, as it since happened, he began to banter now one and then another, and be very free of his cutting jests. So some of Pompey's captains, playing the good fellows to show their assurance, told him, Do you see how many eagles we have yet? They were then the device of the Romans in war. They might be of use to you, replied Cicero, if you had to do with magpies. Thus, seeing we are to fight chitlins, pursued Pantagruel, you infer thence that it is a culinary war, and have a mind to join with the cooks. Well, do as you please, I'll stay here in the meantime, and wait for the event of the rumpus. Friar John went that very moment among the sutlers, into the cooks' tents, and told them in a pleasing manner, I must see you crowned with honor and triumph this day, my lads. To your arms are reserved such achievements as never yet were performed within the memory of man. Ods belly, do they make nothing of the valiant cooks? Let us go fight yonder fornicating chitlins. I'll be your captain. But first let's drink, boys. Come on. Let us be of good cheer. Noble captain, returned the kitchen tribe, this was spoken like yourself, bravely offered. Huzzah! We are all at your excellency's command, and we live and die by you. Live, live, said Friar John, a God's name, but die by no means. That is the chitlins' lot, they shall have their bellyful of it. Come on then, let us put ourselves in order, Nebuzaradan's the word. Chapter 4.xl How Friar John fitted up the sow. And of the valiant cooks that went into it. Then, by Friar John's order, the engineers and their workmen fitted up the great sow that was in the ship leathern bottle. It was a wonderful machine, so contrived that, by means of large engines that were round about it in rows, it throwed forked iron bars and four-squared steel bolts, and in its hold 200 men at least could easily fight, and be sheltered. It was made after the model of the sow of Riol, by the means of which Bergerac was retaken from the English in the reign of Charles VI. Here are the names of the noble and valiant cooks who went into the sow, as the Greeks did into the Trojan horse. Sour sauce. Crisp pig. Carbonado. Sweet meat. Greasy slouch. Sop in pan. Greedy gut. Fat gut. Pick fowl. Licorice chops. Bray mortar. Mustard pot. Soused pork. Lick sauce. Hog's haslet. Slap sauce. Hog's foot. Chopped fizz. Cock broth. Hodgepodge. Gallimaufry. Slip slop. All these noble cooks in their coat of arms did bear, in a field gules, a larding pin vert, charged with a chevron argent. Lard, hog's lard. Pinch lard. Snatch lard. Nibble lard. Top lard. Gnaw lard. Filch lard. Pick lard. Scrape lard. Fat lard. Save lard. Chew lard. Gallard, by syncope, born near Rambouillet. The said culinary doctor's name was Gaillard Lard, in the same manner as you used to say idolatrous for idolatrous. Stiff lard. Cut lard. Waste lard. Watch lard. Mince lard. Ogle lard. Sweet lard. Dainty lard. Whey lard. Eat lard. Fresh lard. Gulch lard. Snap lard. Rusty lard. Eye lard. Catch lard. Names unknown among the Marans and Jews. Balaki. Thirsty. Porridge pot. Pick salad. Kitchen stuff. Lick dish. Broil rasher. Verjuice. Salt gullet. Coney skin. Save dripping. Snail dresser. Dainty chops. Watercress. Soupmonger. Pyrite. Scrape turnip. Bruise belly. Pudding pan. Trivet. Chine picker. Toss pot. Monsieur ragout. Suck gravy. Mustard sauce. Crack pipkin. Macaroon. Claret sauce. Scrape pot. Skewer maker. Swill broth. Smell smock. He was afterwards taken from the kitchen and removed to chamber practice, for the service of the noble Cardinal Hunt venison. Rot roast. Hog's gullet. Fox tail. Dish clout. Sirloin. Fly flap. Save suet. Spit mutton. Old grizzle. Fire fumbler. Fritter fryer. Rough belly. Pillicock. Flesh smith. Saffron sauce. Long tool. Cram gut. Strutting tom. Prick pride. Tuzzy mussy. Slashed snout. Prick madam. Jacket liner. Smutty face. Pricket. Guzzle drink. Mon dam, that first invented madam's sauce, and for that discovery was thus called in the Scotch-French dialect. Loblolly. Sloven. Trencherman. Slabber chops. Swallow pitcher. Goodman goosecap. Scumpot. Wafermonger. Munch turnip. Gully guts. Snap gobbet. Pudding bag. Rinse pot. Scurvy fizz. Pig sticker. Drink spiller. Robert. He invented Robert's sauce, so good and necessary for roasted connies, ducks, fresh pork, poached eggs, salt fish, and 1,000 other such dishes. Cold eel. Frying pan. Big snout. Thornback. Man of dough. Lick finger. Gurnard. Sauce doctor. Titbit. Grumbling gut. Waste butter. Sauce box. Scrip. Shit breech. All fours. Taste all. Thick brawn. Whim wham. Scrap merchant. Tom T. D. Based roast. Belly timberman. Moldy crust. Gaping hoyden. Has he. Hasty. Calf's pluck. Frig palate. Red herring. Leather breeches. Powdering tub. Cheesecake. All these noble cooks went into the sow, merry, cheery, hale, brisk, old dogs at mischief, and ready to fight stoutly. Friar John ever and anon waving his huge scimitar, brought up the rear, and double-locked the doors on the inside. Chapter 4.xli. How Pantagruel broke the chitlins at the knees. The chitlins advanced so near that Pantagruel perceived that they stretched their arms and already began to charge their lances, which caused him to send Gymnast to know what they meant, and why they thus, without the least provocation, came to fall upon their old trusty friends, who had neither said nor done the least ill thing to them. Gymnast being advanced near their front, bowed very low, and said to them as loud as ever he could, we are friends, all of us your friends, yours, and at your command, we are for Carnival, your old confederate. Some have since told me that he mistook, and said cavernal instead of carnival. Whatever it was, the word was no sooner out of his mouth but a huge little squab sausage, starting out of the front of their main body, would have griped him by the collar. "By the helmet of Mars," said Gymnast, "I will swallow thee. But thou shalt only come in chips and slices, for, big as thou art, thou couldst never come in whole." This spoke, he lugs out his trusty sword, "Kiss mine arse," so he called it, with both his fists, and cut the sausage in twain. Bless me, how fat the foul thief was! It puts me in mind of the huge bull of Bern, that was slain at Marignan when the drunken Swiss were so mauled there. Believe me, it had little less than 4 inches lard on its paunch. The sausage's job being done, a crowd of others flew upon Gymnast, and had most scurvily dragged him down when Pantagruel with his men came up to his relief. Then began the martial fray, higgledy-piggledy. Maul chitling did maul chitlins. Cut pudding did cut puddings, Pantagruel did break the chitlins at the knees, Friar John played at least in sight within his sow, viewing and observing all things. When the patty pans that lay in ambuscade most furiously sallied out upon Pantagruel. Friar John, who lay snug all this while, by that time perceiving the rout in hurlyburly, set open the doors of his sow and sallied out with his merry Greeks, some of them armed with iron spits, others with andirons, racks, fire shovels, frying pans, kettles, gridirons, oven forks, tongs, dripping pans, brooms, iron pots, mortars, pestles, all in battle array, like so many housebreakers, hallooing and roaring out all together most frightfully, Nebuzaradan, Nebuzaradan, Nebuzaradan. Thus shouting and hooting they fought like dragons, and charged through the patty pans and sausages. The chitlins perceiving this fresh reinforcement, and that the others would be too hard for them, betook themselves to their heels, scampering off with full speed, as if the devil had come for them. Friar John, with an iron crow, knocked them down as fast as hops, his men, too, were not sparing on their side. Oh, what a woeful sight it was! The field was all overstrewed with heaps of dead or wounded chitlins. And history relates that had not heaven had a hand in it, the chitling tribe had been totally routed out of the world by the culinary champions. But there happened a wonderful thing, you may believe as little or as much of it as you please. From the north flew towards us a huge, fat, thick, grisly swine, with long and large wings, like those of a windmill, its plumes red-crimson, like those of a phenicoptera, which in Languedoc they call flamen. Its eyes were red, and flaming like a carbuncle, its ears green, like a praisen emerald, its teeth like a topaz, its tail long and black, like jet. Its feet white, diaphanous and transparent like a diamond, somewhat broad, and of the splay kind, like those of geese, and as Queen Dix used to be at Toulouse in the days of yore. About its neck it wore a gold collar, round which were some Ionian characters, whereof I could pick out but 2 words, US Athenan, hog teaching Minerva. The sky was clear before. But at that monster's appearance it changed so mightily for the worse that we were all amazed at it. As soon as the chitlins perceived the flying hog, down they all threw their weapons and fell on their knees, lifting up their hands joined together, without speaking one word, in a posture of adoration. Friar John and his party kept on mincing, felling, braining, mangling, and spitting the chitlins like mad, but Pantagruel sounded a retreat, and all hostility ceased. The monster having several times hovered backwards and forwards between the 2 armies, with a tail shot voided above 27 butts of mustard on the ground, then flew away through the air, crying all the while, Carnival, Carnival, Carnival. Chapter 4.xlii. How Pantagruel held a treaty with Niflseth, Queen of the Chitlins. The monster being out of sight, and the 2 armies remaining silent, Pantagruel demanded a parley with the Lady Niflseth, Queen of the Chitlins, who was in her chariot by the standards, and it was easily granted. The Queen alighted, courteously received Pantagruel, and was glad to see him. Pantagruel complained to her of this breach of peace, but she civilly made her excuse, telling him that a false information had caused all this mischief. Her spies having brought her word that Shrovetide, their mortal foe, was landed, and spent his time in examining the urine of visitors. She therefore entreated him to pardon them their offence, telling him that Sir Reverence was sooner found in Chitlands than Gaul, and offering, for herself and all her successors, to hold of him and his the whole island and country. To obey him in all his commands, be friends to his friends, and foes to his foes. And also to send every year, as an acknowledgment of their homage, a tribute of 78,000 royal chitlins, to serve him at his first course at table 6 months in the year, which was punctually performed. For the next day she sent the aforesaid quantity of royal chitlins to the good Gargantua, under the conduct of young Niflseth, Infanta of the island. The good Gargantua made a present of them to the great king of Paris. But by change of air, and for want of mustard, the natural balsam and restorer of chitlins, most of them died. By the great king's particular grant they were buried in heaps in a part of Paris to this day called La Rue Pavée d'Anduis, the street paved with chitlins. At the request of the ladies at his court young Niflseth was preserved, honourably used, and since that married to heart's content, and was the mother of many children, for which heaven be praised. Pantagruel civilly thanked the queen, forgave all offences, refused the offer she had made of her country, and gave her a pretty little knife. After that he asked several nice questions concerning the apparition of that flying hog. She answered that it was the idea of Carnival, their tutelary god in time of war, first founder and original of all the chitterling race, for which reason he resembled a hog, for chitlins drew their extraction from hogs. Pantagruel asking to what purpose and curative indication he had voided so much mustard on the earth, the queen replied that mustard was their sancreal and celestial balsam, of which, laying but a little in the wounds of the fallen chitlins. In a very short time the wounded were healed and the dead restored to life. Pantagruel held no further discourse with the queen, but retired a shipboard. The like did all the boon companions, with their implements of destruction and their huge sow. Chapter 4.xlii. How Pantagruel went into the island of Ruach. 2 days after we arrived at the island of Ruach, and I swear to you, by the celestial hen and chickens, that I found the way of living of the people so strange and wonderful that I can't, for the heart's blood of me, half tell it you. They live on nothing but wind, eat nothing but wind, and drink nothing but wind. They have no other houses but weathercocks. They sow no other seeds but the 3 sorts of windflowers, rue, and herbs that may make one break wind to the purpose. These scour them off carefully. The common sort of people to feed themselves make use of feather, paper, or linen fans, according to their abilities. As for the rich, they live by the means of windmills. When they would have some noble treat, the tables are spread under 1 or 2 windmills. There they feast as merry as beggars, and during the meal their whole talk is commonly of the goodness, excellency, salubrity, and rarity of winds. As you, jolly topers, in your cups philosophize and argue upon wines. The one praises the southeast, the other the southwest, this the west and by south, and this the east and by north, another the west, and another the east, and so of the rest. As for lovers and amorous sparks, no gale for them like a smock gale. For the sick they use bellows as we use clysters among us. Oh! Said to me a little diminutive swollen bubble, that I had now but a bladderful of that same Languedoc wind which they call Circe. The famous physician, Scurin, passing one day by this country, was telling us that it is so strong that it will make nothing of overturning a loaded wagon. Oh! What good would it not do my Oedipotic leg? The biggest are not the best. But, said Panurge, rather would I had here a large but of that same good Languedoc wine that grows at Miraveau, Cantoperdrix, and Frontignan. I saw a good likely sort of a man there, much resembling Ventrose, tearing and fuming in a grievous fret with a tall burly groom and a pimping little page of his, laying them on, like the devil, with a buskin. Not knowing the cause of his anger, at first I thought that all this was by the doctor's advice, as being a thing very healthy to the master to be in a passion and to his man to be banged for it. But at last I heard him taxing his man with stealing from him, like a rogue as he was, the better half of a large leathern bag of an excellent southerly wind, which he had carefully laid up, like a hidden reserve, against the cold weather. They neither exonerate, dung, piss, nor spit in that island, but, to make amends, they belch, fizzle, funk, and give tail shots in abundance. They are troubled with all manner of distempers. And, indeed, all distempers are engendered and proceed from ventosities, as Hippocrates demonstrates, lib de flatibus. But the most epidemical among them is the wind colic. The remedies which they use are large clysters, whereby they void store of windiness. They all die of dropsies and tympanies, the men farting and the women fizzling, so that their soul takes her leave at the back door. Some time after, walking in the island, we met 3 harebrained airy fellows, who seemed mightily puffed up, and went to take their pastime and view the plovers, who live on the same diet as themselves, and abound in the island. I observed that, as your true topers when they travel carry flasks, leathern bottles, and small runlets along with them, so each of them had at his girdle a pretty little pair of bellows. If they happened to want wind, by the help of those pretty bellows they immediately drew some, fresh and cool, by attraction and reciprocal expulsion, for, as you well know, wind essentially defined is nothing but fluctuating and agitated air. A while after, we were commanded, in the king's name, not to receive for 3 hours any man or woman of the country on board our ships. Some having stolen from him a rousing fart, of the very individual wind which old Goodman Aeolus the Snorer gave Ulysses to conduct his ship whenever it should happen to be becalmed. Which fart the king kept religiously, like another Sancreal, and performed a world of wonderful cures with it in many dangerous diseases, letting loose and distributing to the patient only as much of it as might frame a virginal fart. Which is, if you must know, what our sanctimonials, alias nuns, in their dialect call ringing backwards. Chapter 4.xliv. How small rain lays a high wind.